After transmigrating to a parallel world where poetry was scarce, Lin Yu, who started off with an arranged marriage, obtained the life winner system, activating the check-in and rebate functions. And then, ding, you stayed on a Three Kingdoms kill ad for 1 Minutech and successful. Obtained all skills of the warrior, Zhao, Yun modified version. Ding, you stayed at school for 1 Minutech and successful. Obtained the learning gift pack, including speed reading, memorization, and mastery comprehension. Ding, you stayed in a cemetery for 1 Minutech and successful. Obtained the Kirin Serum. Ding, you stayed on an Ultraman Nanotech video for 1 Minutech and successful. Obtained the Spark lens, embedded with nanobiotechnology, allowing transformation into the Ultraman Nanotech Armor. Ding, you stayed on a Marvel movie for 1 Minutech and successful. Obtained first-generation mecha manufacturing technology. Years later, Lin Yu evolved from a Tycoon into a national hero, initiated the Nantman Project, developing the Luan Bird aerospace carrier and leading humanity into the era of interstellar navigation. Lin Yu declared, "Our goal is the stars and the seas beyond." Chapter 1. A wedding right at the start? What is happening to me? As consciousness began to emerge from the darkness, Lin Yu groggily opened his eyes and muttered to himself, "You're awake? Here, have some hangover soup." Just as Lin Yu was still in a daze, a cool voice suddenly reached his ears, prompting him to instinctively turn his gaze toward the source. Under the glare of the incandescent lights, he was met with a stunningly beautiful and icy face. Her skin was fair and delicate, her figure tall, standing at about 175 centimeters, exuding an air of unapproachable elegance that was hard to describe. It had to be said, she was an exceptionally attractive woman with breathtaking looks. Once Lin Yu regained his senses, he found himself somewhat bewildered by this unexpected scene. At the same time, a flood of memories rushed into his mind. After a moment, he finally pieced together the situation. That's right, he had crossed over. Having gone through countless web novels, Lin Yu remained surprisingly calm about this turn of events. However, he never expected that after buying lottery tickets for over a decade and finally winning 200 million, he would wake up to find himself in a parallel world. What was even more shocking was that, as a single man, he had inexplicably gotten married. This body also bore the name Lin Yu, a high-achieving graduate from Tsinghua University in China, but his life was rather tragic and peculiar. Not only were his parents deceased, but he had grown up in an orphanage. His personality was extremely introverted, preferring solitude, and he harbored the bizarre notion of having a life devoid of interest. In fact, he had no friends at all, leading a solitary existence, akin to a social outcast. Yet, this peculiar individual was remarkably handsome. His facial features were sharp and well-defined, with striking eyebrows and bright eyes, exuding a refined charm. Coupled with his taciturn nature and penchant for solitude, he gave off an aura of a cold, ancient-style heartthrob. Since high school, he had attracted numerous admirers and the attention of wealthy young women, with many talent agencies eager to sign him on as a star. But the original owner of this body was extremely averse to it, even unwilling to have any contact with the opposite sex. Just yesterday, due to his striking good looks, he faced some hostility at work, and after resigning, while having dinner outside in the afternoon, he encountered a girl who had been drinking. To his surprise, she inexplicably dragged him over to have a drink. Things escalated quickly, and after just one drink, he passed out, completely disoriented. In a bizarre turn of events, they ended up at the Civil Affairs Bureau registering for marriage online, and he found himself following the girl without really understanding what was happening. Even now, the original owner of this body was still unsure whether he had died from drinking too much or something else, which was how Lin Yu ended up taking over. This person is really something else, Lin Yu thought as he processed the memories in his mind, feeling a bit speechless. The original owner had squandered a good hand dealt to him. It was truly frustrating. Lying on the soft bed and gazing at the cool and aloof woman named Su Muyun, Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh. Although she was incredibly attractive and exactly his type, the problem was that he didn't know her at all. There was no emotional foundation, and given the circumstances of their relationship, it would be better to end this tangled romance sooner rather than later. After all, with his stunning looks, he could surely find a perfect relationship that satisfied both the emotional and physical aspects. "Thank you, I'm fine now," Lin Yu said, sitting up and glancing at the hangover soup on the table beside him. After expressing his gratitude, the two fell into silence again, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere. There was nothing he could do, having just crossed over. Lin Yu was at a loss for words in this situation and opted for silence. Just as he was pondering what to say, Su Muyun's phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID, her expression changing slightly as she became a bit cold. Nevertheless, she stepped out of the bedroom to answer the call. Is there something you need? Sumuyan, how could you suddenly get a marriage certificate with a stranger? Do you even realize that marriage is a lifelong commitment? What about me as your father? Even if we have our differences, you didn't need to get married just to spite me. Who's trying to spite you? I found my true love. Is that so wrong? Besides, whether I get married or not has nothing to do with you. My life is mine to control. And since you left your mother when she needed you the most, you are no longer my father. I already told you, I had urgent matters at work and couldn't get away. That's not my problem. Go spend your life with your precious company. And I don't need you to interfere in my life. Watching the intense exchange that seemed to be between a father and daughter from outside the door, Lin Yu was taken aback. He quietly lay back down on the bed, beginning to recall the details of this world. Since it was a parallel universe, things were generally similar, but it seemed that poetry was quite scarce here. Although the historical timeline was the same, for some reason, very few poems have been passed down. For instance, the works of Li Bai were almost non-existent, with only a few fragmented lines remaining, let alone the works of other famous poets. But for Lin Yu, these were minor issues. After all, in his previous life, he had studied Chinese language and literature. When it came to ancient poetry and prose, it was like second nature to him. With this second chance at life, Lin Yu remained calm. Although he was annoyed that he, a long-time, unlucky person, suddenly won a 200 million lottery only to find himself in a different world, this extraordinary start with such a striking appearance was still better than nothing. Reflecting on his past life as an orphan, he had barely inherited a multi-million fortune, yet he had never experienced a genuine romantic relationship. It made him feel a bit shortchanged. Aside from the ever-increasing digits in his bank account, there seemed to be nothing memorable in his life. So this time, Lin Yu planned to live more vividly. At the very least, he wanted to have a perfect romantic relationship, one of the heart and mind, rather than a physical one. Therefore, divorce was a must. What a joke, marrying a woman he didn't know for no reason at all. It was far better to take his time and find someone he was genuinely fond of and liked from the ground up. As Lin Yu reminisced about his past, Sumi-Yun had just finished a phone call. With a grim expression and a cold demeanor, she walked in and said, "I'm sorry for the trouble I caused you yesterday." Sitting on the bed, before Lin Yu could speak, Sumi-Yun took the initiative to apologize and then continued, "The thing is, I know that registering our marriage was a result of my bad mood and drinking too much yesterday, but I posted about it on social media last night, and now everyone around me knows." She hesitated for a moment before continuing, "You just heard that I have a serious conflict with that man. He might come looking for me soon." She then looked at Lin Yu, her heart racing with anxiety. "So, I would like to ask you for a favor. Before that man arrives, please don't divorce me." She understood that this request might be a bit excessive for Lin Yu, but she felt she had no choice and had to ask. There was no way she could get a divorce immediately and find someone to take his place. That just wasn't realistic. "Lin Yu, I could see the conflict between you and your father, but isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to drag me into this so openly? Besides, apart from our legal marriage, we seem to be complete strangers, right? Since we're both adults, it puts me in a difficult position when you keep asking for my help. I know you might not be in dire need of money, but if you're willing to help me, they'll give you 200,000 as compensation just for living together for a while." Noticing Lin Yu's silence, Su Muyun seemed to remember something and quickly added, "Don't worry, it will be no more than 6 months. Once that man comes, you just need to help me deal with him, and then you can leave immediately." Just as Su Muyun finished speaking, Lin Yu heard a voice echoing his mind. "Ding! The Life Winner system is being activated. Ding! New player gift package options triggered. Option 1. Agree to Su Muyun's request and live together for 6 months. Reward: Charismatic Expert Perfect Level, cash 1 million. Option 2. Refuse Su Muyun's request and get a divorce immediately. Reward: Su Muyun takes the initiative." Lin Yu was not startled by the sudden notification. Instead, he felt a surge of joy and quickly examined the information in his mind. Staring at the two options, he was momentarily dumbfounded. The reward for option 2 was essentially being pushed by this woman. How embarrassing. If anyone was going to take the initiative, it should be him. No way he was going to choose that. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yu selected the first option. "All right, I'll go along with it." Lin Yu nodded and agreed. He had no choice. The memories of this body reminded him that he had barely over 1,000 yuan to his name. If it weren't for the fact that his landlord was a woman willing to give him a half-price deal, he doubted he could even cover next month's rent in a city like Shanghai with its exorbitant housing prices, not to mention the other living expenses like food. So, 1 million was definitely enticing. After all, money gives a man confidence. If he had no money, he wouldn't feel secure doing anything. Plus, there was the perfect level charismatic expert skill. Although he didn't know how advanced this skill was, it clearly seemed valuable. Thank you. I really appreciate it, Su Mu-yun said, her face lighting up with a relieved smile upon hearing Lin Yu agree to her request. She had genuinely worried that Lin Yu might reject her. To ensure he would agree, she had even prepared to take matters in her own hands only to find that he was so agreeable. Could it be because of what happened last night? As an unnameable thought crossed her mind, Su Mu-yun's cheeks flushed slightly before she regained her composure. With the weight lifted from her heart, she finally had the time to carefully observe Lin Yu in front of her. It was only then that she noticed just how handsome this guy was. He wore a clean white shirt paired with blue jeans, and his chiseled features combined with a cool demeanor made him the type of guy who would attract attention from women wherever he went. No wonder she had dragged him to get the marriage certificate after drinking too much last night. Lin Yu, oblivious to Su Mu-yun's gaze, was still in shock. The moment he made his choice and agreed to Su Mu-yun, the system provided another notification. Ding! Life Winner System successfully activated, enabling sign-in and cashback features. The host can sign in successfully by staying in any location, watching online videos, or live streams for 1 minute, earning corresponding rewards, with a maximum of 3 sign-ins per day. Rewards from sign-ins can yield 10 times the return when spent in a live stream, and double the return when spent in real life. Seeing this information, Lin Yu could no longer suppress a smile. His mind was filled with one thought. Woohoo! Let's take off. Chapter 2. Cohabitation Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the charismatic expert, perfect level, and a cash prize of $1 million. As the system notification echoed in his mind, a strange energy surged within Lin Yu. He felt an indescribable transformation taking place within him, as if he had become more charming and his mental acuity had increased. His aura, which initially radiated a cool detachment, began to diversify. He now embodied the qualities of a refined scholar, the undeniable presence of a domineering CEO, the ruthless demeanor of a battle-hardened warrior, the proud confidence of a genius, and the aloofness of a male idol. Countless qualities seamlessly blended within Lin Yu in an instant. From now on, whenever he found himself in related fields, a specific aura would instinctively activate, allowing him to focus intensely, as if he had activated a shielded buff that honed his expertise in one area. Su Mu-yun, who had been observing Lin Yu, was momentarily dazed. She sensed that this boy had undergone an invisible change just moments ago. If she were to describe it in words, he had simply become more handsome, with his cool charisma now even more pronounced. Su Mu-yun inexplicably felt that if he were to adopt an ancient hairstyle and accessories, he would undoubtedly appear as a stunningly aloof gentleman straight out of history. Ding ding ding. The sudden ringtone interrupted her thoughts. Lin Yu quickly answered the call, and a middle-aged man's voice came through. Hello, Mr. Lin Yu. I am the lawyer for your second uncle, Lin Yu. According to his will, a sum of $1 million will be transferred to your account shortly. Please keep an eye out for it. After delivering this message, the caller hung up without hesitation, leaving Lin Yu in confusion. Second uncle? Lin Yu? What is going on? Am I not an orphan? As if sensing Lin Yu's bewilderment, the system notification chimed in once again. Ding. Note 1. All rewards from the system originate from various investment markets, the estate of financial magnates, etc. They're legally traceable funds and will not cause inflation or financial crises. Ding. Note 2. All skills rewarded by the system will be transmitted through memory transfer, body transformation, and time-space stasis, completing within 1 second. Note. Skill levels are categorized as ordinary, elite, master, perfect, and divine. Ding. Note 3. All items rewarded by the system will be altered at the levels of causality and destiny, perfectly aligning with the legality and authenticity of reality. Please rest assured in their use. Upon reading these 3 consecutive notifications, Lin Yu couldn't help but gasp. Wow, is the system really this powerful? I'm in love. No wonder it's a must-have for crossing over. 2 words, amazing. Just then, Lin Yu's phone vibrated, and he received a text message. Your agricultural bank account ending in 7331 has received a transfer of 1,000,000,000. Your current balance is 1,001,203.48 yuan. Seeing $1 million credited to his account, Lin Yu naturally realized that it was the system at work. His so-called second uncle probably thought the same. By the way, send me your bank account number, and I'll have someone draft a contract for you to sign when the time comes. After watching Lin Yu stare at his phone in a daze, Su Mu-yun spoke up. If everything's fine, you can start moving your things over to live with me. I have plenty of empty rooms here. If you have a lot of stuff, I can call a moving company to help you. It's fine. No need for that. Lin Yu shook his head and replied, I can manage by myself. If you have something to do, go ahead. He didn't have much to move. Especially now that he had the system, he was too lazy to take anything that could just be bought with money. I'm not busy at the moment. I usually have things to do in the evening. I can drive you to move your stuff, Su Muyun said. It just so happened that she needed to stop by a law firm to formalize their agreement with a contract. Both parties needed to sign, after all. They were adults and needed to be cautious and formal about things. After thinking it over, Lin Yu agreed. Since she was willing to drive, he figured it was fine since he wasn't the one behind the wheel. Soon, the two of them left the house and headed towards the parking lot. During the walk, Lin Yu noticed that his cheap wife seemed quite wealthy. Not only did she own a BMW X5, but she also lived in a villa-style apartment. This gave him an inexplicable feeling of being supported by a rich woman. In the car, neither of them spoke, and the atmosphere was somewhat dull. Lin Yu could only take out his Xiaomi phone to scroll through videos. However, when he opened his phone, a trending news article suddenly caught his eye. Shocking. Popular dosha streamer Su Muyun has gotten married. Surprised, Lin Yu looked up at Su Muyun, who was driving. Wow. His cheap wife was actually a well-known streamer on the dosha platform? No wonder she was so wealthy. After some thought, he couldn't help but click on the article. Although it didn't have a picture of their marriage certificate, it made things very clear, mentioning how they had suddenly tied the knot. This attracted a plethora of fans and viewers commenting below. What the hell? My goddess is married. I can't believe it. My treasure of a goddess has been taken by some unknown guy. I'm about to spit blood. Seriously, anyone can trend nowadays. Even a wedding can make headlines. This is just hilarious. Laughing so hard. Every time our Yuner donates, you don't know where you are hiding to type away. Where do you live, buddy? Open the door, let me check your water meter. Exactly. Some people just can't handle the truth and say the grapes are sour. If you're capable. Why don't you trend for once? Damn it, just thinking about my goddess in someone else's arms makes me furious. I'm ready too. I've got my 40-meter long sword all set, just waiting for that pig who dared to mess with my goddess to show up. Once I see him, I'll charge in with a single strike, straight through. What a feast it will be. Impressive, the person above seems to be quite the predator. I, Uchiha Madara, acknowledge you. I shall call you the strongest pig hunter. Seeing all these ridiculous comments from internet users, Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle. It looks like he has stirred up quite a storm, with a whole bunch of people seemingly eager to take him down and take his place. This does suggest that his cheap wife has quite the allure. Are you a streamer? Lin Yu asked, breaking the silence. After all, staying quiet wasn't he going to help? And he preferred not to have such a heavy atmosphere between them. Do you know me? Su Muyun replied, her tone a bit puzzled. Although she was a streamer on the dosha platform, her recognition level was nowhere near that of the big names. It was quite rare for someone to recognize her in real life. Your marriage was trending, Lin Yu said casually. Su Muyun. She had expected that her drunken Weibo post from last night would actually make it to the trending list. Usually, her instructional videos on King of Glory would only garner a few 100,000 views and a few thousand comments at most. But now, her marriage event had shot straight to the top of the trending topics. What a sad story. Perhaps it was Lin Yu's breaking of the heavy atmosphere that allowed them to engage in light conversation, discussing where to buy household supplies and the mundane details of going to a law firm to handle contracts. Most of the conversation was led by Su Muyun, while Lin Yu listened. During their chat, Lin Yu learned that his cheap wife was actually a King of Glory streamer and had no scandals surrounding her. To his surprise, she even donated money to build a hope school for children in a mountain village. That was impressive. Before long, the two of them arrived at Lin Yu's rental apartment. Upon entering, Su Muyun glanced around the room and noticed that, despite its shabby condition, it was exceptionally clean and tidy, giving off a sense of simple comfort. Clearly, the room's owner valued cleanliness and had a certain level of spiritual and soulful richness in life. This richness didn't refer to material wealth but to the spirit and soul. Some people have abundant material lives, a great mental outlook, and a charming demeanor. Others may be financially struggling, lacking ambition, and have a dull spirit. From what she could tell, Lin Yu belonged to the former category. Such people are often the most enjoyable to be around. To be honest, Su Muyun had wondered if his place would be messy, cluttered with crumpled papers, and in disarray. After all, there are plenty of people who seem polished on the outside but are a mess on the inside. Thankfully, Lin Yu didn't disappoint her. Please have a seat in the living room for a bit. I don't have much to tidy up. And I'll be done quickly. Returning to this small one-bedroom apartment, Lin Yu felt an inexplicable sense of relaxation. As he greeted Su Muyun to take a seat, he sent a message to the landlady and then headed toward his room. All he needed to do was grab his important items like his ID and a few changes of clothes. Everything else could be left for the next fortunate tenant. While Lin Yu was inside tidying up, Su Muyun was observing the room when the landlady's voice suddenly came from outside. Oh, Xiaoyu, why are you moving out all of a sudden? Are you not comfortable staying here with your older sister? As she spoke, A mature woman in her late 20s entered the room. She wore a black V-neck fitted dress, was tall, had smooth fair skin, and her alluring makeup paired with captivating eyes showcased her unique mature charm. This was a woman radiating a beauty of intelligence and maturity, and every smile and frown exuded a captivating allure that was very attractive. When the landlady's voice rang out, Su Mu-yun instinctively turned her gaze toward the source. The next moment, as the landlady walked in, their eyes met. For a brief moment, the air felt still. "Oh, I was wondering why you were in such a hurry to leave. Turns out you found a girlfriend," the landlady exclaimed, surprised to see such a stunning girl in Lin Yu's room. She paused for a moment, then teasingly continued, as if she had discovered something new. It was the first time she had seen Lin Yu interacting with a girl, especially bringing one into his room. Usually, this guy would avoid girls like the plague, afraid to have any contact. Even talking to her was a struggle for him, let alone something like this happening today. It was as if the sun had risen from the west. Hearing the landlady's voice, Lin Yu, who had finished packing, quickly emerged with his backpack and explained with a light chuckle, "Not at all. I really appreciate your care over the years, Qingjie. I have to leave because something unexpected has come up at home that I need to handle." Mu Wanqing, the landlady who had given Lin Yu a rental discount, was also the landlord of over a dozen residential buildings in the area. Upon hearing this, Mu Wanqing's gaze shifted between Su Mu-yun and Lin Yu for a moment, and then it seemed she suddenly understood something. A beautiful smile curved her lips as she elegantly added with a hint of flirtation, "All right, since Xiao Yu is leaving, I want to insist. Just make sure to come visit me when you have time. After all, it gets quite dull here for me alone." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu responded cheerfully, "Sure, I'll definitely come by to see you, Qingjie. If it weren't for your help with the rent these past few years, I might have ended up homeless." The fact that Lin Yu could say something like this surprised Mu Wanqing, and her beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue as she looked at him anew. Has this guy finally woken up? Normally, he wouldn't joke around like that with her. "So you are the Qingjie that Lin Yu mentioned. He often brings you up." Just as they were chatting, Su Mu-yun, who was sitting in the living room, suddenly stood up with a smile and walked over to Mu Wanqing. With a graceful smile, she said, "Thank you so much for taking care of our Lin Yu over the years. It's truly an honor for him to have an older sister like you." "Really? Lin Yu has even mentioned me in front of you?" "Haha, that is quite rare. Given his personality, I suppose only someone as smart and charming as you could manage him." "Oh, you flatter me. What do you mean by Lin Yu's personality?" As Lin Yu listened to these two women, who were clearly enjoying each other's company and complimenting one another while completely ignoring his presence, he couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. It's true what they say, 3 women make a play. Life is indeed like a drama. These two are definitely the queens of theatrics. Unable to bear the situation any longer, Lin Yu decided to greet the 2 ladies who were engrossed in their conversation and left the scene of this chaos, waiting downstairs for Su Mu-yun. Not long after, about 10 minutes later, Su Mu-yun and Mu Wanqing came down from the upper floor, arm in arm. Their playful and intimate demeanor made it seem like they were the best of friends. After exchanging warm hugs and farewells, Su Mu-yun's expression suddenly changed once she got into the car, returning to her usual cool demeanor as if everything just now had been a facade. She cast a strange glance at Lin Yu, who was sitting in the back and scrolling through his phone, and then a smile crept onto her face, seemingly in a good mood. She learned from Mu Wanqing that he was quite a peculiar and extremely rare gem of a boy. Despite his stunning looks that could attract countless girls if he wanted, he actually disliked interacting with the opposite sex and was reluctant to engage in conversation with them. This was simply unbelievable. How could there be such a boy in this world? And most importantly, she had encountered him. At that moment, even with Su Mu-yun's typically cold nature, she couldn't help but feel a little thrill of excitement. After all, no one wants to live with a scumbag for half a year. Chapter 3. Is Earth my home? On the way back, Su Mu-yun was in a great mood. She even temporarily pushed aside the trending news about her wedding and took Lin Yu around, helping him buy essentials for their cohabitation. During this time, Lin Yu wanted to pay for himself, but Su Mu-yun refused him each time. Her reasoning was quite sound, since she was asking Lin Yu for help. How could she let him pay? In fact, Su Mu-yun learned from Mu Wanqing that Lin Yu wasn't very well off and lived a rather frugal life. Knowing this, she certainly wouldn't let him pay. After all, every young man has a strong sense of pride. After shopping, they went to the law firm to finalize their contract issues. By the time they finished, it was already past 5. Soon, Su Mu-yun drove back to the apartment, and the two of them, loaded with bags, returned to the room. Phew, I'm exhausted. Are you hungry? Let's order takeout. I have a live stream at 7. She said, dropping her things on the table and collapsing onto the soft sofa, turning to Lin Yu. Sure. Looking at the pile of unorganized items and his unmade bed, Lin Yu thought for a moment and decided to abandon the idea of cooking. What do you want to eat? The same as me, or do you want to choose something else? Sumian asked as she opened a food delivery app. Anything is fine. Then let us go with what I ordered. I got 2 servings of eggplant and pork clay pot rice. Remember to grab it later. You can choose any room except the one next to mine, which is occupied. Alright, I'm going to take a shower now. After placing the order, Sumu Yun, feeling sticky from sweating, couldn't stand it anymore and left the living room after giving a brief heads up. Hearing this, Lin Yu found a room with good light and started organizing his things. After a simple dinner together, they each went about their own activities. At 6:50 p.m., Lin Yu finally wrapped up all his chores and plopped down on the sofa, contemplating the system and what to do next. Since the system had already activated the check-in and rebate features, he naturally wanted to give it a try. After thinking it over, Lin Yu opened the app and was immediately greeted by a compilation of videos featuring the notorious Zhang San. Seeing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Zhang San was quite the character. He clicked in. The next moment, familiar sounds in the red eye special effect blared through. I'm married to 8 women at the same time, but I'm not registering the marriages. And I'm having the weddings all on the same day. Do you think I'm committing a crime? No crime. I'm just making you all envious. Before long, a minute passed. Ding. The life winner check-in system has been activated. Ding. The host has spent 1 minute watching a video of the notorious Zhang San. Would you like to check in? Yes, no. Yes. Lin Yu made his choice without any hesitation. Ding. You have successfully checked in at the video of the outlaw Zhang San. And your reward is a branch of the Jinshi law firm, Shanghai Division. Ding. Current check-in attempts available. 2. Wow. The Jinshi law firm in Shanghai. This is a bit over the top. Staring at such an extravagant check-in reward, Lin Yu was momentarily stunned. It's well known that the legal profession can be incredibly lucrative. The earnings can be terrifyingly high or low. Roughly 20 to 30 of lawyers based in major cities like Beijing and Shanghai account for over 80 of the entire legal industry's income. It's quite exaggerated, especially for a prestigious law firm like Jinshi, where every case is quite high profile, dealing with international patent infringement cases directly against top law firms in the US. Their ability to generate revenue is unmatched, with profits often exceeding 100 million each year. Additionally, such well-known law firms, despite being structured as partnerships, actually operate under a corporate management model. They have a managing partner, directors, committee members, and numerous senior and equity partners. The team is quite large, making it nearly impossible for one person to make decisions alone. However, thanks to the system's adjustments, what originally required discussions among many partners can now be decided solely by Lin Yu. Ding, ding, ding. The familiar sound of a phone ringing brought him back to reality. After answering, a gentle female voice spoke. Hello, Mr. Lin Yu. I am Wang Ling, the head of the Jinshi law firm in Shanghai. According to the will left by your uncle Lin Xiuyuan, the Jinshi law firm is now fully under your personal name. If you have time, we welcome you to visit our office. After casually responding to her, Lin Yu hung up the phone. This golden finger is really impressive. In the end, Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. A law firm that ranks among the top in China, with annual profits well over 100 million, has just effortlessly become his personal property. Even though he had mentally prepared for this, he was still surprised by the system's operation. Let's continue. Having tasted the sweetness of success, Lin Yu eagerly began the next check-in. Based on his earlier experience, it seemed that the rewards he received were related to the content of the video. After some thought, he exited the Penguin Kuaishou app. He then downloaded the Dousha Platforms app, completed the account registration and basic information. Once inside, the recommendation page on Dousha immediately popped up with many popular streamers' live rooms. To his surprise, Lin Yu saw his wife's live room. However, he didn't click on it because he had more important things to do. To verify his earlier guess, Lin Yu specifically searched for a live room that teaches voice acting. Soon, 1 minute later, ding. You have stayed in the live room of the streamer transforming witch for 1 minute. Check-in successful. Reward skill. Absolute voice actor, master level. Ding. The host currently has 1 sign-in opportunity left. In the next moment, a special warmth appeared out of nowhere at Lin Yu's dantian, then flowed to his throat, traversed through his nasal cavity, and reached his tongue and vocal cords. It continuously optimized, transformed, and upgraded them. Why does it feel like nothing has changed? The warmth quickly vanished, and no new information flooded his mind. Lin Yu felt a bit puzzled. As soon as he voiced this thought, he was surprised himself, because that voice was simply too pleasant to hear. Not only was the enunciation clear and the pronunciation precise, but the tone was also gentle and melodious, with a magnetic clarity. It was just like the refined male protagonist from anime speaking, which was quite exaggerated. For example, Yuchio from the King's Avatar. Well, is it really that impressive? Lin Yu could hardly believe it. In his excitement, his voice changed again, from a refined tone It instantly transformed into that of a chatty and adorable sunny boy from anime. For example, Huang Xiaodian from the King's Avatar. Lin Yu realized that his voice seemed to fluctuate with his emotions. He didn't need to mimic or voice act because this was his natural voice. I must say, the skills produced by the system are truly powerful. Looking at the system's notification sound, he found that he had only one sign-in opportunity left for today. Thinking of this, Lin Yu directly returned to the popular recommendation page of the Douxia platform. He clicked on a well-known streamer he was familiar with, Daizio Mei. As a top streamer in PUBG, Daizio Mei has won the hearts of viewers with her pure appearance, strong personality, and humorous streaming style. While playing PUBG, she often uses a voice changer to tease players in the game, sometimes sounding cute, sometimes flirty, and at times silly or clueless. This humorous streaming style has garnered her many fans, and coupled with her carefree nature, she exudes a strong aura. Therefore, her fans affectionately refer to her as Old Woman, a Princess of Peace, Tianshan Child, Beiji, etc. Before long, another minute passed, and the system notifications sounded again. Ding! You have stayed in Daizio Mei's live stream for 1 minute. Sign-in successful. Reward: 1 million fish fins. Friendly reminder: after consumption, you will receive 10 times cashback. Ding! The host currently has 0 sign-in opportunities left. The sign-in reward was actually fish fins? And 1 million at that? This means that after spending this 1 million in the live stream, I will receive 10 million in cashback. Looking at the 1 million fish fins lying in his account, a bold idea flashed through Lin Yu's mind. What if he used the cashback to continue pouring money into the Douxia platform, and then utilize the system's cashback feature to continuously rake in money? Wouldn't that be a way to take off? 10 million turns into 100 million. 100 million turns into a billion. Then 100 billion. A trillion. 10 trillion. Hiss. No, that's too exaggerated. It's almost unimaginable. It seems that the system detected Lin Yu's intention to exploit a bug. As a notification tone suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Friendly reminder: the system's sign-in feature and rebate feature are mutually exclusive. Cash deposits cannot enjoy the rebate function during live streaming. Rebates can only be obtained through sign-in rewards. Ding! Friendly reminder: the number of double rebate opportunities in the real world is synchronized with the daily sign-in count. Sign-in rewards offer unlimited tenfold rebates online. Listening to the system's notifications, Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. Well, it turns out there's no way to exploit bugs after all. Just as the thought crossed his mind, the system promptly issued a reminder. However, from the system's message, Lin Yu also realized that his double rebate opportunities in the real world were indeed limited, while the tenfold rebate applied only to shark fins. This meant that if he spent the 1 million in his account now, he could enjoy 3 double rebates today, turning it into 8 million. The next day, he could do the same for another 6 million, totaling 64 million. Wow, how does this not seem too far off from the tenfold rebate? If he consistently took advantage of 3 double rebates every day, then a year from now, would Earth really be my home? Chapter 4. The live stream controversy in the bedroom. Although Su Muyun's delicate and charming face appeared calm, her heart was somewhat anxious. Even though she had been live streaming for several years, this was the first time she faced the situation of being married and trending online. However, what was meant to happen would eventually come. Glancing at the clock, which read 6:59, Su Muyun took a deep breath and opened the live streaming room. The goddess from Wuhu has finally started streaming. I almost withered waiting for this. Hey, isn't that a married woman now? LOL, upstairs still calling her a goddess. Your goddess has gone from a girl to a married woman. Higi, we're not here to judge anyone's marital status. We're here to learn some skills. Exactly. Did someone else's marriage eat your rice? Stop talking nonsense. Wah, I can't believe my goddess is actually married. Goddess, please explain. Ha ha ha. To put it bluntly, starting today, this will be the territory of my minotaur. Wherever there's a minotaur, there's me, the pure love warrior, ready to take it down. I came here from the trending topic. And I didn't expect the streamer to be so stunning. Plus her gaming skills in honor of kings are top-notch. With that high-cold, aloof vibe, I'm totally in love. Anti-fans can leave. We sisters will always support Yuner. That's right. This is forever the territory of Yun's army. And Yuner will always be the pride of female gamers. The moment the live streaming room opened, the chat exploded with comments. Although Su Muyun's popularity didn't team match that of streamers like Days, Shushu Baby, or Teacher Piao, she still had hundreds of thousands of fans, with the buzz around her marriage trending online. Her fan count had unknowingly surpassed 1 million and was growing at a visible rate. Of course, most of these viewers were just here for the drama. But there were also a fair number of onlookers drawn by Su Muyun's stunning looks. After all, a fair-skinned, beautiful, tall, an aloof female streamer like her was a favorite among many. Looking at the barrage of comments on her computer screen, Su Muyun felt her face tighten. her slender fingers gripping the mouse a bit too tightly. This was a situation she had never encountered before, and it made her somewhat flustered. However, she quickly forced herself to calm down and, with a smile, said, "I know everyone is very concerned about my marriage, but I think it's work time now. So let's just play some games. As for the marriage thing, I can only say that my husband and I are in a free relationship. Regardless, I'm still the top female jungler in the national server, and that's what matters." Sumu Yun's opening statement was quite standard, with nothing wrong. However, some of the viewers in the chat weren't buying it. This was because, unlike male streamers, marriage was a significant taboo for female streamers. Once a female streamer goes public with a romantic relationship, she often faces the departure of many fans, particularly those who are devoted husband fans and looks fans. These fans see her as a goddess and shower her with gifts, but when she gets married, it's a reality that many can't accept. After all, not every man enjoys being a cuckold. Of course, this represents only a portion of her fan base. The rest are primarily there to learn skills. Sumu Yun is a strong player in Honor of Kings, having reached the top 3 in ranked matches and earning numerous national titles in various jungle roles. This is something everyone acknowledges. Game fans don't really care whether the streamer is married. For them, it's a more subdued reaction. After all, what does her marital status have to do with us? We're here to learn skills. If you're good at the game, and on top of that, attractive with a pleasant voice, that's even better. If your skills were lacking, we would have switched to another streamer long ago. Who cares about looks then? In the world of game fans, streamer gossip pales in comparison to the importance of gameplay. Wouldn't it be better to play more games and earn more stars? So, when Sumu Yun actually admitted to being married during a live stream and mentioned that she and her husband were in a love relationship, the husband fans and looks fans were immediately taken aback. They couldn't handle it. Their goddess had been secretly taken by someone else, and they felt like they could vomit blood from anger. It was just too sudden, no prior hints or news. It felt like a thunderbolt out of the blue. They wanted to see that guy and find out who had stolen their goddess away. I want to confront him, they thought. Let us see that pretty boy. I'll challenge him to a duel. Come on, let us skip the chatter and go straight to your husband. At that moment, one of the prominent fans in the chat, under a King account, spoke up. A striking red message appeared in the live stream. Mu Yun's husband. I really don't understand. Everything was fine yesterday, and suddenly today she reveals she is married. Is she planning to support a pretty boy after making easy money? This is disgusting. I've spent tens of thousands and couldn't even get a phone number. Acting all high and mighty, but secretly keeping a pretty boy. What a disgrace. I'm deleting my account. Just looking at this makes me sick. Since it was a King account, the message was repeated 3 times, and all the fans in the live stream saw it. Sumu Yun noticed it too. She recognized the person. He had been quite active in the fan group and had wanted her phone number. But she didn't give it to him and instead let him add her QQ account. She never expected him to have such a volatile temper and such poor character. If the guys are here to learn some skills, I welcome them. But if they're just here for the drama surrounding marriage and gossip, I have to repeat myself. My husband is in a free relationship, not some sugar baby. Please stop trying to stir up trouble. If anyone wants to leave, I won't hold you back. Thank you. Even though it's tough to hear insults, Sumu Yun didn't retaliate. Instead, she expressionlessly opened up Honor of Kings and continued her live stream. After years of streaming, she's used to situations like today where people insult her and try to create drama. She's endured far worse insults before, so this is nothing compared to that. After Sumu Yun finished speaking, some fans who couldn't handle it decided to leave. Haha. This is hilarious. It's like a mass exodus. It's a small issue. If you need to go, just go quickly. Don't waste my time. I'm here to learn skills. Besides, our Yuna is the #1 female jungler in the national server of Honor of Kings, a true skill streamer, not a beauty streamer. If you want to see looks, go to the dance channel. This is still my territory. It's even more interesting to see girls transition into mature women. I'm so excited. TSK, a 6-figure royal account just like that. What a pity. I really don't understand the world of the wealthy. Poor guy. Getting beaten to the punch by a sugar baby. What a way to end up crying in the bathroom. Hurry up and show us this sugar baby. Stop acting all aloof. You're making me laugh. In the chat, there were all kinds of comments. Some were gloating, others were enjoying the spectacle. And there were even some haters trying to stir up more drama. Chapter 5. Fury casting aside thoughts that felt distant. Lin Yu looked at the 1 million fish fins resting in his account on the Do Shop platform. After some consideration, he thought, since these rewards could be given to anyone, why not give them to his nominal wife, Sumu Yun? After all, it's better to keep the benefits within the family. However, before heading to her live stream, Lin Yu couldn't help but indulge his curiosity and search for information about her on Baidu. Sumu Yun, the top female jungler in the national server of Honor of Kings, boasts a highest rank of Glory King with 105 stars, and reached the peak competition's highest ranking of 3rd place. Known for her exceptional skills with the character Luna, she has made a name for herself among casual players, streamers, and professional players alike, and is admired by countless female gamers. With her exquisite looks and cool voice, she has garnered a significant fanbase, enjoying high popularity. Reading about Su Muyun on Baidu, Lin Yu couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, my amazing wife." To achieve such heights on her own is truly impressive. It's worth noting that in his previous life, Lin Yu had only started dominating the peak competition from Season S19, maintaining the #1 spot for 4 consecutive seasons, while his 2 alternate accounts held the 2nd and 3rd positions, acting as his support. Of course, while he and she were not directly comparable, achieving such success like Su Muyun is commendable for a girl in honor of kings. With this thought, a smile crept onto Lin Yu's lips as he eagerly clicked into Su Muyun's livestream. However, the next second, his smile faded, and his expression turned rigid. In her livestream, a barrage of comments that ignited his anger flooded the screen. "Where's that pretty boy? Hurry up and let him come out to face me." Exactly. Does the streamer not talking mean she's admitting he's her sugar baby? LOL. Is it even necessary to say? It's so obvious. And yet they're still pretending. Hee. Others might be living off women, but how can we call him a pretty boy? Exactly. He's just a soft rice king at most. Ha ha ha. Uchiha Ban, acknowledge him. I'm willing to call him the strongest soft rice king. Damn it. You damn haters, scram. Don't disturb your fathers while they're trying to learn skills. Yeah, where's the moderator? Hurry up and kick these scum out. Sisters, let these haters see the might of our Yun family army. Let the barges roll. They're coming. Haters get out. Haters get out. Out. In the livestream, Su Muyun stared expressionlessly at the Honor of Kings game on her phone. The new Season S19 had updated, and the new hero, Jing, had been released, which she liked very much. As for the haters trying to stir up trouble, every streamer faces that to some extent. There's no need to pay them any mind. Some streamers even engage with haters, assimilating them into their community. For the haters, Su Muyun remained calm, as the moderators in the live stream were systematically handing out bans. However, while she was carefully reviewing the skill introduction of the new hero, Jing, a hidden account from a hater spoke up in the chat. The red text echoed in the live stream multiple times. "Muyun, my goddess, I think that guy just now was spot on. What does your indifferent expression mean, streamer? If you've really been keeping a pretty boy, why not bring him out for us to see? Or are you secretly seeing him behind your parents' backs? You must be so filial, shamelessly supporting a pretty boy while pretending to be so high and mighty. It's disgusting." Upon reading this message, Su Muyun's previously expressionless face changed instantly. Her cold gaze, devoid of any emotion, fixed intensely on the chat. Her slender fingers gripping her phone so tightly that they turned pale, devoid of color. With a frigid demeanor, she almost shouted each word, "Get out of my live stream." Silence fell over the entire live stream. Only Su Muyun's icy roar echoed repeatedly. Countless viewers and fans were left dumbfounded. The chat was blank for several seconds. At that moment, the only thought in the minds of the viewers and fans was, Su Muyun actually broke down. This was unprecedented. Today, she was genuinely provoked by the haters. Could it be that Su Muyun's husband is really the pretty boy the haters claim he is, living off her? In that instant, the fans, who were initially just watching, became intensely curious, their gossiping instincts ignited. Consequently, after a brief pause, the chat exploded with excitement. Wow, after watching for so long, this is the first time I've seen the streamer lose her temper. What an honor today. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Finally exposed. Huh? Still denying that you're supporting a pretty boy? Then why did you break down? If you really weren't keeping a pretty boy, why would you lose it? This is evidence. TSK, I suddenly feel a bit envious of that pretty boy. With the streamer's looks and figure, plus her wealth, it must be great to live off her. We want to see the pretty boy? Bring him out for us to see. Come on, let's get this going, guys. Pretty boy, king of soft rice. Pretty boy, king of soft rice. In response to the rhythm set by the haters and onlookers, the entire livestream chat began to flood with unified messages. Faced with this situation, the moderators in Su Muyun's livestream were at a loss. There were simply too many messages to ban them all. While some female fans staunchly defended Su Muyun, the majority of fans, including gamers, began to question her after witnessing her breakdown and chose to sit back and watch the drama unfold. To be honest, Lin Yu's temperament was generally quite good. These bastards have gone too far, calling themselves a kept man or sugar baby. Seriously, what the hell? However, Lin Yu, who was already feeling indignant, was infuriated to see Su Muyun getting upset over a comment in the livestream chat. Damn it, no matter what. Su Muyun is supposed to be my wife in name. To think that this scumbag would insult her right in front of me. There's no way I can let that slide. If I don't vent this anger, then what kind of man am I? So today, even if it means risking everything, I'm going to make that insulting bastard pay. With that thought in mind, Lin Yu quickly took a screenshot of the repeated comment in the live stream chat and then checked the VIP requirements on the Dosha platform. The platform's VIP levels are ranked from lowest to highest: Ranger, Knight, Viscount, Earl, Duke, King, and Emperor, 7 levels in total. The highest tier, Emperor, costs 120,000 fish fins. But with a rebate of 100,000 fish fins, it effectively only costs 20,000, and 1 fish fin is equivalent to $1. Once you become an Emperor, you not only get a custom rocket but also can't be muted, allowing a small streamer to get pushed to the top easily, which is extremely popular among streamers. Seeing that the highest tier only costs 120,000 a month, Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh. A mere 120,000? That doesn't even put a dent in the million in my account. Today, I'm going to show those haters that I am definitely not some kept man. Chapter 6. Confrontation inside the live stream room. Just as Su Mu Yun was about to explain the reason behind her emotional breakdown, a massive golden banner suddenly appeared. Congratulations to Lin Yu for successfully activating the Emperor privilege in Su Mu Yun's livestream. Seeing this scene, the fans in the chat were momentarily stunned. This was an Emperor privilege worth 120,000 a month. Someone actually activated the Emperor status in Su Mu Yun's livestream after her marriage? Incredible. Despite Su Mu Yun having streamed for several years, no one had ever activated the Emperor status in her room. The highest was usually kings or dukes. Who would have thought someone would actually become an Emperor today? It was simply unbelievable. The chat exploded with excitement. Wow, a big spender has appeared. 66,666. I just want to say, Emperor Yu is awesome. Wow, 120,000 just like that. I don't understand the world of the rich. OMG. Guess what I just discovered? This is actually a newly registered account. Holy crap. It really is a new account. Ha ha ha. This Emperor Yu must be from my Tauran tribe. As soon as Su Mu Yun got married, he came to activate the Emperor status. Hee hee. Don't you guys get it? Oh the Tauran are forever gods. Quick, get my pure love warrior over here to take down this Tauran. While the fans were buzzing with excitement, Su Mu Yun was equally surprised. If she remembered correctly, the boy sitting in the living room was also named Lin Yu, right? Didn't Timu Wanqing say he was struggling financially? How could he afford to activate the Emperor status for 120,000? She had promised to give him 200,000, but that was only after the contract was fulfilled. Could it be a coincidence with the same name? As Su Mu Yun pondered whether the Lin Yu who activated the Emperor privilege was the same as the one in real life, the fans were still lively in their discussions. In today's live streaming world, while there were plenty of wealthy and super rich individuals, it was rare for someone to activate the Emperor status with a level 1 account. Typically, those who became emperors were the preferred choice of a streamer's agency, as they needed to support their contracted streamers by showering gifts on their female hosts to help them gain popularity. When the contracted streamer became famous, that's when the agency could make money. Therefore, if it was a guild account, it would usually be a level 120 fully equipped emperor. This way, gifting would be more effective and attract more viewers. However, an account that activated the Emperor status at level 1 was definitely a fan, not an agency. And for a fan to spend 120,000 to activate the Emperor status, that was truly impressive. Just as the fans were discussing fervently, another enormous golden banner suddenly appeared in the live stream room. Following that, a super rocket with stunning special effects shot into the sky, bursting into a dazzling display of light. User, Lin Yu, send a super rocket to the host Su Mu Yun. Before the fans could fully react, wave after wave of massive golden banners took over the entire live stream room. Super rockets launched one after another, bursting into a dazzling array of special effects. User, Lin Yu, gifted streamer Su Mu Yun 2 super rockets. User, Lin Yu, gifted streamer Su Mu Yun 3 super rockets. User, Lin Yu, gifted streamer Su Mu Yun 4 super rockets. User, Lin Yu, gifted streamer Su Mu Yun 100 super rockets. The super rocket is the most expensive gift on the Dosha platform, costing 2,000 each. 100 super rockets amount to 200,000 fish fins, equivalent to 200,000 cash. For most viewers, that's no small change. Even though Su Mu Yun has been streaming for a long time, it's not often that someone gifts her 200,000 yuan. Therefore, when Lin Yu launched 100 super rockets at once, the atmosphere in the entire livestream exploded. Wow, incredible. 100 super rockets right off the bat. The Emperor truly lives up to the title. 6666666. Does the Emperor still need any accessories? I'm delicate and can cook and do laundry. And I can even warm your bed, as long as you don't mind that I'm a guy. Thank you, Emperor, for the 100 super rockets. Wishing you a lifetime of peace. This is a true Tycoon, a level 1 account directly crowned emperor, and now he has gifted 100 super rockets. So impressive. Does this big shot have a thing for married women? The moment Su Mu Yun got married, he appeared. Ha ha ha. Enough chit-chat, bull-headed warriors. Let us pay our respects to the bull-headed leader together. Received, brave, bull-headed warriors, unafraid of pure love fighters. Charge, charge, charge. As the tone of the comments shifted dramatically, Su Mu Yun furrowed her brows. Just about to express her gratitude when a golden comment exclusive to the Emperor slowly floated into the live stream. Lin Yu, do I need to be a kept man? Also, that garbage king who just spoke without rinsing his mouth after eating slop. Who do you think you are? As this golden comment exclusive to the Emperor repeatedly floated through the live stream, the originally lively comments suddenly paused for several seconds, observing the information hidden within this statement. Countless viewers were practically blushing with excitement. Here it comes, here it comes. The main character has finally arrived. This Lin Yu seems to be the husband Su Mu Yun mentioned. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Could it be that the Emperor is the little kept man who just got roasted by those haters? Ha ha, this is hilarious. They might have kicked a steel plate this time. With the Emperor coming in and immediately activating the Emperor title, and without batting an eye, gifting 100 super rockets. Does anyone else need to rely on soft rice? Amazing. If all kept men were like the Emperor, then almost half of the people in all of China wouldn't even compare to a kept man. Hey, the Emperor is so handsome. This wave of domineering husband protection is straight out of a CEO romance novel. Same here. I suddenly feel the Emperor is so charming. As a member of the Yun family army, with this bold act of protecting his wife, I accept you. TSK. I dare say the Emperor is definitely a master of the Zwan playstyle. His level of roasting is exceptional. And he doesn't even need to use a single curse word. I can smell the smoke of war among the wealthy. Sure enough. Just as Lin Yu's comment was sent out, the Red King, who had just emerged to speak, appeared as well. Mu Yun, my goddess, he. Why are you in such a hurry to establish your persona now? Where were you earlier? If you had the guts, you should have stood up in front of the fans when Su Mu Yun started her stream and clarified everything then. TSK, now that you're finally showing up. Are you ready to spend money? By the way, Su Mu Yun, don't you feel pain pouring all the money you've earned from streaming over the years into this? If your parents found out you were supporting a pretty boy like this, they'd probably be furious enough to spit blood. Seeing these words, Su Mu Yun, who was initially shocked to find out that Lin Yu was indeed the same person, suddenly changed her expression. Her gaze icy as she fixated on the red comment in the live stream. She said, if you mention my parents again, I swear, no matter where you are, I will make you pay in real life. She could not tolerate anyone insulting her mother. After years of streaming, no matter how harshly the trolls cursed her, she could endure it and simply let the moderators deal with them. But her mother was her bottom line. If someone insulted her mother, she would definitely retaliate tooth for tooth, blood for blood. Hearing the conversation among these three big shots, the fans in the live stream suddenly realized. So, the reason Su Mu Yun was so triggered was because of her parents, not her husband. As for what the situation with Yu Huang was, it remained unclear. So now, aside from the trolls and Su Mu Yun's loyal fans clashing with each other, most of the viewers in the live stream were choosing to sit back and watch the show. Not picking sides, just letting the drama unfold. No problem. Let that pretty boy come out and face us. We want to see if he has been living off Su Mu Yun's earnings for years while selling a persona. Exactly. Let the pretty boy show himself. You guys crack me up. You really have some nerve. Why should we listen to you? Why don't you show us your bank balances? You shameless people just keep blabbering on. Watching the two factions in the live stream continue to confront each other, Su Mu Yun's expression was somewhat complicated. As a streamer for several years, she naturally understood the importance of her fans. With the comments escalating so quickly and many casual viewers watching, it was basically a fight to the death between the two sides. If she didn't bring Lin Yu out now, many might actually believe she was indeed supporting a pretty boy and was too afraid to confront it. But if she brought Lin Yu out to face them, and he couldn't prove he wasn't her kept man, then the outcome would also be unfavorable for her. If the contract between them got leaked, then her previous plans would be in vain. What to do now? Su Mu Yun's beautiful eyes were filled with confusion, and for the first time, a sense of panic and helplessness surged within her. It felt as if the whole world was against her, leaving her with no way to retreat or escape. At that moment, a heavy knock on the door suddenly echoed from outside. Chapter 7. Looks are justice. As a heavy knocking echoed through the air, Lin Yu's deep and magnetic voice came from outside, heavy like a volcano ready to erupt. Can I come in? Without waiting for Su Mu Yun's response, he pushed the door open. Wait a minute. The sudden action jolted Su Mu Yun back to reality. and she instinctively glanced toward the door. However, before she could finish her sentence, Lin Yu had already entered. In the next moment, their eyes met. Su Muyan looked tense and somewhat at a loss. When Lin Yu caught a glimpse of the confusion and helplessness in her eyes, his heart tightened unexpectedly. In that instant, it was hard to describe what he felt. Perhaps it was the result of his ingrained masculinity. Seeing his nominal wife being bullied made him feel uncomfortable, even though he knew he had no emotional foundation with her. What are you doing here? Su Muyan quickly regained her composure and glanced at the chaotic barrage of comments in her live stream. After a moment of hesitation, she stood up from her computer and approached Lin Yu, softly saying, "You'd better not go into the live stream. Just let them argue. Even if they think I've supported you, it doesn't really hurt me. After all, I'm a tech streamer." As she spoke, Su Muyan forced a relaxed smile at Lin Yu, as if it were merely a trivial matter to her. But was it really so? Lin Yu knew very well that her actions would only lead to her being labeled as someone who kept a sugar baby. If someone malicious, like the earlier commenter, guided public opinion, she could even face online harassment from countless people. The platform might decide to ban her entirely for the sake of the public. Yet, despite the serious consequences, she chose to distance herself from this online turmoil. She would rather suffer damage to her reputation than drag him down with her. It must be said that she was a girl who appeared strong and brave on the outside, but was soft and kind-hearted on the inside. Lin Yu admitted that when this girl, unaware of his background, sincerely thought of him, he felt a little moved. "All right, you should go out first. I still have to stream." As Lin Yu continued to gaze at her, Su Muyan felt flustered and averted her eyes, looking down and nudging him, wanting him to leave. Lin Yu remained unfazed, looking deeply into her eyes, and said, "As your nominal husband, if I just leave you alone in the live stream to be scolded by countless viewers and fans, do you think I can still call myself a man?" Su Muyan's heart jolted at his words, and she instinctively lifted her head to look at Lin Yu. At that moment, he looked resolute, his sincere gaze making it hard for her to meet his eyes. "Leave it to me. After all, you are my nominal wife. It's not right for a girl to shield a boy from the storm." As Lin Yu watched Su Muyan, who was momentarily frozen in place with acute daze, he couldn't help but chuckle and gently ruffle her hair. After that, he confidently walked over to her computer station. Watching his back, Su Muyan's beautiful eyes sparkled with a strange light. It was her first time realizing that this man's figure was so tall and imposing, giving her an unprecedented sense of security. Having lived alone in society for several years, carrying everything on her own, Su Muyan suddenly discovered that the feeling of having someone to rely on behind her was actually quite nice. With this thought, a subtle yet radiant smile blossomed on her delicate face, warm as spring flowers. Meanwhile, in the live streaming room, the sudden departure of Su Muyan caused the originally curious fans to start buzzing with speculation. Where did the streamer go? Is she off to call her husband? They whispered, "Hee, this is going to be good. It's bound to be a showdown, and someone else going to get hurt. Fights between wealthy individuals are rare. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. The truth will soon be revealed. How thrilling. I'm dying of laughter. That pretty boy better come out and face the music. Right? How dare he use the streamer's money to send gifts? What a little freeloader genius." The keyboard warriors were different, though. "Ladies, I'm so scared." "What do I do? Scared? Please, these golden mushrooms. Together they don't even compare to my pinky finger." Arriving at the computer, Lin Yu took a seat in front of the camera and faced the lens, looking at the chaotic barrage of comments in the live stream. The moment his face appeared on the screen, the once bustling comments instantly fell silent. In a live room with tens of thousands of viewers, not a single comment popped up for several seconds. However, after this brief silence, the comments exploded like a volcano. "Wow, what the heck is this divine face? This is too handsome, like a beautiful man from ancient times. Oh, I absolutely adore this cool, ethereal look. Me too. Is this really the Emperor Yu? He is so handsome, totally my type. Muyun, stop streaming games and let Emperor Yu take over. I'd sell everything just to support him. Same here. I'd work my fingers to the bone for him. Count me in. I'd even sell my kidney. Whose subordinate is this? How can someone be so stunning? Wow, this looks almost unreal. Even I, a big guy, think he is a total stud. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. How can you say he is not a pretty boy? Isn't it obvious? Exactly. Aren't he pretty boys just like this? What is so surprising? As Lin Yu made his appearance, the chat room was suddenly flooded with an avalanche of gifts. User, Su Jin Air, sent Su Mu Yun a super rocket. User, Yun Air Forever, sent Su Mu Yun a yacht. User, Susu gifted streamer Su Mu Yun a sports car. A continuous stream of gifts poured into Su Mu Yun's live stream, like a fountain, showing no signs of stopping, creating a very lively atmosphere. Watching this scene, Su Muyan, who was originally standing aside, was also surprised by the situation. She knew Lin Yu was handsome, but she didn't expect it to be this exaggerated. He managed to earn the praise of most fans in the live stream, especially her diehard fans from the Yun family. These girls were acting like crazy fans, showering Lin Yu with gifts. It was truly amazing. However, faced with the praise from everyone, Su Muyun felt a little flutter of joy inside. After all, as Lin Yu's nominal wife, when others complimented him, it naturally reflected how good her taste was. Thank you to all the viewers and fans for the compliments and gifts. But could you please pause the bullet comments for a moment? Let's clarify some things first, like that so-called soft rice king. Looking at the fans who were still sending gifts, Lin Yu raised an eyebrow and said slowly. However, when Lin Yu's voice rang out, the entire live stream, including Su Muyun who had just reacted, fell silent. Because Lin Yu's voice was gentle and clear, like a serene spring, pure and ethereal. This voice, reminiscent of a voice-acting master, combined with Lin Yu's cool, ancient-style looks, made the viewers feel as if they were seeing a handsome, traditional character straight out of a manga, dressed in flowing white robes, with a sword that sings. Oh my god, is this really the voice of the Emperor Yu? This voice is so beautiful. It's like my ears are about to be blessed. It's just too good. I feel like I'm going to faint. As a fan of good voices, I feel like I've reached a peak. The tingling sensation in my ears is just too amazing. Whoa, Emperor Yu's voice is so beautiful. He is so handsome and wealthy. I suddenly feel so envious. This voice acting is even better than those of the well-off Japanese voice actors. Calling it national-level voice acting wouldn't be an exaggeration. Laughing so hard. Is there really any difference between this voice and an ordinary person's? Here you are bragging. Pretty boy. Exactly. Can we focus on the main point? A pretty boy is just a pretty boy. What is the use of being handsome? Seeing this clear shift in the atmosphere, Lin Yu felt somewhat speechless. This group of fans was really hard to manage. They weren't paying attention to the main issues at all. Just then, the Red King account popped up again. Muyun, my goddess, I was a bit doubtful if I misunderstood, but you just exposed yourself. Pretty boy, soft rice king. After this exclusive royal account's red bullet comment floated by in the live stream, the fans, who had initially been watching the drama without taking sides, immediately joined the Yun family army, starting to retaliate fiercely. Where did this ugly dog come from, looking hideous and spewing nonsense? Jealousy over how handsome and wealthy Yu Huang is? Just say it out loud. We won't hold it against you. At most, we might throw a few insults your way. Ha ha ha. Some people really have had too much lemon. They're just so sour. Tis TSK. How dare this faceless nobody talk big here? Ladies, let us quickly give this loser some styling tips. I'm worried he might just crumble under the pressure. But honestly, no amount of dressing up can help someone like him. He is rotten to the core, not even worthy of a hair from Yu Huang. Faced with the furious backlash from most fans in the live stream, even the haters couldn't withstand it, quickly vanishing one by one. As for that Red King account, it's long been drowned out by countless fans' comments, struggling to bubble up at all. And even if it does, it'll soon be buried beneath a flurry of messages. In an instant, the live stream, which had been a standoff between two factions, turned into a one-sided overwhelming advantage with the majority of fans joining in. Watching the dramatic shift in the live stream, Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. He never expected that just showing his face and saying a few words would lead to such a situation. It is indeed a bit exaggerated, but it's also understandable. In this era where entertainment reigns supreme and looks are everything, interactions between people start with appearance, then get drawn in by talent, loyalty to character, infatuation with physicality, fascination with voice, and intoxication by deep feelings. Right now, Lin Yu's looks are described by his fans in the live stream as breathtaking, coupled with his immense wealth. A voice comparable to a national dubbing master, and his fierce protectiveness of his wife, he quickly captured the attention of many fans. However, Lin Yu wasn't planning to rely on his fans to resolve this matter. He intended to show everyone the reality. He, Lin Yu, is not a pretty boy, and he is definitely not a soft rice king. No one can insult him and walk away unscathed, and no one can insult his nominal wife in front of him. Chapter 8. The Power of Cash. Muyun, my goddess, I'm dying of laughter. This pretty boy has only this much ability, relying on others? Under the relentless barrage of comments from fans, the Red King account could only occasionally post a couple of repetitive messages before getting drowned in an endless sea of bullet comments. Besides Lin Yu, who kept an eye on him, no one else seemed to notice his messages. Therefore, when Lin Yu saw the message he posted, he couldn't help but chuckle. Sometimes, people choose to deceive themselves because they refuse to believe that someone else is better than they are, as they are inherently narrow-minded and cannot stand to see others succeed. Speaking of this, Lin Yu couldn't help but cast a disdainful glance at the live stream. That dismissive look was like a sharp sword, piercing through the internet and striking deep into someone's heart. shattering their fragile ego into pieces. It seemed that this disdainful look from Lin Yu had provoked the Red King account, which began frantically sending one bullet comment after another. Muyun, my goddess, you little pretty boy, what qualifications do you have to say you're better than me? Just because of your plastic surgery-enhanced face. Muyun, my goddess, I still need to deceive myself. I earn 6 figures a month, which is several times better than you. A loser who only knows how to get plastic surgery. Muyun, my goddess, a pathetic loser like you has such little ambition, just relying on others. You think being a pretty boy gives you superiority? You're a perfect match with that pretentious Su Muyun. As these eye-catching red bullet comments continued to flood the live stream, Lin Yu's expression darkened, and he said coldly, clown. Since you've put your face in front of me for a beating, if I don't smash it to bits today, I'll believe you. As he finished speaking, Lin Yu even laughed in anger, pulling out his phone and going on a spree of sending super rockets in the live stream. User, Lin Yu, sent 1 super rocket to streamer Su Muyun. User, Lin Yu, sent 5 super rockets to streamer Su Muyun. User, Lin Yu, sent 10 super rockets to streamer Su Muyun. User, Lin Yu, sent 50 super rockets to streamer Su Muyun. User, Lin Yu, sent 100 super rockets to streamer Su Muyun. User, Lin Yu, sent 300 super rockets to streamer Su Muyun. For a full 10 minutes, Su Muyun and all the fans in the live stream stared blankly as Lin Yu single-handedly flooded the screen with super rockets. Countless rockets soared into the sky, bursting with dazzling effects, stunning everyone. Is this the Emperor Yu? My god, this domineering husband-protecting vibe is just too handsome. Sisters, I'm totally in love. I love it all. Not only does he have a beautiful voice and stunning looks, but he also protects his wife so fiercely. He's simply the perfect idol in my heart. 66666. This wave of Emperor Yu showing off deserves full marks. Holy moly. So many super rockets. He really doesn't treat money like money. He has already spent hundreds of thousands, and it's still going on. As Lin Yu crazily sends super rockets, the popularity of Su Muyun's livestream starts skyrocketing at a visible speed. 1 million, 10 million, over 100 million. At the same time, the entire Dosha platform is captivated by these hundreds of super rockets, and viewers begin flooding into Su Muyun's livestream. Whoa, I came from the recommendation page and was shocked by this rich guy. What the heck? Is this what a heavenly face looks like? Is this really the rich guy himself? No way. Oh my gosh, not only is he handsome, but he is also loaded? Keep it low-key, everyone new here. Just sit back and enjoy the show. There is some silly king in the live stream openly cursing Yu Huang and the host, even calling others sugar babies. And isn't he just being schooled by Yu Huang right now? Wow, is a king account really this bold? He is basically the iron-headed kid of the new era. This host is too handsome. Enough talk. Ladies, I'm going to follow him now. While Lin Yu keeps sending super rockets. Fans from various live streams are buzzing with excitement, especially those who returned from watching the show, urging other streamers to join in. In Dai Xiaomei's live stream, whoa, old woman, hurry over to Su Muyun's live stream. Her husband is incredibly handsome. That is not the point. The most important thing is he has already sent over 300 super rockets in Su Muyun's live stream. Is that for real? Rich and handsome. Really. I watched Su Muyun's live stream the whole time. Her husband is not only good-looking and wealthy, but his voice is fantastic, like a national-level voice actor. My goodness, is it really that exaggerated? Guys, I'm going to check it out. Wait, good bros, count me in. I'm going to grab some popcorn too. Soon. The fans and popularity in Dai Xiaomei's live stream began to plummet at an astonishing rate, nearly half of them gone. Clearly, those who love a good spectacle have gone to enjoy the show. Looking at the remaining half in her live stream commenting, Dai Xiaomei couldn't help but curiously say, is there anyone coming back? Hurry up and report. 1 minute later, seeing no one returning, Dai Xiaomei couldn't sit still and jokingly scolded, you old perverts. Just how good-looking is he that none of you have come back? Is it really that exaggerated? As soon as she said that, 3 minutes later, comments finally appeared on the screen. OMG, this is just too handsome. With that cold ancient style, he looks like he walked straight out of an anime. Hurry. Old woman, you need to check this out. He is ridiculously good-looking, way better than those so-called celebrities. Seeing his looks, I finally understand what it means to be as handsome as Panin. Seeing this exaggerated scene from her fans, Dai Xiaomei's curiosity reached its peak. She quickly got eliminated in the ongoing game and then led her many fans to check out other rooms. This same conversation was happening across various streams on the Dosha platform, especially among some female streamers like Dai Xiaomei, Zhou Shufan, Yu Shuang, Nin Boer, and others. Encouraged by their female fans, they flocked one after another to Su Muyun's stream, causing its popularity and viewer count to soar. After all, who could resist how handsome Lin Yu was? In Su Muyun's stream, Lin Yu was still sending super rockets. User, Lin Yu, sent 350 super rockets to streamer Su Miyun. User, Lin Yu, sent 400 super rockets to streamer Su Miyun. User, Lin Yu, sent 450 super rockets to streamer Su Miyun. Finally, Lin Yu stopped. At that moment, the fans in the stream let out a sigh of relief. It had only just begun. Yet Lin Yu had been tapping away on his phone nonstop for nearly 10 minutes. 450 super rockets. That's already 900,000. Adding in the previous 100 super rockets, it totaled to 1 million. In less than 10 minutes, 1 million just vanished like that. Indeed, we can't comprehend the world of the wealthy. Chapter 9. The Eternal God of the Universe. Watching the 1 million fish fins on his dosha platform finally disappear, Lin Yu let out a sigh of relief. He had been frantically tapping his phone nonstop, and his fingers were starting to feel sore. Why was the most expensive gift on this parallel world's dosha platform only 2,000? Why not go straight to 200,000? Just as Lin Yu was complaining in his mind about how cheap the gifts were, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for spending 1 million fish fins on a live stream. The tenfold rebate has been activated, and you have received 10 million in cash. In the next moment, a familiar notification came through. Without even looking, Lin Yu knew that the 10 million had been credited to his account. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Yu immediately transferred all his assets, totaling 11 million, into the dosha platform's account. As the recharge success page appeared, the system's prompt sounded again. Ding. Congratulations, host, for spending 11 million. The double rebate feature has been activated, and you have received 22 million in cash. Rebate attempts available today, too. Hearing this prompt, a smile crept across Lin Yu's face. The existence of the system made him recall a classic quote from someone that went, "I'm not interested in money." Indeed. For Lin Yu, the amount of wealth he possessed was merely a matter of time. As long as he wanted to, he could rise to prominence in a short time, amassing hundreds of billions, even trillions. Therefore, money was really just a number. Behind him, Su Miyun, who had long since recovered from her shock, looked at the boy in front of her with a complex expression, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a hint of brilliance. She was not some naive girl just entering society. Since middle school, she had been living independently, and she had encountered countless men, not fewer than 800, if not 1,000. Even among those worth tens of millions or hundreds of millions, there were many. She was well aware of what they were after. Yet none of those men could give her the sense of security that Lin Yu did. It was important to know that the relationship between her and Lin Yu was merely a contractual transaction. They weren't even considered a couple. Just two strangers who had recently met. In 6 months, when the contract expired, they would each go their separate ways, with no further connections. He could have chosen to stand by and remain uninvolved, but in that moment, he willingly stepped up to protect her, keeping her safe behind him. To be honest, when Lin Yu stood in front of her, she felt an indescribable impulse to cry for the first time. How about we just call it quits? If this continues, things will only escalate. Looking at Lin Yu, who had stopped moving, Su Miyun hesitated and spoke softly. At that moment, her tone was incredibly gentle, as if she were a caring and understanding wife looking after her husband. Su Miyun's actions immediately triggered a wave of lament from the live stream's fans. Whoa. Hold on. We haven't had enough fun yet. Seriously, I've got my tissues ready and my pants down, and you want me to leave disappointed? Are you kidding me? You tell me to wrap it up right after I walk in? What the heck? Is this really the Su Miyun I know? How did the cool, aloof goddess suddenly turn into a devoted wife? Ha ha ha. This just goes to show that the Emperor Yu has taught her well, truly a role model for us men. Ha ha ha, a high and mighty goddess turning into a perfect wife in an instant. This is wild. The Bull Demon King is forever a legend. As an old fan of the live stream, I have to say I've never seen the host like this before. So, I just want to shout, Emperor Yu is awesome. Lin Yu was stunned by Su Miyun's overly gentle words. However, once he regained his composure and carefully considered the meaning behind her words, he realized she was worried about him. Thinking of this, a radiant smile spread across Lin Yu's face as he chuckled. Don't worry, your husband may lack many things, but money is not one of them. If he doesn't apologize to you today, I'll make him pay the price. By the end of his statement, Lin Yu confidently declared this in front of hundreds of thousands of fans in the live stream. At the same time, when Lin Yu spoke those domineering words, most of the new fans in the live stream exploded with excitement. What the heck? What kind of divine voice is this? Oh my god, his voice is so soothing, I love it. I feel like I'm going crazy. This voice completely outshines all voice actors. Ozzel, this irresistible, domineering CEO voice is so smooth, I think I'm getting a little flustered. Whoa, Emperor Yu is amazing. TSK. This display of arrogance from Emperor Yu deserves a solid 99 points. I'm leaving 1 point just to keep him humble. 66,666. Lacking everything except money. This is the definition of a rich guy's quote. Where's that king now? Has he backed down? Hey, do we even need to say it? He is definitely running away. As the comments from fans flooded the live stream, gifts started soaring into the air one after another. User, Dai Xiaomei, sent 5 super rockets to host Su Mu Yun. User, Yu Shuang, sent 3 super rockets to host Su Mu Yun. User, Zhou Shufeng, sent 3 super rockets to host Su Mu Yun. User, Nan Boer sent 3 super rockets to host Su Mu Yun. The atmosphere in the live stream instantly became lively, with countless gifts dominating the screen. There was no way around it, with Lin Yu's stunning looks, a voice akin to a voice acting master, and his over-the-top protective gestures. He was the ultimate male idol template for countless female fans, truly the national husband they went crazy for. Just then, a striking Red King-esque comment began to flood in. Mu Yun, my goddess, this is just hilarious. What does this prove? Isn't it just over 1 million? You can't even match Su Mu Yun's annual profits. And yet here you are acting all high and mighty? My goddess Mu Yun, if you really have what it takes, go ahead and spend 10 million to prove you're not just a pretty face. It's honestly laughable, spending just over 1 million and trying to rake in money from everyone? And you act all self-righteous. It's just disgusting. I can't even. My goddess Mu Yun, everyone, it's better not to fall for this. This person is just riding on their surgically enhanced looks and using a voice changer to scam everyone. They even try to play the role of a domineering CEO. It's hilarious. I'm right here waiting for you. What price can you make me pay, pretty boy? Seeing those eye-catching red comments from the King fans, Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle and mockingly said to himself, is 10 million a lot? He has the system's rebate feature, where he just needs to spend money daily to get double returns. Since this person is acting so pathetic, he might as well use today as rebate count on them, not only to slap them in the face, but also to make some money back. It's a win-win. With that thought, Lin Yu glanced at the time, which was already past 9 o'clock, and continued leisurely. It's clear that poverty limits your imagination. Today, I'm going to show you what it means to not lack money. Also, the internet isn't a lawless place. If I really do spend 10 million, and you don't publicly apologize to my wife in front of all your fans, I guarantee you will regret it. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yu grabbed his phone and activated the Super Rocket Barrage mode. User, Lin Yu, sends Super Rocket X1 to Su Mu Yun. User, Lin Yu, sends Super Rocket X2 to Su Mu Yun. User, Lin Yu, sends Super Rocket X50 to Su Mu Yun. User, Lin Yu, sends Super Rocket X100 to Su Mu Yun. User, Lin Yu, sends Super Rocket X300 to Su Mu Yun. User, Lin Yu, sends Super Rocket X500 to Su Mu Yun. For a full 10 minutes, he sent 1 million in an instant. All the fans in the live stream stared in shock as Lin Yu continued to send super rockets. How many super rockets can one send on the Douxia platform? When the popular streamer PDD first went live on Douxia, his #1 fan, his wife, helped him send nearly 3,000 super rockets. This helped him break 1 billion in views right at the start of his stream. 2 hours later, he achieved the highest level of streamer status. After that, everyone learned that once super rockets hit 99.99, they would reset the count. But at that time, everyone knew it was just a marketing stunt by Douxia and the couple to boost his popularity. But now, Lin Yu's constant barrage of super rockets was real money. Unlike those marketing accounts and guilds, Lin Yu wasn't getting any kickbacks. This meant he was literally throwing money at Douxia. Although Su Mu Yun would split the earnings 50-50 with Douxia, it was undeniable that the other 50% was essentially a gift. As they watched Lin Yu continuously send super rockets, everyone felt a breathless excitement. Time ticked away second by second. Lin Yu was still sending super rockets, his fingers never stopping. User, Lin Yu, sent 1,000 super rockets to the streamer Su Mu Yun. User, Lin Yu, sent 2,000 super rockets to the streamer Su Mu Yun. User, Lin Yu, sent 4,000 super rockets to the streamer Su Mu Yun. User, Lin Yu, sent 5,000 super rockets to the streamer Su Mu Yun. User, Lin Yu, sent 500 super rockets to the streamer Su Mu Yun. After draining his account of 11 million in one go, Lin Yu finally stopped. An hour had passed. When the viewers in the live stream saw Lin Yu finally take a break, they felt a sense of relief. Was this guy even human? He just kept clicking without a pause. But damn, this is incredible. 500 super rockets. That's a whopping 11 million. Just like that, he blew it all away. This guy is definitely a true wealthy legend. In that moment, the fans in the live stream went wild. Damn, I just want to say, Yu Emperor is forever a god. No doubt about it, Yu Emperor is forever a god. Ha ha ha, damn. I knew that scumbag was slandering Yu Emperor. Where's that punk now? Come out and face the consequences. Awesome. You Emperor is amazing. Voice cracking, oh my gosh. To spend over 10 million just like that, it's so extravagant it hurts my heart. Even a little bit for me would be nice. Haha. Maybe this is the world of the wealthy. Brothers, I think gender roles don't have to be so rigid. I can cook and do laundry too. You Emperor. Please take care of me, boohoo. Ha ha ha. Those who doubted you Emperor should come out now. I can't hold back my 40-meter long sword. Today I'm going to make a grand sacrifice to celebrate. Chapter 10. Apology. The fans in the live streaming community were incredibly excited. Scenes like this, where a wealthy patron showers money, are rare. It's worth noting that there are only a handful of big spenders in the entire streaming industry. The top-tier patrons are those who have spent hundreds of millions. Even the least among them has spent several million or tens of millions. Basically, if you don't spend a few million, you can't really call yourself a big spender. The operators of various live streaming platforms pay a lot of attention to these rare species of patrons. Almost every big spender who has appeared is remembered by them. They have long since identified which accounts are operated by companies or guilds. Therefore, there are probably only a little over 100 true big spenders on the Dosha platform. And now, suddenly, a new big spender has emerged. What's more, he has married Su Mu-yun, a host on the Dosha platform, and they even have a marriage certificate. Of course, the most important thing is that this newly emerged big spender was publicly insulted as a pretty boy by a so-called king account. Such a scenario of showing off and getting slapped in the face is undoubtedly the most appealing to fans who love to gossip and watch drama. Thus, when Lin Yu successfully showed off, the fans in the live streaming room went wild, collectively targeting that king account, having a blast as if they were possessed. Where are you? You bastard? Damn it, where did that dog run off to? I've sharpened my 40-meter long sword, and you tell me he has gone? Come on, that so-called king account. Get out here and face the music. Yeah, that piece of garbage better show up. This is a lesson for us all. If you don't have the strength, don't pretend to be tough, or you'll just look foolish. TSK, if you don't stir up trouble, you want to get into trouble. How dare he provoke Yu Huang? Alas, it's a pity that the super rocket didn't break 99.99 just now. Otherwise, it would have been a historical moment for the Dosha platform. Hey, that's over 20 million, not just a couple of dimes. You really don't value money at all. Glancing at the barrage of comments in the live stream chat, which were mostly attacking that king account, Lin Yu couldn't help but marvel at the power of wealth, rubbing his stiff and sore fingers. Lin Yu topped up the Dosha platform with another 22 million for the second round of rewards while speaking in the live stream. I don't care if that king account just now has run away or gone incognito. If you don't show up in this live stream within 3 minutes, that is, by 11 o'clock sharp, and publicly apologize to my wife, then I'm afraid you're finished. As he concluded, Lin Yu smiled and, in front of all the fans in the live stream, shared the screenshots of that king account insulting, slandering, and spreading rumors about Su Mu-yun just moments ago. With a calm tone that exuded absolute confidence and dominance, he stated, if you don't apologize, I swear in the name of the sole partner of the Magic City Jinshi law firm, I will make you pay the price. Furthermore, I will sue you for defamation under Article 246, Clause 2 of the criminal law for deliberately fabricating and disseminating false information, damaging someone's character and reputation. So, if you don't apologize, be prepared to receive a court summons. As Lin Yu finished speaking, in the live stream, countless fans were left stunned, their scalps tingling from a barrage of shocking information. They felt a jolt of excitement surge from their spines to their heads, instantly igniting their passions. The atmosphere in the room exploded. No way. Did I hear that right? The prestigious law firm in Shanghai actually belongs to Yu Huang alone. Wait, is Yu Huang talking about the top-tier law firm in China? Oh my god, this is a colossal mess for that king account. Wow, I can't believe it. I'm absolutely blown away. Oh, Yu Huang is so handsome. I envy anyone who has a husband like him. Straight to court with this. Is Yu Huang really that domineering? The way Yu Huang just spoke was so cool. I can't take it. How can such a divine boy exist in this world? Boo-hoo. I'm so envious of the streamer being protected by Yu Huang. I feel like I just ate a truckload of lemons, so sour. The fans never expected that what started as a simple act of bravado would escalate into a legal matter. This is like a dream. Unbelievable. It was just the fans who were stunned by Lin Yu's actions. Su Mu-yun, standing behind him, was equally shocked. She had no idea that Lin Yu was the sole partner of the prestigious law firm in Shanghai. What's more, he had already been planning this move since that king account insulted him. Otherwise, he couldn't have been so well prepared and meticulous. In that moment, Su Mu-yun felt a shiver run through her heart, as if a warm, bright ray of sunlight had pierced through the dark, cold spaces within her soul. Looking at the cool, handsome boy with his ancient-style charm, she reflected on everything he had just done, and a gentle smile, one she had never shown before, appeared on her delicate face. Her eyes sparkled like shimmering spring water, brimming with tender emotions. If she had liked Lin Yu before, she was now determined to turn their playful act into something real. A boy like him, she wouldn't let him slip away to another woman. He was hers. Lin Yu, however, was unaware of Su Muyun's feelings. At that moment, he was focused on checking the time while searching for the basic information of that King account. Perhaps due to the nature of this parallel world, registering on the Dosha platform required real name authentication. So even though that King account had deleted his fan title and fled from Su Muyun's live stream, there was still information about him in the stream. Based on this consumption record, Lin Yu could trace him back. Before long, Lin Yu found the consumption record of that King account and clicked in to check his personal information on the Dosha platform. Name, Zhang Yi. Gender, male. Birthday, May 20th. Location, Tanzhou. Email, phone number. Upon seeing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but smile. Alright, this person's information is quite comprehensive. It seems that the Dosha platform in this world is really powerful. Time passed second by second. All the viewers in the live stream were intently watching the clock. Soon, it was 10:59, just 1 minute away from the time Lin Yu had set. At that moment, a golden banner suddenly appeared in the live stream. Congratulations to user, I am an idiot, for successfully activating the Emperor privilege in Su Muyun's live stream. Before the fans could react, one after another, super rockets shot up into the sky, bursting with dazzling effects. User, I am an idiot, since Su Muyun a Super Rocket X1. User, I am an idiot, since Su Muyun a Super Rocket X5. User, I am an idiot, since Su Muyun a Super Rocket X10. User, I am an idiot, since Su Muyun a Super Rocket X30. User, I am an idiot, since Su Muyun a Super Rocket X50. In the blink of an eye, 50 super rockets soared into the live stream. Then, just as the clock struck 11 o'clock, a stream of exclusive golden bullet comments began to appear. I am an idiot. I'm sorry. I am an idiot, a big idiot. I shouldn't have insulted the host, and I definitely shouldn't have insulted Emperor Yu. I know Emperor Yu doesn't need the money, but these 50 super rockets are just a little token of my sincerity. I beg for forgiveness. I am an idiot. I'm here in front of everyone to apologize to the host. I truly feel bad. I just had some drinks and was talking nonsense. I hope you can overlook my mistakes and not hold it against me. I'm an idiot. What Emperor Yu said is right. The internet is not a lawless place. I will reflect on my actions. Please take me as a cautionary tale. As long as Emperor Yu is willing to forgive me, I promise I will never show up in any major live streams again. Please forgive me. Meanwhile, the time was exactly 11 o'clock, not a second off. Seeing this scene, the viewers in the live stream immediately burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, damn, this guy definitely timed it perfectly. TSK, so you're backing down now? I thought you were going to fight to the bitter end. Don't be a coward. Weren't you just so arrogant? Exactly. You weren't this humble when you were bashing our Yun family troops with those haters. Is that all you've got? I thought you were tougher than this. Now you're just pretending to be cool and ended up looking like a fool. Ahem, not to be rude, but listen to me. The internet is a deep sea you can't navigate. Hey, at least this guy activated the Emperor privilege and sent 50 super rockets. His attitude and way of apologizing were pretty decent. At least he's a man who knows how to bend and stretch. TCH, the person above is too naive. If Emperor Yu didn't have evidence, plus he's rich and powerful, would he back down? What the person upstairs said is spot on. If it were someone else, this guy would have probably fled by now, not caring whether you would sue him or not. You have the resources, and so do others. As long as the gap isn't too wide and you don't end up like someone facing a formidable opponent. The comments section is buzzing with all sorts of remarks. And of course, most of them are mocking this person named Zhang Yi. The main contributors are the members of the Yun family army, who have previously clashed with him. And they're attacking him fiercely, their fighting spirit off the charts. Regarding Zhang Yi's apology, Lin Yu merely glanced at it before turning to look at Su Muyun, who was not far behind him, and said with a light smile, "So, what do you think? Should you accept this I'm an idiot apology?" Lin Yu's words not only made Zhang Yi anxious on the other side of the screen, but also made countless fans in the live stream nervous and expectant. Would Su Muyun accept the apology? It can be said that Zhang Yi's fate now rests in her hands. If she disagrees, there's no doubt that Zhang Yi will not only end up with a pair of silver handcuffs and a luxurious single room, but will also have to pay a hefty sum in damages for emotional distress. The fans are convinced of this. The reason is simple. Zhang Yi is up against one of the top law firms in China. As long as the evidence is solid, they have the capability. Chapter 11. Killing with heart under the watchful eyes of Lin Yu and hundreds of thousands of fans. Su Muyun wore a delicate smile on her beautiful face and gently said, "You just handle it as you see fit." Such a tender response not only stunned Lin Yu, but left countless fans in the streaming room in shock. Wow, is this really the same cold and aloof goddess? Su Muyun, we see during her streams. This is basically the gentle and caring little wife. In that moment, the chat exploded with excitement. I can't believe it. Is this sweet person really Su Mu-yun? It's over. Our Yuner has completely fallen. Family. Our original dream of reorganizing the wife hierarchy has been utterly shattered. It's hopeless. Yuner has completely turned into a devoted wife. Sniff sniff. If I could have a national husband like Yu Huang, I'd also be willing to be a devoted wife. I see you're just daydreaming. Haha. Could this be the legendary family hierarchy? Wow, brothers, it's clear who the family emperor is, and that is Yu Huang. Come on, brothers. Let us flood the screen with praises for Yu Huang. I'm at a loss for words. All I can say is Yu Huang is amazing. Yu Huang is mighty. As for Su Mu-yun's gentle demeanor, Lin Yu found himself momentarily unaccustomed to it. However, no matter what, this was ultimately a good thing for him. After all, who wouldn't he want their wife to be aloof in front of others but gentle and caring and private? Thinking this, Lin Yu couldn't help but smile. After pondering for a moment, he cheerfully addressed the streaming room. Since my dear wife has spoken, let us leave it at that. Just don't let me see you online again. Oh, and to all the fans in the streaming room, feel free to keep an eye on him. If you catch him commenting online, just screenshot it for me, and I'll reward you with 100,000. At the end, Lin Yu cheerfully added, there's only one reward available, so it's first come, first served. Due to the real name verification system in this parallel world, no matter how many phone cards he switched, he would still need to verify his identity with his ID. This meant that as long as Zhang Yi dared to appear online, countless fans would be watching him closely for the chance to claim Lin Yu's reward. This move effectively banned Zhang Yi from speaking online for life. It was a true act of killing with heart. Harsh indeed. However, most fans in the streaming room agreed with Lin Yu's decision, especially the female fans from the Yun family military, who expressed their victorious sentiments in the chat. Meanwhile, on the other side of the internet, a middle-aged man with a protruding belly sat pale-faced at his office computer, his gaze fixed on Su Mu-yun's streaming session. When he saw Lin Yu forgive him in front of everyone, the man relaxed and let out a long sigh. He hadn't expected that he'd kicked a titanium alloy plate this time. Not only did I get my head smashed and bleed, but I also have to cough up some cash to avoid further disaster. What a total loss. Damn it. This pretty boy is acting like a wolf in sheep's clothing right under my nose, making me look foolish in front of my viewers and trying to rally the whole internet against me. What a ruthless move. This middle-aged man named Zhang Yi was cursing under his breath while simultaneously typing a thank you message in the livestream chat. I'm an idiot. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate the forgiveness from the Emperor of the Universe. I promise I won't cause any more trouble on live streaming platforms. I hope all the netizens will keep me in check. I won't make this mistake again. I'm an idiot. Lastly, I just want to say, the Emperor of the Universe is amazing. He is the eternal God. Seeing himself groveling and flattering in the chat, Zhang Yi's expression turned grim, and he gritted his teeth, saying, damn it, you think you're so tough now? Just wait until you're out of the picture. I'll make Su Mu-yun cry. With that, he opened a contact in WeChat named Chengge. Zhang Yi, you there? Chengge, well, if it isn't my boss Zhang, what brings you here today? Need your little brother to help with something again? Zhang Yi, cut the crap. I'm giving you 200,000. Go find an acting crew and keep an eye on Su Mu-yun from the Dosha platform. If she dares to stream playing King of Glory, you set her up. Chengge, no problem. As long as the money is right, I'll get a few acting crews to watch her day and night. We'll make sure she knows what's coming. Upon reading this, a twisted smile of revenge appeared on Zhang Yi's face. Even though he couldn't find Su Mu-yun in real life or do anything to her, he could still target her online. He just wanted to make her miserable. So what if that pretty boy has money? In the online world, he could arrange things however he wanted for her. From the shadows, could that pretty boy really drag him out? Even if he did. Did he have any evidence linking Zhang Yi to the orders? Chengge noticed Zhang Yi seemed lost in thought and quickly replied, you know my skills, ego. We've worked together so many times, both in real life and online. As long as the money is there, I can take care of anyone. Snapping back to reality, Zhang Yi wasted no time manipulating his phone to transfer 200,000 through Alipay, responding, all right, starting tonight, you keep a close watch on her. Make sure she is so frustrated she can't play this damn game. If she cries, I'll reward you handsomely. And find some trolls to smear her reputation. Let us make it as disgusting as possible. Chengge, got it. Ego. Just wait for the show to unfold. Picture of a soldier smoking. In the live stream, watching Zhang Yi grovel in front of his fans, Lin Yu felt a wave of discomfort and impatiently said, all right, since you've apologized, I want to go back on my word and sue you. Just delete your message and get lost. Seeing Lin Yu's disgusted expression, the fans in the live stream couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, the way the Emperor you look so disdainful could totally be turned into a meme. Hee. While the newbies are still watching the show, the veterans are already taking screenshots. Wow, the person upstairs is really good at this. You're such a pro at trolling. TSK, I'm here recording the whole thing, and I can only silently marvel at your IQ. TCH, you should have rolled out with those haters long ago. Being here alone is just shameless. Sigh, what a pity. The good show ended so quickly. The power levels are just too uneven. When will we get to see two big spenders go head-to-head? Now that would be satisfying. You upstairs, come on, do you think money just falls from the sky? Humph, laugh all you want, you'll be the one suffering later. Watching Lin Yu's disgusted look and the barrage of sarcastic comments in the live stream, Zhang Yi's face turned pale, and he left the platform in a huff. He had spent a whopping 120,000 to get that noble emperor title on the Dosha platform, and just when he was getting into it, they made him delete it. What a huge loss. Usually, he only bought Duke titles for 15,000, and the most expensive one was a King title for 60,000. And now, both the 120,000 Emperor title and the 60,000 King title are gone. And all of this happened in Su Muyun's live stream. What a damn stroke of bad luck. Chapter 12. Reciprocity. With Lin Yu's arrival, the online uproar caused by Su Muyun's marriage began to gradually subside. The fans in the live stream were more than thrilled to welcome Lin Yu, the handsome and charming Universe Emperor, who was also incredibly wealthy. The fans even started to form factions, with a majority being female fans who were particularly drawn to his looks and voice, including beauty enthusiasts and voice aficionados, among others. Even the gaming fans, who originally occupied a significant portion of Su Muyun's live stream, found themselves pushed aside, shivering in the corner. Lin Yu's popularity was so overwhelming that even Su Muyun, as the host, couldn't help but feel amazed. This live stream could very well be renamed Lin Yu's live stream. In response, Lin Yu could only give Su Muyun a helpless look. It was tough being this handsome, after all. Alright, you keep streaming. I'll head out for now, he said, standing up as he noticed that the live stream had stabilized. He had initially come to vent for his dear wife, and now that the matter was settled, it was time for him to leave. As Lin Yu stood up to leave, the fans in the live stream quickly urged him to stay. Whoa, host. Quickly stop the Universe Emperor, don't let him leave. Universe Emperor, don't go. If the Universe Emperor leaves, my youth is over. Yunur, hurry and keep the Universe Emperor here. Don't let him go. Yes. Cloud Army, flood the chat, and tell the Universe Emperor not to leave. Seeing the fans in the live stream flooding the chat with pleas for Lin Yu to stay, Su Muyun couldn't help but smile. Her delicate face lighting up with mischief as she teased Lin Yu. Why don't you just take over the live stream? Look how enthusiastic the fans are. They don't want you to leave. Oh well. Lin Yu blinked, pretending to be in pain, and while weakly walking toward the exit, he said, I just clicked my fingers too much, which made my blood circulate too quickly, causing my brain to feel congested. I suddenly don't feel so well. Listening to Lin Yu's deadpan nonsense, not only was Su Muyun taken aback, but even the fans in the live stream were left dumbfounded. Brain congestion from clicking fingers too much? Seriously? Are you trying to pull one over on us? Most importantly, his acting and excuses were overly dramatic. Soon, Su Muyun snapped back to reality, and as she watched Lin Yu feign weakness and tremble while walking out, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. The moment Su Muyun smiled, a rare and brilliant sight, the fans in the live stream went wild. Oh my gosh, I've made it. I actually saw the host smile. Wow, after all these years in Su Muyun's live stream, this is the first time I've seen her look so happy. Wow, I just want to know. Does this count as getting dog food? Hee. Ladies, I just realized something bold. How handsome would a boy born to Yun and the Universe Emperor be? Whoa, are you guys that ruthless? Even the Universe Emperor's son isn't off limits? Ahem, so what if it's a daughter? What? Did I just say something? I suddenly feel like time isn't an issue. I can wait. Ha ha, you old lechers. All of you are just waiting for the host and Yu Huang to have kids, huh? Pulling her gaze back from where Lin Yu had disappeared, Su Muyun walked over and sat down at the computer. However, when she saw the barrage of comments from fans in the live stream, her pretty face turned a bit red. These fans are too exaggerated, right? Someone actually asked when she and Lin Yu were going to have kids? Oh my gosh, is it really necessary to be so nosy? But, who knows, maybe this kind of thing could actually happen in the future. No, I can't think about that. Too embarrassing. Lin Yu, of course, had no idea what Su Muyun was thinking. After leaving the bedroom, he went to the living room and checked his phone. Right now, he had 22 million fish fins sitting in his account on the Dosha platform, which he had just recharged. His phone balance also had 44 million in cash. Besides that, he still had one last rebate opportunity for today. Looking at the time, which was already 11:30, Lin Yu decided to invest all 44 million from his card into the Dosha platform account to maximize his profits. Soon, with the system's notification sound, today's third rebate of 88 million was directly credited to his account. TSK, seeing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but marvel again at the power of the system. Continuing with the rebates tomorrow, the wealth he gained every day was starting to exceed 100 million. And most importantly, the further he went, the larger his wealth would grow. Looking at the 66 million fish fins lying in the Dosha platform, Lin Yu thought for a moment and decided to visit the live streams of Dai Xiaomei and Sister Zhou. After all, they had just sent a few super rockets in Su Muyun's livestream. Since they came to support her, he naturally couldn't be stingy. It's always better to reciprocate in such matters. However, just as Lin Yu clicked on Dai Xiaomei's livestream, a magnificent golden dragon suddenly appeared in the center of her stream, twisting and turning in the air with a spectacular effect. Truly impressive. Seeing this scene, Lin Yu was momentarily stunned, but he quickly understood what was happening. His originally level 1 Dosha account had now upgraded to level 121 maxed out. On the Dosha platform, 100 fish balls equate to 1 experience point, and 10 experience points equal $1. To go from level 1 to level 121, it required over $5 million. But Lin Yu had just racked up over 10 million in one night, so he had naturally reached max level long ago. Therefore, as soon as he entered any live stream, such a cool special effect would appear. At that moment, Dai Xiaomei was chatting with Su Muyun in her live stream. When she saw Lin Yu enter her stream, she was momentarily stunned, and the classic exclamation came out instinctively. Whoa, guys, Yu Huang actually came to my live stream. Oh my gosh, she was just joking with her fans in the live stream, saying that if she had a boyfriend like Lin Yu, she would have been married a long time ago. And then, in the next moment, he actually shows up. This is just too surreal. As for Dai Xiaomei's wild thoughts, Lin Yu was completely unaware. He glanced at the live stream and was surprised to see that she seemed to be voice chatting with his cheap wife, Su Muyun. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yu decided not to dwell on it and instead opened the gift interface to send some super rockets. User, Lin Yu, sent 1 super rocket to streamer Dai Xiaomei. User, Lin Yu, sent 100 super rockets to streamer Dai Xiaomei. User, Lin Yu, sent 300 super rockets to streamer Dai Xiaomei. User, Lin Yu, sent 500 super rockets to streamer Dai Xiaomei. A whopping 500 super rockets shot into the sky, and the special effects exploded instantly. The entire live stream room went wild, with the popularity skyrocketing to over 10 million. Wow, is this really the Emperor Yu? Just like that. P.S. throwing around a million. I can only say, this guy treats money like it's nothing. It's practically not even real money. No doubt about it, everyone, spam the chat. Emperor Yu is forever a legend. No question, Emperor Yu is forever a legend. Lin Yu's actions instantly snapped Dai Xiaomei back to reality. She quickly stood up and bowed to the live stream. Thank you for the 500 super rockets, Emperor Yu. You're so generous. Emperor Yu is forever a legend. Don't mention it, Lin Yu replied in the chat. After that, he exited Dai Xiaomei's live stream. Next, Lin Yu entered Zhou Shufang's live stream. Upon entering, he found that Zhou Shufang seemed to have been waiting for him. As soon as she saw him, she burst into laughter and said boisterously, "Welcome, Emperor Yu, to my live stream. I've been waiting for you for a long time." Zhou Shufang is a gaming host who has provided commentary for events including the S3 World Championship, TI3G League, and Nest, among others. She has also been a long-time commentator for popular MOBA games like LOL and Dota 2. Known for her sharp wit, she is also a well-known Counter-Strike fighter. The term Counter-Strike fighter originated from the fact that while Zhou Shufang is beautiful, she also has a sharp tongue, which netizens jokingly refer to due to her biting remarks. Originally from a girl group, Zhou Shufang boasts stunning looks and an amazing figure, but her live streaming success doesn't rely on those traits. Instead, it's all about her down-to-earth and heartfelt way of speaking, which has won over her audience and gathered a bunch of bold and spirited fans. Viewers often express that Zhou Jie is actually quite attractive, so they still want to support her. However, every time they get ready to show their support, Zhou Jie's sharp voice stops them in their tracks, instantly putting them in a state of enlightenment. This is the origin of the sharp-tongued joke and also the biggest reason she is called a Counter-Strike fighter. Most people tune into her live streams to enjoy her unique style. Lin Yu really appreciates this refreshing presence in the live streaming world. Without wasting any time, Lin Yu immediately started sending super rockets. User, Lin Yu, sent streamer Zhou Shufang 1 super rocket. User, Lin Yu, sent streamer Zhou Shufang 100 super rockets. User, Lin Yu, sent streamer Zhou Shufang 300 super rockets. User, Lin Yu, sent streamer Zhou Shufang 500 super rockets. Seeing Lin Yu come in and instantly send 500 super rockets, Zhou Shufang was taken aback. She had just returned from Su Muyun's livestream, and this was a big surprise. Thank you, Emperor Yu. Thank you, Emperor Yu. The Emperor Yu is forever a legend. Once she regained her composure, Zhou Shufang couldn't stop smiling. She quickly made Lin Yu a moderator while expressing her gratitude. This was a true big spender, the kind that isn't short on cash. When encountering such a rare and generous big spender, it's natural to try to win their favor. Seeing Emperor Yu's impressive display, her fans in the live stream were also very excited. Emperor Yu is so generous. Thank you for supporting Sister Zhou. Wow, today Emperor Yu is on a spending spree, dropping over 10 million in one night and still going. Incredible. Yeah, Emperor Yu is definitely giving out benefits. Hee, Emperor Yu is here. Guys, let's get to work. Hurry and get Sister Zhou to show off her dance moves. No doubt about it. Let's see Sister Zhou dance. As the comments flooded in urging her to dance. And seeing that Emperor Yu hadn't objected, Zhou Shufang gritted her teeth and stood up to start dancing. As the background music began to play, Zhou Shufang started to sway. However, the comments quickly changed. Stop dancing, please. Sister Zhou, give us a break. What the heck? Making Sister Zhou dance in front of Emperor Yu? You guys are too much. Ha ha ha. I only approve of Sister Zhou dancing. Oh no, my eyes. Sister Zhou. Don't do this. Emperor Yu is one of us. Cut him some slack. Damn. I walk in and see Sister Zhou dancing. I can't take it anymore. I'm out of here. Seeing this scene, Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh. Zhou Shufang truly lived up to her reputation as an experienced streamer. She had no rhythm at all while dancing. With a smile on his face, Lin Yu typed a reply. Thanks for your hard work, Sister Zhou. I appreciate the super rockets you sent in Muyun's stream. No problem, no problem. It's nothing, Zhou Shufang joked with a smile. Who can resist someone as handsome and talented as Emperor Yu? Even I can't help it. She genuinely wanted to befriend Lin Yu. After all, what streamer wouldn't want a big shot like him on their side? Especially for someone like Zhou Shufang. Most of her fans were just there for free content, and the top spots on her leaderboard were mostly marketing accounts from her guild. The real wealthy supporters who sent her gifts probably only spent hundreds of thousands. After all, her streaming style wasn't the type that appealed to big spenders. Moreover, the most crucial factor was that wealthy patrons usually had their own interests when spending money. People don't just give money away for no reason. Zhou Shufang isn't the type of beautiful streamer who would sacrifice her successful broadcasting career for a relationship with a guy on the leaderboard. To be honest, she knows that her popularity is currently high precisely because she's single and not married. If she were to expose a romance, or even get married, her popularity as a female streamer would inevitably decline. Not everyone is as lucky as Su Muyun, who found a handsome and wealthy husband. After Zhou Shufang's teasing, Lin Yu chatted briefly before exiting the live stream, heading over to the streams of Yushuang and Nanboer. Chapter 13, The Good Man at Home Soon. The clock struck 12. In the live stream rooms of Yushuang and Nanboer, Lin Yu, who had sent 500 super rockets, finally put down his phone. At this point, his fingers were so tired that he didn't want to move them at all. After a night of tapping away at the super rockets, Lin Yu felt as if his fingers were numb, almost as if he couldn't feel them anymore. Damn it, this dosha platform is too addictive. How can the cheapest super rocket cost 2,000 bucks each? Why can't they just let us buy 100 or 1,000 at once? He complained while rubbing his sore, tired fingers. Just as Lin Yu was venting, a food-themed live stream featuring barbecue popped up on the dosha platform's recommendation page. Looking at the tempting food cover, Lin Yu swallowed hard, feeling inexplicably hungry and a bit envious. Checking the time, he saw it was already 12 o'clock and noticed that the sign-in and rebate functions had refreshed. Unable to resist, he clicked in. As a food-themed livestream, most viewers were solely focused on the food, and even when Lin Yu entered, hardly anyone acknowledged him. The host was a girl, happily indulging in a feast at a 3-star Michelin restaurant, seemingly forgetting about the existence of the livestream. Before long, a minute passed, and a notification ping echoed in Lin Yu's mind. Ding! You have stayed in the live stream room of the host, Little Snack Lover, for 1 minute. Sign-in successful. Reward: culinary skills of a master chef, master level. Ding! Current sign-in attempts available. 2. In the next moment, Lin Yu felt a wave of dizziness, as if he had entered a void white space. Here, time had no meaning. He couldn't feel its passage. It felt like only a second had passed, yet it also felt like decades had gone by. Suddenly, a white figure appeared before him. It was wielding a spatula and a knife, practicing something with great intensity, flipping, chopping, and dicing. Ingredients flashed through the figure's hands and fell into a pot. Whether it was something crawling on the ground, flying in the sky, or swimming in the water, there was everything in the pot. The variety of ingredients in the white figure's hands increased rapidly, moving faster and faster, as if reaching some sort of limit. With a loud explosion, the white figure suddenly burst apart, transforming into countless dazzling light points that swiftly flew toward Lin Yu. Next, the white room shattered, and his consciousness began to return. Lin Yu jolted awake. At the same time, countless white light points appeared within him. After merging with these light points, his cells seemed to receive some kind of signal and began transforming his body. Under the coordinated efforts of various cells, some soft parts began to harden. The strength, tightness, and power of muscles throughout his body rapidly increased. Body fat percentage plummeted, and his physique became perfect. To Lin Yu's astonishment, a faint, warm flow, akin to inner power, emerged in his dantian area, which was quite miraculous. 1 second later, after the transformation was complete, Lin Yu felt a surge of power coursing through his entire body. His senses, hearing, vision, had all been heightened, and his muscles reacted with exceptional sensitivity. It felt as if he had undergone a physical metamorphosis, which was truly miraculous. As he tuned into every part of his body, Lin Yu noticed that some areas had changed. It seemed as if his body had gone through extensive practice with a spatula, flipping pans, and knife skills. His muscles had developed a sort of memory, forming conditioned reflexes. At certain moments, he might instinctively perform specific actions. For instance, if an unexpected situation arose in the kitchen, his muscles would react almost instantaneously. Even before Lin Yu's conscious mind could register what was happening, his body would subconsciously resolve the issue. This sensation was akin to having truly practiced culinary skills for decades, making his body incredibly agile. In other words, in just 1 second, Lin Yu had gained the results of countless hours of hard work that others had spent years perfecting. Moreover, whether it was physical fitness, insights, or knowledge about ingredients, he could master everything in a remarkably short time. Feeling the wealth of knowledge in his mind along with his robust physique, Lin Yu couldn't help but exclaim, "The system is incredible!" With his new skills, Lin Yu felt a tingling excitement in his hands and an inexplicable urge towards the kitchen. After a moment's thought, he headed towards Su Muyun's room. Meanwhile, in Su Muyun's livestream, she had just finished practicing the new hero, Jing, and was being bombarded by her fans' comments. "Univer, hurry and check on your husband. He is out there throwing money around like crazy. Hop a hop per streamer, still in the dark while Yu Huang is showering female streamers with super rockets. 500 at a time, and just like that, 1 million is gone. Yu Huang truly is a legend. Yun'er, call Yu Huang back, stop him from wasting money. Guys, I advise you to mind your own business. Yu Huang hasn't even given any attention to the male streamers yet. I don't think gender should be such a hard line. You mean my husband, he gave a lot of super rockets to Dai Xiaomei and Sister Zhou?" Su Muyun looked at the comments, her face showing a thoughtful expression. It seemed that all the people Lin Yu had sent super rockets to had just streamed in her room. Su Muyun wasn't foolish, piecing the situation together. She calmly addressed her live stream. "It's fine. Since he is doing this, there must be a reason. As his wife, I will trust and support him, no matter what he does." As soon as she said this, the fans in the live stream felt as if they had received a devastating blow. "I can't believe it. I stayed up all night only to be fed dog food here. Wow, Yun'er and Yu Huang's relationship is so good. It's really enviable. TSK, is it the trend now to lure dogs and just to kill them? Damn it. I advise the streamer to focus on gaming. Why talk about love and marriage when you could be playing a good game? With no men in my heart, I naturally wield my sword. As a gaming fan, I seriously doubt that a streamer's skills will decline after getting married. Come on, if I had a perfect boyfriend like Yu Huang, I wouldn't even bother with games. I'd just go for real-life competitions." The bedroom door was left open, and Lin Yu walked in, saying, "Honey, are you hungry? Want to grab a late-night snack?" "Huh?" Su Muyun, who was interacting with her fans in the live stream, was momentarily taken aback. She turned around with a smile and replied, "Well, now that you mention it, I am a bit hungry. How about we order takeout?" With that, she picked up her phone, ready to place an order. As a streamer, ordering takeout at night was quite common. After all, gaming does require both physical and mental energy, and it can get pretty exhausting, especially for someone like Su Muyun, who streamed until past midnight. "Forget it, I won't order takeout." Seemingly reminded of the eggplant clay pot rice from earlier, Lin Yu shook his head and said, "Are there any vegetables in the fridge? I'll cook." Upon hearing Lin Yu's response, Su Muyun's eyes widened with curiosity as she looked at him and asked, "You can cook? A big guy like him can cook? Surely he is not just making fried rice, right?" Not only was Su Muyun curious, but the fans in the live stream were equally astonished. A handsome and wealthy guy like Yu Huang should be used to having everything served to him, right? How could he possibly cook for himself? This was too unreal. Su Muyun thought for a moment and suggested, "Do you really want to cook by yourself? Should I help you?" "No need. Your husband is quite the chef." Lin Yu waved his hand jokingly. "Of course, if you're worried. We can order takeout just in case I end up making some dark cuisine." To the surprise of the fans in the live stream, Sumuyan playfully giggled like a little girl, saying, hee hee, then I really want to see what kind of dark cuisine you can whip up. This sudden personality switch left the fans in the live stream dumbfounded, with many praising Yu Huang in the comments. Today, they realized that no matter how aloof a girl may seem, once she falls in love, she will definitely break her character. Alright, I'm going to cook now. It's midnight. You should get ready to end the stream. Staying up late isn't good for your health. Lin Yu smiled and nodded, giving her a reminder before turning to leave. Okay, I'll wrap up the stream soon. Watching Lin Yu's retreating figure, Su Mu Yun responded softly, looking incredibly sweet and obedient. This sight made the many single fans in the live stream lament. If I'm guilty, let the law punish me. But don't make me suffer through the dog food from this couple. Woohoo, I want to experience a passionate romance too. That's enough. We had our fill of dog food tonight. Exactly. I was planning to have a late night snack, but now it suddenly doesn't seem appealing. Watching the barrage of wistful comments flood in, Sumuyan smiled brightly and said, alright, that's it for today's stream. I'm off to see what my husband is cooking. Her tone became as cheerful as a lark, filled with joy. As soon as the viewers realized she was about to end the stream, they quickly pleaded with her to stay. Wait, we want to see Yu Huang cook too. Why should you have all the fun? You can't just hog it all to yourself. Exactly. We want to see how Yu Huang makes his dishes. Hurry and check on Yu Huang. I wonder if he's making fried rice. Hee, if you mention that, I'm all in. I'm known for making sure others are well fed. Ahem. Buddy, is that comment appropriate? Ha. May I ask the two gentlemen above if you are the legendary Crouching Dragon and Hidden Phoenix? Internet police here. You are suspected of illegal driving. I will detain you in the name of justice. What a scene. Is this Lin Yu's live stream or her own? Are all these fans here for Lin Yu? So, she's just a supporting character? Su Mu Yun couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. I seriously suspect you all have ulterior motives regarding my husband. In the live stream chat, someone chimed in. Hey, let us drop the suspicion. We just have a crush on Yu Huang. Exactly. Yu Huang belongs to everyone. I think boys can also do laundry, cook, clean, and warm up the bed for Yu Huang. How about you just let Yu Huang be with us? You're still young, so let us sisters bear this burden. Ahem. I think us boys can handle it too. Seeing the viewers' comments, Su Mu Yun shook her head in resignation. This batch of fans is quite something. However, she eventually agreed, taking her phone and heading to the kitchen while streaming. Chapter 14, Culinary Arts in the Kitchen. Lin Yu opened the double-door refrigerator in his home and looked at the meager ingredients inside, feeling a bit speechless. Was his frugal wife really just ordering takeout all the time? The fridge was barely stocked. The quality of life seemed a bit too low. After searching for a while, Lin Yu finally found a dozen eggs, 2 carrots, a pack of ham, and a small bunch of scallions and green peppers. Aside from that, the freezer was filled with frozen foods like dumplings. It was clear that Su Muyan had either been too busy or too lazy to cook, leading to this situation. Lin Yu glanced at the rice cooker and noticed there was still half a bowl of leftover rice. He picked it up and sniffed it. Fortunately, it hadn't gone bad. Looking at the limited ingredients in front of him, Lin Yu's mind raced with ideas, eventually settling on a delicious dish, fried rice. Fried rice might seem simple, but it can also be quite challenging. It's simple because most people who can cook have made fried rice at some point, but it often lacks flavor. It's difficult because a master chef's fried rice must have each grain separated while still being coated with egg. Additionally, the freshness of the ingredients and the moisture content of the rice must be just right to create the best dish within a specific time frame. For instance, the best rice to use is leftover rice. Overnight rice has less moisture, making the grains firmer and easier to separate when frying. After sitting overnight, the rice absorbs moisture, puffs up to be full and soft on the inside, while remaining firm on the outside. It looks plump and appealing, and the starch undergoes some changes, initially fermenting into trace amounts of sugar and polysaccharides. When heated, these sugars combine with the oil, eggs, salt, and scallions, creating a wonderful fragrant sweetness that makes the fried rice more delicious and enjoyable, with a chewy texture and a sweet aftertaste. Standing behind the counter, Lin Yu mentally reviewed the knowledge of making fried rice and quickly set up everything he needed. He took a deep breath, feeling a slight tremor in his body. This wasn't nervousness, it was excitement. He was enjoying the upcoming cooking process, feeling invigorated. Just then, Su Muyun walked into the kitchen with her phone, live streaming. Before she could cheerfully ask what he was doing, Lin Yu's next move left her frozen in place. He suddenly sprang into action, slapping the cutting board with his right palm, and as a surge of energy flowed through, the 4 eggs on the board flew into the air. In the next moment, a flash of cold light appeared as Lin Yu, with a knife in his right hand, precisely sliced through the airborne eggs. With a sharp crack, the eggshells shattered into 2 halves, the upper parts flying straight into the nearby trash can. The egg liquid inside seemed to be enveloped by an invisible force. Due to the relationship between weight and the invisible airflow, the egg mixture in the lower half of the eggshell fell in unison, one descending while the other rose. In the blink of an eye, under Su Mu-yun's incredulous gaze, time seemed to freeze. Lin Yu, holding a bowl with both hands, moved with lightning speed. Swooping down from the air, two crisp sounds of impact echoed as the egg whites and yolks perfectly separated, landing in two separate bowls, while the slightly stained eggshell fell neatly to the ground. Then, with one hand cracking the eggs and the other holding the pan and spatula, Lin Yu lit the stove and heated the pan. As the iron pan turned a bright red, the egg whites and yolks were thoroughly mixed. With a swift motion of his right arm, he threw in some cold oil, which instantly began to bubble violently. The sizzling sound of hot oil filled the air as Lin Yu, with an exaggerated speed, chopped the green peppers, carrots, and ham into strips and cubes on the cutting board. Next, Lin Yu merged his waist and legs into one fluid motion, deftly flicking his white spatula as if it were a silver dragon dancing in his hands, effortlessly tossing the strips of green pepper into the hot iron pan without leaving a single piece behind. The distinct spicy aroma of the green peppers instantly wafted through the kitchen. Su Mu-yun seemed to be captivated by the pungent scent, and she couldn't help but salivate, swallowing instinctively. This was quite extraordinary. As Lin Yu stir-fried the green pepper strips over high heat, he prepared a plate. Soon, the fully cooked green peppers were plated evenly, arranged in layers that gradually advanced. Their vibrant, tender appearance made one eager to taste them immediately. Then, with a flick of his arm, Lin Yu poured the well-mixed egg mixture evenly into the iron pan. A rich egg aroma immediately filled the air. Next, he quickly added the leftover rice to the pan, turning the heat down from high to low, while the spatula danced in his hand like a silver dragon, the yellow yolks coating each grain of rice in a golden hue. As the fragrance reached a peak, Lin Yu added the egg whites into the pan, perfectly sprinkling them over every bit of the golden fried rice. Then, with another swift motion, he brought down the already washed green onions. The knife flashed under the light, and in a flurry, the scallions were chopped into tiny pieces. With a precise flick of his right hand, he dropped them into the iron pan. The combination of scallions, egg mixture, and rice created an explosion of aroma that filled the air. Finally, Lin Yu tossed in the diced carrots, ham, and the stir-fried green pepper strips. With a loud sizzling sound, the fried rice rolled and surged in the iron pan like crashing waves. The flavors of all the ingredients burst forth at that moment, filling the kitchen with an irresistible fragrance. After adding a pinch of salt, the fresh fried rice was ready. Lin Yu set down the salt shaker, removed the pan from the heat, plated the dish, and executed the whole process seamlessly, like flowing water. It smells amazing. Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction, savoring the aroma of the fried rice in the air. I have to say, cooking for the first time after gaining a skill is quite exhilarating. The sense of ease and proficiency, along with the excitement, had him somewhat entranced in the joy of cooking. Truly, this skill rewarded by the system deserves the praise. It's just amazing. Just as Lin Yu was carrying a large bowl of fried rice to call Su Mu-yun over for dinner, he suddenly noticed she had unknowingly stood at the kitchen door, startling him. When did you get here? You scared me. Lin Yu shot a glance at the still-dazed Su Mu-yun and, while walking toward the living room, said with a smile, "All right. Hurry over and grab some bowls and chopsticks. My fried rice is not something just anyone gets to enjoy." Coming back to her senses, Su Mu-yun looked at Lin Yu's retreating figure and then at the eerily quiet live stream room devoid of any comments, feeling a bit lost. Did she just accidentally stream Lin Yu cooking to the fans? Could this be a problem? Never mind. Eating is the most important thing. That fried rice looked delicious. With that thought, a radiant smile spread across Su Mu-yun's delicate face as she hurried to the kitchen to grab bowls and chopsticks, ready to dig in. Chapter 15. A feast fit for a national banquet? At the restaurant table, as Su Mu-yun gazed at the bowl of glistening, perfectly separated golden fried rice before her, an intoxicating aroma wafted through the air, nearly enveloping her. This dish smelled absolutely divine. All right, enough staring, let us dig in before it gets cold, she said, her appetite getting the better of her. Seeing Su Mu-yun so entranced, Lin Yu chuckled and said, "We're out of groceries at home. I'll go shopping tomorrow. And from now on, we'll cook for ourselves instead of ordering takeout all the time." She replied absent-mindedly, her eagerness evident as she eagerly took a bite of the golden fried rice, wanting to savor its flavor. In the next moment, her eyes widened in disbelief, and she couldn't help but let out a moan of delight. This is incredible! Hearing Su Mu-yun's exclamation, the fans in the live stream suddenly snapped to attention, excitement bubbling up. Whoa, just how good is it that it made the host react like that? Come on, host, pick up your phone. What does it mean to show us the ceiling? Wah, I want to try the fried rice made by Yu Huang too. What just happened in the kitchen was straight out of a Stephen Chow movie. This is insane. Feels like a dream. Is there anyone who recorded that? Hurry up and share it. I want to see it again. Ha ha. I'm silently recording the whole thing. It's $5 a share. Hit me up if you need it. Unaware of the barrage of comments from her fans, Su Muyun had already set her phone down on the table and was focused on devouring the fried rice, completely oblivious to the chaos. Before long, her small bowl of fried rice was empty. Burp. She let out an adorable belch, suddenly realizing her lack of decorum, and quickly covered her mouth. Looking up, she saw Lin Yu smiling at her, and her cheeks flushed as she said, "Why are you staring at me? It's your fault for making the fried rice so delicious." Ha ha ha. How could your husband's cooking not be delicious? Lin Yu replied, amused by her shyness. We're out of ingredients today, so I could only make fried rice. Tomorrow, I'll whip up something special for you, like Buddha jumps over the wall, lioness head meatballs, or 3 treasure duck. Anything you want. National banquet? The mention of this term left Su Muyun momentarily stunned. Oh my gosh. What a treasure of a guy have I brought home. She had thought Lin Yu's cooking skills were impressive, but she never imagined he could reach the level of a national banquet. That's just too exaggerated. It was just Su Muyun. Even the fans in the live stream were taken aback by Lin Yu's words. If they hadn't just witnessed him cooking, they might have doubted it. After all, dishes of national banquet caliber are not something just any chef can create. The chefs who can achieve that level are among the elite of the culinary world, akin to the stars of Mount Tai, and now, Yu Huang claims he can do it too. This is simply unbelievable. The live stream had gone completely wild. Oh my goodness, who exactly is this Yu Huang? Not only is he incredibly handsome, but he's also wealthy beyond belief. And the most important thing is, his cooking skills are off the charts. He can whip up dishes fit for a state banquet. It's honestly giving me chills. Is there any all-knowing internet user who can dig into Yu Huang's background? Ugh, I feel like you're just dreaming. There's no way to find that out. Boo-hoo. I envy the streamer for having a husband like Yu Huang. If Yunner ever lets him go, I'd work my fingers to the bone just to support him. I'd even sell a kidney if I had to. Most of the fans still hanging around Su Muyun's live stream are diehard supporters. Those who didn't like her have long since left. So now, the majority of the fans are just feeling bitter. Oh, I think I just suddenly forgot I was live. Suddenly, Su Muyun exclaimed, as if remembering something important, and hurriedly picked up her phone from the table. Looking at the barrage of comments flooding the chat, Su Muyun quickly apologized, saying, "Sorry, guys, my husband's fried rice is just too delicious. I momentarily forgot you were here." Upon hearing this, the already bitter fans were even more resentful. Are you even human, streamer? How can you be so engrossed in your meal, completely forgetting about us? It's outrageous. Exactly. Even if you packed up some of Yu Huang's fried rice and sent it over, we wouldn't forgive you. Ahem, I think if I got a portion, I could forgive you. What? You up there, can you at least have some ambition? At least 2 portions. By the way, what does Yu Huang's fried rice actually taste like? Yunner, you have to tell us. Yeah, just hearing you eat it is making my mouth water. After hesitating for a moment, Su Muyun reminisced. How do I put it? The moment you take a bite, an indescribably rich aroma just hits you. It's soft and chewy, each grain of golden fried rice is plump and bursting with flavor. When you bite into it, there's a wonderful fragrant sweetness, perfectly complemented by the spicy, tender strips of green pepper, along with the crunchy, tasty carrots and diced ham. The combination of these flavors is simply exquisite, leaving a lingering taste that makes you want to take another bite. At the end, Su Muyun instinctively glanced at the untouched bowl of golden fried rice in Lin Yu's hands, her tongue unconsciously licking her lips. Hearing such a detailed description of the food, the comments were filled with despair. Listening to the streamer makes me feel so hungry right now. No kidding. I suddenly feel like my instant noodles aren't appealing anymore. How cruel, dropping food envy on us late at night. Boo-hoo. Yunner, are you a food streamer? Your description is so detailed that it's making me hungrier. I want to eat Yu Huang's fried rice. Me too. I'm thinking of forming a group to crash the streamer's house for a meal. Count me in for crashing. Is there anyone else out there like Yu Huang? I want one too. A guy who can cook, looks great, and is super wealthy is just irresistible. Too perfect. In fact, it's not just the fans who think this way. Even those like Sister Zhou and the adorable little sister hiding among the fans share the same sentiment. How come he never encountered such an ideal, homebody man? Watching Su Muyun's eager gaze, Lin Yu chuckled and said, "Just eat until you're 70 full. If you eat too much at night, you won't be able to sleep." Upon hearing this, Su Muyun puffed her cheeks and reluctantly withdrew her gaze. There was no helping it. Even though she knew she shouldn't eat more, the desire to indulge was hard to resist. To keep the greedy little cat from lingering on the thought of food, Lin Yu quickly finished the fried rice in his bowl. To be fair, His homemade fried rice was indeed delicious, so good that it was hard to stop. Lin Yu couldn't help but marvel at the system's output. It truly was a masterpiece. After a simple late-night snack, Su Mu Yun volunteered to wash the dishes. Lin Yu naturally had no objections and even joined her in tidying up the kitchen, watching this harmonious and happy scene of the young couple. The fans in the live stream showered them with blessings and praise. Such beautiful domestic moments only exist in TV dramas. It was simply too wonderful. Once everything was cleaned up, it was nearly 1 o'clock. After wrapping up with the fans, Su Mu Yun ended the live stream. Although they were married in front of the world, they still slept separately. Even if Su Mu Yun decided to turn their pretend relationship into something real, their progress wouldn't be so fast. Chapter 16. Stirring the pot? In the room, Lin Yu lay on the bed with his eyes tightly shut, reflecting on everything that had happened that day. This was a habit he had developed in his previous life, summarizing his daily experiences and contemplating what he should do next. After a while, Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes. He picked up his phone and looked at the screenshots of Zhang Yi's comments saved in his gallery. After some thought, he ultimately decided not to send them to Wang Ling, the head of the Jinshi law firm. While it's important not to harbor ill intentions, one must also be cautious. It was better to wait and see how Zhang Yi would respond. If he was the type to seek revenge, Lin Yu would not hesitate to crush him without leaving any room for retaliation. On the other hand, if Zhang Yi chose to back down gracefully, then everything would remain peaceful. It all depended on Zhang Yi's decision. Putting that aside for the moment, Lin Yu opened the Dosha platform, intending to use up his remaining 2 check-ins and 3 returns to see what rewards he could get. To maximize his benefits, he decided to visit some of the bigger live streaming rooms, such as that of the popular streamer, Sa Zhu. As one of the top streamers on Dosha, Sa Zhu had a massive following and often streamed late at night. Soon, Lin Yu entered Sa Zhu's live stream, where Sa Zhu was engrossed in a game of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, bantering with random teammates, completely oblivious to Lin Yu's presence. Lin Yu didn't mind, he patiently waited. Before long, a minute had passed, and the system notification chimed. Ding. You have successfully checked in at Sa Zhu's live stream. Reward, 10 apartments in the A building of Tangshan Epin. Ding. Current available check-in count, 1. 10 apartments? Goodness. Is the system expecting him to start a pig farm? Lin Yu smirked, slightly unimpressed. He was quite indifferent about cars, houses, and clothes. As long as they were comfortable and practical, he didn't care about brands. Though it was true that most expensive items tend to be both comfortable and practical, Lin Yu believed that skills were far more valuable. After all, he didn't lack money at the moment. For him, anything that could be bought with money in real life was not a concern. What truly mattered were the things that couldn't be bought in reality. Like the various skills rewarded by the system, those were the real treasures. At that moment, a notification from Shufeng Express suddenly popped up on Lin Yu's phone. Your Shufeng package has arrived at the Shufeng Express station located 50 meters from Tangshan Epin. Please pick it up between 8 o'clock, 00 and 1800 hours, 00. Inquiry, 19x times x times x times x, customer service, 9xxxxx7. Wow, that was impressively fast, instant delivery. But it was equally impressive that the property deed was being sent by express. Lin Yu clicked his tongue in admiration, left Sa Zhu's live stream, and began searching for the next big streamer. Before long, Lin Yu arrived at Su Su Baobao's live stream. As one of the top streamers on the Dosha platform, Su Su Baobao's live stream is quite similar to that of Sa Zhu, both attracting a lot of emperors and boasting high popularity. Coincidentally, when Lin Yu entered the stream, he immediately noticed this, so he quickly smiled and said, "Welcome, Emperor Yu, to my live stream. Thank you for your support." Seeing Su Su Baobao welcome him so warmly, Lin Yu, who initially planned to just check in and leave quietly, felt that he had to make a bit of a show. So, he decisively activated the Super Rocket Spam mode. User, Lin Yu, sent streamer Su Su Baobao a Super Rocket 1. User, Lin Yu, sent streamer Su Su Baobao a Super Rocket 10. User, Lin Yu, sent streamer Su Su Baobao a Super Rocket 50. User, Lin Yu, sent streamer Su Su Baobao a Super Rocket 100. Lin Yu stopped after sending just 100 rockets, not because he didn't want to send more, but he just wasn't in the mood to keep clicking. Well, thanks to Emperor Yu for the 100 super rockets. Thank you, boss, thank you. Su Su Baobao, who was originally playing a dungeon game, was taken aback. This is a big spender, directly sending 200,000. Meanwhile, the fans in Su Su Baobao's live stream were also very excited, including some who recognized Lin Yu. Hey, guys, look who I ran into. It's Emperor Yu sneaking in at midnight to shower gifts. Wow, Emperor Yu is still here sending gifts after having a late-night snack. I need to tell your wife. Even if you try to tempt me with fried rice, I won't give in. Ha ha ha, no doubt about it. Count me in for reporting, unless it's 2 bowls of fried rice. Thanks to Emperor Yu for supporting Su Su Bao Bao. Thank you. By the way, who is this Emperor Yu? Can someone enlighten us? You don't know Emperor Yu? Bro, you're out of the loop. Let me tell you, tonight, as the fans in the chat started to educate each other, not only did the viewers in the stream learn about Lin Yu's activities, but even Su Su Bao Bao was somewhat shocked. This Emperor Yu turned out to be the husband of a top female streamer on the Dosha platform. The most surprising part was that he was a big spender. He had sent over 10 million in just one night, and it was all without any cash back. This was simply the definition of a true big spender. At the same time, Lin Yu typed in the chat, "No problem. The gift system on Dosha is terrible. You can only send one super rocket at a time. I don't know if they can upgrade it to allow sending 100 or 1,000 at once. Clicking one by one has my fingers sore." Seeing this, the fans in Su Su Bao Bao's stream burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, is the super admin around? Get out here and do your job. Even Emperor Yu is speaking up. Exactly. Dosha needs to reflect on this. My user experience as Emperor Yu is really poor. Ahem. I hope Dosha doesn't take this for granted. Impressive. Sending 100 super rockets at once. Only Emperor Yu could say something like that. It's as if money doesn't mean anything to him. Just kidding. Who is the Emperor of the universe? He is the eternal God. The Emperor of the universe is so impressive. The fans are just joking around. They naturally know that the Emperor is being intentional, after all. The super admin has quite a bit of authority. Whether it's a big spender or a major streamer, everyone shows respect in front of the super admin. But in the next moment, they got slapped in the face, literally, with a loud smack. Super admin Shark Chochio, alright, Emperor, I will report your request as soon as possible. Please hold on. Seeing the super admin Chochio actually come out in the stream of streamer Shushu Baby and agree to relay the Emperor's request, the fans immediately exploded. What the heck? No way. The super admin really came out. Wow, is this really the Emperor? This is the Emperor. I can only say, the Emperor is the eternal God. I have no words. I can only say the Emperor is amazing. In contrast to the fan shock, Lin Yu remained calm. He knew that Dosha platform was all about making money. A big spender like him, who could provide millions to the platform without any return, would definitely have his reasonable requests met. Not to mention, this request only brought them benefits and no drawbacks. They would only be eager to have him invest more money. So how could they possibly refuse? Soon, as the system notification chimed in his mind, Lin Yu completed his final check-in. Ding. You have successfully checked in at streamer Shushu Baby's live room. Reward, Villa number 1 in Magic City. Ding. Available check-in count for the host. 0, huh? Another house? Wow. Did I just hit the jackpot for houses today? Seeing this check-in reward, Lin Yu couldn't help but feel speechless. Just a moment ago, it was 10 sets of Tangshan E-Pin, and now it's a villa. Is my assumption that the higher the popularity, the richer the rewards incorrect? Shouldn't I only receive skills in those specialized live rooms? But the problem is, if that were the case, the check-in rewards I got in the Saiju live room should have been related to League of Legends, not 10 sets of Tangshan E-Pin residences. And the rewards from checking in at Shushu Babies should have been related to Dungeon and Fighter. Yet all the rewards are houses. Does this mean that the check-in rewards are random, and that there's just a higher chance of getting skills in specialized live rooms? The more Lin Yu thought about it, the more likely it seemed. After all, with a system like this, he couldn't be sure. There were no clear patterns. It was just like opening a blind box. Randomly checking in for rewards. Perhaps the chances of getting skills by checking in at specialized live rooms are indeed higher than in regular ones. Shaking his head, Lin Yu exited Shushu Baby's live room. However, in the next moment, a strange phone call suddenly came in. Lin Yu knew without looking that this was the result of the system's arrangement. Sure enough, once he answered the call, a standard female customer service voice came through. Hello, Mr. Lin Yu. I am Li Xian, the professional manager of the standalone villa at Ziyuan number 1 in Shanghai. According to the will left by your second uncle, Lin Shuyuan, this villa is now entirely under your name. I was wondering if you have time to come by tomorrow to take possession of it? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu casually responded that he would come by to take a look tomorrow, and then hung up the phone. He had already used up all 3 sign-in opportunities for the day, earning a master-level cooking skill, 10 sets of soup dishes from the prestigious Thompson Riviera, and a standalone villa. No matter how you look at it, acquiring a skill was quite a gain. With this thought, Lin Yu felt a wave of happiness. Looking at the remaining balance of 88 million in his account, Lin Yu didn't hesitate for a moment and transferred all of his assets, 88 million, into his Dosha platform account. As the recharge was successfully processed, the system notification chimed again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 88 million. The double return feature has been activated, earning you a cash return of 176 million. Available rebate times today, too, at the same time. Lin Yu's Dosha platform account had more than 140 million fish fins. Finally, he used up all the remaining rebate opportunities for the day. and his account balance soared to 740 million. Meanwhile, the fish fins on the Dosha platform increased to over 660 million. Looking at the substantial wealth he had accumulated overnight, even though he had mentally prepared himself, Lin Yu still found it somewhat surreal. This was just too outrageous. Fortunately, he was the one on a winning streak. With that thought, Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle to himself and went to bed feeling quite pleased. However, what Lin Yu didn't know was that while he was asleep, discussions, videos, and topics about him were rapidly sweeping across the internet at an alarming rate. This night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. Chapter 17. Lin Yu's Rise to Fame. Douyin, one of the most popular short video platforms in China, has naturally captured the attention of many young people. Early this morning, a rookie's video suddenly went viral on Douyin. The title of his post was simple yet intriguing. The life of a big shot is always so unremarkable. Just this straightforward title drew countless viewers, purely out of curiosity. After watching the video, many people noticed it was almost entirely unedited, showing everything in real time. When viewers saw Lin Yu angrily flaunting over 10 million in his live stream, publicly declaring a campaign against Zhang Yi, and denouncing plans to sue him for defamation, the comments section exploded. Wow, I've learned something today. This is what a true big shot looks like. Seeing that court lawsuit made me shiver. The internet really isn't a lawless place. Haha, this is how it should be. Let those keyboard warriors keep being arrogant, and then bam, a court summons right in their face. So satisfying. Oh my god, is Lin Yu actually the sole partner of the prestigious Jin Shi law firm in Shanghai? The top law firm in China. Wow, he's so handsome. And his voice is amazing. For a guy who is not only good-looking but also wealthy and possesses such a charming voice, it's hard to resist. As more and more people saw the video, the topic of Lin Yu quickly gained traction, spreading like wildfire across Douyin and Bilibili. Some netizens even started to create memes, turning Lin Yu into an emoji with the phrase, "We're coming for you online." The users in Bilibili's meme community were thrilled, jumping in to create even more Lin Yu-themed emojis, such as legal warning, court summons alert, and the internet is not a lawless land. They were having a blast with it. While netizens were busy with various memes, a video of Lin Yu cooking and chatting was suddenly leaked. As viewers watched this seemingly cinematic cooking video, featuring dishes fit for a state banquet, they were left dumbfounded. Is this really something a person can do? Are you sure this isn't special effects? This is way too unreal. Everyone knows that live broadcasts have no special effects, and while it was hard to believe, the reality was just that exaggerated. Oh my god, Lin Yu can cook too. I'm in love. I'm feeling so envious right now. I want a perfect man like that. Wait, he can even whip up state banquet level dishes? How can I not believe it? LOL, you guys are so gullible. Anyone who knows a bit about the culinary industry in China knows that there are only a handful of chefs capable of making dishes at that level. And they are all top-tier talents. Just him? Haha. With the emergence of various videos featuring Lin Yu, discussions about him have been rapidly brewing online. There are spectators, skeptics, but more importantly, a significant number of admirers and fans who express admiration and even idolization. Most of these fans are young women, particularly those who are drawn to his looks and his voice. Additionally, there are many onlookers who enjoy the drama unfolding. In response, the ever-resourceful internet users began to conduct a human flesh search to uncover Lin Yu's true identity. Meanwhile, at Tsinghua University, one of the top universities in China, when Lin Yu's name came up, some of his acquaintances took to the internet to comment. On the campus forum, someone even published an article about him, which has since been shared across other platforms. The article is titled, "Those Things About Lin Yu, the Junior." The text reads, Lin Yu is quite a legendary figure at Tsinghua University. I'm 2 years his senior, so I suppose I can be considered a secretly admiring senior sister. I won't disclose my identity, so let us keep that under wraps. To continue, Lin Yu was the top scorer from Central and Southern Province when he entered Tsinghua, and his science scores were unbeatable, all perfect scores, truly remarkable. However, despite his prowess in the sciences, he struggled with his Chinese subject, reportedly dragging his overall score down due to a zero-score essay. The essay topic that year seemed to be related to certain systems, and he boldly pointed out some unmentionable flaws in those systems, criticizing specific individuals with sharp and incisive language. That essay never circulated widely, as I heard it contained very sensitive content. Nonetheless, I still feel that receiving a 0 was excessive, especially since he aced both his other main subjects, math and English. Of course, as someone who appreciates good looks, I must say that Lin Yu is incredibly handsome. He has that ethereal, aloof vibe reminiscent of ancient beauty icons. I can hardly resist. Regarding his family background, I seem to recall someone mentioning that he grew up in an orphanage, and he possesses a remarkable aptitude for learning, excelling in all subjects like a true academic prodigy. By the way, here's a secret. Lin Yu has never interacted with girls. He hardly speaks, let alone engages in any physical contact. He completely ignores us. Which once led me to question his sexual orientation. Unexpectedly, I found out that he is now married. When I learned of his marriage, I felt like my youthful dreams had come to an end, and I couldn't help but envy his wife, Su Muyun. In conclusion, I wish my ideal, Lin Yu, a happy marriage. As soon as this post was published, countless internet users began to share it. Lin Yu's aura became even more mysterious, and his popularity soared. Consequently, more people flocked to Douyin and Double platforms to search for Su Muyun and click follow. As for why they weren't looking for Lin Yu, it's simply because there are no Douyin or Weibo accounts associated with him online. Nebula Software Company specializes in its flagship products, the Nebula antivirus software, Nebula Firewall, and various other software solutions. Over the past decade, Nebula Software has seen its reputation in the IT industry soar, and it is on the verge of becoming one of the dominant players in the antivirus market. Today, Nebula Software has transformed from a small company over a decade ago into a privately owned IT enterprise valued at billions. Inside the Nebula Software building, despite the late hour, many security technicians are still hard at work. In the president's office, in a dimly lit room, Su Jianye sits in front of a computer that emits a soft glow. He is absorbed in watching various short videos about Lin Yu on his phone, his brow furrowed deeply, and his serious, square face radiates an intimidating presence. Just then, a notification sound from the Nebula communication software interrupts him, and a voice call from someone named Xiao Zhang comes through. Setting his phone down, Su Jianye answers the call with a neutral expression. The next moment, a respectful female voice comes through. Mr. Su, we've gathered and organized the information on Lin Yu and Zhang Yi. I will send it over now. Please be ready to receive it. Su Jianye replies quietly. Soon, the file is received, and he begins to review it carefully. 5 minutes later, his previously furrowed brow has relaxed somewhat. After a moment of thought, he speaks. Notify the branch office in Tanzhou to collect the evidence of Zhang Yi's criminal activities over the years and arrange for his imprisonment. As for Lin Yu, he hesitates for a moment before continuing. Let's not deal with him for now. Once I finish my current matters, I will meet him in person. Continue to keep a close watch on Yuner and report any updates to me promptly. Additionally, ensure that the security personnel around her protect her safety without revealing their presence unless absolutely necessary. Understood. I'll arrange that right away, Xiao Zhang replies. After hanging up, Su Jianye places his phone on the desk and instinctively glances to the side. There, a family photo frame stands quietly. In the picture, he is holding two adorable little girls, one big and one small, with a broad smile. Beside him, a woman in a red qipao beams with happiness. Looking at the joyful family portrait, Su Jianye's previously stern expression softens as he gazes tenderly at the woman in the photo. After a long moment, he picks up the picture and rises from his chair, walking to the floor-to-ceiling window of his office. Overlooking the vibrant night scene of Shanghai, illuminated by colorful neon lights, he gently caresses the photo while seemingly murmuring to himself. After a long while, a faint, heavy sigh echoes softly in the office. The Nord Noble Academy in Shanghai is the first school established by a world-class elite education group in the city. Every year, nearly one-third of graduates manage to get into the world's top 100 universities, and it's not just about having money. Those who come here to study are all children of business elites, heirs of noble families, and scions of powerful clans. Every student is either rich or privileged. In this elite academy, both the faculty and the teaching facilities are top-notch. You can find various sports favored by the upper class here, such as rock climbing and golf. Moreover, the environment beautifully blends Eastern and Western elements, with all kinds of rockeries, gardens, and pavilions. In the girls' dormitory, a girl in pink pajamas exclaimed as she watched a video on her phone. Wow. Exiner, come here quickly. It looks like your sister is getting married. And she found a very handsome husband. Hearing this, the bathroom door burst open, and Su Mushin, with wet hair and wrapped in just a white towel, rushed out. Her tone filled with disbelief. Su Mushin joined the girl and leaned in to see her phone, only to discover that the person in the video was indeed her older sister, Su Muyun. The video caption read, Shark Fighter host Su Muyun gets married, revealing a wealthy husband. Su Mushin's eyes widened in shock. How could her sister have gotten married out of the blue? And to a wealthy man, no less. Looking at her sister's beaming face in the video, Su Mushin couldn't help but wonder if something was amiss. Well, Exiner, look at your brother-in-law. He's so handsome. And his voice is amazing. While Su Mushin was still in disbelief, the girl next to her found another video about Lin Yu fiercely protecting his wife, declaring war on Zhang Yi, and taking him to court. Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she exclaimed, Your brother-in-law is just too cool. I wish I could have a boyfriend like that. He's absolutely perfect. Snapping back to reality, Su Muxin instinctively glanced at the video. When she first saw Lin Yu, she was indeed taken aback by his looks and voice. She continued watching, from her sister's anger at being bullied, to Lin Yu stepping in and turning the tables, to the eventual apology from the bully and Lin Yu's triumphant response. Watching it all unfold made Su Muxin feel a sense of relief and satisfaction. Moreover, seeing how steadfastly Lin Yu stood by her sister's side and protected her, Su Muxin found herself growing fond of him, even beginning to accept him as her brother-in-law. Most importantly, she noticed her usually aloof sister displaying such warmth and thoughtfulness around Lin Yu. This clearly indicated that Su Muxin liked him. For the first time in all these years, Su Muxin saw her sister display such a gentle and caring demeanor in front of others. Thinking of this, Su Muxin couldn't help but curl her lips. In just 2 days, summer vacation would begin, and she was eager to see what this Lin Yu could do to melt her sister's icy demeanor. Woo Xiner. After seeing your sister's husband, I suddenly want to be in a sweet relationship too, sighed the girl in a pink pajama set. A fan of handsome looks and charming voices while watching the dashing Lin Yu in the video. Whoa, why haven't I met such a perfect man? I'm so envious of this sweet romance. Hearing this, Su Muxin shot her a disapproving glance and said, I suggest you focus on how to survive tomorrow's final exam instead. If you fail math again, it's going to be a disaster. At the mention of math, the girl, who had been somewhat melancholic, became even more resigned, lamenting. Why does this world even have a subject like math? It's unbearable. Then, as if recalling something amusing, she mischievously laughed and said, Hey, don't just talk about how bad my math is. Your Chinese isn't exactly passing either, especially your essays, which are a complete mess. Mister, Su almost lost his mind reading your ramblings. Humph, at least I got full marks in math and English, so I have some grounds to stand on. Su Muxin proudly retorted with a huff. Indeed, your grounds are quite solid. I'm so envious. The girl sighed, glancing at Su Muxin, whose figure was accentuated even in a bath towel. If I had a figure like yours, those bad men would be flocking to me in droves. By the end of her sentence, she playfully lunged at Su Muxin with a mischievous grin. The sudden move startled Su Muxin, causing her cheeks to flush red. Once she regained her composure, she playfully retaliated, and the two girls instantly became a whirlwind of laughter and chaos. But sadly, no one was there to witness their joyful antics. Chapter 18. Stealing a kiss around 7 in the morning, Su Muxin, just waking up, stared at the various notifications on her phone, momentarily stunned. What is going on? Douyin and Weibo gained over 10 million followers overnight. After spending nearly 15 to 20 minutes sorting through all the information, Su Muxin finally pieced everything together. With a clear understanding of the situation, a joyful smile spread across her face. She had expected that in just one night, the all-powerful netizens had propelled Lin Yu to stardom online. Moreover, she discovered that Lin Yu's personal information had been dug up. An orphan and a genius at controlling his grades. He had received numerous scholarships and financial aid during his school years, and he was a top graduate from Qing University, the provincial champion of Central South Province. With all these labels attached to him, Lin Yu became an overnight sensation. In this era of entertainment overload, anyone has a chance to go viral. This includes those internet celebrities who famously proclaim, I can't work a regular job. Not to mention, Lin Yu is the epitome of the perfect male idol. After a night of buzz, videos compiling all of Lin Yu's information were edited together and quickly spread on Douyin and Weibo. Within just a few hours, Lin Yu skyrocketed to the trending topics on both platforms. Naturally, a perfect male idol like Lin Yu attracted countless envious girls who flocked to him. In the eyes of these girls, marriage was irrelevant. As long as he was someone they liked, it didn't matter if he was married or not. After all, marriage can always be undone. Thus, their comments on the videos were bold and unabashed. Oh my, such a handsome guy. I'm in love. Please share his contact info. He can pull off any pose perfectly. His voice is so soothing, I can't take it. I want to date him too. If he is divorced, I'll do anything to support him. I can do it too. Reading the flood of comments from countless female fans on the compilation video about Lin Yu, Su Muxin huffed softly. They're trying to steal my husband right in front of me. They don't take me seriously at all. These girls with such bizarre perspectives were bold enough to flirt with her nominal husband right in front of her, utterly shameless. Thankfully, she had acted quickly, securing Lin Yu firmly in her grasp and even obtaining a marriage certificate. However, the moment she thought about how popular Lin Yu was and that they had only been together for 6 months, the smile on Su Muxin's face vanished. For the first time, she felt a surge of anxiety deep within her. No way. She couldn't let such a good man slip away to another woman. Over the next 6 months, even if she had to be forceful, she had to make him hers. She absolutely couldn't let him be taken away by someone else. Resolute in her decision, Su Muxin realized she needed to take action to assert her claim. Not only that, But she also had to leave a lasting impression on Lin Yu's heart. It's best to let him slowly get used to himself. And then let nature take its course. A win-win situation. After pondering for a moment, Sumu Yun seemed to have thought of something, quickly got out of bed, and stealthily made her way to Lin Yu's room. Carefully, she opened the door just a crack and looked at Lin Yu, who was still sound asleep. A mischievous smile crept onto Sumu Yun's pretty face. Quietly pushing the door open, she tiptoed inside. When she reached the bedside, she noticed that Lin Yu was in a deep sleep, the kind that wouldn't be disturbed even by thunder. Realizing this, the tension in Sumu Yun's heart began to ease, and she boldly studied the man she was married to. He was truly handsome. Looking at his delicate and refined face, Sumu Yun couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Although she had seen many good-looking boys, none could compare to Lin Yu. In terms of looks, temperament, voice, and most importantly, character, Lin Yu was leagues ahead of the rest. The thought that this man was her nominal husband made even Sumu Yun, who usually maintained a cool demeanor, feel her breath quickening inexplicably. At that moment, a beam of sunlight filtered through the gap in the curtains, illuminating Lin Yu's face. His originally calm and serene features were instantly enhanced with a touch of beauty. Soft and ethereal, reminiscent of an ancient Greek statue, filled with an unreal dreamlike quality. Seeing this beautiful scene, Sumu Yun momentarily stood frozen in place. After a long while, she snapped back to reality, her cheeks flushed as she took out her phone and snapped a picture of Lin Yu's sunlit face. As she admired the photo on her phone, memories of the things Lin Yu had done for her and his own experiences flooded her mind. Beneath his seemingly glamorous exterior, there was probably a heart that had endured hardship. After all, Lin Yu, with no one to rely on, had to depend solely on himself. He had risen from being a poor boy with no background or power to where he was now, surely having endured a lot of suffering. Last night, he must have paid a hefty price to defend himself. Yet, it seemed he had never mentioned it to her, silently shouldering it all alone. Thinking of this made Sumu Yun feel an inexplicable ache for this boy before her, and her resolve grew stronger. She would never allow Lin Yu to be taken away by anyone. Looking at the sleeping Lin Yu, Sumu Yun gently bit her red lip, as if making a firm decision. With her cheeks flushed, she leaned down and softly kissed his cheek. The gentle touch seemed to stir something within Lin Yu, who furrowed his brow slightly but made no other movement. Watching Lin Yu, who was sleeping like a log, Sumu Yun couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Humph. What is wrong with kissing my man? Taking advantage of Lin Yu still being asleep, she left the room with a sense of triumph. In the quiet room, the air conditioner hummed softly, and the cool breeze joyfully danced around, as if narrating the beauty of spring. After rushing out of Lin Yu's room, Sumu Yun looked at the photo of him sleeping on her phone, a beautiful smile spreading across her face. With this secret weapon in hand, she couldn't wait to deal with those female fans trying to steal him away. With that thought, Sumu Yun felt elated as she headed toward the bathroom. It was around 7:30 a.m., and after a quick freshen up, she planned to head out to buy some groceries. Then she'd come back and prepare a lavish breakfast, pairing it with the picture of Lin Yu sleeping, creating a bombshell post to throw out there. She imagined the comments would be absolutely entertaining at that moment. Chapter 19. Daily life. Lin Yu was unaware of Sumu Yun's actions. He simply slept until he naturally woke up, and only got out of bed when his stomach began to growl from hunger. Looking at the time, he realized it was already past 11. However, he had to admit that waking up on his own felt quite nice, especially in a situation where there was no pressure, and he could just lie at home with an endless supply of money to spend. It really was quite pleasant. Stepping out of his room, Lin Yu found the living room empty. He glanced at Sumu Yun's bedroom door, which was ajar, and walked over. Sure enough, as he suspected, she was live streaming. And it seemed she was even in a voice chat with someone. What surprised him, though, was that Sumu Yun wasn't playing Honor of Kings, but was actually playing PUBG. Peering through the crack in the door for a while, Lin Yu noticed that she appeared to be a complete beginner, fumbly with her controls and not very skilled. However, he didn't mind and headed toward the bathroom first. After a quick wash-up, Lin Yu made his way to Sumu Yun's room. He didn't knock. Instead, he pushed the door open and asked, "What do you want for lunch?" "I'll go buy groceries." Sumu Yun, who was live streaming, was clearly startled and instinctively turned to look behind her. When she realized it was Lin Yu who had woken up, she couldn't help but smile and said, "You're awake. I thought you were going to sleep until the afternoon." "Oh, the Emperor has arrived? Good morning, Your Majesty," came the voices of Dai Xiaomei and Zhou Shufang from the voice chat. Clearly, the three of them were teaming up to play the game together. "Good morning," Lin Yu replied casually before turning back to Sumu Yun. "What do you want for lunch?" Hearing Lin Yu's question, Sumu Yun replied softly, "Anything is fine, as long as you make it." As soon as she said this, the single viewers in the live stream erupted in lamentations. "Damn, why does the moment the Emperor shows up, I get force-fed dog food? I beg you two to act like normal people." Can't you consider us single folks instead of shoving dog food down our throats right away? Seriously, I've never been hurt this badly, even in Syria. This is outrageous. Seeing the two of them flaunting their love during the live stream, Zhou Shufang and Dai Xiaomei in the voice chat couldn't hold back either. Dai Xiaomei exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Wow, you two are really too much. Showing off your love in front of all of us, so unfair." Zhou Shufang chimed in, "Exactly. I'm just trying to play a game, and I'm still being fed dog food. It's too painful." Upon hearing this, Su Muyan didn't argue but smiled at Lin Yu and said, "I ordered takeout this morning and had some groceries delivered. They're all in the fridge. You can choose whatever you like for lunch." "Okay, then I'll go cook. You continue your stream." Lin Yu nodded and was about to turn to leave. However, before he could take a step, Su Muyan called out to him, "Thank you, hubby." Just as Lin Yu was puzzled, Su Muyan unexpectedly made a heart gesture towards him in front of all the fans in the live stream. Lin Yu was taken aback by this scene, which seemed almost impossible for Su Muyan. He truly didn't expect her to make such an adorable gesture, especially in front of so many people. This was so out of the ordinary, it was simply unbelievable. Was she acting? Or was her seemingly cold demeanor just a facade, and this was her true self? Moreover, did she like him, even willing to show her real side in front of him? Thinking of this possibility, Lin Yu felt his heart race inexplicably, his blood pressure rising, and his face suddenly flushed. This kind of nervousness he had never experienced before made him instinctively want to escape quickly. Watching Lin Yu's slightly flustered back, Su Muyan couldn't help but chuckle, her smile radiant, like a blooming flower. Meanwhile, in the live stream, "If I have sinned, let the law punish me, but don't make me eat dog food here. Guys, I feel like I've had my fill. I've saved my lunch money. Did I just see the Emperor you blush? So cute. I saw it too, really adorable. Ozzel, I can't take it anymore. How can there be such a cute boy in the world? Woo, I'm genuinely envious of Yunair. Excuse me. When will we get husbands like Emperor Yu and wives like the streamer? I can't wait." After rushing to the kitchen, that strange feeling slowly faded away, and Lin Yu let out a long sigh, his expression somewhat helpless. How could he be so embarrassed? In his previous life, he had attended all kinds of grand gatherings. He had seen all sorts of outrageous situations. He had witnessed golf and Russian roulette countless times. How could he be thrown off by such a simple heart gesture? Shaking his head, he temporarily pushed those thoughts aside and started washing rice and cooking. He opened the refrigerator and found that Su Muyan had bought chicken, duck, fish, ribs, and various other meats. In addition to that, she had also bought cabbage, tofu, potatoes, tomatoes, and a variety of vegetables, seemingly getting one of each type. Lin Yu couldn't help but suspect that she had the delivery guys bring the entire supermarket back. Looking at these ingredients, Lin Yu decided to make 3 dishes: kung pao chicken, wensi tofu, and boiled cabbage. Soon, with his master-level cooking skills, even national banquet-level dishes were completed in less than an hour, albeit in a simplified version. While calling Su Muyan over for dinner, he reminded her to wash her hands. When Lin Yu brought the dishes to the table, Su Muyan was stunned. The reason was simple. The boiled cabbage looked like a work of art, resembling a tightly closed flower bud, incredibly exquisite, under Su Muyan's astonished gaze. As Lin Yu poured the prepared clear broth over the blanched cabbage, the tightly closed cabbage began to bloom like a flower, opening up beautifully. "All right, it's done. Let's eat," said Lin Yu, nodding in satisfaction at the sight of the blossoming cabbage flower. "It's amazing. This is practically a work of art," Su Muyan exclaimed, unable to hide her admiration. "Haha, no matter how beautiful it is, it's still food," Lin Yu replied cheerfully, encouraged by Su Muyan's praise. "You better eat quickly. It won't taste as good once it cools down, especially this dish of wensi tofu." "This is tofu?" Su Muyan gaped at the 1,000 strands of tofu, as thin as hair and delicate as vermicelli, laid out before her. Oh my gosh. What kind of exceptional knife skills does it take to cut tofu this finely without it sticking together or breaking apart? This is simply breathtaking. Seemingly amused by Su Muyan's expression, Lin Yu chuckled and said, all right, calm down. It's just some imperial banquet appetizers, nothing too special." Su Muyan shot him a playful glare, realizing for the first time that Lin Yu's comments had a touch of arrogance. Nevertheless, she couldn't help but snap a photo of each dish on the table. Looking at the exquisite food in the photos, she nodded in satisfaction. "Nice. Let us post them on Douyin and Weibo later, so all those female fans can be envious and jealous." Suddenly, she seemed to remember something. With a smile, she turned to Lin Yu and asked, "Have you checked your phone?" "Huh? I haven't looked yet. Did something happen?" Lin Yu responded, a bit puzzled by the sudden change in topic. Without explaining, Su Muyan just smiled and said, "You'll see when you check it later." Lin Yu shrugged, unconvinced, and prepared to dig in. Honestly, the imperial banquet-level dishes were quite delicious, especially the kung pao chicken and wensi tofu. The former was initially sweet and sour, then spicy, with a savory finish, presenting itself beautifully without excess sauce. The latter was smooth and tender, refreshing and delightful, often reaching your stomach before you even realized it, leaving you craving more with its lingering taste. Of course, the blanched cabbage was also good, but due to the lack of top-quality ingredients, its flavor paled in comparison to the first two dishes. Even so, the broth, as clear as water, was rich and fragrant, not greasy at all, refreshing to the palate. At first glance, it might seem plain, but the aroma was enticing, and the taste was delicate and pleasant, surpassing many gourmet dishes. Such a top-notch lunch left Su Muyun so full that she had eaten several bowls of rice, lying on the sofa, unwilling to move, her belly round and content. The rare display of lazily charming allure on her was complemented by her exquisite beauty and cool demeanor, causing Lin Yu's heart to skip a beat and stirring an inexplicable feeling within him. It suddenly reminded him of a certain animal, a noble and elegant yet languid black cat. Undeniably alluring. Chapter 20. House viewing. After finishing lunch, Lin Yu curiously picked up his phone to check it out. When he saw that his experiences had been dug up and widely shared by netizens, he couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. Especially when he came across his funny memes and various trending topics, Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh in exasperation. This generation of internet users is quite something. Of course, Lin Yu didn't really care about becoming popular online or trending on social media. He didn't even plan to register for Douyin or Weibo accounts because it seemed too troublesome. After thinking for a moment, he casually told Su Muyun that he was heading out to pick up the property deed that had been delivered, and he also wanted to check out the apartment. Before long, Lin Yu took a taxi to the delivery store. Under the astonished gazes of everyone around, he opened the package and took out 10 property deeds for the Tangshan Epin apartments. After asking a somewhat bewildered staff member for a red plastic bag, he stuffed them all inside and headed straight for the Tangshan Epin residential area. As Lin Yu walked away, the crowd, initially shocked, began to chatter among themselves. Well, this guy is the real deal. He even carries property deeds in a plastic bag. How cool. If I'm not mistaken, those property deeds, they all seem to be for Tangshan Epin. No way. You mean the Tangshan Epin that costs over 100 million for a single unit? Oh my god. I have to take a picture and show off on my social media. When the staff member mentioned that those property deeds were actually for Tangshan Epin, everyone's eyes widened as they watched Lin Yu disappear from view, their minds racing with just one thought. Incredible. Unaware of the commotion he had caused, Lin Yu had already arrived at the entrance of Tangshan Epin. Stepping into the splendid lobby, he was greeted by a saleswoman with a professional smile. Hello. How can I assist you today? She asked respectfully as he walked in. Without saying much, Lin Yu handed her the red plastic bag, indicating for her to take a look herself. The saleswoman seemed momentarily stunned by his action. After a brief pause, she took the plastic bag. However, as she opened it, her eyes were immediately drawn to a familiar red booklet. People's Republic of China Property Ownership Certificate. When those two lines of golden text appeared before her, the saleswoman was clearly taken aback. Property deeds? Could it be that all of these are for the Tangshan Epin residential area? Seemingly startled by her own speculation, she quickly opened the certificate to check. When she confirmed the answer, it felt as if her breath had stopped at that moment. Oh my god. These are indeed the property deeds for Tangshan Epin, and they're for duplex units in Building A, each unit worth nearly 200 million. And there are so many of them right in front of me. The saleswoman felt an overwhelming sense of dizziness wash over her. Is it really possible for someone to experience something with odds even lower than winning the lottery? She had been a sales agent here for several years and had only seen someone buy 5 units at once, which made headlines. Now, to think that someone could present so many property certificates at once is simply unbelievable. Can you take me to see the house? Looking at the saleswoman before him, who was still in shock and had been frozen in place for over a minute, Lin Yu couldn't help but feel helpless. Hearing Lin Yu's voice, the saleswoman instinctively responded and, once she snapped back to reality, apologized, saying, I'm so sorry for the oversight, Mr. Lin. Please have a seat and rest for a moment. I will verify the situation right away and arrange for someone to assist you throughout your visit. With that, she slightly bowed, one hand holding a red plastic bag while guiding Lin Yu forward with the other. Lin Yu was accustomed to such enthusiastic service and nodded as he moved ahead. Soon, another saleswoman quickly approached with a professional smile, saying, Hello, sir, please follow me. She led Lin Yu to a designated lounge area, where she laid out various snacks and fruits, inquiring about his drink preferences and immediately attending to them. Lastly, she stood beside Lin Yu, smiling and chatting with him while keeping an eye on his teacup, constantly refilling it. 2 minutes later, the previous saleswoman walked in and respectfully handed Lin Yu a delicate wooden box, stating, Hello, Mr. Lin. We have completed the verification. You have purchased 10 standard units in Building A, each measuring 597 square meters, all located on floors 15 to 20. Would you like me to show you the way? Lin Yu paused for a moment and nodded. Sure, that would be great. Of course, it's our honor to assist you, Mr. Lin, the saleswoman replied with a smile. As she led the way, she began to act as a guide, explaining many aspects about the Tycoon pin development, including the layout, materials, safety management, and even the celebrities living there. Before long, Lin Yu was absorbing useful information. For instance, he learned that the 10 units he purchased had similar layouts, each consisting of 6 bedrooms, 6 bathrooms, and 2 living rooms. Moreover, every building material in the units came from over 10 different countries and were all top-tier brands. Lin Yu didn't think much of it. As long as he was comfortable, it didn't matter which country it came from. Eventually, Lin Yu arrived at his designated unit. Well, to be precise, it was more like his 5 floors. After some contemplation, he ultimately decided on a room on the 20th floor as his temporary residence. As for the other vacant rooms, he hadn't yet figured out what to do with them. Renting them out seemed unreasonable since the other 2 buildings in Tycoon Pin were already leased. After thanking the saleswoman, Lin Yu stepped into his room. Lin Yu casually tossed the exquisite wooden box containing the property deed onto the table and began to explore his new home. The place had numerous rooms, including a bedroom, a master bedroom, a dining room, a breakfast nook, a kitchen, a walk-in closet, and a living room, among others. There were even 3 elevators that led directly to the lobby at his doorstep. The balcony was equally impressive, with 6 different views overlooking the Bund, Lujiazui, the Huangpu River, and the Global Financial Center, offering a stunning 270-degree panorama of the beautiful river scenery that was truly a feast for the eyes. Inside, the rooms were furnished with the finest pieces, all included in the price of the property. After finishing the tour, Lin Yu settled comfortably onto the soft leather sofa, feeling relaxed and content, and couldn't help but remark to himself that the high prices of luxury homes were certainly justified. Glancing at the time, he noticed it was already past 1 o'clock. After sitting for a while, he decided to continue his house hunting. However, just as he stepped out of Building A, an enchanting figure brushed past him, radiating an otherworldly charm. Was that Louis Fei? Recognizing the almost familiar silhouette, Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, as if suddenly recalling something, and quickly turned around. But by the time he did, it was too late. The stunning figure had already entered the elevator, leaving only a fleeting glimpse of a flowing white dress in his line of sight. Seeing this, a smile immediately spread across Lin Yu's face. He had just heard the salesgirl mention that many celebrities lived in this building, and he hadn't expected to encounter one today, especially the only actress from his previous life who had truly captured his interest. He couldn't help but think how wonderfully serendipitous fate could be. Chapter 21. The True Mansion. Putting aside the brief encounter with Louis Fei for the moment, Lin Yu stepped out of the Tycoon Pin building in high spirits, heading towards his next destination, the Magic City's Yuan. Along the way, he hailed a taxi. However, when the driver heard Lin Yu's destination, he gave him a skeptical glance, his expression somewhat peculiar, yet he said nothing. Lin Yu simply smiled and remained silent. He knew exactly what the driver was thinking, but he chose not to say anything, leaving it up to the driver to guess. Finally, as they arrived outside the Magic City's Yuan, the driver could no longer contain his curiosity and jokingly asked, "Hey, young man, I can't go in there. You're not actually living there, are you?" "Well, that's a secret," Lin Yu replied, swiping the fare to the driver, then flashing a slight smile as he said, "What do you think?" Without hesitation, he opened the door and stepped out, leaving the driver with a towering silhouette. The driver was left dumbfounded, muttering to himself, "What do I think? I think you're full of it. You little brat. You don't know how to respect your elders." The more he thought about it, the more displeased he became, and his curiosity grew stronger. After hesitating for a moment, he couldn't resist and got out of the car. Standing by the taxi, he watched Lin Yu walk away towards the Magic City's Yuan. He was eager to see if this young man truly lived there. After all, those who resided in the Magic City's Yuan were genuine tycoons. The chances of such a person taking a taxi were slimmer than winning the lottery. Unbeknownst to the driver, Lin Yu had already reached the outer perimeter of the Magic City's Yuan. It was a nearly enclosed area, giving him an immediate impression of tranquility, seclusion, and a distance from the bustling city life. Just as Lin Yu arrived at the entrance and began to take in the scenery, a security guard emerged from the booth and said, "Hello, this is a high-end residential area. If you wish to enter for a visit, please come over to register and let me know who you're visiting. I will call to verify and then allow you to enter." Typically, in such upscale residential areas, the staff's demeanor is very courteous, showing no sign of arrogance, and is extremely polite. This is true not only here, but also in various high-end venues and well-known establishments, where the service staff generally maintain this level of professionalism. It's quite rare to encounter someone with a terrible attitude or a dismissive demeanor in such environments. And if you do, it's almost like winning the lottery. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback by the guard's words. It suddenly struck him that he didn't seem to have any property documents or anything to prove that he lived there. After thinking for a moment, he took out his phone, found the number of the woman who had called him the night before, and dialed it. Before long, a crisp voice came through. "Hello, Mr. Lin Yu, have you arrived at the Magic City ZUN? If you have, I can come and pick you up right away." "Yes, I'm at the outermost part of the Magic City ZUN. Please come over," Lin Yu replied. "Okay, please wait a moment. I'll be right there." After hanging up the phone, before Lin Yu could say anything, the security guard standing nearby seemed to have heard the voice on the other end of the call and hurried back to the security booth. Moments later, he rushed out with a small booklet, looked at the photo inside, then at Lin Yu, and after a thorough comparison, he was completely stunned. He suddenly realized that this person appeared to be the mysterious guest that Miss Li Xian had specifically mentioned yesterday. Moreover, he was the owner of the exclusive Villanelle, one in ZUN, which they never sold. Seeing Lin Yu still standing under the sun, the security guard quickly shook himself awake and respectfully said, "I apologize, Mr. Lin. I didn't recognize you at first. Please forgive me. Miss Li Xian specifically instructed me last night to treat you well when I saw you. Since the weather is hot, please come to the security booth to sit down, and I'll get you some water." After saying that, he quickly bowed at a 90-degree angle to show his apology and hurriedly opened the door to the security booth, inviting him inside. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle and waved his hand, jokingly saying, "It's fine. I should be the one apologizing, as I'm the one inconveniencing you." "Oh no, Mr. Lin. You're too kind. It's our honor to serve you," the security guard replied, momentarily taken aback by Lin Yu's humorous and friendly demeanor. He had encountered many wealthy individuals, but this was the first time he had met someone like Mr. Lin, who spoke as if conversing with a friend. Regardless of how polite the wealthy were, there always seemed to be an underlying sense of distance in their tone. He understood that it was a matter of social class. However, Mr. Lin was different. His tone was filled with equality and warmth, devoid of any arrogance or distance, making him feel very approachable. Thinking of this, the guard couldn't help but steal a few more glances at Lin Yu. The more he looked, the more he sensed a refined elegance about him that was very comfortable, even evoking an instinctive desire to be closer to him. Quite magical, really. Watching from a distance, the taxi driver, who was standing by the cab, was also taken aback by how respectful the security guard was towards Lin Yu. No way. Could this little guy really be living in ZUN? After that, Lin Yu walked into the security booth, enjoying the air conditioning while chatting with the young security guard, who seemed slightly older than him. The driver, coming back to his senses, observed the two entering the booth together and couldn't help but click his tongue in surprise. "Damn, my luck today is so good I could win the lottery. I actually guessed it right." Returning to his car, the driver thought for a moment and decided to head to a nearby lottery shop. Time passed quickly, and about half an hour later, Li Xian drove to the outermost part of ZUN in Magic City. Upon hearing the sound of the car, the young security guard quickly jogged outside. The next moment, accompanied by the young guard, a graceful figure stepped out of the car. With the rhythmic clicking of her high heels against the ground, Li Xian pushed the door open and appeared in Lin Yu's view. A clean white shirt, a black pencil skirt, and long, elegant legs clad in black stockings created a polished, professional look that immediately caught Lin Yu's attention. The first impression this urban beauty gave was one of composure and competence. "Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Li Xian, the professional manager of Villa No. 1 in ZUN, and also your personal housekeeper." After entering, she respectfully addressed Lin Yu, who was seated. "If possible, I would like to request that you return to Villa No. 1 to sign some confidentiality documents." Lin Yu nodded. "All right, let us go." After exchanging a light-hearted farewell with the young security guard, he headed outside. Soon, the two were driving towards the ZUN estate. As they drove, Li Xian provided Lin Yu with an introduction to the ZUN estate in the city. ZUN is located on the south side of Xieshan, nestled between mountains and water, covering an area of 389 acres, almost equivalent to the size of the Forbidden City. It embodies royal heritage, featuring grand residences with favorable feng shui. The entire estate is surrounded by an 8-kilometer moat, with 300 acres of water weaving through it, forming 13 islands and one peninsula. The islands are connected by European-style colorful steel bridges, and the waterfront villas come with private docks. Various styles of standalone villas stand on the mysterious little islands, with luxurious yachts moored at the private marinas next to the villas surrounded by clear waters. True luxury homes prioritize privacy, avoiding the excessive bustle and chaos of city centers, and are characterized by rarity, nobility, and exclusivity. In this city, the Xieshan Villa area is the top choice. It has long been rumored that the powerful in the city reside on Kongping Road, while the wealthy live in Rinheng Riverside and Sheshan Villas. After half an hour of driving, Lin Yu finally arrived at his own standalone villa, Villa Number 1 in Ziyuan. As the crown jewel of the city, Villa No. 1 has never been sold and took 5 years to complete, designed by the prestigious design firm SG from the United States. Using the finest building materials from over 10 countries. Every item inside is from internationally renowned brands. Surrounded by water and standing alone on an island. It is backed by Xieshan in a central location, with the building facing south on a 24-acre plot, covering an area of 342 square meters. With 2 floors above ground and 1 below. It can be said to be one of the most unique houses in China. With a style that does not belong to any existing genre, only representing its own language of habitation. Standing outside the tall iron gate. Lin Yu was momentarily stunned as he gazed at this mansion, which resembled a medieval European castle. One thought echoed in his mind. Is this really a villa and not a manor? Chapter 22. Su Muxin as the tall iron gate slowly opened. All the servants and bodyguards of Ziyuan Number 1 lined up to welcome Lin Yu. The car drove in slowly and eventually stopped at a designated parking area. Stepping out of the car, Lin Yu surveyed his surroundings. The entire villa was designed around a circular courtyard, divided into 4 directions, east, south, west, and north. Upon entering through the iron gate, the first thing that caught the eye was a row of uniquely designed fountains. The main entrance featured a dual driveway separated by landscaped greenery, with an array of flowers, plants, and trees planted nearby. Upon entering the courtyard, the guest parking lot was located to the west, accommodating up to 12 vehicles, allowing distinguished guests to access the entrance via a sheltered flower corridor. To the east were the living quarters for the servants and bodyguards. The north side housed the private garage, tool room, and other auxiliary rooms. The south side offered outdoor social spaces, including a relaxation platform, dining area, barbecue area, private yacht dock, and a garden backyard. One couldn't help but admire the lavishness of the exterior. Indeed, the lives of the wealthy were so unpretentiously extravagant, Lin Yu mused to himself, following Li Xian's gesture. He entered his own luxurious mansion. The grand entrance featured 10 12-meter-tall, hand-carved classical stone columns. Inside the hall, 2 crystal chandeliers, each adorned with 5,000 light bulbs, illuminated the space, showcasing an opulence that radiated royal splendor. The basement-level ship-shaped hall integrated various functions, including a cinema, wine cellar, CF, tea room, gym, changing rooms for men and women, and 4 workspaces, along with equipment rooms, storage rooms, restrooms, and more. The hall had 7 entrances and exits, leading to the elegant swimming pool, the first-floor hall, and the garage. This space truly epitomized the essence of indulgence. Mr. Lin. These are the agreements and documents related to Ziyuan Number 1 established by your second uncle, Lin Shuyuan. Please sign here, Li Xian said with a slight smile. Pulling a stack of documents and a pen from her briefcase in the resplendent living room, Lin Yu nodded, glancing at the documents only momentarily before signing all of them without hesitation. Mr. Lin, once you sign these documents, Ziyuan Number 1 will officially belong to you. Which means that a total of 26 individuals, including myself, will come under your management, Li Xian explained, organizing the documents. Furthermore, you will be responsible for the daily operations and management of Ziyuan Number 1. Her message was clear. After Lin Yu signed, he would be responsible for the salaries of all the maids, servants, chefs, and bodyguards, as well as the villa's maintenance costs. However, Lin Yu was unfazed. He wasn't short on money. After pondering for a moment, he said, "How about this? You set up an account, and I will transfer funds to it periodically. If any issues arise, you can handle them yourself, and if you can't, then come to me. By the way, I won't be living here for the time being, so I'll rely on you to manage things." Hearing this, Li Xian looked at him in surprise, then nodded. Noticing that it was already past 5 in the afternoon, she asked, "Mr. Lin, it's dinner time now. What would you like to eat? I can arrange it right away. Of course, if you'd like to swim or take a shower first, you can go to the outdoor pool on the 2nd floor. The view there is beautiful and the scenery is lovely." Before Lin Yu could respond, his phone suddenly rang. Checking the screen, he saw it was a video call from Su Muyun. After hesitating for a second, he answered the call. The next moment, Su Muyun's delicate face appeared on his phone, and her gentle voice came through. "Hello, darling. When are you coming back? I've prepared dinner for you." Glancing at Li Xian, who was wearing a professional smile, Lin Yu paused for a moment and said, "Okay, I'll be back soon." Where are you? Is there someone else there?" Su Muyun asked, noticing the luxurious decor behind Lin Yu and the way his gaze shifted. She furrowed her brows slightly, sensing something was off. It felt like he was in one of those places. No, Lin Yu wasn't that kind of person. Sensing Su Muyun's unease, Lin Yu quickly reassured her, I'm just looking at a house. Looking at a house. Are you planning to move out? Sumu Yun's tone turned a bit cold. Feeling that the situation was getting tense, Lin Yu hurriedly explained, No, I'm just checking it out for the future. In case we need it. Upon hearing this, Sumu Yun's face flushed red. She had expected Lin Yu to take the initiative to mention living together in the future. Didn't that mean he liked her? Thinking this, her face turned even redder as she stammered a reminder for him to come back early before quickly hanging up the call. Watching the shy expression on Sumu Yun's face through the video, Lin Yu couldn't help but smile in amusement. To be honest, the usually cool and composed Sumu Yun looked stunning when she blushed. Especially with her mature, elegant style, her bashful demeanor was indeed captivating. Declining Li Xian's arrangement, Lin Yu took a quick tour of the villa before leaving. Of course, Li Xian saw him off, which made Lin Yu start to consider whether he should buy a car to avoid having to take a taxi every time he went out. Around 6:30 in the evening, Lin Yu finally returned to Sumu Yun's home. As soon as he walked in, she had already prepared slippers and a change of clothes for him, and she had filled the bathtub with hot water for him to take a shower. Lying in the bathtub with his eyes closed, Lin Yu thought back to the gentle and caring demeanor Sumu Yun had just displayed, and he felt a warmth in his heart. This kind of cozy life was exactly what he had yearned for in his past life. Only those who have wandered outside for too long can truly appreciate how wonderful it is to have a wife waiting for them at home. Moreover, this wife is kind-hearted, considerate, independent, strong-willed, and extraordinarily beautiful, embodying all the fantasies a man has about his ideal partner. His relationship with Sumu Yun is quite unique. They clearly have feelings for each other, and they share a level of intimacy that only married couples do. Yet they haven't taken that next step to break through the thin veil of ambiguity and fully define their relationship. In his previous life, Lin Yu, being quite experienced in romance, understood that pursuing a girl requires a tailored approach. However, one principle remains unchanged: sincerity. Girls like Sumu Yun, who grew up lacking a sense of security, often close off their hearts despite their efforts to succeed. They tend to be cautious about trusting others. Yet, perhaps due to his actions to protect her the previous night, her once closed heart seemed to slowly open up to him. This transformation allowed the originally aloof Sumu Yun to appear like a love-struck girl in Lin Yu's presence, radiating youth and beauty. After dinner, Lin Yu took the initiative to wash the dishes, and Sumu Yun came over, standing at the door. She asked, I have a live stream tomorrow. If you have time, could you take my car to pick up my sister from the Nord Noble Academy in Magic City? You have a sister? Lin Yu was a bit surprised, but he nodded and replied, Sure, I have nothing planned for tomorrow. Sumu Yun continued, Her name is Su Muxin. I'll message her, and you can just drive my car there tomorrow. Okay. The night passed without further conversation. The next morning, after breakfast, Lin Yu drove Sumu Yun's car to the Nord Noble Academy ahead of time. As one of the top 10 elite academies in Magic City, Nord Noble Academy had a very impressive facade, exuding an air of grandeur. When Lin Yu arrived, there were already many luxury cars and sports cars gathered at the entrance, clearly there to pick someone up. After getting out of the car, Lin Yu leaned against a nearby utility pole, squinting as he watched the energetic young boys and girls walk out of the academy, bidding each other farewell before heading to their respective rides. Time passed slowly, and soon a minute had slipped by. At that moment, a notification beep echoed in Lin Yu's mind. Ding. The host has stayed outside the Nord Noble Academy for 1 minute. Would you like to check in? Yes, no. Without thinking, Lin Yu instinctively chose yes. Ding. You have successfully checked in outside the Nord Noble Academy and received a learning gift package. Ding. The host currently has 2 check-in opportunities remaining. A learning gift package? Lin Yu was puzzled and immediately opened the so-called learning gift package. In the next moment, the system's notification sounded again. Ding. The learning gift package has been opened. Congratulations, the host has obtained the learning skills, speed reading and note-taking, and comprehensive understanding. Lin Yu was stunned. This learning gift package actually provided 2 skills at once. His luck today seemed to be incredibly good. Soon, an enigmatic sensation appeared in Lin Yu's mind, only to vanish quickly as if it had never existed. If it weren't for the inexplicable and profound feeling he sensed within himself, he might have thought that these 2 skills had never manifested. As he felt this strange sensation in his mind, Lin Yu suddenly felt an urge to read. He searched high and low but couldn't find any newspapers or flyers. In the end, he could only focus on the utility pole in front of him. It was plastered with numerous small advertisements, locksmith services, missing person notices, rental listings, and even ads for Viagra, among others. As his gaze swept over these ads, Lin Yu closed his eyes and began to recall the information they contained. To his astonishment, not only could he remember all of this information, but he also found himself automatically organizing and summarizing it. He was able to distill the useful information from the ads, refining it down to its essence and discarding the unnecessary details. In other words, while the information on these small advertisements would typically require a whole sheet of paper, Lin Yu's self-directed summarization transformed it into less than half a page, or even just a few short lines. Moreover, the most crucial point was that as long as he had seen the information or knowledge, he could grasp it perfectly and delete it at will. This was no longer human. It was akin to a sophisticated computer. Such a terrifying learning ability left Lin Yu somewhat astounded. It meant that whatever knowledge he wanted to learn in this world, he could quickly grasp and master it proficiently. After deleting all the junk advertisement information he had just organized in his mind, before Lin Yu could even sigh, the system's notification tone rang out again. Ding. The host has stayed outside the Nord Noble Academy in Magic City for 1 minute. Would you like to check in? Yes, no. Looking at the check-in prompt that appeared again, Lin Yu pondered for a moment and decided to experiment on whether checking in at the same location would yield a different reward. So, without hesitation, he chose yes. Ding. You have successfully checked in outside the Nord Noble Academy in Magic City and received the Skill Genius Poet, Master Level. Ding. The host currently has 1 check-in opportunity remaining. A Master Level Genius Poet skill? Lin Yu was quite surprised. Immediately, another wave of profound sensation washed over him, accompanied by fragments of memories of all the poems, lyrics, and songs he had encountered in his previous life. These memory fragments surged forth from the depths of his mind, and Lin Yu organized and synthesized them, beginning to comprehend them fully. When he came to, Lin Yu suddenly felt a mystical sensation. As if the moment he thought of composing poetry, countless verses would automatically present themselves in his mind. These poems included ones he had learned in his previous life, timeless classics, and even verses he created on the spot. Everything was at his fingertips. Lin Yu felt a sense of comfort in having acquired such a powerful skill. With that, if he encounters any beautiful scenery in the future, he won't just exclaim, "Wow, this is amazing." After his moment of reflection, Lin Yu also realized that repeatedly checking in wouldn't affect the rewards he received. This meant that, regardless of where he checked in, the rewards were almost always similar. Of course, if he checked in at a special location, the chances of receiving something good would definitely be higher than at other places. He speculated that this might have something to do with the uniqueness of the check-in location, its popularity, or even other factors. Just as Lin Yu was pondering the system's check-in feature, a bright, melodious voice suddenly rang out. "Are you Lin Yu?" Hearing someone call his name, Lin Yu snapped back to reality and instinctively looked in the direction of the voice. In the next moment, a youthful and vibrant girl appeared before him. She had sleek black short hair, and beneath a black and brown hoodie, she wore a black crop top that revealed her slender, fair waist. Her lower half was clad in a black ultra-short skirt over safety shorts, showcasing her long legs adorned with knee-high black socks. Her figure was striking, and her outfit was quite daring. The first impression she gave Lin Yu was that of a cool, anime-style girl. She had the vibe of a character from an anime, perhaps a tough streetwise girl or a slick hacker. However, one thing was certain, she seemed like a rebellious girl. At least from her attire, she appeared to have a bit of a rebellious streak. Looking at her face, which resembled his fiancée, Isu Mu Yun's to some extent, Lin Yu concluded that she must be Su Mu Xin. "Yes, that's me," Lin Yu replied. Noticing that she didn't have any luggage, just a black backpack, he added as he got into the car, "Let us go. Your sister should have told you I'm here to take you home." At his words, Su Mu Xin pouted, then opened the car door and climbed in. Inside the car, Lin Yu drove comfortably while Su Mu Xin sat in the back, playing on her phone, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere. Initially, it was fine. But after a while, Su Mu Xin seemed to grow tired of the silence and broke the ice by asking, "Lin Yu, when did you and my sister get together?" Hearing her blunt way of addressing him, Lin Yu replied somewhat irritably, "Before you ask questions, could you at least call me brother-in-law?" "Huffed. I'm not calling you brother-in-law until I recognize you." Su Mu Xin huffed in response. Lin Yu couldn't help but feel speechless. "You can just call me brother instead. I'm only 5 or 6 years older than you." Su Mu Xin retorted. "Come on, being 5 or 6 years older makes you an old man. How can you ask me to call you brother?" "Lin Yu, are you serious? If 5 or 6 years makes me an old man, then what does that make someone decades older?" Since this brat was resorting to personal attacks, Lin Yu naturally shot back without holding back. "If I'm an old man, what does that make you? A little kid who hasn't even grown up yet? You're the one who has grown up. I'm already an adult." Su Mu Xin shot back, seemingly provoked by the term little brat. Su Mushin deliberately pushed out her impressive chest and proudly said, "Besides, have you ever seen a little brat with a figure like mine?" Lin Yu's lips twitched as he discreetly glanced over her curvaceous form, momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, if he hadn't heard from his wife that Su Mushin was just an 18-year-old senior in high school, He would have believed her if she claimed to be in her 20s, given her stunning figure. It was undeniable. This little brat had developed exceptionally well, with curves in all the right places. It was simply outrageous. As they continued to chat and banter back and forth, the initially awkward atmosphere began to lighten up. The two of them gradually transitioned from being strangers to becoming more familiar with each other. Chapter 23. The Hacker Along the Way. Although Lin Yu appeared to be bickering with Su Muxin, he was actually trying to subtly extract the information he needed from her. Through their conversation, Lin Yu learned that his cheap wife, Su Mu-yun, was a student studying abroad at Stanford University in the United States. In addition, he also took note of her birthday on August 1st, as it was now July 18th, just 13 days away. However, when it came to information about their parents, Su Muxin remained tight-lipped. Even when Lin Yu prompted her with questions, she only gave vague responses. Based on all the information he had gathered so far, Lin Yu speculated that their father was a workaholic, and their mother might have passed away unexpectedly many years ago. Otherwise, Su Muxin wouldn't have such a troubled and rebellious demeanor. It was likely that their mother's death was somehow connected to their father's obsession with work, which would explain the strained and even hostile relationship between Su Mu-yun and their father. This was evident from the phone call Su Mu-yun had with him earlier. Lost in thought, the car soon arrived at Su Mu-yun's home. By the time they entered the house, it was around 9 p.m. Lin Yu quietly tiptoed to Su Mu-yun's room to take a look. He found her live streaming while playing Honor of Kings. She was skillfully maneuvering a new hero, calmly analyzing the lineup, hero strengths, and how to find weaknesses in the opposing team. The viewers in the chat, particularly those who were fans of her gaming skills, were completely engrossed. Of course, most of the fans who were there for her looks and voice were more interested in watching her and listening to her commentary, rather than the game itself. After observing for a moment, Lin Yu withdrew his gaze and chose not to interrupt her stream. However, when he walked into the living room and saw the scene before him, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and remark, "Is this how you sit outside too?" At that moment, Su Muxin was lazily reclining on the sofa, one leg crossed over the other, chewing gum, and fiercely tapping away on a white laptop resting on her lap. "I'm not wearing any safety shorts, so why are you so worked up?" Upon hearing Lin Yu's voice, Su Muxin paused her typing, glanced at him, and disdainfully replied, "You're the one with the dirty thoughts, and here you are blaming me?" Lin Yu found himself momentarily speechless. It sounded as if she truly believed he had inappropriate thoughts about her. With her type, he had passed through countless flirtations in his past life without ever getting entangled. After a while, he gathered his thoughts and said, "Can't you be a bit more ladylike? That sitting posture is too manly." "Ladylike? What is the point?" Su Muxin blew a big bubble with her gum, which popped loudly, and continued typing as she spoke. "Besides, what girl acts like a lady at home when no one is watching? So what? You think you're so great that you don't consider me human?" Seeing this, Lin Yu couldn't be bothered to say anything more to her. After all, she wasn't his biological sister, so he let her be. If she really were his sister, he would have already given her a playful knock on the head and applied a well-practiced approach of carrots and sticks to keep her in line. Shaking his head, Lin Yu picked up a book titled The 4 Books of Business Theory that was placed next to Su Muxin. This book was read by Su Mu-yun last night, and he guessed she forgot to take it back to the study before going to bed, just as Lin Yu bent down to grab the book, preparing to head to the study to test the learning skills he had acquired that day. He caught a glimpse of something flashing on Su Muxin's computer screen out of the corner of his eye. Standing behind her, Lin Yu was a bit surprised and said, "Are you coding? Wow, are high school girls this strong these days? You can even code in a programming language? What a surprise. Can't you show a little more ambition?" Suddenly, the sound of typing stopped. Su Muxin looked up at Lin Yu with a disdainful glance before returning her gaze to the computer screen, clearly annoyed, and said, "Why don't you go do your own thing? You can't even understand what I'm doing, yet you keep interrupting me. It's really frustrating. Why can't I just code in peace? Every time my train of thought gets interrupted by you, it's just too much. And as a guy, why do you talk so much? Always meddling in things, just like my sister Su Mu-yun. It's so annoying." Lin Yu. He never expected to be looked down upon by a kid. Just as he was feeling speechless, a system notification suddenly rang in his mind. Ding. "The host has spent 1 minute in a computer programming video. Would you like to check in? Yes, no." Glancing at Su Muxin, who was once again engrossed in coding, Lin Yu didn't think twice and directly checked in. "Ding, you have successfully checked in at the computer programming video. Reward, hacker computer skills, perfect level. Ding, current check-in opportunities, 0. At the same time, the familiar white space enveloped him again. A second later, feeling all the knowledge about computers flooding his mind along with changes in his body, Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes. After the system's enlightening experience, he now had a deep understanding of hacker computer knowledge. In today's era of big data and the internet, computers can almost be considered humanity's second world. In this virtual network world, there are two types of people, hackers and crackers. Hackers are further divided into red hackers and white hackers, referring to computer experts who are passionate about technology and possess high skills, especially in programming. Among them, red hackers are those with solid technical skills who disdain to associate with crackers. White hackers, also known as security defenders, are essentially hackers who have gone legit. They enter major tech companies or relevant departments, specializing in protecting network security. Crackers, also known as black hackers, are the destroyers who specialize in damaging systems, maliciously attacking other computers, and even spreading trojans, viruses, and other destructive means. In general, hackers are builders, while crackers are destroyers. To become a hacker, the most basic requirement is to know how to program. To put it simply, a programmer is not necessarily a hacker, but a hacker must be a programmer. This is because everything a programmer knows, a hacker knows as well, and anything a hacker doesn't know, a programmer definitely won't know. So, if someone is merely writing tools to assist in attacks, can we really consider them a hacker? Looking at the content on Su Mushin's laptop, Lin Yu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This kid is actually using the challenging VB .NET language. Visual Basic .NET, abbreviated as VB .NET, is a high-level language that follows the multi-paradigm programming model under the .NET framework. Among the basic family of languages, VB .NET is the most powerful programming language to date. After observing for a while, Lin Yu found her attack tools to be rather simplistic. Some of the reverse engineering principles and programs were quite rudimentary. Of course, this assessment comes from the perspective of Lin Yu, a master in computer science. However, from the viewpoint of a beginner hacker, her work was decent. At least she could simulate a simple data stream. Well, just a single one. After watching for a bit, Lin Yu felt an inexplicable itch to try it out himself, even having the impulse to dive in. After some thought, he ultimately decided to abandon that idea. In the end, he took his book and headed towards the study. Chapter 24. Su Mushin's home had a spacious study, filled with 4 rows of wooden bookshelves, each brimming with a variety of books. There were titles related to business management, specialized English translation books, literary knowledge, and much more, everything one could imagine. Sitting upright in a chair, Lin Yu closed his eyes slightly and began to communicate with the system in his mind. System, could you please present my current status in a personal information format? It would make it easier for me to see. After Lin Yu finished speaking, the system seemed to pause for a moment before a notification sound finally chimed in. Ding! Host information detected, presenting now. Host, Lin Yu skills, speed reading and memorization, comprehension. Master level culinary skills, genius poet. Perfect level charismatic persona, absolute voice actor, computer technology, hacker. Today's sign-in count, 0. Today's rebate count, 3. Upon seeing this page, Lin Yu felt a surge of joy. The system had indeed presented his status in a personal panel format. This meant that the system could understand his words and that there was an intelligent program at play. For instance, a system sprite? As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Yu quickly dismissed it. He realized that regardless of whether it existed or not, it was beyond his control. Therefore, focusing on learning was the most important thing right now. Soon, Lin Yu picked up the business management book in his hands and began to read. As he shifted into a state of deep concentration, he found himself immersed in a sea of knowledge. With the assistance of his skills in speed reading, memorization, and comprehension, his reading speed and efficiency skyrocketed almost exponentially. In a sense, this was no longer reading, it was flipping through pages. His speed increased so dramatically that it seemed almost like a performance. Normal people wouldn't be able to comprehend the content of the book at such a pace. Yet, he could see everything clearly and memorize it instantly. Lin Yu's eyes moved rapidly, his focus razor-sharp, as if nothing existed outside of the book in his hands. 2 minutes later, he had completely finished the business management book and mastered its content. Quickly awakening from his state of intense concentration, Lin Yu took a moment to gather himself before walking towards the bookshelf. He casually picked up a book on English translation and continued reading. Time passed steadily. Around 11:30, the door to the study opened gently. Su Yu stepped in, intending to speak, but immediately noticed Lin Yu beneath the bookshelf, deeply focused and flipping through pages. Finding that he seemed entirely unaware of her presence, Su Yu walked over, puzzled. Is this a flow state? As she stepped closer and observed Lin Yu's lack of reaction, Su Yu paused for a moment, quickly recognizing this peculiar state. From a psychological standpoint, a flow state is a mental condition exhibited when someone is fully engrossed in an activity. The mental state exhibited by mathematicians and artists during their research and creative processes is quite remarkable. In this state, they completely shut out external perceptions and feel as if time has come to a standstill. However, in reality, only their personal consciousness experiences a halt in time, while actual time continues to flow normally. Once they enter this state, their mental focus becomes so intense that they are reluctant to be disturbed and may even resist interruptions. This state, often referred to as flow, is accompanied by a heightened sense of excitement and fulfillment. Sumu Yun understands this well because she has experienced it herself. To further explore this state, she has even recorded herself to observe her behavior when in a flow state. This has left her increasingly astonished. Such a state isn't easily attained, and despite countless practices, she finds it challenging to enter the flow. Yet here is Lin Yu, who simply seems to be reading a book, effortlessly slipping into this state. Just as she is contemplating leaving, Lin Yu finishes reading a complex mathematics book, looks up at her, and smiles, saying, "What brings you here?" Huh? Sumu Yun is momentarily taken aback by the now alert Lin Yu. But she quickly recovers and says somewhat sheepishly, "Sorry, it seems I've interrupted you." "No worries. I was just about to finish this book and head to the kitchen anyway," Lin Yu replies as he places the book back on the shelf. "But you had just entered a flow state so easily, and I..." Before Sumu Yun can finish her thought, Lin Yu cuts her off completely. "It's fine. I can enter that state whenever I want. It's no big deal. Of course, if you want to give me a kiss as compensation, I wouldn't mind." Lin Yu ends with a teasing remark. Flushed and caught off guard by Lin Yu's playful banter, Sumu Yun quickly responds, "Sheener is here. You can move over tonight." With that, she hurriedly exits, leaving Lin Yu standing there, momentarily stunned. After a moment, Lin Yu regains his composure and a knowing smile spreads across his face. When Sumu Yun is willing to make such a request, regardless of the reason, it signifies that the distance between them has narrowed a bit further. This is a good sign. The thought that tonight might even solidify their relationship fills him with a mix of nervousness and anticipation, reminiscent of the excitement of a first romance, filled with mysterious unknowns. Over the next couple of hours, Lin Yu manages to read through almost half of the books in the study and thoroughly grasps the key concepts. Once he exits the study, he finds that Sumu Yun has already prepared dinner and is washing vegetables nearby, prompting him to rush over and lend a hand. With an extra mouth to feed, Lin Yu reluctantly prepares an additional meat dish for lunch. The menu consists of stir-fried pork with green peppers, kung pao chicken, braised ribs, and a seaweed egg soup, totaling 4 dishes. Except for the kung pao chicken, the others are simple home-style dishes. Although the taste may not match that of a state banquet, it's still quite good, given that it's a product of the system, definitely a quality dish. Despite this, Sumu Yun and her sister found it delicious, especially little Sumu Xian, who devoured half of the food as if she had never eaten before, leaving Lin Yu completely stunned. He seriously began to doubt whether this little girl had ever eaten at that Nord Noble Academy. After lunch, Sumu Yun took the initiative to wash the dishes, as this was the unspoken agreement between her and Lin Yu. If she cooked, Lin Yu would do the dishes. If he cooked, she would take care of them. However, when she stood up to clear the table, Lin Yu quickly told her to put it down. He then looked at Sumu Xian, who was comfortably sprawled on the sofa with a satisfied belly, watching TV like a little lord, and said, "You go wash the dishes, or you won't have dinner tonight." Hearing Lin Yu's words, Sumu Xian's eyes widened, and her mouth fell open in disbelief as she exclaimed, "Me? Wash the dishes? Of course, you ate the most. If you don't do it, who will?" Lin Yu replied without holding back, "Your sister and I both did our part, and you didn't lift a finger. You should be ashamed. Hurry up, or you'll have to figure out your own dinner." This. Sumu Xian was momentarily at a loss for words. Just as she was about to turn to her sister for sympathy, Lin Yu cut off all her escape routes, firmly stating, "Look, your sister is of no help. I'm telling you, if you don't wash the dishes, you're on your own for dinner." At this, Sumu Xian quickly turned to her sister with a pitiful look, hoping for help. However, at that moment, Sumu Yun was tilting her head, intently admiring a vase on the shelf, as if something there had captivated her. "I'm sorry, little sister. I'm a coward too. You'd better just wash the dishes, and besides I don't feel like doing it." Seeing this, Sumu Xian, realizing her sister was no help, shot Lin Yu an angry glare and huffed, gritting her teeth as she said, "Fine, I'll do it." With that, she stood up from the sofa, marched over to Lin Yu, and angrily began clearing the table, as if the dishes were her punching bag. "Humph, you annoying Lin Yu. If your cooking weren't so good, I wouldn't wash the dishes even if I died. Tonight, I'll eat extra vegetables and skip the rice, just to make you work harder." Chapter 25. The incident. Watching Su Mushin clumsily tidy up the dishes in front of him, Lin Yu couldn't help but smile slightly. He was doing this for the sake of the little brat, not out of revenge for her previous snarky comments. Yes, that's right. In contrast to Lin Yu's subtle thoughts, Sumu Yun couldn't help but sigh softly. This girl has been spoiled since she was little. She has never done anything. It's the first time I've seen her obediently wash the dishes like this. Hearing this, Lin Yu smiled faintly and said, "There's an old saying that goes, to win a woman's heart, You must first win her stomach. Once you conquer her stomach, she'll naturally obey. As he said this, Lin Yu cast a meaningful glance at Su Mu-yun, his gaze deep and profound. Feeling the weight of Lin Yu's gaze, Su Mu-yun's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly hurried to her bedroom, leaving behind a somewhat stammering remark that echoed in Lin Yu's ears. I'm going to stream now. My fans are still waiting for me. Seeing Su Mu-yun's flustered expression made Lin Yu smile even more. For some reason, he enjoyed seeing her blush and shy away. After finishing lunch, Lin Yu returned to his study to read, while Su Mu-shin stayed in the living room, typing away at her code. Time passed slowly. Around 3:30 p.m., Lin Yu finally finished reading all the books in the study. He had explored various subjects, including advanced mathematics, quantum physics, business management, biotechnology, and English translation. The unprecedented sense of fulfillment and excitement made him want to continue immersing himself in learning. It must be said that entering a state of flow while reading is a truly wonderful experience. Meanwhile, in Su Mu-yun's live stream, she had just finished a ranked match and was preparing for the next one. Suddenly, a super rocket soared into the live stream, bursting into brilliant effects. User Susu Jiajia sent a super rocket to the streamer Su Mu-yun 1. Immediately after, a message floated across the screen. Susu Jiajia, Sister Yuner. I hope you and Yu Huang can be together happily in the future. I will always pray for your happiness. Looking at the super rocket and the comments in the live stream, Su Mu-shin was momentarily stunned, then smiled and said, Thank you, Susu, for the gift and the blessing. She recognized this girl as a member of her fan group, who usually remained quiet and rarely spoke, but participated in every event related to her. Su Mu-yun also didn't expect to receive a gift and blessing from her today. After sending the super rocket and message, the fan named Susu fell silent. Initially, Su Mu-yun didn't think much of it, as this was quite normal. However, when she was halfway through her game, the fans in her live stream suddenly began to frantically tag her, flooding the screen with comments. Yuner, something happened to Susu. Yuner, quick, check the fan group. What the heck is going on? While others were still busy sending gifts and spamming the chat, I couldn't help but wonder what was going on. Is there anyone in the community who knows the reason behind this? Please share it quickly. I feel like something significant is happening, and I better grab a seat and watch this unfold rationally. This sudden turn of events left Su Mu-yun feeling quite bewildered. However, as she glanced at the non-stop barrage of messages from fans in the live stream, a sense of foreboding washed over her. She quickly set aside her game, went idle, and followed her fan suggestions to check the QQ fan group, specifically the fan group number 10, where Susu was located. As soon as she entered the QQ group, she noticed that Susu had sent her a private message and had even tagged her in the group chat. She hurriedly found Susu's QQ account, clicked on it, and began to read what had happened. What greeted her was a lengthy private message. Dear Sister Yuner, this might be the last time I get to talk to you. Tomorrow, I will be starting a new life in another world. I don't have friends or family, and there are some things I just don't know who to share them with. Even though you don't know me, it's enough that I know you. There are many things I've kept bottled up for a long time, and no one has listened to me. But today, I want to let it all out because I want to leave a little mark of my existence in this world. I hope you won't find me too annoying. Just let me be selfish this once, hee. When I was very young, my parents disappeared because they owed a lot of money due to gambling. To escape their debts, they vanished, and I was raised by my grandmother, taking her last name. Although our lives were tough and brief, I felt happy. But perhaps I did something wrong in my past life, as that happiness vanished when I was in my 3rd year of middle school. My grandmother fell ill, and I had to drop out of school early to enter the workforce as a child laborer to earn money for her treatment. Unfortunately, when I was 15, my only relative passed away. Before my grandmother died, she smiled and told me to live well, no matter how hard life gets. Just face it with a smile and endure. I nodded through my tears, vowing to stay optimistic, but I couldn't understand why fate seemed to conspire against me. On my birthday last month, while I was out buying a cake, I suddenly collapsed. A kind stranger took me to the hospital, where the doctor diagnosed me with stomach cancer. The doctor reassured me that it was only in the early stages, and with consistent treatment and medication, there was a good chance of recovery. Upon hearing this, I broke down. I ran out of the hospital like a madwoman, screaming at the injustice of it all, questioning why I had to endure so many misfortunes and suffer so much pain. I hated this world, but after venting my frustrations, I had to face the harsh reality. To recover, I decided to quit my job to focus on my treatment. I was willing to gamble everything I had, including my life. In the past month, I've been living in a 300 rental, managing with an 80 budget for utilities and internet, while I buy cancer medication to fight against my illness in real life. I numb myself by watching videos online. Then, I stumbled upon your live stream, Sister Yuner. During this time, I saw you being attacked by many haters. Yet you remained calm and composed. Just when I thought you would compromise with them, you instead mocked them with disdain, your words sharp and merciless. Like a valiant Valkyrie, absolutely impressive. At that moment, I felt as if I suddenly understood something. I started watching your streams every day. Although you spend most of your time gaming, the occasional things you say inspire me and even give me strength. Just like you mentioned. The life you want must be earned through your own efforts, and even as a girl, one must be self-reliant and strong, carving out one's own path. However, Sister Yun, my life has reached its end. This gamble with life ultimately ended in failure for me. But I have no regrets, because in this life or death gamble, I gained many things I had never experienced before. Of course, I find solace in knowing that you found a good man like Yu Huang. And at least now you have someone to rely on. This puts my mind at ease. Lastly, I hope that when I enter the next world, the heavens will bless me with a sweeter life, even if it means not being human. After reading this long message, Sumu Yun's face turned pale in an instant. Realizing the urgency of the situation, she quickly addressed her fans, letting them know she had an emergency to handle. Sumu Yun rushed to contact Su Su, calling her on QQ and hurriedly heading outside to prepare for reporting to the police. Just as she reached the door, Lin Yu walked in from outside. Their eyes met, and they stood there, staring at each other. Seeing Sumu Yun's pale face and red eyes, which reflected a deep sadness, Lin Yu's expression changed, and he focused intently on her, asking, "What happened?" The moment she saw Lin Yu, Sumu Yun, who had been a bit flustered, felt a sense of relief and quickly explained Su Su's situation to him. "You need to call Su Su on QQ right now to keep her calm and buy us some time." Upon hearing that this was a matter of life and death, Lin Yu's expression turned serious. "I'll go check the Dosha platform for her information and then call the police." After saying that, he quickly moved to Sumu Yun's computer screen, searching for information based on Su Su's recent spending records. Meanwhile, Sumu Yun continued to dial Su Su's QQ number. Since she had just ended her live stream, Lin Yu and T appeared in the chat room. In the pitch-black live streaming room, many fans were still lingering, sending out bullet comments discussing what was happening. Naturally, Lin Yu had no time to pay attention to them. He quickly found Su Su's account information based on the consumption records. Account name, Su Su Jiayuya. Name, Sumo. Gender, female. Birthday, December 21st. Location, Star City. Email, phone number. Looking at the information in front of him, Lin Yu let out a sigh of relief. For the first time, he felt that real name verification was one of the best features of this parallel world's live streaming platform. Just when Lin Yu was about to report to the police after finding the information, he surprisingly managed to connect to Su Su's QQ phone. As soon as the call was connected, Sumu Yun spoke rapidly. "Hello, Su Su. Where are you? I read your private message. Please don't do anything rash. We can solve this together. Early-stage cancer is treatable. Don't be afraid. We will all help you through this tough time, so you can live well." Hearing Sumu Yun's anxious words, Su Su on the other end fell silent for a moment. Then, a weak voice, barely above a whisper, came through intermittently. "No need. Sister Yun, Su Su doesn't want to trouble anyone, and it's already too late. Su Su seems to see Grandma. Grandma is here to take me away." By the end of her words, her voice, once so faint, completely disappeared, yet the QQ phone still showed that the call was connected. "Su Su, you mustn't sleep. Wake up quickly. Su Su, stay awake. Su Su." Feeling Su Su's voice vanish, Sumu Yun's eyes turned red, and tears that had been suppressed for a long time streamed down her cheeks. She anxiously shouted at the phone again and again. Seeing Sumu Yun in such agony, Lin Yu, who had just finished calling the police, quickly stood up from his seat and tightly embraced her, comforting her while analyzing the situation carefully. "It's going to be okay. I've already called the police. They should be notifying the officers in Star City by now, and they will definitely catch up. Moreover, based on my analysis of the current conditions, it's very likely that Su Su took sleeping pills and didn't jump off a building or take poison, because her voice was off. Generally, the lethal dose of sleeping pills is around 100 tablets of diazepam. Depending on individual body types and how the body absorbs the medication, the effects vary. Typically, one would start to lose consciousness within 3 to 5 minutes. If rescued in time, there is a good chance of survival. Otherwise, one might fall into a prolonged coma for days or even weeks. The process of death from sleeping pills is relatively slow. Although taking 10 or 20 tablets could be lethal, one must go 24 hours without rescue to actually die from it. One day is enough time for the police in Star City to find Su Su, and I've instructed them to contact me immediately once they locate her. Don't worry, I will handle everything. Listening to Lin Yu's analysis, Sumu Yun, who had been feeling somewhat sad, gradually calmed down. After a long pause, her voice trembled as she said, "I see my past self in Su Su." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu silently held her tighter. He understood that Su Su's experiences might be somewhat similar to hers. Both had worked hard to become stronger step by step. Emotionally, Su Mu Yun resonated more deeply with Su Su's tragic background and experiences than most people would. In a way, she could be considered the one who understood Su Su the best because their childhoods were both filled with hardship. Thinking of this, Lin Yu gently said, "It's okay. What's in the past is in the past. From now on, I'll be here for you, always by your side." As his tender voice enveloped her, Su Mu Yun leaned against his chest, feeling an unprecedented warmth. She suddenly found a long-lost sense of security rising within her. This fulfilling warmth made her gaze dreamy, and for a moment, she was immersed in it, reluctant to pull away. Just as the two were nestled together, Su Mu Xian, drawn in by Su Mu Yun's earlier loud calls, hurried over. "Sister, what happened?" However, when she rushed to the doorway and saw the intimate scene inside, her expression instantly froze. The words she intended to say were swallowed back, leaving her standing there in a daze, completely motionless. So, the clown was actually me? After a moment, Su Mu Xian snapped back to reality, her expression stiff as she turned around and silently walked back. "Well, that was great. I'm quite full from this wave of dog food. I won't even need to wash the dishes tonight." Chapter 26. A good deed for the country and the people. Su Mu Xian's sudden interruption snapped Su Mu Yun back to reality, her cheeks flushing as she pushed Lin Yu away. Lin Yu merely smiled slightly, knowing that when a woman becomes comfortable with physical contact, even if it involves playful teasing, like pinching her waist, it signifies that their relationship has taken a significant step forward. If both parties have mutual feelings, even if unspoken, a sudden embrace or hug that doesn't repel the girl indicates a 99 chance of them getting together. After all, if a girl isn't interested in you, she won't even bother to look your way, let alone engage with you. This was a rule Lin Yu had concluded from his past experiences. Time passed slowly as they waited. 15 minutes later, a call finally came in from the hospital in Star City. Lin Yu quickly answered the phone and inquired about Su Su's condition. Just as he expected, Su Su had indeed taken sleeping pills, 30 of them, shortly after she lost consciousness. The police and medical personnel from Star City arrived, took her to the hospital, and performed procedures like inducing vomiting, stomach washing, and administering antidotes to minimize potential damage to her liver and kidneys, preventing serious after-effects. Fortunately, due to the timely intervention, Su Su's after-effects were not severe. She would only experience a brief stupor. According to the doctor, she would wake up in a day or two at most, and it was nothing serious. She would just need to be observed in the hospital for about a week before being discharged. With this joyful news, Su Mu Yun let out a sigh of relief, as the heavy weight on her heart was lifted. However, concerning Su Su's early-stage stomach cancer, the doctor advised that she should start treatment in the hospital as soon as possible and take her anti-cancer medication regularly to prevent the condition from worsening, which would complicate recovery. Lin Yu thought about it and decided to transfer Su Su from the hospital in Star City to one in Mo to avoid her feeling hopeless again. This way, Su Mu Yun could provide her with emotional support, and she could receive better treatment for a quicker recovery. He shared this idea with Su Mu Yun, who readily agreed. Seeing her response, Lin Yu began communicating with the hospital in Star City while using a payment app to settle all medical fees, asking a delivery guy to help with the paperwork at the hospital. As the saying goes, money talks. With financial assistance, the hospital in Star City quickly processed Su Su's paperwork and informed Lin Yu that they would proceed with the transfer. "All right, I've arranged for the private hospital in Mo to contact Star City. Su Su should be transferred tonight," Lin Yu said, feeling relieved as he settled into his soft computer chair and smiled at Su Mu Yun. Thank you, Lin Yu," Su Mu Yun replied softly, her tone very gentle. She used to be a strong-willed person, but ever since Lin Yu appeared and stood in front of her for the first time, protecting her, she felt a sense of security in her heart for the very first time. This feeling of comfort, instead of fading with time, only grew stronger. In fact, whenever Lin Yu was by her side, she found herself inexplicably reliant on him. This warm sense of safety made Su Mu Yun think that being a delicate, dependent woman wasn't so bad after all. After all, no matter how strong or brave a girl may seem, there is always a soft spot deep within her heart. "What's there to thank? You're my wife. If I don't help you, who will?" Lin Yu said, resting his hands behind his head, comfortably lounging in the soft chair. His eyes half closed as he smirked. "Of course, you could also show your gratitude with some action, like giving me a kiss." However, just as his words fell, a shadow suddenly appeared before him. Before Lin Yu could react, he felt a soft touch on his cheek, as fleeting as a dragonfly skimming the water, causing him to open his eyes wide in astonishment. Wait, did she really just kiss me? Looking at Su Mu Yun's blushing, delicate face, Lin Yu was momentarily stunned. A line of poetry instinctively popped into his mind, the gentleness of that downward glance, like a water lily shyly resisting the cool breeze. Feeling the heat in Lin Yu's gaze, Su Mu Yun playfully scolded, "You said I could kiss you. Coming back to his senses, Lin Yu laughed and said, I didn't T-react just now. How about you kiss me again? This time I'll really savor it. Get lost. Su Muyun lightly scoffed. Then huffed, if you didn't T-react, that's your fault. It's not happening again. Seeing that she seemed to be in a good mood, Lin Yu decided to change the subject and asked about something more serious. What are your plans for when Su wakes up? Upon hearing this practical question, Su Muyun collected her previously flustered emotions and pondered for a moment before replying. Since you came along, my fanbase has been growing rapidly and my streams are heating up. The Dosha platform is ready to renew my contract, and I need someone to help out. She can stay here to assist me. If I don't have time to stream, she can take over on the second channel, with meals and accommodation covered. I'll start her off with a salary of 4,000 for the first month, and we can see how it goes from there. What do you think? Lin Yu was already aware of Su Muyun's thoughts. She knew very well that Su was the kind of girl who appeared soft on the outside, but was strong inside. And such girls typically wouldn't accept charity from others. He could tell that from their earlier conversation. The second channel Su Muyun mentioned essentially meant that Su would be working under her. This was usually a situation only big streamers faced, allowing them to have someone else stream in their place when they weren't available. This was referred to as a second channel on the Dosha platform, a way to gather more followers. Although Su Muyun's ideas are good, it seems she has forgotten one crucial point. What if Su is unwilling? Or what if she isn't suited for live streaming? These are all possibilities. After some thought, Lin Yu shared his concerns with Su Muyun. Upon hearing this, Su Muyun furrowed her brows, realizing she had overlooked this important aspect. All right, let's not dwell on that. I'll take care of Su's situation. Seeing Su Muyun's dazed yet adorable expression, Lin Yu couldn't help but ruffle her hair, chuckling as he said, actually, I'm planning to start a company and could use some help. How about Su comes to work with me? This idea about Su sparked something in Lin Yu. He felt it was important for him to do meaningful things within his capabilities, such as researching cancer treatments. From what he understood, the cancer treatment market in China is quite dire, operating under a brutal reality where it mostly relies on imports from other countries. Genuine cancer medications can cost tens of thousands for just a single bottle, with monthly expenses nearing 100,000 for treatments. And that's just for one treatment cycle. It doesn't even account for other cancer treatment methods. Even for an average person, the exorbitant cost of such medications is simply unaffordable. Lin Yu roughly estimated that treating a cancer patient could easily require upwards of 1,000,000 yuan. While a few million may not seem like much to him, for Su or an ordinary individual, that amount is astronomical. According to reports from the World Health Organization, about 1/3 of cancers can be cured, and another third can have their progression managed to extend life. However, the current supply of cancer medications in China fails to meet the needs of patients. This led Lin Yu to believe he should establish a company, one that encompasses all industries and is dedicated to benefiting the country and its people. After all, he isn't short on money. His wealth grows by the billion every day. Moreover, as time goes on, his wealth will only continue to accumulate, much like a snowball getting bigger. Plus, he needs to utilize his rebate opportunities 3 times a day to generate income. Instead of funneling that money into the Dosha platform, he might as well deposit it all into his company account. This way, not only would he benefit, but the people and the nation would also gain significantly. It's a win-win situation. Take the development of cancer medications, for instance. If Lin Yu deposits the money earned from his daily rebates into the company account and maintains this for a month, well, isn't researching cancer drugs expensive? How about 100 billion a day? If domestic researchers are leaving for better-paying jobs abroad, that's fine. If you achieve significant results and breakthroughs in your projects, you can be rewarded with 100 million. Lin Yu firmly believes in the power of money. In the face of absolute capital, even justice and truth can fall silent. He had already verified this in his previous life. Chapter 27. Starting a company. Lin Yu's unexpected head pat left Su Muyun frozen, as if she had been electrocuted. She quickly escaped from his grasp, her cheeks flushed, and said, I'll leave Su in your hands for now. I need to go notify the group. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu thought for a moment and replied, make sure to add me to the group too. I want to see if any of your fans are in the Magic City. They could come work for my company later. At Lin Yu's blatant request, Su Muyun, who had initially been blushing, recovered and shot him a playful glare. Are you trying to poach people right in front of me? Lin Yu smirked, teasingly saying, actually, I'd like to poach you too. How about you become our company's CEO? You'd be working for me, and I'd pay you a salary. What do you think? To Lin Yu's surprise, Su Muyun didn't immediately dismiss the idea. Instead, she genuinely pondered it. Seeing a glimmer of hope, he curiously asked, by the way, I heard from Su Muyun that you studied abroad at Stanford University in the US. And with all those books on business management at home, did you major in business management? Yes, I did study business management because of that man, Su Mu-yun replied, her tone growing cold at the mention of him, as if recalling some unpleasant memories. Lin Yu hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided not to press further. He smiled and said, honestly, I think it would be better for you to live stream at home and support me. After all, the doctor said my appetite isn't great, so I can only rely on soft rice. As soon as the words left his mouth, Su Mu-yun, who had previously been cold, instantly melted and responded with a teasing smile, if you want to eat soft rice. It depends on whether you can satisfy me with your future performance. While saying this, she picked up her phone and added Lin Yu to her core fan group. With the topic successfully shifted, Lin Yu smiled meaningfully and said, you'll know whether I can satisfy you soon enough. As Lin Yu entered Su Mu-yun's core fan group, the already lively atmosphere exploded. Wow guys, look who just joined. No way. It's the Emperor Yu? OMG. The Emperor Yu is here. The Emperor Yu is here. I'm going to die. I can't take it anymore. I'm so excited. Hey, calm down a bit. Don't scare the Emperor Yu. Hehe. I'm going to add Emperor Yu as a friend and try to steal Yunair from him. By the way, Yunair, how is Su doing? Is she okay? Upon seeing Lin Yu's entrance, the fans of the Yun family brigade erupted with excitement. Naturally, some fans were particularly concerned. Seeing someone finally ask about the important matter, Lin Yu felt relieved and typed, she's fine now. Just a little sleep, and she'll be good as new. Hearing this response, the fans who were worried about her also breathed a sigh of relief. Although Su rarely speaks in the group, she actively participates in important events and has never missed one. As a member of the Yun family army, they genuinely hope that Su is doing well. Moreover, when they saw Su tagging Su Mu-yun in the group, they felt a mix of sympathy and affection for this girl who, despite facing hardships, remains positive and optimistic. By the way, we were just thinking of ways to raise funds for Su. Yu Huang, would you like to join us? Just then, the group admin, Rue, typed out the question. But the next second, Lin Yu's response left them all stunned. No, I won't join you. When the fans saw Lin Yu's words, some radical fans immediately exploded. Is this really Yu Huang? Yunair, are you sure you didn't T-tag the wrong person? Exactly. Yunair, you must have made a mistake. How could Yu Huang be this kind of person? Yu Huang, are you joking? This is a matter of life and death. You can't just sit back and not help us. With all your money, you won't even donate to help Su? Seriously, we clearly misjudged you. All right. Calm down and read the room. Yu Huang only said he won't join us, not that he won't donate. Why is everyone so worked up, right? Why are the young people today so hot-headed? Can't you be as composed and steady as I am? Dude, don't push your luck. You were the first to question Yu Huang. Seeing some radical fans starting to personally attack Lin Yu, admin Rue quickly stepped in to urge everyone to be rational. Watching this unfold, Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle as he typed. As one of Yunair's fans, I certainly want to ignore Su. I've already arranged for her to be transferred to a private hospital in Magic City for treatment. As for the expenses, you don't need to worry about that. After all, I'm only left with money. After reading Lin Yu's words, especially that last line, the fans felt relieved and began to respond with playful banter. TSK. Yu Huang is still the same Yu Huang, never changes. I knew Yu Huang was that kind of person. Where are all those who doubted him? Come out and admit your mistakes. I was wrong. I shouldn't have doubted Yu Huang. I'm guilty. Please forgive me, brothers and sisters. From now on, Yu Huang is a monument in my heart, and I want to question him again. Nice one, bro. I suspect you're cursing Yu Huang, but I have no evidence. I don't know why, but just thinking about Su being able to see Yu Huang and Yunair in person makes me a bit envious. Come on, that's an exaggeration. No need to be so dramatic. Yu Huang is Yu Huang, and we are us. Even if Yu Huang doesn't join us in fundraising, I still want to raise funds for Su. Of course, it's entirely voluntary. Any amount is fine. Just send it to me privately. As the admin of the core group, Rue insisted on organizing the fundraising for Su. The fans in the group were surprisingly responsive to this. Seeing this scene, even Lin Yu couldn't help but admire the dedication of his wife as fans, especially in terms of cohesion and team spirit. Ultimately, Lin Yu decided against promoting himself in the group. After all, his company was not yet up and running, and it would be quite awkward if people showed up and there was no office space available. Therefore, the priority now was to quickly register the company or transfer all the earnings from today's 3 rebate opportunities into his own account. After considering this, Lin Yu exited the Penguin page and called Li Xian directly. As soon as the call connected, a clear voice came through, immediately catching the attention of Su Mu-yun, who was playing on her phone nearby. Mr. Lin, how can I assist you? Lin Yu remained calm under Su Mu-yun's gaze, replying nonchalantly. If you've set up the account I asked you to yesterday, please send me the details. I'll transfer the money to you now. Also, I'll send you my relevant information shortly so you can find an agency to help me with the company registration process. Okay, Mr. Lin. I'll handle it right away. Great. Lin Yu acknowledged lightly before hanging up. He turned to Su Yun, who was still staring at him, and teasingly asked, "What's wrong? Are you feeling jealous?" At his words, Su Yun looked away, chuckling as she replied, "Do you really think I'm the type to get jealous over nothing?" She could tell from their conversation that the person on the other end was his subordinate. Was he the kind of unreasonable girl to feel jealousy over something so trivial? Lin Yu just smiled and didn't explain further. Soon after, Li Xian sent over the account information, and Lin Yu used Shifu Bao as an intermediary to transfer all 740 million from his account. At the same time, a notification from the system chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, the host has spent 740 million. The double rebate feature has been activated, receiving a cash return of 1.48 billion. Rebate opportunities available today, too, with another 1.48 billion credited to his account. Lin Yu continued to cash in, utilizing all of today's rebate opportunities. After 3 rounds of rebates, his account balance soared to over 5.6 billion. He marveled at the long string of numbers on his account balance. Starting tomorrow, his wealth would surpass 10 billion daily. Talk about extravagant. Lin Yu didn't need to worry about large sums of money or transfer restrictions, as the system had him covered, allowing him to remain calm. As for the loyalty of his personal assistant Li Xian, he wasn't concerned either, since the account he was transferring money to was his own, and he was fully aware of every transaction made, ensuring complete transparency. Therefore, as long as Li Xian wasn't foolish, she wouldn't harbor any ulterior motives. Otherwise, she would be facing serious consequences. Just as Lin Yu was reflecting on his account balance, far away in Ziyuan number 1, Li Xian gazed at the 4.9 billion in her account, momentarily lost in thought. Chapter 28. Riding around 6 o'clock in the evening, dinner was made by Lin Yu, while Su Muxin washed the dishes. After the 3 of them had a simple meal, they each went about their own activities. Due to Su's situation, Su Muxin decided not to stream and instead spent her time reading in the study. Su Muxin, as usual, lounged comfortably on the living room sofa with her legs crossed, casually writing her exam paper. Meanwhile, Lin Yu was busy on his phone, searching for books online and placing an order for a custom-made laptop to be delivered by the delivery guy from Meituan. He felt a bit of an itch to explore the second virtual world within the computer, especially recalling the crisp sound of the keyboard as Su Muxin coded in the afternoon, which intensified his desire to dive in. Time passed slowly. Just as Lin Yu was browsing books on life sciences on his phone, Su Muxin, who had been relaxed, suddenly became a bit frustrated. "I hate writing essays," she sighed. Glancing at the essay topic in the last section of her Chinese exam paper, her face showing signs of irritation. That old man Su was really annoying for leaving her with a separate writing assignment. It was bad enough to have extra homework, but knowing she wasn't good at writing essays and still insisting she do it was just unreasonable. The more she thought about that old fox's smirking face when he assigned her the homework, the angrier she became. In her agitation, her eyes inadvertently swept over Lin Yu, who was playing on his phone. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and her eyes lit up with excitement. As a top student at Qing University, Lin Yu, who had entered with the highest scores, should find writing an essay easy, right? Thinking of this, Su Muxin cleared her throat to appear more demure and looked at Lin Yu with a smile, speaking in a sweet, almost flirtatious tone. "Uncle, could you do me a favor?" Hearing her coy voice, Lin Yu, who had been immersed in his studies, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Goosebumps all over his body as he looked at Su Muxin with disdain. "You've successfully grossed me out." At this, Su Muxin's smile froze, her chest rising and falling slightly with anger, wishing she could retort. However, thinking about her essay, she managed to maintain a stiff smile and continued in her sweet voice. "I can't write this essay. Please help me out, uncle." Ugh, that annoying sweet tone. I'm losing my goosebumps. Lin Yu could hardly tolerate her irritating voice, feeling overwhelmed as he said, "Stop, stop, stop. Fine, I'll help you write it, but you need to tone it down. It's really too much." Saying this, he quickly took the exam paper from Su Muxin, who was still fuming, and glanced at it. After just a quick look, Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. The topic seemed somewhat similar to the essay questions he remembered from the college entrance examination. It was yet another essay centered around etiquette and protocol. No wonder this little brat can't write anything and has to come begging for help. For a topic like this, most people wouldn't even know where to start, and they wouldn't even be able to copy from anyone else. The reason I say they can't copy is that in this parallel world, poetry, lyrics, and essays are incredibly rare. Not even essays are posted online. This phenomenon is caused by an institution in this world called the Literary Institute, which is a nationally recognized literary organization. if you have a strong literary foundation or have published articles that meet the standards of the Literary Institute. They will grant you the honorary title of Literary Master along with a medal. There are 5 levels of Literary Masters, each with generous benefits, but of course, advancing to the next level becomes increasingly difficult. However, even being a level 1 Literary Master attracts countless admirers. Not for any other reason, but because being a Literary Master is quite lucrative. As a result, many people prefer to submit their work to the Literary Institute rather than publish their articles or essays online. When Lin Yu mentioned that he felt disgusted, Su Muxin almost couldn't hold back from retorting, but in the end, she forced herself to keep quiet. After all, she needed something from him. Yet, the thought that her attempts to act cute and charming were ineffective was already frustrating enough, and this annoying Lin Yu even had the audacity to show his disdain. How outrageous. Still, while Su Muxin felt indignant, she also found herself puzzled. Didn't the books say that girls' attempts to be cute have a powerful effect on men and easily evoke their protective instincts? Could it really be false? Lin Yu had no idea what this little brat was thinking. With his eyes slightly closed, countless words flashed through his mind, quickly assembling into coherent thoughts. In less than a minute, an essay related to etiquette and system had formed in his mind. "Pass me a pen," Lin Yu said, opening his eyes as he placed the test paper on the table and extended his right hand. Seeing this, Su Muxin snapped back to reality and hurriedly handed him a pen, her gaze filled with curiosity. How could he have figured out what to write in such a short amount of time? Wasn't that a bit exaggerated? After taking the pen, Lin Yu lowered his head and began to write on the test paper. He wrote incredibly fast, with each stroke seemingly effortless, without a single pause. For him, there was no need to ponder over every word. He simply transcribed the essay that had formed in his mind as quickly as possible. Watching Lin Yu write at such an astonishing speed without needing to think, Su Muxin was momentarily dumbfounded. Was there really such a vast gap between people? Why did writing an essay feel like squeezing toothpaste for her, taking forever, while he wrote as if he were on autopilot, unable to stop? This was just too unreal. About 20 minutes later, an 800-word essay titled The Flame of Civilization, focused on etiquette and system, was completed. "I'm done. Time to play," Lin Yu said lazily as he tossed the pen onto the table and stretched his body, showing no concern at all. Upon hearing this, Su Muxin quickly picked up the test paper to take a look. As soon as Su Muxin started reading the first paragraph, she felt utterly disenchanted and couldn't continue. The reason was simple. The entire essay was written in classical Chinese, and she couldn't understand a word. "I asked you to write an essay, not a textbook," she exclaimed in frustration. But then she thought, whatever, it's not like I'm the one who has to read it. As long as the task is done, that's all that matters. Let old Su figure it out by himself. It's not my brain cells that are getting wasted here. With a shift in perspective, Su Muxin felt much better. She quickly put the test paper aside, grabbed her laptop, and happily resumed her coding journey. Chapter 29. In the atmosphere around 9 o'clock in the evening, the delivery driver from Meituan arrived with the custom-built top-of-the-line laptop that Lin Yu had ordered. After signing for the package, Lin Yu couldn't wait to return to his room. As he unwrapped the parcel, a sleek black laptop revealed itself. This was a special order that couldn't be found on the market. Its performance was incredibly fast, with a CPU, motherboard, display, and hard drive that Lin Yu had meticulously selected. Even the metal materials used were unique, costing him hundreds of thousands. As he powered on the laptop and touched the cool black keyboard, Lin Yu felt a familiar sensation rising from deep within, a mix of excitement and anticipation. He knew this was the profound influence of advanced computer technology on him. Soon, as the computer booted up, Lin Yu began the simplest of user registration procedures and downloaded the necessary applications. After completing these basic tasks, he hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided not to enter the Huaxiao Red Hacker Alliance forum. Instead, he opened a text file and started coding, a task he was more than familiar with. What is most important for a swordsman? Of course, it's the sword. And for a hacker, the most important thing is undoubtedly the tools. A tool that operates quickly and with high precision is akin to a sharp sword. Therefore, true hackers write their own tools. Powerful attacks require robust tools to assist them. It's impossible to execute such complex and precise attacks relying solely on one's fingers. Those who depend entirely on their fingers to input commands are either mad or foolish. A simple analogy would be this. If a person were to move 100 bricks by hand, no matter how skilled they are, it would take a considerable amount of time. However, if they used a forklift, it would be a matter of moments, efficiency at its peak. This illustrates the stark difference between having tools and not having them. It's not an exaggeration to say it's like night and day. Currently, the development directions for hackers can be categorized into 5 types: attack, defense, intrusion, viruses and trojans, and auxiliary tools. These 5 categories resemble 5 different professions. and every hacker chooses a path to follow. The attack category can be summed up in one simple word: destruction. Intrusion represents penetration and invasion. It can breach enemy firewalls, manage control permissions, search for various information, and even overcome your firewall to directly locate your real-life IP address, exposing you completely. The defense category, as the name implies, focuses on firewall technologies, becoming a stronghold for protection. The viruses and Trojans category poses a significant threat, akin to a biological weapon. Once a lethal virus or Trojan spreads across the network, it can impact both local and external networks. In severe cases, the entire network could collapse, directly affecting real-life situations and causing immeasurable economic losses. In the worst instances, it could even affect countries around the world. A typical case in China is the panda burning incense virus. Auxiliary tools, in a sense, can be categorized alongside viruses and Trojans. This category encompasses a wide range of technologies, including detection, analysis, tracking, and integration, among others. Lin Yu, with his exceptional computer skills, has mastered all 5 types of technologies. Each of his skills is remarkably strong, almost at the top level globally, making him a one-of-a-kind, perfect Pentagon warrior. His gaze fixed on the screen. Lin Yu's slender fingers danced like 10 nocturnal sprites on the cold keyboard, producing crisp keystrokes. As the sound of typing filled the air, lines of concise, short code appeared on the notepad on the display at a visible speed. The code kept flowing, with no pauses. Often, as soon as one line appeared, another would follow in the next second, moving at an astonishing pace. 10 minutes later, Lin Yu developed a filtering tool composed of thousands of streamlined lines of code, which he named the flood filter. Looking at the flood filter he had created, Lin Yu nodded with satisfaction. His idea was simple. First, he would create some smaller auxiliary tools that were necessary. Once those smaller tools were completed, he would then prepare specialized tools for attack, infection, and defense. For instance, this auxiliary tool, the flood filter, is specifically designed to filter out meat chickens and jumping boards. Meat chickens refer to machines controlled by hackers, while jumping boards are used to infiltrate other servers through these compromised machines, controlling them in a continuous cycle. After some thought, Lin Yu decided to finish the auxiliary, attack, and infection tools tonight. As for the defense tools, he planned to set up a highly secure firewall on his own computer later. The specific ideas, thoughts, and principles had already formed in his mind, but coding them would undoubtedly be a monumental task. Time passed slowly, and it was soon around 11:30 p.m. Just as Lin Yu was busy coding various tools, there was a sudden knock at the door. "Come in," he said, not turning his head as he continued to type. With the appearance of another line of concise code, the final attack tool for the night was instantly completed. With the tool finished, Lin Yu let out a long sigh of relief, sinking back into his soft chair, eyes half closed, stretching comfortably. He didn't even need to look to know that it was Su Muyun who had come in, as she was the only one in the house who would knock so politely. Sure enough, the familiar voice came from behind him. "Are you still busy this late?" Gently closing the door, Su Muyun slowly walked up behind Lin Yu. She glanced at the laptop on the table, still lit, and at Lin Yu, who was resting with his eyes closed in the soft chair. In a soft voice, she asked, "Are you hungry? Would you like a late-night snack? I can make something for you." "No, I'm not hungry," Lin Yu replied. As he listened to Su Muyun's gentle voice, he suddenly remembered something important. He quickly opened his eyes, shut down the laptop, and got up to look at Su Muyun, who was dressed in pajamas. He grinned mischievously and said, "Let's go. It's already late. We should get some sleep." Hearing the word "we," Su Muyun's face instantly flushed, but she didn't say anything. After all, her intention was to invite him to sleep in her room. "Come with me," she said, her cheeks still red, before leading the way out the door. Seeing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but smile faintly and followed her. Soon, they arrived at Su Muyun's room. Unlike the streaming equipment room, this was truly her personal space. As Lin Yu stepped inside, he was surprised to find a small living room. The air was filled with a fresh scent from the incense burning in the corner. The room was divided into 2 sections, with the outer area being the living room, and the inner part presumably being Su Muyun's bedroom. Noticing a sofa in the living room, Lin Yu joked, "You're not telling me I'm sleeping here tonight, are you?" In response, Su Muyun shot him a playful glare and then pushed open the slightly ajar bedroom door. As Lin Yu stood at the doorway, he was immediately greeted by a faint, pleasant fragrance that was incredibly soothing. Once inside, Lin Yu was astonished to discover that Su Muyun's room also had a small study. The entire space was divided into 2 sections by a bookshelf, and he could vaguely see a light blue mosquito net hanging from the ceiling in the back. That must be where Su Muyun's bed was, which explained the more intense fragrance in that area. In the outer study area, there were many books on the shelves, showcasing a diverse collection from both ancient and modern times, encompassing various cultures. Near the balcony, there was a guest sofa and a table, adorned with a few books and a single teacup. These details clearly indicated that Lin Yu was the first person to enter Su Mu Yun's room. Even Su Mu Xian probably hadn't been in here, as there was only one teacup on the table, not two. You can sit down first. I'll go get a cup, Su Mu Yun said, her tone a bit nervous as she gestured for Lin Yu to take a seat before hurriedly walking out. Despite having mentally prepared for this moment multiple times, she felt flustered when it actually happened. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Yu shook his head. He could easily see that Su Mu Yun was feeling awkward. To ease the tension, he decided it would be best for him to go to bed first. Their relationship had already made significant progress. There was no need to rush things and push for clarity right away. After all, haste makes waste. Progressing too quickly can often be counterproductive. It's better to wait until the time is right and let things unfold naturally. At the very least, Su Mu Yun isn't prepared for this yet, so Lin Yu won't push her. Of course, while he can't go all in at once, he can still take some tentative steps. With this thought in mind, a knowing smile crept across Lin Yu's face. Having already washed up for the night, he slipped off his shoes and climbed onto Su Mu Yun's bed. The bed was large enough for two, with two pillows clearly arranged there, suggesting that Su Mu Yun had prepared for this well in advance. Nestling into the soft pillows and inhaling the faint, pleasant fragrance, Lin Yu closed his eyes contentedly. Meanwhile, outside the room, Su Mu Yun stood at her bedroom door with a cup of tea, hesitating. Her expression was a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Her mind a whirl of thoughts. Would it hurt? What if it really did hurt? She felt a wave of panic wash over her. Should she just sleep on the sofa in the study instead? But that wouldn't be ideal, considering she was the one who invited him over. What if? At that moment, Lin Yu turned into a lecher? Ugh. As soon as the thought crossed her mind, she chastised herself silently, feeling embarrassed. Su Mu Yun, how could you think that? Lin Yu is definitely not that kind of person. He wouldn't even touch a girl before. After glancing at the clock, which read 12:30 a.m., Su Mu Yun realized she had been standing outside for 20 minutes and couldn't put it off any longer. After a while, her hesitation faded, replaced by a resolute expression. With her mind made up, she bit her lip bashfully, lowered her head, and with a trembling right hand, pushed open the bedroom door, stepping inside slowly. To her surprise, the expected questions from Lin Yu didn't come. Confused, she looked up. And when she saw him lying on her bed, fast asleep, her previously anxious heart relaxed. Her pretty face displayed an expression of both exasperation and amusement. Here she was, lost in her thoughts outside, while he was comfortably asleep inside. It was both infuriating and funny. Setting her cup aside, Su Mu Yun approached the bed, gazing at Lin Yu's handsome, refined features, reminiscent of an ancient immortal. Unable to resist, she gently kissed his forehead. As expected, the deeply sleeping Lin Yu showed no reaction. Seeing this, a smug smile appeared on Su Mu Yun's face. Humph, let him sleep. I want to kiss him while he is awake. Just thinking about how regretful Lin Yu would feel later made her mood much lighter. After kicking off her shoes and climbing into bed, Su Mu Yun prepared to turn off the lights. Little did she know, as she did so, Lin Yu, who should have been asleep, wore a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. As the lights went out, the room was instantly plunged into darkness. The bed was spacious, and Lin Yu had deliberately positioned himself on the other side, leaving plenty of room for Su Mu Yun. In this way, even though the two were sleeping together, there was still a significant distance between them, much like sleeping in separate beds. As time passed in the darkness, Lin Yu, who was asleep, unconsciously turned over repeatedly, occasionally brushing against Su Mu Yun beside him. This brief contact made Su Mu Yun, who was sleeping on her side, stiffen up as if she had been frozen in place. However, she didn't think much of it. She simply assumed that Lin Yu was a restless sleeper and never considered that he was doing it on purpose. In the darkness, a smile slowly crept onto Lin Yu's face as he gradually closed the distance between them while asleep. Finally, when his body shifted to a position he had calculated perfectly, he came to a stop, feeling at ease and ready to sleep. This position was ideal. As soon as Su Mu Yun moved even slightly or changed from lying on her side to her back, she would inevitably touch him. And the moment she did, the sleeping Lin Yu would create a subtle psychological suggestion for Su Mu Yun, giving her a sense of security as if someone was there to rely on. Even if she felt shy when awake and shifted away from him, her subconscious would instinctively bring her closer while she slept. Based on Lin Yu's analysis of their relationship and his understanding of her, he deduced that once she made contact with him, the chance of her moving away would be very low. If she truly had such intentions, she would have discreetly shifted away when he accidentally touched her, instead of remaining still in the same spot. Thus, according to Lin Yu's reasoning, when they woke up in the morning, There was a 99 chance they would be in an intimate position, like a couple in love. In this scenario, while Su Muyun thought she was only on the first layer, in reality, she was already in the stratosphere. Chapter 30. Reactions. Just as Lin Yu happily drifted off to sleep, information about Su Muyun's sudden end of her live stream began to flood the internet. Various marketing accounts started to ramp up their efforts, desperately trying to ride the wave of trending topics. As the saying goes, it all starts with a picture. The content relies entirely on fabrication. On platforms like Douyin and Xiakeji, some content creators, who cared more about views than integrity, began to mindlessly churn out a plethora of outrageous articles and videos based on the image of Su Muyun abruptly stopping her stream in the afternoon. Claims such as Su Muyun got too carried away and announced she no longer wants to livestream. She is at odds with the Douyin platform and is planning to switch, and even fans are challenging each other to fight started to spread like wildfire. The absurdity of the content was astounding, as if the intelligence of internet users was being stomped on and mocked relentlessly. Because of the previous trending searches involving Su Muyun and Lin Yu, many netizens instinctively clicked on these videos and articles. However, after finishing these useless pieces of content, they flooded the comments section with critiques. "Hey guys, look what I found. A clueless writer just spewing nonsense." One commenter exclaimed. "These brainless people just keep churning out garbage to chase clout without any shame. Is there anyone out there who can clarify what's really going on?" Another chimed in. "What a load of crap. You don't know anything yet here you are making stuff up. Are you the only one left at home, you dog?" Without further ado, users began to report these accounts. The trend of these marketing accounts generating sensationalist content only grew stronger, spreading like an infectious disease. Some lesser-known creators with few followers jumped on the bandwagon. Even though they were continuously criticized and bashed by netizens, their views skyrocketed, and this tangible success thrilled them. Normally, their videos would garner a mere handful of likes, maybe a few dozen or, at best, over 100, with pitifully few comments, sometimes just a couple of dozen. But now, all they had to do was mindlessly follow the trend, post a video related to Su Muyun and Lin Yu, and instantly attract thousands of viewers and comments. It was simply too satisfying. Many creators without a fanbase who were eager to profit from views were envious of this scene and quickly joined the growing snowball of public opinion. In the end, the incident surrounding Su Muyun's livestream closure became a hot topic online, once again trending on Weibo and Douyin, absurdly so. However, as the situation escalated, Su Muyun's fans, known as the Yun family army, quickly emerged to debunk the rumors, providing evidence in the comments section beneath the trending topics. When the truth about the incident and Su Muyun's statements surfaced online, many netizens and onlookers fell silent, with a flood of insightful comments pouring in. "I have deep feelings about this matter regarding Su. After so many years navigating through society, I've come to realize that the most deadly illness in the world is poverty. It breaks my heart to see Su, who faces such harsh fate yet never backs down, maintaining such a sunny and positive attitude. I truly admire her." To those elementary school students who complain late at night, take a good look at yourselves. If you experience a little hardship and think life isn't worth living, it's honestly laughable. Don't even compare those kids to Su. They aren't even worthy to carry her shoes. Sigh. While heaven has given me a compassionate heart, it hasn't granted me the ability to save others. Even though my own life is far from perfect, I can't bear to see the myriad of sufferings in this world. I wonder how Su is doing now. There hasn't been any news yet. Is there a fundraising channel available? I want to do my part for Su and let her know that she's not alone. There are many people in this world watching over her. That's right. If we all contribute a little love, Su can definitely overcome this illness. The chances of early-stage cancer being cured are quite high. As more and more internet users share Su's story, the impact of this event has grown significantly, becoming widely known across the internet. Ultimately, the omnipotent netizens conducted a deep analysis of Su's case. The harsh realities behind it sparked a heated discussion online regarding cancer patients and the exorbitant costs of anti-cancer drugs. As this topic spread, relatives of other cancer patients also stepped forward, tearfully recounting how their once happy families have been shattered by cancer and the high prices of medication, even leading to family tragedies. This cruel reality has come to light, prompting young people who had never understood the situation to spontaneously organize and passionately share Su's story online, urging everyone to join in addressing this major social issue. Some even banded together to tag relevant government departments on social media. Throughout the night, platforms like A, B, and Dubon were overwhelmed by the sheer volume of traffic, something they had never encountered before, leading to server crashes. After discovering that the servers had gone down, frustrated netizens flocked to Weibo. The sudden surge in data almost brought Weibo to its knees. Fortunately, Weibo's servers held up under the immense pressure from the influx of users. However, it was destined to be a sleepless night, not just for the netizens, but also for the programmers working frantically to fix the servers. Around 6 in the morning, the ringing of a phone disrupted a couple who were snuggled together like lovers. In a daze, Lin Yu felt as if he was holding a piece of warm, beautiful jade in his hand, soft, smooth, and incredibly pleasant to the touch. This comforting sensation jolted him awake. Looking down at Sumu Yun, who had been awakened by the phone, her delicate brows furrowed as she sleepily opened her eyes. Lin Yu couldn't help but smile and quickly answered the call. As soon as the call connected, a familiar professional woman's voice came through. "Hello, Mr. Lin. This is Bao Wei Private Hospital in the Magic City. The transfer procedures for Ms. Suemo have been completed, and she has been settled into a high-end VIP ward. When would be a convenient time for you to come in and handle the relevant matters?" Hearing that it was about Sumu Yun, who had been somewhat dazed, suddenly became more alert. She lifted her head, her beautiful big eyes fixed on Lin Yu. "I'll come by this morning," he replied, maintaining eye contact with her. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the other party quickly hung up the phone. "All right, Su is already in the Magic City. She probably hasn't woken up yet." Tossing his phone aside, Lin Yu gently ran his fingers through Sumu Yun's silky, jet-black hair. He then lifted her little head and pressed it back against his chest, chuckling softly. "So, let's continue our nap." At Lin Yu's reminder, Sumu Yun, who hadn't realized their intimate position until now, suddenly snapped back to reality. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her head, avoiding his gaze. She distinctly remembered leaning against Lin Yu last night. How had she ended up in his arms, resting on his chest? Could it be that she had taken the initiative to snuggle up to him? The thought made Sumu Yun blush so deeply that even the tips of her ears turned red. Chapter 31, BTK Inhibitors. After sorting out her emotions, Sumu Yun ultimately left Lin Yu's embrace, got up, washed up, and made breakfast. Although Lin Yu felt a bit regretful, it was also understandable. Even though their relationship had not been explicitly defined, both of them tacitly acknowledged each other's presence. Whenever Lin Yu did things that only couples typically do, Sumu Yun would accept it without resistance. Therefore, Lin Yu wasn't too anxious. As long as they continued to develop their relationship as they were, it was only a matter of time before they would naturally be together. Suddenly, Lin Yu seemed to have thought of something, and a subtle smile appeared on his lips. Perhaps that day wouldn't be too far away. Around 7:30 in the morning, Sumu Yun had finished making breakfast and woke up the still sleepy Su Mushin. Despite having stayed up until 2 or 3 in the morning, Su Mushin was extremely reluctant to get up. However, under the pressure of Sumu Yun's familial authority, she eventually mumbled and got out of bed to wash up and eat. Soon after, the three of them had breakfast. But Su Mushin was so sleepy that she went back to bed for more rest. Meanwhile, Sumu Yun drove to the private Bao Wei Medical Hospital in Modu with Lin Yu. After parking the car, Lin Yu went to the reception desk to handle the necessary procedures and inquire about Su's condition. Upon learning that Su had already woken up, the two of them, after completing the formalities, followed the medical staff to Su's hospital room. In the hospital bed, Suemo was sitting and leaning against the pillow, quietly gazing out at the osmanthus tree outside the window, her delicate face calm. As the door opened, she seemed to sense someone entering and instinctively looked over. Upon seeing the familiar faces of Sumu Yun and Lin Yu, her previously calm demeanor turned tense. She felt shy and lowered her head, her cheeks visibly flushing red, which quickly spread to her ears. She had already learned from the nurse about what had happened. She hadn't expected that not only did she survive, but Lin Yu had also transferred her directly from Xingxing to a private hospital in Modu. The thought of her past actions filled her with shame. Soon, Lin Yu and Sumu Yun arrived at Sumo's bedside. "Su, are you all right?" Sumu Yun gently asked as she sat beside the bed, looking at the girl who was blushing and not speaking. "I am fine. Thank you for your concern, Sister Yuner," Suemo stammered, appearing quite nervous. Noticing this, Sumu Yun turned her head thoughtfully to glance at Lin Yu behind her, and the meaning in her beautiful eyes made Lin Yu understand immediately. "You two chat. I'll step outside for a bit," Lin Yu said helplessly before leaving the room. The room instantly fell silent, leaving only Sumu Yun and Suemo. Under Sumu Yun's gentle encouragement, Suemo gradually lifted her head. In this era of rampant materialism, two women with similar experiences, resonating with the same fate, shared a bond that was incomprehensible to others. Outside the room, Lin Yu sat on a public bench, took out his phone, and was about to start fiddling with it when a familiar system notification sound suddenly rang in his mind. Ding. The host has stayed at the Magic City Bao Wei Medical Private Hospital for 1 minute. Would you like to check in? Yes, no. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yu chose to check in. Ding. You have successfully checked in at the Magic City Bao Wei Medical Private Hospital. Reward: 51 Equity Injunction Group. Ding. Current check-in attempts remaining. 2. Equity Injunction Group. Upon hearing this unfamiliar company name, Lin Yu raised an eyebrow and quickly searched online. After some time, he finally understood the background of this company. Zhongshan Group was originally established through investments from 3 collectively owned enterprises, also known as Zhongshan High-Tech Company, Limited. Now, it specializes in the pharmaceutical manufacturing industry. It not only has numerous subsidiaries, such as biopharmaceutical companies and pharmaceutical firms, but its various investment projects also span the entire pharmaceutical sector. Overall, Zhongshan Group is considered a dominant force in the pharmaceutical industry, ranking among the top tier. At the same time, a familiar text message from SF Express came through. Clearly, this was the equity agreement for Zhongshan Group. Lin Yu thought for a moment and decided to use up all 3 of today's check-in opportunities here to see what else he could obtain. As soon as Lin Yu made up his mind, the system notification sounded again. Ding. You have successfully checked in at the Magic City by We Medical Private Hospital. Reward. Principles and technology for producing BTK inhibitors. Ding. Current check-in attempts remaining. 1. The next second, a familiar white space appeared before Lin Yu's eyes. Here. He transformed into a pharmaceutical researcher, diving into the day and night study of BTK inhibitor production. A second later, a dazed Lin Yu emerged from the white space, having completely mastered the technology for producing BTK inhibitors. What is a BTK inhibitor? Bruton S tyrosine kinase, BTK, is a member of the TEC family of non-receptor tyrosine kinases and is a key protein molecule in the B-cell receptor signaling pathway. It is involved in the proliferation, transport, chemotaxis, and adhesion of B cells and is widely expressed in various types of hematological malignancies. Inhibiting the activity of BTK can produce significant anti-tumor effects. Overall, it is a targeted drug, commonly referred to as an anti-cancer medication. Lin Yu never expected that today he would check in for a new type of anti-cancer drug technology at a private hospital. It's worth noting that in this parallel world, China is only 18 years into the future. The entire country's anti-cancer drugs are solely imported, with no domestic production. This is undoubtedly a painful point for many Chinese people who wish to see the country break free from this embarrassing situation. However, there is nothing that can be done, as currently no pharmaceutical company has developed a genuine, market-ready anti-cancer drug. The vast majority of pharmaceutical companies are essentially still in the research and experimental stages of developing anti-cancer drugs. Although they have achieved some commendable results, none have been completely successful yet. Of course, while China has not independently developed a genuine anti-cancer drug, when it comes to imitation capabilities, no other country can match China. As a result, there are many generic versions of anti-cancer drugs on the market. However, many of these imitations do not perform as well as the original products. Naturally, their prices are only a fraction, sometimes even a tenth, of the originals. However, Lin Yu confidently stated that given some time, he could fully develop the BTK inhibitor that was in his mind. As the first anti-cancer drug independently developed in China, it would signify the end of the awkward history of China's anti-cancer drug market, which has only seen imports. It must be said that this signing reward came at just the right moment and was incredibly powerful. Thinking of this, a smile could not help but spread across Lin Yu's face. Just as he was about to use his third signing reward, Su Muyan suddenly walked out of Su Su's hospital room. What has got you grinning like that? Su Muxian asked curiously as she sat down next to him. Noticing Lin Yu's beaming expression, a project has made a breakthrough, Lin Yu casually explained after seeing Su Muyun come out, then asked, is Su Su all right? Yes, I've talked to her. She promised me that she wouldn't attempt anything drastic again and expressed her willingness to focus on her treatment here to recover as soon as possible. Su Muyun nodded, and as if recalling something, she added with a smile. She even said that once she is healed, she'll come out to work for you to pay us back for the medical expenses. At this, Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle. If that were the case, she would be working for him for a lifetime. After all, this is Shanghai, and the medical expenses at private hospitals, especially for cancer treatment, are not low, easily reaching millions. When Lin Yu walked back into Su Su's hospital room, she was no longer shyly looking down. It was then that Lin Yu noticed that Su Mo was actually quite pretty, with a doll-like face and long eyelashes fluttering beneath her bangs. She looked like a sweet neighbor girl, cute and well-behaved, though a bit frail. Hello, Su Su, Lin Yu greeted her with a smile. Why you, your majesty? Hello, Su Mo stammered, her face flushing deeply as she took in Lin Yu's handsome features and the gentle demeanor he radiated. Lin Yu was a bit surprised. He didn't expect to find such a shy girl nowadays. It was quite rare. Many girls today would easily crack a risky joke back at you, but a girl like Su Mo could almost be considered a rare breed. Chapter 32, Acquisition. As the two continued their conversation, Lin Yu realized that this seemingly gentle and shy girl was actually more independent and strong-willed than anyone else. She was the opposite of his easygoing wife, Su Muyun. One was cold on the outside but warm on the inside, while the other appeared soft yet was tough at heart. Just as they were talking, the door to the hospital room suddenly swung open. A middle-aged male doctor, who looked like the attending physician, entered with 2 medical staff members. "Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm Dr. Zhou Chao, Sumo's dedicated physician," he said with a friendly smile directed at Lin Yu. "Regarding Miss Su's early-stage stomach cancer, I have prepared a treatment plan, and I would like to discuss it with you in my office." Lin Yu nodded and replied, "All right, thank you, Dr. Zhou." "Not at all. As a doctor, it's my duty to be responsible for my patients," Dr. Zhou said politely. Soon, Lin Yu followed him to the office. As soon as they entered, Dr. Zhou handed Lin Yu the prepared treatment plan on the desk and said, "Based on our analysis of Miss Su's blood work, we have confirmed her early-stage stomach cancer. Additionally, since she has been taking targeted medication, her condition has been well controlled, and the cancer cells have stopped spreading, currently localized to a small area of her stomach. Given this situation, we have 2 treatment options. The first option is surgical resection, where we would remove the surface tumor while leaving the underlying capillaries intact. We would then use traditional Chinese medicine to help consolidate the treatment effect and promote recovery of the body's functions, which is safe and has no side effects. The second option is local excision, where we would completely remove the benign tumors clustered in the stomach. Post-surgery, there would be no need for chemotherapy or radiotherapy, and even traditional medicine might not be required. However, there could be some mild adverse reactions and sequelae in the future. After hearing about the 2 treatment options, Lin Yu raised an eyebrow and began to analyze the pros and cons in his mind. In the long run, the first option was undoubtedly the best, though it might take a little longer and cost more. Besides that, this method had no adverse reactions or sequelae, and with the combination of traditional medicine post-surgery, the body could recover quickly and return to normal. On the other hand, while the second option was quick and had a shorter treatment time, it could lead to problems later in life. After all, losing a part of the body would inevitably cause various forms of imbalance. It's important to remember that the human body is a complete and intact whole, constructed from cells, tissues, organs, systems, and other components, much like a finely tuned instrument. If one part of this intricate machinery has an issue, it might not be apparent immediately, but as one ages, the problem would become increasingly pronounced. It might even develop into a hidden ailment lurking within, only to explode at some point, leading to illness. This is a typical example that every adult encounters in real life. They face the pressures of daily life, long hours at work, late nights, and the repetitive nature of their tasks, all of which can lead to unseen ailments. Those who sit in an office for extended periods are prone to issues such as muscle strain in the lower back, hemorrhoids, and cervical spondylosis. Meanwhile, those who work on construction sites may find that various health problems from their youth resurface as they age, with common issues including herniated discs, pneumoconiosis, and rheumatism. These are all consequences of physical strain. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yu chose the first option. He initially planned to ask Sumo about it, but after their recent conversation and his analysis of her character, he realized that if he were to ask her, she would likely choose the second treatment option. This would allow her to be discharged sooner and start working to repay her debts. Therefore, for her health's sake, Lin Yu decided not to inform her of the treatment plan and would make the decision for her instead. After all, he wasn't short on money, if necessary. She could work for him a few more years. After discussing the details of the treatment plan and related procedures with Dr. Zhou, it was already past 11 o'clock. "Let's leave it at that for now. I'll leave Sumo's treatment in your hands, Dr. Zhou," Lin Yu said with a smile, noticing the time. "You can rest assured, Mr. Lin. I guarantee that Sumo will be discharged in perfect condition within a month," Zhou Chao replied, quickly standing up to see him off. His tone very reassuring. Hearing this, Lin Yu nodded and walked out of the office towards Sumo's hospital room. Just as he entered, before he could say anything, his phone rang, drawing the attention of Su Mu Yun and the other woman in the room. Lin Yu glanced at his phone and saw that it was a call from Li Xian. Without a second thought, he answered it. "Mr. Lin, I found the company address you asked me to look for in the Magic City. Would you like to come and check it out?" Li Xian's professional voice came through. "That was quick. Where is it?" Lin Yu asked, somewhat surprised. He had only assigned her the task the night before, and she had already found it by this morning impressive speed. "It's the headquarters of Baiji Biotechnology, covering nearly 50,000 square meters. Due to recent financial strain, the company is selling the building, valued at around 1.5 billion. With some negotiation, we should be able to." Biotechnology company. Lin Yu's interest peaked at the mention of this term. He interrupted Li Xian, asking directly, "Are their staff still there?" Seemingly taken aback by Lin Yu's excited tone, Li Xian hesitated before replying, Yes, they are. Great. Check the market valuation of this company. I want to acquire the whole place, people and all, for a few billion. No need to relocate staff. I'm heading over right now. Li Xian, wait. You want to acquire this financially troubled, possibly bankrupt biotechnology company for a few billion? Is the boss crazy, or did she mishear something? Isn't this obviously a huge loss? Although Li Xian couldn't quite understand Lin Yu's idea, as his personal butler, she quickly agreed and set about executing his instructions. However, to be honest, seeing tens of billions being thrown away like this, even though it wasn't her money, still made her feel a bit heartbroken. Meanwhile, when Lin Yu mentioned spending tens of billions to acquire another company, Su Muyun and Su Mo both looked stunned, especially Su Muyun. Her beautiful eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. Was Lin Yu really that wealthy? How did she not know? She vaguely remembered that when she first visited his rental apartment, the landlady, Mu Wanqing, had said he was very poor, so poor he couldn't even afford the full rent. How could he now casually spend tens of billions as if it were just a meal? This was tens of billions, not just a few million or tens of millions. At that moment, even Su Muyun, known for her cold demeanor, was left dumbfounded by such a staggering amount. Oh my God. What kind of extraordinary husband did she find? Not only was he exceptionally handsome and charming, but he was also a high IQ genius. And now he had transformed into a business tycoon worth over 100 million. This was too dramatic. Just like some plot from the cheap novels she read in her youth. Absurd. Compared to Su Muyun's shock, Su Mo wasn't doing much better either. This was her first encounter with a business mogul like Lin Yu, someone she thought only existed on television. And he treated her so well. Just thinking about it made her face flush with excitement. Seeing the two women in front of him with their varied expressions, Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle as he turned to Su Muyun and said, I need to handle some company matters. You can head home by yourself later. I might be back very late, or even tomorrow. Don't wait for me for dinner. Huh. Lin Yu's words snapped Su Muyun back to reality. After a moment, she nodded and softly replied, Okay, you go ahead, and remember to eat on time. Hearing this, Lin Yu smiled and assured her before briefly speaking to Su Mo, encouraging her to continue her treatment. He then quickly hailed a taxi and rushed to Baiji Biotech Company. As he sat in the taxi, Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a bit reflective. He was already worth over 100 million, yet he still had to take a taxi. He really needed to arrange for a car soon. Otherwise, getting around would be quite inconvenient. Half an hour later, Lin Yu arrived at the entrance of Baiji Biotech Company. By that time, Li Xian had already been waiting outside with two middle-aged men in suits. When she saw her boss arriving by taxi, Li Xian was quite surprised. But she didn't think too much of it. She quickly approached and said, Mr. Lin, this is their chairman and CEO, Ouyang Lei. He wants to discuss the acquisition with you in person. As she spoke, a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 30s or 40s approached with a smile. However, when he saw Lin Yu's youthful and handsome face, he couldn't help but exclaim, Hello, Mr. Lin. Before you arrived, I honestly didn't expect you to be this young. Truly, each generation surpasses the last. Haha, you're too kind, Mr. Lei. Lin Yu replied with a smile before getting straight to the point regarding the acquisition of your company. I wonder what your thoughts are, Mr. Lei. In response to Lin Yu's direct inquiry, Ouyang Lei didn't answer immediately. Instead, he smiled and waved his hand, saying, No rush. It's almost noon now, and I imagine Mr. Lin hasn't had lunch yet. Why don't we sit down and have a meal before discussing other matters? It would be my pleasure to host you and ensure that no one says I'm a poor host. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, thought for a moment, and eventually nodded in agreement. Since he might be quite busy in the afternoon and possibly wouldn't even have time for dinner, it made sense to have a hearty lunch. As for Ouyang Lei's subsequent actions and tactics, Lin Yu was well aware. After all, this is China, and the concept of personal connections has been deeply embedded in its history. Chapter 33. The choice around noon, in the luxurious VIP room of a five-star hotel. Nearly all the senior management of Baiji Company had gathered, thanks to the warm hospitality of Ouyang Lei. Lin Yu counted and found that there were a total of 14 people, including Ouyang Lei, among them several foreigners. However, Lin Yu felt indifferent about this, as he was simply there to enjoy the meal. As time passed, a table full of delicacies was soon laid out. Without waiting for Ouyang Lei to make a move, Lin Yu took the initiative and started to serve everyone. Come on, everyone, don't be shy. Let us eat and drink freely. We're all family now, Lin Yu said with a smile. With the astonished gazes of the others upon him, he took the lead and began to indulge in the feast. Ouyang Lei, the others. Who is really hosting this meal? Why does it feel like they are the ones being treated? And is it really okay for just one person to be eating at the table? Watching Lin Yu's behavior, Li Xian, sitting beside him, appeared calm on the surface. But a hint of amusement flickered in her beautiful eyes. Lin is indeed a young man with a unique personality, she thought. As Lin Yu devoured the food with gusto, Ouyang Lei's mouth twitched, and he forced a couple of awkward laughs. This young man certainly was playing by the rules. It left him somewhat bewildered. After a while, regaining his composure, Ouyang Lei smiled and said, "Since Lin has spoken, let us all enjoy the meal." With that, the group that had been sitting idly watching finally joined in on the feast. Noticing this, Ouyang Lei gave a knowing glance to Zhu Fei, the head of sales, who instantly understood and, with a smile, reached for a bottle of mitai from the side. However, just as he was about to stand up and speak, Lin Yu's calm voice suddenly interrupted. "I'm sorry, but I'm allergic to alcohol." Zhu Fei, is this guy seriously making it difficult for everyone to enjoy the meal? Glancing at the middle-aged man across from him, whose smile was stiff and appeared quite awkward, Lin Yu thought for a moment. Since they would all be colleagues in the future, there was no need to make things uncomfortable. Thus, he decided to skip the formalities and speak frankly. "We're all smart people here, and I dislike pretentiousness, so let us get straight to the point." With that, Lin Yu looked around the room and finally focused on Ouyang Lei, saying, "I'm here to acquire Baiji Biotechnology Company, not just your company's address. If you're willing, I can assure you that aside from having an additional non-involved chairman, nothing else will change. You will continue to work in your original positions. And I want to interfere. In addition, I allocate funds to various research projects in the company every month. As long as you can achieve breakthrough progress or make improvements, I can meet all your financial needs." After Lin Yu finished speaking, several lackluster foreigners and middle-aged individuals suddenly lit up, their eyes sparkling with excitement as they focused intently on him. Lin Yu responded with a slight smile and continued, "Of course, if you're unwilling to be acquired, then I will have no choice but to purchase your company's building and establish a brand new biotechnology company myself, bringing in personnel from elsewhere to take over. It might be a bit troublesome and time-consuming, but I can afford to wait." After saying that, Lin Yu leisurely resumed savoring the five-star hotel cuisine, leaving them to ponder their decision. He had already laid out everything he needed to say and clarified the pros and cons. If they were still stubbornly resistant, then it would be time to part ways. After all, he still held 51 of the shares in Zhongshan Group and could easily set up a new biotechnology company in the Magic City, recruiting talent from Zhongshan Group. It would be a hassle, but it was still a viable option. As soon as Lin Yu finished speaking, the room fell silent. All 13 senior executives from Baiji Company turned their gazes toward Ouyang Lei, the founder, chairman, and CEO of Baiji. Everyone felt tense, as the fate of Baiji hung in the balance. Whether they were on the brink of bankruptcy or heading toward a bright future was all up to Ouyang Lei's decision. Should he resist the acquisition of his life's work, determined to forge a bloody path through the thorns of the biotechnology industry? Or should he comfortably accept the acquisition and smoothly navigate toward success in the biotechnology field? In that moment, Ouyang Lei hesitated. However, as his gaze slowly swept over the familiar faces of those who had fought alongside him, the uncertainty faded, and his expression grew resolute. He let out a resigned sigh and remarked, "I have to admit, I am indeed getting old. The fighting spirit of my youth has been worn away by time. This world ultimately belongs to the young, so, Mr. Lin, Baiji Biotechnology Company, Limited welcomes you. We hope that under your leadership, our entire team can move toward a brighter future." As he concluded, Ouyang Lei raised his glass in a toast to Lin Yu, seeing Ouyang Lei make the right choice. The excitement in the room surged among all the senior executives. The atmosphere exploded with energy, and amid the clinking of glasses, everyone suddenly became enthusiastic, a stark contrast to the earlier coldness. Witnessing this scene, a satisfied smile spread across Lin Yu's face. He had finally secured Baiji Biotechnology Company. This trip had not been in vain. The dinner was quite enjoyable for everyone. But since they had to return to work in the afternoon, this group didn't drink much. Soon, after the meal, it was around 2:30 p.m. Led by Ouyang Lei, Lin Yu once again stood in front of the Baiji Biotechnology Company, Limited, his gaze scanning the building that was about to become his first company in name. It had 9 floors, featuring a simple and rectangular design, with a full glass curtain wall on the exterior, accented by large black steel pipes as decoration. From a distance, it had a strong industrial aesthetic. One couldn't help but admire the facade of Baiji Company. Lin Yu sighed, then followed Ouyang Lei into the conference room on the 9th floor to prepare for the acquisition process. The acquisition involved 5 steps: confirming the intention to acquire, then the acquiring party making a resolution, the target company holding a shareholders meeting, and other shareholders waiving their preemptive rights. In addition, due diligence needed to be conducted on the target company to clarify its basic situation, and finally, the acquisition agreement would be signed. Due to the complex procedures, and with Lin Yu present, it wasn't until around 4 or 5 in the afternoon that everything was completed. Chapter 34, RD, Chairman's Office View. Finally done. After signing the last agreement, Lin Yu casually tossed it onto the desk, let out a long breath, and sank back into the sofa, exclaiming, "Acquiring a company is such a hassle. If I had known, I would have let Li Xian handle it. The market valuation of Baiji Company is currently around 5 billion, and the required amount for the acquisition is quite substantial, so she had gone to coordinate with the finance department. Otherwise, Lin Yu would be stuck dealing with these tedious tasks. Hearing Lin Yu's complaints, Ouyang Lei, who was handling the agreements beside him, couldn't help but chuckle. You just took office and already find it troublesome? What will you do in the future? Aren't there diligent employees like us? Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively, seemingly unconcerned. In response, Ouyang Lei felt a bit helpless. Typically, when someone becomes chairman, they immediately assert their authority to establish their reputation. Yet here was Lin Yu, who, upon taking office, was already thinking about being hands-off. With his eyes closed and leaning back on the sofa, Lin Yu checked his page in his mind. Host, Lin Yu's skills, speed reading, memory retention, culinary skills. Expand, today's check-in count, 1, today's reward count, 3. Noticing that he still had 1 check-in and 3 rewards left for the day, Lin Yu decided to use them right away. As the system's notification sounded, a familiar voice echoed. Ding, you have successfully checked in at Baiji Biotechnology Company, Limited, and received the CAR T-cell therapy technology. Ding, available check-in times for the host. 0, before Lin Yu could fully process it. A familiar white space reappeared in his mind. A second later, he suddenly opened his eyes, a look of immense surprise crossing his face. Just now, he had nearly mastered the CAR T-cell therapy technology. The emergence of this technology excited even Lin Yu, as it was simply too powerful. What is CAR T-cell therapy technology? In simple terms, it's a personalized immune therapy method that can specifically eliminate particular cells in the body. In other words, it is a formidable weapon designed to combat tumor cells, classified as an anti-cancer drug, and a very powerful one at that. This method mainly involves genetically engineering the patient's T cells by adding a chimeric protein to their surface, followed by ex vivo expansion and activation before being reintroduced into the body. These enhanced T cells, equipped with the single-chain antibodies from the chimeric protein, gain the ability to recognize tumor cells and stimulate the co-stimulatory part of the chimeric protein, triggering a cellular immune response that eradicates the tumor target cells. From a weaponry perspective, the CAR T-cell therapy technology can be likened to extracting T cells from the body and artificially upgrading them into strategic missiles. Moreover, it provides the enhanced T cells, the missiles, with a precise targeting and navigation system, capable of striking directly at the source of the tumor target cells. Truly formidable. As for why Lin Yu describes this cell therapy technology as powerful, it's because just one application can extend a person's lifespan by about 3 years, even for those in the late stages of cancer. To put it in gaming terms, it's like giving you an extra 3 years of life while you're waiting to die. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it an anti-cancer miracle drug. According to the information Lin Yu has gathered from his readings, there are currently 457 million new cancer cases in China, accounting for 23.7% of the global total. Due to China's large population, it has the highest number of new cancer cases in the world. Just last year, 3 million people in China died from cancer. Considering the number of new cases and those living with tumors, the total number of cancer patients in China is at least over 20 million. In other words, nearly 20 million patients are desperately waiting for anti-cancer drugs every day. Some cannot afford them, while others have no treatment options. Thinking about this made Lin Yu feel an inexplicable urgency. It is imperative to expedite the development of BTK inhibitors and CAR T-cell therapy, then apply for market approval so that more people can access affordable anti-cancer medications. Using his phone, Lin Yu exhausted all 3 rebate opportunities for the day, giving the 39.2 billion he obtained to Li Xian, while leaving 22.4 billion in his account for tomorrow's transactions. After completing all this, Lin Yu looked directly at Ouyang Lei, who had finished organizing the agreement, and asked, "Old Lei, how far is our company's cancer drug research center from here?" Following the previous acquisition agreement, he had learned that Baiji Company focuses on developing and innovating affordable medications. Moreover, in discovering, developing, and innovating targeted tumor immunotherapy drugs and cancer treatments, Baiji Company is at the forefront in China. This is also the reason for their cash flow shortage, as developing each anti-cancer drug is extremely costly, sometimes burning through 50 million in a single day, which is quite outrageous. Huh? Upon hearing Lin Yu's direct question, Ouyang Lei was momentarily taken aback, seeming a bit unaccustomed to the term Old Lei. Once he regained his composure, he replied, "It's not far. Just a little over 10 kilometers from the company. We can get there in about half an hour." "All right, let's go take a look." Lin Yu nodded, standing up and saying, "I have some ideas regarding the development of anti-cancer drugs that I want to put into practice, to see if they can be of help to the research team." Ouyang Lei stood frozen for a moment, absorbing the implications of Lin Yu's words. The development of anti-cancer drugs? Putting ideas into practice? Their newly appointed chairman was actually a researcher in anti-cancer drugs. This world is just too crazy. Such absurdity is happening right before his eyes. Moreover, the fact that a chairman worth billions is involved in grassroots research would probably be hard for anyone to believe. However, upon recalling that Lin Yu arrived by taxi when he first appeared, Ouyang Lei suddenly started to understand. This chairman might be different from other CEOs in terms of behavior. He might be, well, rather distinctive. Keeping these thoughts to himself, Ouyang Lei quickly began to make arrangements. Also asking someone to give a heads up to the R&D center. Currently, Baiji Company's layout in the field of diseases consists of 4 main areas: solid tumors, hematological tumors, tumor immunology, and autoimmune diseases. Each of these areas accounts for about 25 of the focus, and they all have dedicated R&D centers. After all, Baiji Company relies on pharmaceuticals for profit. Although they are currently in a financially strained situation, they still aim to minimize their expenses. Soon, under Ouyang Lei's leadership, the two drove to one of the 4 major R&D centers owned by Baiji Company. Along the way, Lin Yu learned from Ouyang Lei about the status of this R&D center. It turns out they are currently focused on researching B-cell antigen receptors and Bruton S-tyrosine kinase, BTK. In other words, they are working on BTK inhibitors, but have not yet achieved success, although they have made some progress and have begun to uncover potential pathways. The previous financial strain was primarily due to this R&D project being in a rapid development phase, requiring significant funding. Currently, BTK inhibitors have become a hot target for treating hematological malignancies and autoimmune disorders. If they succeed in their research, it will completely break the current stagnation in the Chinese anti-cancer market, and the R&D company can reap substantial profits. It can be said to be a win-win situation for both fame and fortune, which is why pharmaceutical companies believe that any price they pay is worth it. This is the common direction for all pharmaceutical companies today. Whoever takes the lead will dominate the Chinese anti-cancer market and expand into international markets. After all, cancer exists not only in China, but in almost every country around the world. Moreover, cancer patients are eager for new anti-cancer drugs to emerge as soon as possible. When the two arrived at the R&D center, Amy, the head of the Hematological Oncology R&D Center, was already waiting at the entrance with her management team. Upon seeing her, Lin Yu immediately recognized her as one of the foreigners he had lunch with earlier. Yes, that's right. It was the middle-aged foreign man who looked at him like a lecher gazing at his stunning beauty. Oh, look who it is. Our esteemed chairman. It's truly an honor for us that you are visiting the R&D Center, Amy said passionately, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as she looked at Lin Yu. Lin Yu felt helpless. That damn translation accent was really grating on his ears. Ouyang Lei chuckled and introduced, Chairman. This is our Chief Medical Officer for Hematology at Baiji Company, Amy Peterbat, and she is also in charge here. Hello, Amy. Lin Yu responded lightly before getting straight to the point. Could you please take me to the lab? I have some research ideas regarding anti-cancer drugs that I need to validate. Lin Yu's words left Amy in shock. Oh my goodness. How incredible. Our chairman is actually a remarkable researcher. Lin Yu, if it weren't for the fact that he was a foreigner, Lin Yu would seriously suspect that this guy was mocking him. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lin Yu followed Amy for over 10 minutes and finally arrived outside the research lab for the BTK inhibitor. Through the glass, Lin Yu could clearly see the situation inside. There were hundreds of professional team members wearing white masks and white lab coats, sitting at their workstations, intently focused on the glass test tubes and other experimental apparatus, continuously repeating their tasks. At what stage is the research on the BTK inhibitor currently? Lin Yu asked while observing the researchers' operations. In terms of new drug research, we have already identified the target and confirmed the model. We are currently looking for lead compounds, Amy replied seriously, her expression becoming grave as she spoke about her field of expertise. As long as we receive substantial funding, we can definitely find suitable lead compounds in a short period of time, optimize them, and soon proceed to in vitro experiments, animal testing, and eventually human trials. At that point, we could get it on the market. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu shifted his gaze from the researchers back to Amy, giving her a faint, incredulous glance. Did he look like someone who could easily be fooled? Why was it that the moment he arrived, they were already thinking of getting him to invest money? As if he were a walking cash cow? Moreover, with the current pace of research, they hadn't even found a lead compound yet, let alone optimized it for in vitro experiments. If he hadn't come along, it might take them years to make any groundbreaking progress because the pace was just too slow. However, this was to be expected. After all, new drug research is notoriously complicated. It's like being given the blueprints and manufacturing process for a handgun. But you still need to sift through countless materials to find the ingredients for gunpowder. Even once you find them, they need to be perfectly matched. meaning you have to continually optimize the original materials until they become real gunpowder. Just the process of making gunpowder takes so long. So it's easy to imagine how lengthy and complex the overall work is. Go get your lab coat and research tools. I'm going to test my research idea, Lin Yu said seriously after a moment of thought. If it works, then today we could find and optimize the lead compound for the BTK inhibitor. At that point, you can directly proceed with in vitro and animal experiments. Of course, make sure to keep everything confidential. As soon as he finished speaking, both Ouyang Lei and Amy were left stunned. You can find and optimize the lead compound if your research idea is successful? You must be joking. How could that possibly happen? However, looking at Lin Yu's serious demeanor, which didn't seem like a joke, Ouyang Lei and Amy exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. If finding and optimizing the lead compound were really that easy, then why were hundreds of them spending day and night analyzing, screening, and researching here? If their chairman can truly succeed in finding and optimizing lead compounds, then all of their hundreds of team members might as well pack up and go home to raise pigs. Just kidding. There's no way that the hard work of their professional team could be surpassed by just Lin Yu's ideas. It's impossible, absolutely impossible, unless he has some kind of cheat. However, even if they don't believe Lin Yu can succeed, they still follow their chairman's orders. Before long, under the arrangement of the two, Lin Yu donned a mask, put on a white lab coat and blue rubber gloves, and walked into the research lab. Standing at his designated workstation, he looked at the glass tools, bottles, jars, and various electronic instruments before him, and felt an inexplicable sense of comfort. It was as if he had come home. He was very familiar with and skilled in using all these tools and instruments. This feeling was quite wonderful. As time passed, Lin Yu gradually got into the groove, concentrating intently as he manipulated the tools in his hands. Researching a new drug is no easy feat. It requires strict, complex steps, a long process, and a significant amount of money. First, the new drug must be defined and classified, and then it needs to be determined where the drug will act. Simply put, in the human body, wherever the virus wants to go, the drug's job is to prevent it from getting there. Typically, the virus goes through a process of adsorption, penetration, uncoating, biosynthesis, assembly, and release within the body. Each of these stages could be a potential action point for the drug, known as the target. Once the target is established and a model is built, the next step is to find a weapon that can act on it, which is the lead compound. A lead compound is a type of molecule, and there are various ways to find it, such as screening from drugs, isolating from natural products, gene synthesis, chemical extraction, and so on. After a series of experiments confirm its usefulness, it can then be developed into a drug. The third step involves in vitro experiments, which are experiments conducted on non-living biological systems like proteins, cells, and tissues. After initially verifying the drug's efficacy, the lead compound is further optimized to make it safer and more effective, shaping it into the ideal form. This stage can take an indeterminate amount of time due to its inherent uncertainties, but generally, it requires a long duration, usually several years. After that, it's simpler. Animal testing is conducted, collecting data from the blood, urine, and feces of the animals until the new drug's data stabilizes within a normal threshold. Finally, human trials are conducted, which are similar to animal experiments but much more rigorous and safety-focused. Any hint of adverse effects would lead to a recalculation of the drug dosage until it is deemed completely safe. The development of a new drug typically takes at least 10 years or even longer. But now, it's different because Lin Yu already has a finished product in his mind. He can quickly locate the lead compound and rapidly optimize it into the ideal form he remembers. To put it bluntly, Lin Yu now seems to have a godlike perspective, overlooking everything. While others are still struggling with the complex issue of lead compounds, he found the answer the moment he laid eyes on the topic. Yes, it's that exaggerated. Chapter 35, Terrifying Data. As dusk fell and darkness enveloped the earth, the twinkling stars shone brightly in the night sky. Inside the brightly lit laboratory, over 100 researchers remained focused on their tasks, diligently conducting various analyses and screenings. Outside the lab, Ouyang Lei and Amy were engaged in conversation, occasionally glancing towards Lin Yu, who was busy inside. Do you think our chairman's idea will succeed? Ouyang Lei asked. Oh, my president. I can't say whether the chairman's idea will succeed, but I do know he won't find a suitable lead compound, Amy replied. I think so too. If he actually pulls this off, it'll be quite embarrassing for all of you, Ouyang Lei chuckled. Hey, my president, I swear by God, that's never going to happen. Unbeknownst to Ouyang Lei and Amy, Lin Yu was completely unaware of their speculation. At that moment, he was at his workstation, operating a microscope with his eyes fixed intently on the cells in the petri dish. He had fully optimized the lead compound to match his memory and had injected it in liquid form into a piece of lymphatic tissue with a tumor. They were now in the in vitro experimental phase. Success or failure hinged on this moment. Although Lin Yu was confident that every step he had taken was correct, he still felt a mix of nervousness and anticipation as the moment of truth approached. Soon, under Lin Yu's watchful gaze, the rapidly spreading tumor cells in the petri dish began to be swiftly targeted by the lead compounds, which then initiated a rock-solid blockade and thorough dissolution. With the lead compounds effectively containing the tumor cells, their proliferation quickly began to subside, and they even started to merge with the lead compounds. Seeing this, Lin Yu hurriedly placed the petri dish containing the lymphatic tissue under a special electronic device. In the next moment, various data points began to refresh continuously on the device's display. Lymphocyte increase and other signs of relief. Complete remission rate, 99. Partial remission rate, 99. Overall remission rate, 99. Cancer cell control rate, 99. Adverse reactions. Neutropenia. All levels, 192, 5, 3, 112, 5, 8. Thrombocytopenia, leukopenia. As Lin Yu gazed at the astonishing data before him, he couldn't contain his excitement any longer and burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! The BTK inhibitor has succeeded. Indeed, this anti-cancer drug, designed to treat malignant blood tumors and autoimmune disorders, had finally been developed. Its market release was just a matter of time." When Lin Yu's enthusiastic voice echoed throughout the laboratory, the hundreds of researchers who had been searching for the BTK inhibitor-led compound turned in unison to look at him, their faces filled with confusion. What is going on? The BTK inhibitor research has succeeded? Aren't we still screening for lead compounds? In an instant, the entire research lab fell silent. Everyone instinctively halted their work, their faces filled with confusion and disbelief. Soon, a person who appeared to be the head of the research team approached. Just as he was about to ask what was happening, the lab's door swung open, and Ouyang Lei and Amy, who had been closely watching Lin Yu, rushed in. Especially Amy, who, upon seeing the uncontrollable excitement on Lin Yu's face, charged in like a whirlwind, staring intently at the display on the electronic instrument. "Oh my God!" As he gazed at the plethora of information on the screen, with a continuous string of treatment data showing a staggering 99, Amy's eyes widened in shock, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "What on earth? The BTK inhibitor has actually been developed, and the treatment data has reached an unprecedented and terrifying 99. This is nothing short of a miracle." Rubbing his eyes vigorously, Amy looked back at the display, fearing this was all just a sudden illusion. But the truth was undeniable, it was real. The data that their entire research team had dreamed of was laid bare before them. How could they not be thrilled? Once he regained his composure, Amy, flushed with excitement, clutched Lin Yu's lab coat tightly and sincerely exclaimed, "Oh, my dear chairman, this must be the work of God. You are surely an angel sent by God to help us." Lin Yu's lips twitched, and the expression of excitement on his face instantly froze, replaced by a look of exasperation. "You're the angel. Your whole family is made up of angels." Ouyang Lei, who had been a step behind, quickly joined them at the instrument. When he looked at the absurdly exaggerated data on the screen, he was left utterly speechless, his expression blank. After a long moment, Ouyang Lei finally came to his senses, worried that there might be an error in the instrument's calculations, so he conducted several more checks. However, the results remained unchanged, exactly the same as before. The realization that this was indeed real, not an illusion, made Ouyang Lei gulp hard, his voice trembling as he said, It really worked." As soon as these words left his mouth, it was as if a thunderclap had erupted in the ears of all the researchers, leaving them stunned, their hearts nearly stopping in that moment. The only thought racing through their minds was that the BTK inhibitor had succeeded in research today. Moments later, the previously silent research lab erupted like a volcano that had been stifled to its limit, the atmosphere exploding with excitement. "The BTK inhibitor has been successfully developed. Oh, this is amazing. This is incredible. We have finally succeeded. Our country now has a domestically developed anti-cancer drug. That's right. The first anti-cancer drug in China was developed by our company, Baiji. Baiji is awesome," screaming with excitement, as Ouyang Lei confirmed the news. The entire research team erupted in excitement, cheering and shouting, with everyone hugging each other and jumping for joy. Some of the more emotional female researchers were so overwhelmed that they burst into tears, while the male researchers raised their fists and shouted enthusiastically. Although they didn't know who had discovered the lead compound, they only needed to know that the development of the BTK inhibitor had been successful, and that was enough. Seeing this scene, Lin Yu was also swept up in the joy and enthusiasm of the crowd, joining in and shouting along. His voice immediately caught the attention of many researchers, including several female scientists. After all, Lin Yu's voice was distinctly different from everyone else's, making it easily recognizable. especially to those who had never heard him speak before. Look at him. He found the lead compound. He is the pride of our entire team. Someone in the crowd shouted, causing all eyes to turn toward Lin Yu, who had stepped away from the group. Lin Yu. Guys. There's really no need to be this enthusiastic. Feeling the somewhat mischievous gazes of the crowd, he instinctively looked to Ouyang Lei for help, hoping he would intervene. However, to his dismay, not only was Ouyang Lei silent, but even Amy, who had just been praising him, had disappeared without a trace. Here he was, standing alone in his white lab coat, looking exactly like every other researcher around him, blending in with the group. Before Lin Yu could say anything, the crowd surged forward like a sea of white clouds. They cheered, jeered, and playfully lifted him high into the air, tossing him up towards the ceiling. Thankfully, the lab's ceiling was quite high, and the crowd was careful. Otherwise, Lin Yu feared he might end up with a concussion. Amidst the crowd's enthusiasm, Lin Yu felt a mix of helplessness and gratitude. Chapter 36. Gene Editing Technology. After a brief celebration, everyone's emotions gradually calmed down. A seemingly familiar researcher playfully draped an arm around Lin Yu's neck and curiously asked, "Hey, which team are you from? You managed to find the lead compound. Impressive." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's expression became somewhat strange. After pondering for a moment, he smiled and replied, "I'm from the board of directors." Huh. The researcher seemed perplexed, as he had never heard of a board of directors in this context. He glanced at Lin Yu and noticed that his lab coat didn't even have a name tag. Before he could speak, Ouyang Lei suddenly appeared from behind Lin Yu. Smiling as he stood in the center of the group, he announced loudly, "Everyone, this is our new chairman, Mr. Lin. Let us give him a warm welcome." With that, he started clapping, and although the crowd was a bit bewildered, they instinctively joined in. However, when they came to their senses, they were filled with shock and disbelief. Their chairman was actually a researcher? And, most importantly, he had found a lead compound that even their hundreds of researchers had failed to discover? This was beyond science. In contrast to the crowd's astonishment, the researcher who had his arm around Lin Yu's neck suddenly froze, his mind blank. He instinctively pulled back his right hand and took a few steps back. Wow, I just hugged the chairman of the company and called him brother? How ridiculous am I? Observing the reactions around him, Lin Yu smiled slightly and spoke in a gentle tone. "Hello everyone, I'm Lin Yu, your new chairman. I'm here at the research center to validate some of my ideas about BTK inhibitors. As it turns out, my ideas were quite successful. Not only did I find and optimize the lead compound, but I also passed the in vitro tests. The upcoming animal trials and human tests will be handled by all of you. My only requirement is to get it to market as soon as possible. Any questions?" Lin Yu got straight to the point, sharing his thoughts with the group. He had already completed the research on the new drug, and now it was just a matter of conducting experiments to measure the drug's safety, efficacy, and dosage. Once those steps were completed, it would simply be a matter of reporting, approving, and registering before production could begin. In a typical pharmaceutical company, developing a new drug would take several years just to assess its safety, efficacy, and dosage. This is because any cancer drug comes with numerous side effects, and those effects must be reduced to acceptable national standards before the drug can be marketed. However, Lin Yu was different. The BTK inhibitor he developed was a product of the system, and just the series of 99 efficacy data hinted at its powerful therapeutic effects. Though it also had side effects, compared to foreign cancer drugs, it was like comparing heaven and earth. After all, a product from the system is guaranteed to be top-notch. That is not just a saying. Even a subpar product from the system would outperform foreign alternatives. After listening to Lin Yu's words, everyone was filled with confidence and shouted in unison, "No problem." It was a joke. Their biggest boss, the chairman, had come to the front lines to make such a significant contribution. If they couldn't handle the subsequent wrap-up work, they might as well go home and take a break. Seeing this scene, Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction and said, "I appreciate everyone's hard work during this time. Once the BTK inhibitor approval goes through, I'll give everyone a week off for a company-organized trip, and this month's salary and bonuses will be tripled. Oh, long live the chairman." Upon hearing about the tripled salary and bonuses, everyone's faces turned red with excitement, and they cheered loudly. As researchers, their salaries typically hovered around 15K. With the tripled salary and various bonuses, their earnings for the month could reach 50,000 to 60,000. Such a generous payout was enough to get them thrilled. After all, tangible rewards are far more motivating than any kind of verbal encouragement. Once Lin Yu finished addressing everyone, he left the research lab accompanied by Ouyang Lei. As for Amy, ever since Lin Yu developed the BTK inhibitor, he had eagerly arranged for people to prepare for animal experiments to observe data changes, likely forgetting about Lin Yu altogether. Seeing him in such a workaholic state, Lin Yu tactfully chose not to disturb him. After exiting the research facility and feeling his stomach growling, Ouyang Lei turned to Lin Yu and said, "It's already quite late, Chairman. You haven't had dinner yet. How about we grab a bite at a nearby hotel and stay the night?" Hearing this, Lin Yu realized he was indeed a bit hungry. He checked the time and saw it was already 11 p.m. After thinking it over, Lin Yu declined his suggestion without hesitation. Come on. Why would he go to a hotel to eat and stay with an older man? Wouldn't it be much better to go home and sleep with Su Muyin? Speaking of sleep, he found himself missing Su Muyin's bed a bit. Yes, definitely the bed, not her soft body or her captivating fragrance. As they walked out of the research center and reached the entrance, just as Ouyang Lei was about to drive Lin Yu home, Lin Yu suddenly remembered something and asked, "Old Lei, do we have a specialized research team for gene editing at our research center?" Huh. Ouyang Lei was momentarily taken aback, still focused on what to have for dinner and the BTK inhibitor, and didn't immediately respond. He quickly said, "Our company mainly focuses on drug development, and we currently don't have a specialized team for gene editing." Okay, Lin Yu nodded and said, "In that case, please help me find a team specializing in gene editing as soon as possible. I have some new ideas about anti-cancer drugs that I want to validate, related to CAR T-cell therapy technology. If we really can't find anything, then let's see which gene companies are in Shanghai and just acquire them along with their staff. If we're short on funds, have the finance department contact Li Xian. She's my personal assistant." After hearing Lin Yu's words, Ouyang Lei was momentarily stunned, his expression blank. What did you just hear? CAR T-cell therapy technology. This was a theory proposed by leading medical companies in the United States a few years ago. It was said to still be in the theoretical research phase, with no development news released. Yet now, the chairman of his own company was saying he wanted to validate it. The moment he recalled Lin Yu had said something similar before researching BTK inhibitors. Ouyang Lei's breath quickened. What if he really succeeded in research again? The thought startled him. How could they possibly enter the research phase ahead of even the leading medical companies in the U.S. and succeed? It was impossible, absolutely impossible. The chairman was probably just looking to prove some theoretical concepts and hadn't actually developed CAR T-cell therapy technology. Yes, that must be it. Ouyang Lei sighed in relief, agreeing to Lin Yu's request and promising to get back to him as soon as possible. Lin Yu naturally noticed Ouyang Lei's skepticism, but he didn't explain, only offering a slight smile. Chapter 37. Sharing a bowl of noodles around 12:30 a.m., Lin Yu got out of the car at his doorstep. After a brief farewell to Ouyang Lei, he watched him leave. Su Muxin is still awake. Standing at the entrance and looking up at the lights still shining in the second-floor living room, Lin Yu couldn't help but smile. Staying up late every night. What a night owl. At this hour, the only person still in the living room, aside from Su Muxin, the hacker girl who loved to code at night, was probably no one else. As for Su Muxin's sister, Su Muyu, she should have been asleep by now. However, when Lin Yu went upstairs and returned home, he was taken aback to see Su Muyu dozing off at the table, her chin resting on her hand. Once he regained his composure, a warm feeling spread in his heart, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. This silly girl, she even said there was a chance I might not come back. Yet here she is waiting. What a fool. He walked slowly to the table and, looking at Su Muyu's delicate sleeping face, bent down and gently kissed her smooth forehead to wake her up. In her dazed state, Su Muyu opened her eyes, and upon seeing Lin Yu's smiling, handsome face, a bright smile instantly lit up her features as she exclaimed, "You're back?" "Yeah," Lin Yu replied softly, a hint of helplessness and affection in his eyes. "You silly girl, I told you not to wait for me and to get some sleep, but here you are, waiting like a fool." Hearing this, Su Muyu simply smiled gently and asked, "Are you hungry? Do you want a late-night snack? I can make something for you." With that, she got up and headed toward the kitchen. "I saved some food for you tonight. Just heat it up, it'll be quick." Upon hearing about the late-night snack, Lin Yu's eyes sparkled as if he remembered something interesting. He smiled and asked, "Can I have noodles?" "Noodles?" Su Muyu paused for a moment before her face broke into a beaming smile. "Sure, I'll make you some." Under Lin Yu's meaningful gaze, Su Muyu walked into the kitchen to start cooking the noodles. Since Su Muyu had the habit of ordering food delivery every day, there was a good variety of ingredients at home. In no time, about 20 minutes later, Su Muyu emerged from the kitchen with a steaming bowl of egg noodles. Placing it on the living room table, she looked at Lin Yu with a cheerful expression and said, "The noodles are ready. Give them a try and see how they taste." Looking at the bowl of noodles with meat slices, a poached egg, and a sprinkle of green onions, Lin Yu gave Su Muyu a thumbs up and praised, "Just the aroma alone is amazing, especially this specially simmered broth. It's so fragrant, it really whets the appetite. It's great." Hearing this, Su Muyu's cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully shot him a glance, but inside, she felt quite happy. After all, every girl loves to hear compliments, especially from someone she likes. The joy and excitement felt can be off the charts. I can't eat anymore. After Lin Yu ate half of the noodles in his bowl, he put down his chopsticks and looked at Su Muyin seriously. He said, "You shouldn't eat too much at night. Otherwise, you might have trouble sleeping. Plus, food is hard to come by, so we shouldn't waste it. Since you haven't had a late-night snack yet, I'll leave the rest for you to finish. By the way, you don't mind, do you?" As he said this, Lin Yu grinned mischievously and pushed the noodles he had just eaten towards Su Muyin, his expression full of playful intent. Hearing Lin Yu's words, Su Muyin's already pale face turned even redder. Eating noodles that he had already tasted felt like an indirect kiss. Perhaps Lin Yu's sudden craving for noodles earlier was for this moment. Was he hinting at something? Did this mean he wanted to? The thought of something indescribable made Su Muyin feel shy. After a moment of hesitation, she finally picked up the noodles Lin Yu had eaten, her cheeks flushed under his teasing gaze. Seeing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but smile, his expression one of triumph. His eyes were filled with affection as he watched her shy demeanor. Su Muyin looked adorable when she blushed, especially with her usually cold demeanor softening into shyness. It not only excited Lin Yu, but also made his heart race. At that moment, he thought Su Muyin was the most beautiful. I'll go wash the dishes, Su Muyin said, feeling the intensity of Lin Yu's sincere and warm gaze. She quickly finished the last bite of noodles, flustered, and hurried to the kitchen with the bowl and chopsticks. Lin Yu couldn't help but smile at her reaction. She was still a bit shy, but once she got used to it, things would be different. After all, in some ways, subtlety is far more powerful than a storm. Influence can be imperceptible. After a quick wash-up, Lin Yu climbed onto Su Muyin's bed first, shifting his position slightly towards her side. Just a little more than yesterday. Lying on the soft bed, inhaling the familiar fragrance, Lin Yu closed his eyes and sighed contentedly. This feels good. In this quiet and comfortable environment, Lin Yu didn't pretend to sleep like he had the night before. Instead, he slowly drifted off to sleep. He knew that Su Muyin's situation tonight would be just like this morning, and he was confident of that. Clearly, Lin Yu's prediction was correct. When Su Muyin returned to the room after washing up and saw that Lin Yu had actually fallen asleep, she was no longer surprised. Moreover, after Lin Yu had fallen asleep, she felt bolder than usual. Not only did she snuggle close to him, but she also left her mark on his face, acting quite daringly and far from her usual shy self. In the end, with a satisfied smile on her face, Su Muyin leaned against Lin Yu, fully enveloped in a sense of security and comfort, and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 38. The actor. Early the next morning, Lin Yu was awakened by Su Muyin's movements. Watching her carefully slip away from him, Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle softly. Upon realizing that Lin Yu was awake, Su Muyin's cheeks flushed red, and she quickly got up to wash up, eager to escape the scene. In her haste, she also woke up the extremely reluctant Su Muyin, who had no way to resist. After a simple breakfast, Su Muyin, feeling utterly drowsy, went back to sleep. While Su Muyin prepared for her live stream, she had surprisingly lost all day in the peak matches and ranked games yesterday, winning only a few. Each match had teammates who either made all sorts of blunders or performed inexplicable operations. There were even arguments over positions right from the start, and some players brought their own biases against certain heroes into the game. She encountered a myriad of bizarre situations, all in just one day. This strange occurrence made Su Muyin suspect that someone might be manipulating her behind the scenes. However, without any evidence, she could only rely on her skills to climb the ranks, hoping to break this curse today. Lin Yu was unaware of this situation. With no particular plans for the day, he intended to edit his firewall on the computer and also make use of the system's 3 sign-ins and rebate features. Currently, he had completed the programming for all his tools, including attack, invasion, defense, and support. The only significant project left was the firewall, which was massive in scope. Based on Lin Yu's estimates, completing the firewall would likely require at least a day or 2 of coding. Unfortunately, with something like a firewall, the stronger it is, the better. This way, whether someone maliciously attacked him or tried to invade to obtain his real IP address, it would become exceedingly difficult. Leaning comfortably on the soft sofa, Lin Yu held his laptop, his long fingers dancing over the cold keyboard like a sprite, producing a crisp, pleasant tapping sound. On the computer screen, lines of streamlined code resembled falling Tetris blocks, continuously refreshing and stacking to form countless calculations in special programs. As he typed away, Lin Yu occasionally grabbed snacks like chips, chicken legs, and ham from the table, taking a break to brew himself a cup of Longjing tea, enjoying this comfortable life. As time passed, in contrast to Lin Yu's relaxed demeanor, Su Muyin was furrowing her brows, feeling a mix of frustration and irritation. The source of her discontent stemmed from her gaming sessions, where since this morning, she had only won the first match and lost every subsequent one. Shockingly, the reasons for her losses mirrored those from yesterday, all due to various troublesome teammates. This peculiar phenomenon seemed to have persisted since yesterday. Based on Su Mu-yun's years of experience live streaming Honor of Kings, the likelihood of someone manipulating events behind the scenes was quite high. Because it's impossible for her to face the same situation 2 days in a row, and her teammates seem to always end up arguing, this is just ridiculous. Even the matchmaking system for high-ranked players wouldn't be so exaggerated as to have her sanctioned for hundreds of games in just 2 days. Defeat. Looking at the glaring red letters on the screen and hearing the familiar background music, Su Mu-yun let out a helpless sigh and exited the game interface. In the post-match summary, her jungler, Dong Jing, had an impressive score of 23-8, earning the MVP for the losing team. Meanwhile, her 4 teammates all had abysmal stats, like 183, 270, and so on, particularly the marksman, who ended up with a terrible score of 093, ranking dead last, completely absurd. Seeing Su Mu-yun lose again, and consistently paired with terrible teammates, the fans in the live stream felt both sympathy and suspicion. I can't believe it. How come the streamer keeps getting these stupid teammates who can't even lie down properly? Exactly. This is just too foolish. It's like playing against bots in a bronze league, especially that marksman. Those movements in that gameplay are infuriating to watch. I feel for Yun. She's the MVP on the losing side every game, and these players are just too much of a burden. From yesterday to today, I've noticed that the streamer hardly won any games, yet every match she played was incredible. She just kept losing. There must be some sort of sabotage going on. No doubt about it. Over 100 games with her dominating yet losing nearly every time. If that's not suspicious, what is? Guys, there's a mole in the ranks. Stop the transactions. Haha, I'm laughing. The streamer just isn't that good, and you brainless fans are still here defending her, claiming there are actors involved. It's really amusing. In esports, being bad is the original sin. What excuses are you making? Come on, everyone. Check out these geniuses. What do we call this? This is what we call a self-revelation. Brother, is it really that easy to make bad money? Don't keep it all to yourself. If there's a benefit, let's all share it. Hurry up and add me to the bot army group. I want to make some easy cash too. How much is a piece of information? I want in. Count me in. The barrage of comments scrolled rapidly across the computer screen. Fans who initially sensed something was off became even more convinced of foul play upon seeing the trolls insulting Su Mu-yun. After all, this kind of tactic is one of the most commonly used by orchestrators. They not only set you up in the game, but also arrange for trolls in real life to verbally attack you, causing your mindset to explode. For smaller streamers, facing this kind of relentless combination attack usually means they're done for, with no room to defend themselves. Because under the guidance of the trolls, some unsuspecting onlookers often join in to verbally assault the streamer. As public opinion is manipulated by those with ulterior motives, this phenomenon can escalate, potentially sparking an even larger media storm. Various fake news spreads wildly online, with rumors flying everywhere. It's all very exaggerated. Faced with such situations, some smaller streamers simply cannot bear the immense pressure. Therefore, regardless of right or wrong, they often choose to apologize publicly and then reluctantly withdraw from the online scene. Of course, there are still some streamers who can withstand this tremendous pressure and wait for the rumors to be clarified. For instance, Zhang Daxian managed to endure this during his humble beginnings. However, Su Mu-yun is no longer a small streamer. Currently, she is considered a top-tier streamer in the Honor of Kings section on the Dosha platform, especially after the Su incident. Her followers on platforms like Weibo and Douyin have skyrocketed by several million, attracting even more attention. While some of these fans are drawn to her voice and looks, many more are there because of her character. After all, in the streaming industry, there is no shortage of skilled and attractive streamers. But those who manage to maintain their popularity are invariably the ones with good character. When it became apparent that there were trolls attacking Su Mu-yun in the chat, the fans in the live stream didn't even need her to say anything. They immediately defended her, flooding the chat with comments that berated the trolls, effectively drowning them out. Under such overwhelming support, the trolls didn't even have a chance to respond and were quickly defeated. Looking at the results screen with 4 underperforming teammates, Su Mu-yun let out a sigh of relief, suppressing all her frustrations and anxieties as she prepared for the next match. She knew that in situations like this, the best course of action was to remain calm and not show any negative emotions on her face. If she displayed any signs of frustration or a blow-up, those behind the scenes would only feel more triumphant, having achieved their goal. Thus, sometimes silence can be the greatest weapon against an opponent. As she read comforting comments from her fans in the chat, Su Mu-yun calmly stated, "If you ever find yourself with teammates as incompetent as mine, it's important to stay calm, look for opportunities to exploit the enemy's weaknesses, and seize the chance to turn the game around. There's a good chance you can win." After she finished speaking, the chat erupted with excitement. Man, if I had to deal with these idiots, I'd just throw in the towel. What is the point of playing? Exactly. These useless players don't even deserve to win. Wow, just look at the difference, guys. Look at your fragile hearts, and then at other streamers' fearless esports spirit. Can't you all learn something from the streamer? Cough cough. If I were in their shoes, just ignore me if I'm talking nonsense. Ha ha ha, guys. Get esports spirit up on the screen. As the laughter and banter continued, Su Muyan re-entered the ranked game interface, starting the BNA phase. The red team banned Shinshan, Taijinren, and Dajiang. The blue team banned Dongfangjing, Bailey Shoyue, and Luban Master. As expected, right after the hero bans were completed, her teammates began to argue. Fourth floor, are you out of your mind? Fifth floor, didn't you see that my main hero is Dongfangjing? Fifth floor, you didn't say you wanted to play, so it's my fault? Fourth floor, I'm dying of laughter. Do you not have eyes? Can't you just ask someone? Why is it always you acting like such an idiot? Fifth floor, are you out of your mind? How was I supposed to know if you didn't say anything? You brain-dead fool? Fourth floor, do I really need to say this? Didn't you see my usual picks? Idiot. Fifth floor, you moron, if you want to play. Then go ahead, but if not, just go AFK. Upon entering the game and seeing her teammates immediately start arguing, Su Muyun remained calm. As she was already used to such situations, ignoring the two still bickering, she confidently picked her main hero, Luna. Soon, both teams finalized their lineups. Blue team, top lane Guan Yu, support Xiang Yu, mid lane Jihua Wu, marksman Gong Sunli, jungle Luna. Red team, top lane Lao Fuzi, support Dong Huang Tai Yi, mid lane Zhang Liang, marksman Huang Zhong, jungle by Li Xiansu. As the game entered the loading screen, Su Muyu noticed something off. Both Guan Yu on the 4th floor and Xiang Yu on the 5th floor had picked the retribution spell, remembering their heated argument earlier. And now both of them bringing retribution, Su Muyan felt an inexplicable sense of unease, a bad feeling creeping in. Sure enough, as soon as the game started, both of them rushed to buy a jungle knife and headed toward the top lane together. Seeing this, Su Muyan frowned and immediately abandoned her blue jungle, controlling Luna to head toward her own red jungle. With the opposing team S Dong Huang and Zhang Liang combo, and without any support, there was no way she could defend her blue jungle if they came to invade. So, cutting her losses was the way to go. Time passed to around 30 seconds. When the jungle monsters refreshed, the opposing mid laner Zhang Liang had already cleared his minion wave and quickly headed to invade the blue jungle, while her own Jihua Wu was still busy clearing minions. Su Muyun remained unfazed by this expected turn of events. She controlled Luna, continuing to chip away at the red buff, which was down to 1895 health. However, before she could use her retribution, Guan Yu, who had just finished clearing his minion wave and was loitering in her jungle, suddenly rushed over. With a remote first skill and 1500 damage from retribution, he quickly dealt enough damage to finish off the red buff, which then dissipated into a red glow and flew toward Guan Yu. This unexpected scene left not only Su Muyun stunned, but even the fans in the live stream were taken aback. After a moment of shock, Su Muyun managed to contain her anger and typed, "Why did you steal my red?" Guan Yu stopped and replied, "If I take retribution, what else should I use for jungling? If you want to blame someone, blame Xiang Yu for not bringing a gem or a yellow knife to come and steal my economy." Seeing this response, Su Muyun's face remained expressionless, but the coldness and anger in her eyes were unmistakable. However, she chose not to reply, as it would be pointless. It was clear that Guan Yu was trying to mess with her mindset, a blatant act. Therefore, there was no need to engage with him, as it would only waste time. Since the situation had already occurred, it was better to focus on finding a solution rather than complaining or venting useless emotions. This wouldn't solve the problem. In fact, it would only lead to further frustration. With that thought in mind, Su Muyun blocked all her teammates and took control of Luna, continuously farming the jungle and minion waves, aiming to level up and enter her power spike. Although Su Muyun didn't pursue Guan Yu any further, the fans in the live stream, once they regained their composure, were furious. They transformed into a bunch of raging fans, bombarding the chat with curses. Damn it, if this isn't acting, what is? He's laying it all out there. Damn it. Guys, his name is out there. Let us all take him down together. That son of a gun, with just a sliver of health left after the execution, and he stole it from me. I can't believe he got the last hit. I'm losing it here. Brothers, log in, grab your keyboards, and take him down. I can't hold back anymore. Sisters, let us team up and curse him out. Chapter 39. The turnaround. Su Muyun was oblivious to the explosive reactions from fans. She was too focused on controlling Luna to farm gold. Given the dire situation at the start, the jungle was essentially off the table, and she had to prioritize lane farming and wave management. There was no need to worry about her teammates' skirmishes. She just needed to clear the minion waves and stall for time until her economy improved. However, while Luna could play it safe and farm, the marksman Huang Zhong and mid laner Zhihua Wu were having a rough time without any support. Under the relentless ganks from the opposing team, featuring Dong Huang, Zhang Liang, and Bai Li Xiansu, the two of them were constantly being targeted, dying 6 times in just 5 minutes, and even hiding under their turret didn't provide safety. As for Guan Yu and Xiang Yu, they were leisurely farming the bottom lane, clearing out their jungle camps as well as the enemies, appearing completely unconcerned about the unfolding chaos. Throughout this match, with both teammates and opponents contesting the jungle, Luna hadn't secured a single buff since the beginning, which was quite unfortunate. Despite this, Su Mu Yun remained calm, focusing on lane management and taking advantage of a few jungle camps in the blue side's jungle. By the 6-minute mark, Luna's economy had reached over 4,000, placing her second in the blue team's rankings. And she had completed the Prophecy of Time and a small lifesteal book, officially entering her power spike. However, the blue side's bot lane and mid lane towers had both fallen, with the second tower barely standing. Only the top lane's first tower remained intact. Currently, the blue side trailed by over 5,000 in gold and was forced to play defensively, huddling under their towers and afraid to engage. Of course, the two in the top lane were the exception. In the face of this slow, inevitable demise, Su Mu Yun didn't give up. Instead, she continued to farm while searching for an opportunity. Finally, around the 8-minute mark, the duo in the bottom lane, who had been aimlessly wandering, found themselves surrounded by 4 opponents, and a teamfight was imminent. Huang Zhong and Zhihua Wu quickly made their way to the bottom lane after clearing their minions. At this moment, the enemy marksman, Gong Sunli, was busy clearing minions in the top lane, making it a 5-on-4 situation. Realizing the timing was right, Su Mu Yun swiftly maneuvered Luna from her jungle, keeping out of sight. She quietly positioned herself in the bush by the dragon pit in the bottom lane, ready to strike as the team fight commenced. What Su Mu Yun didn't expect was that the enemy's 4-man ambush didn't scare off the duo in the bottom lane. Instead, they took the initiative to attack, particularly Xiang Yu. Upon spotting the enemy's mid laner, jungler, and support emerging from the river, immediately unleashed his first skill, Fearless Charge, and charged straight at them. This aggressive move caught the enemy trio off guard, and they were all knocked back by Xiang Yu's skill, entering a brief state of stun. However, before Xiang Yu could follow up with his ultimate, the Dong Huang, who had built tenacity boots, quickly recovered from the stun and unleashed his ultimate, Goddess Fall Contract, immobilizing Xiang Yu instantly. Soon after, Bai Li Xiansu and Zhang Liang also regained their composure and began to unleash a torrent of damage on Xiang Yu. As for Guan Yu, when Lao Fuzi saw his teammate signaling, he rushed over and used his ultimate ability to trap Guan Yu, then began to frantically strike him with his teaching staff. Without the sprint ability, Guan Yu, even with his first and second skills available and in a red rage state, found himself unable to escape as his horse's legs were broken. Meanwhile, Xiang Yu, equipped with Black Cleaver, Ice Heart, and Thorn Armor, along with 1,000 health runes and his passive ability, was able to withstand Dong Huang's ultimate attack. However, before he could catch his breath and continue fighting, Zhang Liang's ultimate skill, Yin Ling Control, was suddenly unleashed, rendering him immobile once again. This time, facing the concentrated fire from 3 opponents. Even Xiang Yu's tankiness couldn't hold up, and his health quickly dwindled before he fell with a cry. Guan Yu also found himself in a precarious situation, severely injured by Lao Fuzi. However, thanks to his brutal armor, he managed to escape in a low health state after Lao Fuzi's ultimate skill, Saint's Might, expired, using his second skill for purification and acceleration. Just as Guan Yu was about to charge back towards the safety of the turret, a crimson scythe struck from afar, immobilizing him. Following that, the passive of Ba Li Xiansu was triggered, and he appeared in Guan Yu's line of sight, entering a berserk state. With the pull from his first skill, Guan Yu was instantly dragged over to Ba Li Xiansu, who then executed a shoulder throw, slamming him into the ground and stunning him. In less than a second, under the assault of Ba Li Xiansu's basic attacks combined with his ultimate damage, along with fire from the 3 incoming teammates, Guan Yu melted away. As Guan Yu fell, Huang Zhong and Hades also launched an attack on the 4 opponents, especially Hades. With her iron-headed skills, she instantly blinked in to control all 4, followed by her ultimate and passive, rolling back and forth. Huang Zhong immediately set up his ultimate, the cannon roaring as it unleashed a barrage on the 4 enemies. Boom, boom, boom. Despite the significant economic gap, the perfect synergy between the two resulted in the enemy team's health rapidly depleting, especially for the squishy Ba Li Xiansu and Zhang Liang, who went from full health to a third of it. Lao Fuzi fared no better. Without resilience boots, he couldn't activate his second skill due to being controlled. and his health dropped to half as well. As for Dong Huang, already in poor condition, he was reduced to a sliver of health under the combined assault of Hades and Huang Zhong, forcing him to flash away. Before long, the first to recover, Bali Xiansu quickly unleashed his second skill, Nightmare Hook, ensnaring Hades, who had just completed her combo, then executed another shoulder throw followed by his ultimate, pushing her out of Huang Zhong's ultimate range and unleashing a flurry of attacks on her. Zhang Liang and Lao Fuzi reacted quickly, escaping Huang Zhong's ultimate and hurling all their skills at Hades to counterattack. However, just as they prepared to retaliate, a purple shockwave surged from the river, followed closely by a graceful purple figure illuminated by moonlight. Swish! The purple shockwave struck the three weakened opponents, leaving each of them with a purple crescent mark above their heads. In the next moment, Luna's figure appeared in the middle of the three like she had teleported. After launching a basic attack, she instantly unleashed her second skill, Scorching Sword Aura, stunning all three enemies while a crescent moon mark appeared above their heads. Following that, Luna fired off another basic attack, using the nearest by Li Xiansu as a springboard to fly toward Dong Huang Tai, who had already retreated to his defensive tower and was recalling. Whoosh! With the long-range displacement of her ultimate, Luna appeared right in front of Dong Huang Tai. In his bewildered gaze, she unleashed a third basic attack, triggering her passive, Moonlight Dance, and another crescent mark appeared above his head. Before Dong Huang could react, Luna, whose basic attack had reset, executed a quick attack and floated out of the defensive tower without looking back. Then she continued her assault toward Zhang Liang and Lao Fuzi, who still had the moonlight marks above their heads. Behind her, the already low-health Dong Huang Tai succumbed to Luna's sudden attack, and the system voice announced, "An enemy has been slain. We have slain an enemy." When the stunned trio finally regained their senses, Luna had already flown back from a distance, landing next to Zhang Liang, and unleashed another purple shockwave, marking them once again. What followed was Luna's personal showcase, facing off against the relentless combos of Luna. The low health by Li Xiansu fell with a scream, while the half-health Lao Fuzi met his end as he was besieged by Zhuge Liang, Luna, and the arriving Huang Zhong, ultimately falling to Luna. Meanwhile, a series of system voice announcements echoed. Double kill, triple kill, quadra kill, rampage. Seeing Su Muyun's Luna achieve a quadra kill in such a dire situation, the fans in the live stream were ecstatic. Incredible. She can still pull this off. Truly the national server's Luna. How is this even possible, especially that wave under the tower? I didn't even have time to process it. And Dong Huang was already dead. Forget about processing. I just saw Luna flying around in the crowd. Her movement speed was insane. Wow. As expected of the national server's Luna, her speed is unmatched. Oh my, Yuner finally got both the red and blue buffs. It's been such a struggle. After securing the quadra kill, Sumuyan finally let out a sigh of relief. Then she, along with Huang Zhong and Zhuge Liang, pushed through the lane, demolishing everything in their path. Compared to the excitement of the viewers, the opposing marksman, Gongsun Li, was left dumbfounded upon hearing the announcement of Luna's quadra kill. Did her teammates really all die while she was just clearing minions? However, before she could type a message, she saw Luna and Huang Zhong pushing through her lane, prompting her to quickly recall to defend her base. Upon noticing Gongsun Li had returned to base, Luna, having taken down the second tower, retreated without hesitation. She then signaled for the team to gather and headed towards the dragon. After gaining an advantage from a team fight, the usual strategy is to take down towers, clear the lanes, and then go for the dragon, with farming the jungle being the last priority. Taking down towers should always be the top priority, as this is a tower-pushing game. Once the enemy's defensive towers are gone, they not only lose vision but also control over the jungle, allowing for a push into the enemy's territory and snowballing the advantage. Therefore, during the 30 seconds or so that the enemy is dead, the blue team aggressively farms the entire map, continuously taking dragons, clearing lanes, and jungling, quickly closing the economic gap. By the 12-minute mark, Luna's economy has already exceeded 10,000, and she has purchased a resurrection armor, just like the enemies by Li Xiansu, both fully equipped. The other four teammates are mostly around 8,000 in economy, comparable to the enemy's remaining four. After Luna's impressive 4-kill combo under the moonlight, the enemy realized that this was a tough point to handle, so they played cautiously. Overall, the red team still holds a slight advantage. Glancing at the minimap, Sumiyun noticed that 3 enemies, namely the mid laner, marksman, and support, were pressuring the mid lane, while the top laner, Lao Fuzi, was aggressively taking down the first tower in the side lane, with only the jungler, by Li Xiansu, missing. After thinking for a moment, Su Muyun's eyes flickered as she controlled Luna to clear the minions in the mid lane, then created a false vision indicating that she was heading towards the red area. In reality, she was sneaking around from the high ground, hiding her vision, and lying in wait in the bush near her side lane S low-health second tower, not far from the first tower S river. A fierce battle was raging between the minion waves. At the same time, Li Xiansu, who had just finished clearing the blue area, was preparing to head to the top lane to clear minions when he suddenly stopped, seemingly communicating something. The next second, the three red team members, who were still pressuring the mid lane, led by the support Dong Huang Tai Yi, activated their wolf charge and sped through the blue area towards the top lane. Seeing this, Li Xiansu charged out from the blue area first, accurately hooking Luna hiding in the bush near the second tower with his second skill, and then immediately followed up with his first skill. After a brief control, Li Xiansu performed a shoulder throw, flinging the hidden Luna out and slamming her onto the ground, stunning her. Thanks to Luna having purchased resistance boots, she woke up almost instantly without even experiencing the full 0.5 seconds of stun. At the moment Luna regained consciousness, the red team trio, who had been running over with wolf charge, had already arrived, especially the leading Dong Huang, who flashed in and unleashed his ultimate, Fallen Goddess contract, instantly immobilizing Luna. Immediately, the red team began to focus fire on Luna, unleashing a flurry of damage. This sudden turn of events left the viewers in the live stream dumbfounded. Is this cheating? The streamer clearly didn't lose vision. How could they possibly know she was lying in wait at the second tower without any vision? This is just ridiculous. Even if the opposing team has great awareness, they could never know that Luna was hiding in the brush near their second tower. The minion wave was still stuck near the river crab at the first tower in the top lane. Even if Li Xiansu was scouting the bushes, it was impossible for him to randomly check the second tower's brush with such certainty. Damn it, even cheaters would be punished. Compared to the anger of the fans, Su Muyun quickly regained her composure after a brief moment of shock, seeing that she was being targeted by Dong Huang. She didn't panic at all. Instead, she swiftly signaled her teammates to gather. This fight was winnable, and they had to engage. If she died first, hope would truly be lost. Under the concentrated fire of three enemies, although Luna had 50 damage reduction from her defenses, she couldn't withstand the onslaught and was immediately forced to use her resurrection item. At the same time, upon seeing Luna's signal to gather, the blue team reacted quickly, with Xihua Wu and Huang Zhang rushing over from mid lane. However, unexpectedly, Guan Yu and Xiang Yu completely ignored the situation, heading off towards the off lane and the red jungle respectively. Su Muyun and her other two teammates were unaware of this. As Luna's resurrection item was triggered, she swiftly switched to her Blade of the Eternal Night. As she revived, Zhang Liang's ultimate ability came crashing down, locking her down once again. Just then, Xihua Wu arrived first, executing a huge flash and charging in, stunning Zhang Liang, Li Xiansu, and Gong Sunli all at once. With a seamless combo, she dealt explosive damage. Under Xihua Wu's high burst damage, the fragile Gong Sunli fell instantly, and Li Xiansu was left with barely any health. As for Dong Huang and Zhang Liang, they were fine since they built tank items, taking minimal damage. However, with Zhang Liang's ultimate interrupted, Luna awakened from her suppression like a goddess of the moon. Purple moonlight shot out, cascading down upon the three enemies. With the high mobility of moonlight dance, Luna gracefully maneuvered through the crowd, becoming invincible wherever the moonlight touched. Under the cold moonlight, Li Xiansu, already low on health, screamed as he fell. Without their ultimates, Dong Huang and Zhang Liang were practically defenseless against Luna's relentless assault, akin to super minions, unable to escape her onslaught. With the red and blue buffs gained from Li Xiansu, they had no chance to flee. In the end, with Luna, Huang Zhong, and a half-health Xihua Wu coordinating together, this infamous duo finally met their demise. Just as these two fell, everyone's gaze suddenly shifted. In the next moment, the blue team's crystal exploded, a dazzling array of lights forming the crimson words, defeat. Chapter 40. Self-exposure. Looking at the glaring red letters on the screen, it wasn't just Su Muyun who was stunned. The fans in the live stream were equally baffled. What the heck? The crystal is gone. They had just won that team fight and only needed one more push to take down the enemy, and suddenly, their crystal disappears out of nowhere. Soon, after regaining her composure, Su Muyun realized that their crystal must have been stolen by the enemy's Lao Fuzi. However, what puzzled her was how on earth could a Lao Fuzi sneak away with their crystal. After some thought, Su Muyun exited the game's settlement screen and began to review the replay. When she saw that Guan Yu and Xiang Yu hadn't come to assist, but instead headed towards the side lane and the red zone, her confusion deepened. Even if they didn't come to help, surely they could at least clear the minion wave in the side lane, right? However, Guan Yu and Xiang Yu's next moves left Su Muyun and the livestream fans dumbfounded. Just as Lao Fuzi was preparing to retreat after taking down the second tower, Guan Yu dashed out from the red zone and launched his ultimate ability, charging at him along with the minions towards the high ground tower. Seeing this, Xiang Yu, who had rushed over from the high ground, quickly joined in, using his first skill to push Lao Fuzi and the minions further towards their own high ground tower. This was a disaster. The two waves of minions, which had already been slowed by the second tower, were sent directly to the high ground entrance by Guan Yu's charge and Xiang Yu's push. When Lao Fuzi snapped back to reality and saw that he and the minions had suddenly gone from the enemy's second tower to the enemy's high ground entrance, he was momentarily stunned. He quickly unleashed his ultimate ability, trapping Xiang Yu outside the high ground tower. Immediately after, with the minions tanking the tower, Lao Fuzi happily started demolishing the high ground tower with his ruler. In front of a fully equipped and attack speed boosted Red Rage Lao Fuzi, the high ground defense tower crumbled in just 3 or 4 seconds. What left Su Miyun speechless was that during those 3 or 4 seconds of tower destruction, Guan Yu was just spinning around in place. After Lao Fuzi finished destroying the tower, instead of using his first skill to clear the minion wave, he charged forward and casually used basic attacks to push the last 2 half-health minions right into their crystal. Seeing such a good fortune, Lao Fuzi was overjoyed, frantically smashing the crystal with his ruler. Meanwhile, Xiang Yu emerged from Lao Fuzi's ultimate and rushed over to clear the minions when he saw the crystal was down to 1/4 of its health. However, just as Xiang Yu finished clearing the minions, the crystal was left with only 1/5 of its health remaining. Faced with an infinitely spammable second skill from Lao Fuzi, even Xiang Yu found himself at a loss, having to use his first skill and ultimate to try and stop him while helplessly watching as Lao Fuzi forcefully dismantled the crystal. Meanwhile, Guan Yu was still spinning around in the back. 3 or 4 seconds later, as Lao Fuzi landed his final basic attack, the blue side's crystal suddenly swelled up and then exploded completely. Witnessing this scene, Su Miyun felt inexplicably drained, along with a sense of helplessness and fatigue. How is this even a game? Not only are my teammates clearly throwing, but it seems like the opponents have someone cheating as well. Seeing this, the fans in the live stream are understandably upset. TSK, this Guan Yu chose money over his lost parents. I truly feel sorry for his family. If Tian Mei doesn't T-ban players like this, it would be a disgrace to the hard work of the streamer. Besides this player, there's also a cheating dog on the other team. The streamer should report them all. Damn it, it's frustrating to watch. A match we should have easily won ended up as a loss. How ridiculous. That's not even the main issue. Losing to a thrower is just infuriating. Sigh. The streamer is really having a rough time. This match could have been a comeback from adversity, but instead, it was a loss to a teammate. I can't take it anymore. Brothers, let us band together and take him down. Show him what online bullying really is. Here we go. When it comes to cheaters and throwers, I love being the aggressor. Is there anyone who can dox this Guan Yu? I want to send him some local specialties. Watching the barrage of comments from the fans, Su Miyun took a deep breath, temporarily suppressing her negative emotions, and said, "Everyone, let us stay calm. We'll leave this situation to the officials to handle." With that, Su Miyun exited the replay screen. However, when she returned to the initial game interface, the Xiang Yu from the previous match suddenly sent her a friend request, leaving a message that read, "Please accept. I'm here to apologize." Seeing this message, Su Miyun felt a bit confused but still accepted his request. "Fengwuya, Sister Su, I'm sorry. I'm here to apologize because both Guan Yu and I are throwers." Su Miyun was momentarily stunned, her pretty face showing signs of surprise. In her view, there should only be one thrower, Guan Yu. How could Xiang Yu also be involved? But in the next moment, Xiang Yu revealed the truth. "Fengwuya, actually, Guan Yu, and the opponent S by Li Xiansu are all throwers. We intentionally started arguing to create conflict and mess with our teammates' mentality. Guan Yu is playing openly, while I'm playing covertly. If we see that our chances of winning are high, we both start throwing. For instance, in the last wave, I could have stopped Lao Fuzi from destroying the crystal, but I deliberately dragged it out in his ultimate ability for a few seconds. The reason for this is that the director said if we let you lose a match, we'll get $200. The open throwers get a bit more. The director told us to make it as frustrating for you as possible, to mess with you. The director even arranged 2 teams, one specifically to clash with you in ranked matches, and another to do the same during your evening peak matches. Also, the director prepared wall hacks and aim assist cheats for the peak teams, just to ensure you lose even worse. Our ranked group doesn't use cheats, but we can report in the chat, just like they did in the final wave when they caught you. After reading the messages and understanding the situation, Su Miyun fell silent for a moment before typing. "If that's the case, why would you expose yourself to me? It doesn't benefit you at all. Fengwui, because your character is worth my self-disclosure. Even though I'm short on cash, I still want to do what I believe I can. I don't want to see another good-hearted person, someone who radiates warmth and light, disappear from this cold society. After sending this message, the person known as Feng Wui, like Xiang Yu, directly deleted their friend and vanished from the friend list. The fans in the live stream, witnessing the entire event unfold, began to discuss it fervently. Compared to Guan Yu, this guy was also a man of honor. At least he was brave enough to take responsibility for his actions. Damn it. I was wondering why the streamer has been losing these past few days. Turns out there's a director pulling the strings behind the scenes. But that is not the key point. The key is that the director arranged for two groups of people to constantly crash into the streamer. And they were cheating as well. Wow, which big-time director did the streamer offend to get such a harsh treatment? This is really outrageous. Is there any bold brother who can explain how this cheating works and where I can get it? I have a friend who wants to know. To the guy who thinks it's all made up, I advise you to be kind. If I run into a cheater, I'll just march up and slap him right in the face. I remember the last time I saw a cheater in an internet CAF playing Dungeon. He ended up being carried away by an ambulance. Oh, I mean no offense. I just want to remind those thinking about cheating. After this incident, some fans in the live stream began to spread it wildly on short video platforms. Once they saw new traffic emerging, various marketing accounts and influencers on those platforms started to repost the content, keeping up with the trends. As more and more people joined in, a plethora of copywriting emerged. Titles like Shocking, King's Realm's top player Su Muyun involved in actor scandal, and other clickbait headlines popped up everywhere. As public opinion continued to escalate, a King's Realm streamer named AXIN stepped forward and posted a short video about cheating in the game on Douyin. Today, let us talk about cheats. First, you need to understand that the cheats in King's Realm are not like those videos where people modify local files to create rooms, such as reducing skill cooldowns or changing character models. The real popular and practical cheats in King's Realm are wall hacks and aimbots. And since wall hacks became a thing, the official King's Glory team has never found a good way to punish them. Without customer service review, there is almost no chance of getting banned for wall hacks. Of course, if it's a cheaper wall hack, it might get banned due to poor production quality. This means that as long as you buy a decent one and don't expose yourself as a user of wall hacks, it's generally difficult to get caught and banned. To my knowledge, many players in the national server, small national servers, and most studios frequently use cheats, and even some streamers are no exception. There are two types of cheats available for Android and iOS. From what I know about several platforms, the number of accounts generated daily exceeds 2,000, with tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of players using cheats in the game every day. Coupled with the current scrutiny from the game developers and the increasing sophistication of these cheats, the issue of players using hacks is still unresolved. However, I do hope the game developers can find a way to address this, as such violations of game rules are ultimately detrimental. Once this video was released, it quickly drew the attention of viewers on short video platforms, particularly among players of the game who flooded the comments section. One user remarked that even after calculating all the possibilities, they never expected the developers would be unable to solve this issue. Another user humorously noted that they had seen someone openly admitting to using cheats, and the kicker was that they hadn't even played against them yet. Cough, cough. I have a friend who wants to know where to buy cheats. Damn, just talking about this makes me angry. The last time I encountered a player using the character by Lin Yu, they not only had wall hacks, but also auto-aim. Every shot hit perfectly, along with all sorts of predictive plays. I mentioned it was a cheat, but no one believed me. As more and more players come across this video, some even began tagging the game developers and leaving comments urging them to take action. However, the developers have remained silent, with no updates or responses to the players' concerns. Chapter 41. Heavenly Lin Yu was unaware of the happenings on the short video platform. He was leisurely tapping away at his keyboard, editing the firewall that he had only completed 1/10 of. Suddenly, a series of notification sounds erupted from his phone, which was sitting on the desk, indicating unread messages. One after another, they rang out frantically. Noticing this, Lin Yu paused his slender fingers mid-typing, and then stopped his coding work altogether. He picked up his phone to take a look and found that all the messages were unread notifications from the messaging app. And it seemed like fans of Su Muyun were frantically tagging him in a group chat. Without much thought, Lin Yu instinctively clicked into the chat to check the messages. Your wife has been set up. Come out and see. Qingfeng, hurry up. Yun'er is feeling down. You still haven't tea, come out. Qingfeng, protective husband, get online quickly. Your wife is in trouble. Qingfeng, did you offend someone? Sister Yun has been getting into accidents in games for 2 days straight, all arranged by the director. Qingfeng, Qingfeng, Qingfeng. The fans continued to tag Lin Yu, flooding the chat with messages, leaving him completely confused about what was happening. So, he quickly typed a question mark in the group. This tactic worked immediately. The flood of messages abruptly stopped. Here he comes. The Emperor is here. Woohoo. The protective husband is finally online. Emperor, you finally showed up. Hurry and go comfort your wife. Exactly, Emperor. Let me tell you, you have no idea. As Lin Yu appeared, the fans in the core group quickly recounted everything that had just happened to Su Muyun from start to finish. After understanding the situation, Lin Yu pondered for a moment and then typed, "Got it. Thanks for the update. I'll handle it now." With that, Lin Yu exited the messaging app and fell into a brief contemplation. It was clear that someone was secretly stirring up trouble, and from the looks of it, it seemed to be directed at Su Muyun. Alternatively, the mastermind might be targeting him as well. But the problem was, he couldn't recall having offended anyone. Unless... Suddenly, Lin Yu seemed to remember something. He opened his phone's photo gallery and looked at the screenshot evidence regarding Zhang Yi's inappropriate comments. Even though I don't have any proof to show it was you, I don't need proof. If I think it's you, then it has to be you. Lin Yu sneered as he sent the screenshot to Wang Ling, the head of Jinshi Law Firm, along with his ID and other relevant information, instructing her to proceed with legal action in court. Although Lin Yu didn't have evidence linking the incident with the actress to Zhang Yi, his instincts told him that it had to be him, because he was all too familiar with these kinds of underhanded tactics. He had seen them used repeatedly in his previous life. He had encountered people who presented one persona in front of you and another behind your back. Moreover, in his previous life, he was one of those people. There was no choice. Life forced him into it. After all, in this society, if you don't engage with others wearing a facade of falsehood, it becomes incredibly difficult to survive in the workplace, in your career, and even in daily life. Since you cannot change the environment, you can only adapt to it. It's like not wanting to associate with certain individuals, even feeling a strong aversion to them. But to obtain something, you must interact with them, all while maintaining a smile and blending in. The nuances of this experience can only be understood by those who have lived through it. 3 minutes later, the phone suddenly rang. Lin Yu glanced at the screen and saw it was a call from Wang Ling, so he answered immediately. The next moment, a professional female voice came through. "Mr. Lin, I have submitted the lawsuit to the court as per your instructions. The filing court will process it within 7 days. Once filed, the court will schedule a hearing. During this period, I will keep you informed of any developments." Lin Yu replied calmly, "Thank you for your trouble. It's my duty. As the sole legal representative of Jinshi Law Firm, we are obligated to assist you. If you have time, you are welcome to visit our office." "Sure." After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Yu hung up the phone. He then grabbed his notebook, temporarily saved his work on the firewall, and opened a software development tool. Staring at the blank screen, Lin Yu closed his eyes, and the 26 English letters flashed through his mind at a dizzying speed, quickly forming concise lines of code. Soon, the ideas in his mind began to take shape, and Lin Yu opened his eyes, his slender fingers dancing like a sprite over the cold keyboard, producing a series of crisp keystrokes. Meanwhile, lines of streamlined code rapidly appeared on the computer screen, continuously arranging and refreshing. 30 minutes later, done. As the final line of code appeared on the screen, Lin Yu pressed the Enter key, compressing it into an executable .exe file, naming it SkyEye. SkyEye is a software Lin Yu developed specifically to combat cheating programs. It includes features such as data interception, port scanning, file modification, script injection, IP tracking, and even Trojan control programs, input attack programs, defensive measures, and various other functions. After completing the software, Lin Yu launched SkyEye. With its activation, it automatically ran offline, connecting to the external network without any manual operation, becoming a fully autonomous AI that existed solely in the cloud. On the internet, SkyEye drifted like a ghost, continuously searching for any abnormal fluctuations in network data. 1 minute later, as SkyEye operated, Lin Yu's computer suddenly popped up a window displaying streams of abnormal data. Under the automatic analysis tool of SkyEye, these abnormal data streams were converted into a list of access IP addresses. Furthermore, these addresses refreshed at a staggering rate of dozens per second, with their numbers visibly increasing. Soon, the number of these access addresses surged into the thousands, then tens of thousands, and eventually exceeded 400,000 before it finally leveled off. All of this was meticulously documented. Under the automatic filtering of the Eye of Heaven, all the access addresses vanished, leaving behind only one IP address, 218, 60, 152, 67. Seeing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but smile. He knew that the Eye of Heaven had successfully traced back to the platform where the cheat software was being distributed. As the Eye of Heaven conducted its automatic scanning, it identified this as a server IP address. After connecting automatically, it continued its analysis. There are a total of 65,535 ports on a computer, and the built-in analysis and scanning program of the Eye of Heaven revealed that port 9527 was the most vulnerable to intrusion. At that moment, The attack program of the Eye of Heaven activated automatically, and over a dozen data streams surged forth, tearing through the data packet that enveloped the port and penetrating the server's core. Subsequently, while the Eye of Heaven began to dismantle the core control permissions, the Trojan control program activated automatically, deploying numerous hidden and encrypted Trojans throughout the core. Before long, under the assault of the Eye of Heaven, the entire server exploded in an instant, all running programs were terminated, and the cheat platform was left in a state of paralysis. Chapter 42. The Mysterious Man Lin Yu. A 28-year-old male is a dropout from a computer science program at a university and currently serves as the head of the Tycoon Assistant cheat platform, earning over $1 million annually. The Tycoon Assistant platform boasts hundreds of cheat tools for commonly used mobile apps, from gaming cheats to food delivery and ride-hailing order grabbers, and even ad-free video streaming software. It offers a comprehensive range of services. Moreover, Tycoon Assistant has integrated all aspects of development, sales, and promotion to create a one-stop service concept, establishing a vast empire of cheats. Lin Yu's turning point came during his university years. He had worked diligently in high school and successfully gained admission to a prestigious computer science university. However, once he entered college, he seemed determined to make up for all the regrets of high school by indulging in online gaming. After just one semester, he had missed nearly all his classes and failed every exam, with skipping classes becoming a regular occurrence. Eventually, after receiving a warning from the school, he still failed to change his ways and was ultimately expelled. With nowhere else to turn, Lin Yu serendipitously met a mysterious mentor in the gaming world. After extensive discussions, they quickly found common ground and began to strategize on profiting from game cheats. Under the guidance of his mentor, Lin Yu, leveraging his talent, swiftly developed his first cheat for a dungeon game. This cheat featured health locks, enlarged skills, and no cooldowns, quickly becoming popular among dungeon players, especially those who enjoyed PvP in arenas. With this cheat, players could easily dominate their opponents, leading to exhilarating victories. Lin Yu reaped significant profits from this cheat, earning his first substantial income of over 400,000. Seeing how lucrative the cheat business was, he became eager to expand and began recruiting more team members, rapidly growing the cheat team. Today, the Tycoon Assistant team has grown to over 40 members, with 5 channels, each packed with 2,000 users. Notably, all these users are internal members who purchase the premium cheats at a monthly rate of 1,000. Beyond these internal members, there are hundreds of thousands of external users, typically using low-end cheat versions priced very affordably, at just a few dozen or a little over 100. This only accounts for the revenue from gaming cheats. When adding an income from various script tools and software, the Tycoon Assistant platform generates tens of millions in pure profit annually, making it incredibly lucrative. With newfound wealth, Lin Yu enjoys a lavish lifestyle, spending most of his time gaming and socializing, aside from conducting routine checks on the platform. At this moment, Lin Yu is grinding through a dungeon, but suddenly, a boss that he had been easily defeating unleashes a full-screen attack and instantly takes him down. Wait, did the cheat malfunction? Stunned by this turn of events, Lin Yu calmly checks for any game updates. Generally speaking, the failure of cheats is usually due to game updates that patch vulnerabilities. This is when cheat developers are the busiest, as there are thousands of users waiting to use the cheats. However, when Lin Yu accessed the backend of the Tycoon Assistant server and saw the words "access denied," he was utterly stunned. What was going on? Had the platform been hacked? Before he could process what was happening, a representative from Tycoon Assistant sent him a message. Brother E, our platform server has been destroyed. All data is gone. It's in a wipe state. What? Upon reading this message, Lin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, and he exclaimed, "This can't be. This is absolutely impossible." He couldn't believe his eyes. In just a short time, their platform server had been destroyed. There were hundreds of thousands of script tools and cheats stored there, and now they were all gone. Were those monitoring the server just sitting around doing nothing? Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu forced himself to suppress his fury and opened a chat tool on his computer called MSN. On MSN, he had only one friend. He clicked on the profile of a user named Mysterious Man and sent a message. "Master, the platform has been attacked by hackers. All data has been wiped. We need to restart the system." 3 minutes later, the Mysterious Man's avatar lit up and replied, "How is that possible? I set the firewall." However, before he could finish speaking, the avatar that had just lit up suddenly dimmed again, under Lin Yu's stunned gaze. Lin Yu, just as he was trying to wrap his head around the situation, his computer screen suddenly went black. A crimson warning box appeared in the center of the screen, clearly displaying 7 large red words. "The network is not chaotic." Seeing this, Lin Yu trembled with fear, his face pale. After working with cheats for 3 or 4 years, And with the help of his mysterious master, he had learned some hacking techniques. He even knew how to conduct a basic DDoS attack using a botnet. However, he had never seen his computer get hacked so effortlessly before. How strong was this hacker's skill that even his firewall hadn't triggered any alerts? The thought of his computer being hacked, with all his sensitive information exposed to someone else, filled Lin Yu with panic. He knew that those involved in cheating were already living in the shadows. If his real IP address were exposed, he would face imprisonment. Not to mention that all his information was now in someone else's hands. At this moment, his life or death was entirely in the hands of the hacker on the other side. Lin Yu forced himself to calm down, his gaze fixed on the monitor, his voice trembling. "Who are you? As long as you don't expose my information, I'm willing to pay you $1 million every month as hush money." He knew that if the computer was compromised, the hacker could secretly activate the webcam or microphone at any time. Meanwhile, at Su Muyun's home, Lin Yu was intently focused on a constantly refreshing window on his screen, his long fingers tapping away on the cold keyboard, producing crisp sounds from time to time. As the Tianyin system destroyed the cheating platform, it also planted a multitude of encrypted hidden control trojans within the server's core. Therefore, as soon as someone accessed the server to check the situation, their machine would be instantly infected, creating a hidden backdoor on their computer. Lin Yu could then remotely control their computer through this backdoor. If the other party had a webcam, he could see them, and if they had a microphone, he could hear their voice. Moreover, all computers that automatically form backdoors would also be recorded in a document format on the Tianyin system. Before long, a window popped up on Tianyin, revealing a backdoor pathway. Upon seeing this, Lin Yu clicked in and began to remotely connect to the computer, examining various encrypted files and related information. Meanwhile, Tianyin monitored every move of the computer in the background. 5 minutes later, Lin Yu couldn't help but click his tongue in surprise. To his astonishment, he had stumbled upon a big fish. After reviewing the machine owner's IP address and detailed information, a playful smile spread across Lin Yu's face. This flying assistant cheating platform was surprisingly robust, with a wide range of operations. Quite impressive, but unfortunately for them, they had encountered him. Thinking this, Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle wickedly as he planned to send all the information about Lin Yu, the evidence of cheating, his appearance, and address to the cybersecurity authorities. Just then, he noticed that Lin Yu was sending a text message to someone named Master in the monitoring window. Wow, it turned out there was someone else behind this. Seeing this, Lin Yu's spirit lifted. He opened several more windows, pulling out all his attack, infiltration, defense, and support tools, preparing for a remote trace. He was eager to find out who the mastermind was. Gripping the mouse, he felt an inexplicable thrill. This was the first hacker he had encountered in real life, and he hoped he wouldn't be disappointed. Through Lin Yu's compromised machine, Lin Yu quickly located the mysterious individual's IP address. Of course, he knew this was the other party's virtual IP, as seasoned hackers often had this habit. Whether on the dark web or various social media platforms, hackers typically used virtual IPs for access, unlike those computer novices who would default to using their real IPs when browsing websites. Real IP addresses were something hackers could pinpoint with precision, often without any effort, easily obtaining detailed addresses of individuals in real life. However, no hacker would be idle enough to do such a thing, as it held no real significance. Of course, if there were personal grudges involved, that would be a different story. Lin Yu opened the scanner and input the virtual IP he had just discovered. Instantly, it parsed a large number of disguised IPs, essentially turning them into botnets. The progress bar on the scanner grew at a visible speed, with the number of IP addresses continuously increasing, resulting in over 10,000 botnets being generated in just 1 minute. There were quite a few botnets here, but soon they would all be mine. Watching the botnets continue to refresh, Lin Yu smirked as he opened his bot capturing tool, typed in a piece of malicious code, and entered links in the tool type section before clicking run. This bot capturing tool was an auxiliary tool he had edited long ago. By inputting any IP address into this tool, it would automatically acquire the bot. Moreover, once a bot was captured, the tool would automatically implant a backdoor Trojan on the bot's computer and catalog it. Lin Yu was quite satisfied with this tool because it specifically targeted bot types that he was familiar with, such as Linux and Unix servers. Not only that, but the bot capturing tool would also automatically update vulnerabilities. In other words, if you selected a Linux-type computer, it would exploit system vulnerabilities and continue to gain control based on those vulnerabilities. In simpler terms, even if the bot system was updated, the tool would still be able to maintain control over it. 10 minutes later, the number of bots had increased to over 150,000, and the scanner ceased operation. Lin Yu transferred all 150,000 bots to the analysis tool, and a row of data displayed in the window. Generals, 10, soldiers, 150,000. Upon seeing this information, Lin Yu quickly understood that there were a total of 10 auxiliary machines and 150,000 puppet machines. In terms of DDoS attack capabilities, this configuration was quite impressive. As for DDoS attacks, they are also known as denial-of-service attacks. In simple terms, this involves many computers launching a coordinated assault on a single computer, continuously sending useless data packets to it. For example, if an attack software on one computer could send 3,000 attack packets per second, but that computer's network bandwidth could only handle 10,000 packets per second, then the attack would have little effect. Thus, DDoS attacks were born. If one computer ISNT enough, then use 10, 100, 1,000, or even tens of thousands. Faced with such a massive assault, if their ISNT a firewall or server specifically designed to defend against DDoS attacks, the only result is that the computer will crash. DDoS attacks are currently one of the most commonly used tactics by hackers, and they can be divided into 4 parts. The fourth part is the targeted computer. The third part is the puppet machines, which are the computers used for the attack, equivalent to the soldiers in Lin Yu's analysis tool. The second part is the control machine, which is not used for attacking but for issuing commands, similar to the officers among the soldiers. The first part is the auxiliary machine, which is responsible for managing the control and puppet machines, usually the most powerful configuration, equivalent to the generals in the analysis tool. If we were to go even further back, it would lead us to the main machine. A qualified veteran hacker knows how to hide deep, making it nearly impossible for the average person to catch them. What can be tracked are various spoofed IPs, fake IPs, and even disguised IPs. While the real IP address is challenging to uncover, Lin Yu nodded to himself, determined to take down the big player and check out their configurations. Planning to seize any opportunity, he extracted 150,000 puppet machines from the analysis tool and placed them into a flood filter, connecting it with the chicken catching tool. The flood filter is a hybrid tool that both filters and attacks. Once activated, the compromised machines inside will disappear. At the same time, it tracks the addresses of connected IPs, launching attacks in succession until it identifies the real IP address of the target. Of course, with the flood filter connected to the chicken catching tool, the compromised machines that would typically vanish under attack will now be captured by the chicken catching tool and implanted with backdoor Trojans, becoming Lin Yu's puppets. Everything was ready. He just needed the right moment. Lin Yu pulled up the invasion tool, confidently starting to simulate data streams directly from his machine. Soon, 10,000 meticulously crafted simulated data streams appeared in the invasion tool. Without hesitation, Lin Yu activated the flood filter while manipulating the 10,000 simulated data streams to launch an all-out assault on the 10 auxiliary machines in the analysis tool. Faced with top-notch computer technology and employing his infiltration techniques, Lin Yu performed port scans, searched for system vulnerabilities, breached firewalls, and implanted backdoor Trojan programs, all completed within 3 minutes. He successfully compromised one auxiliary machine. Without time to check its specific IP address and related configurations, Lin Yu pressed on to invade the next auxiliary machine. Time passed slowly as the flood filter operated. The attack program kicked into gear, and the number of compromised machines began to decrease at a visibly rapid pace, especially with the disappearance of the auxiliary machines. The decline in compromised machines became even more pronounced, dropping by the thousands. Meanwhile, the number of compromised machines in the chicken catching tool visibly increased. 10 minutes later, Lin Yu had successfully infiltrated 8 out of the 10 auxiliary machines, leaving only 2 remaining. At this point, the target realized what was happening, but to Lin Yu's surprise, they fled without hesitation. Yes, the opponent used the last 2 auxiliary machines and thousands of compromised machines to navigate the data streams, escaping at an astonishing speed that left Lin Yu amazed. However, Lin Yu was not about to let this big fish get away. He activated tracking and analysis tools, using the simulated IPs in the target's data stream to locate the virtual IP, then traced it back to the IP of the compromised machine that issued the virtual IP. Lin Yu relentlessly pursued, weaving through one compromised machine after another, closely following the mysterious figure without letting up. Generally speaking, if the target disconnects from the network immediately upon detecting their simulated IP, it becomes impossible to trace them. However, as long as one can trace the virtual IP through a fabricated IP, and then follow the virtual IP to find the real IP of the compromised machine, it would still be possible to identify the target's true IP even if they disconnect from the internet. However, if one wishes to continue the investigation, they would need to trace down through each of the target's proxies, which is an endless cycle. Of course, top-notch experts would take this opportunity to attack the target's compromised machines, thereby reducing the number of proxies and shortening the investigation time. For example, Lin Yu's flood filtering tool is currently launching continuous attacks on the target's compromised machines. While Lin Yu was tracking, a monitoring window suddenly popped up from Tianyan, revealing a quivering voice from Li Yi. Who are you? As long as you don't expose my information, I'm willing to pay you 1 million every month as a hush fee. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Wow, offering himself 1 million as a hush fee? Why does that feel a bit offensive? Chapter 43, Virtual Battlefield in a Dim Room in Tanzhou. A thin young man was fixated on his computer screen, the eerie blue glow casting a sinister light on his pale face. Damn it, who did I provoke? Why is this freak still chasing me? Damn. The gaunt young man, known as Xiaoshu, a hacker with the alias Flying Squirrel, furiously typed on his keyboard, producing a rapid succession of crisp sounds as he vented his frustration. He never imagined he would find himself in such a dismal situation just moments ago. While chatting casually with his apprentice, all 8 of his secondary machines and over 100,000 bots were suddenly wiped out. In the blink of an eye, he had been thrown back to square one, nearly spitting blood in anger. If it were just the bots that were lost, he wouldn't have felt a thing. But losing a full 8 secondary machines was another matter altogether. These weren't just any machines, they were large servers from overseas, 6 of which belonged to well-known international companies. Their configurations and processing speeds were exceptional, top tier. In fact, he had spent an entire year infiltrating systems and patching them up, ultimately securing 10 secondary machines. And now, losing 8 of them felt like a severe bloodletting. However, as he prepared to counterattack, he was met with the relentless and invasive tactics of his opponent, prompting him to flee with his remaining 2 secondary machines and thousands of bots. The reason was simple. When the onslaught of synthetic data streams, shaped like a spiked ball, came crashing down, he completely lost the will to confront it. This peculiar form of attack manifested as a tentacled creature in the virtual network, with each data stream representing a tentacle. To make matters worse, his opponent had mastered a continuous looping technique, allowing the spiked ball to regenerate data streams endlessly. What a nightmare. It's essential to understand that there are levels among hackers as well. Typical novice hackers begin their attacks using basic tools, such as DOS. The next level involves controlling numerous bots for attacks, like DDoS. Then there's a level where hackers develop their own attack patterns, such as his own triple shot attack. Once they have an attack pattern, the final level involves continuous looping, which can be further divided into small loops and large loops. Therefore, when Xiaoshu recognized this unconventional attack method, he immediately identified it as that of a hacker capable of continuous looping, an absolute freak. Faced with such a formidable opponent, he had no choice but to make a hasty retreat. However, what frustrated him the most was that it seemed his adversary had set their sights on him and was relentlessly pursuing him. Dude, stop chasing me. I'm running out of bots here. Xiaoshu watched helplessly as his analysis tool displayed a visibly diminishing number of bots, his face a mask of despair. His alias Flying Squirrel wasn't without reason. His forte lay in escape, and he had honed this survival skill to perfection. One by one, the compromised machines were like stepping stones. As long as they were connected to his computers, he could quickly access them and then retreat. However, this situation couldn't last, as the number of his compromised machines was rapidly dwindling. Besides the 2 backup machines in his main server, he was left with just over 10,000 compromised machines. If he lost all of them, his real IP address would be exposed. The thought sent a wave of anxiety through Xiaoshu. Should he hack into the security bureau and lure that perverse expert away? Suddenly, a bold idea crossed his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. As a true Chinese, he had the blood of his ancestors running through his veins. He couldn't bring himself to harm his own country. Moreover, given his current circumstances, if he actively attempted to invade the security bureau, the only outcome would be a luxurious single cell and a pair of silver handcuffs. Of course, if he was willing to be recruited by the state and give up his freedom, he wouldn't face such a fate. But was a hacker without freedom still a hacker? At least for him, it wasn't. Damn it, there were only 7,000 compromised machines left. A glance at the top right corner of the analysis tool showing the dwindling number of machines left Xiaoshu pale and filled with urgency. Suddenly, he thought of a place. The Red Hacker Alliance. As the foremost faction in the hacking community, the Red Hacker Alliance was established in the 1990s. Its leader, Tiger, was among the first generation of hackers, possessing strong offensive and defensive skills as well as programming abilities, coupled with extensive experience, making him a formidable figure. Under normal circumstances, Xiaoshu would never dared to provoke such a giant. But now, things were different. From what he understood, the Red Hacker Alliance was currently engaged in a complex battle with another hacking organization. However, what Xiaoshu needed most right now was chaos, as he just wanted to escape the relentless pursuit of that expert behind him. With his mind made up, Xiaoshu gritted his teeth. using one backup machine and 2,000 compromised machines as bait to slow down the expert's pursuit. He hurried towards the Red Hacker Alliance's servers. Soon, Xiaoshu manipulated his data stream to reach the periphery of the Red Hacker Alliance's server. Generally speaking, hacking wars revolve around servers, which are also referred to as virtual battlefields. At the moment, the periphery of this virtual battlefield was crowded with dense streams of data, known as source points. Every hacker has a source point in the virtual battlefield, and all means revolve around that core. Therefore, if the source point is eroded by the opponent's data stream, the hacker's IP address could be exposed. Of course, this IP address could very well be the IP of a compromised machine after several hops. Or it could be the hacker's true IP. Wow, so many people. Looking at the hundreds of source points displayed on the analysis tool, a sly smile crept across Xiaoshu's face. Hey, just what I need. Xiaoshu drove his origin point straight to the outskirts of the virtual battlefield. This area was typically filled with newcomers and intermediate players. They all resorted to DDoS attacks, launching multiple streams of data to bombard their targets, which could be likened to a hail of bullets. However, for Xiaoshu, who had his own attack strategy, this posed no real threat. As soon as he entered the outskirts of the virtual battlefield, he saw more than 10 streams of data rushing toward him like erratic missiles. Damn it. Even you think I'm easy to bully. Xiaoshu cursed, pulling up his attack tools and typing furiously on the keyboard. At the same time, in the virtual battlefield, Xiaoshu's origin point unleashed 3 circular shockwaves formed from the fusion of data streams. These 3 shockwaves surged forward, effortlessly colliding with the oncoming streams of data. Boom. A second later, all the incoming data streams were obliterated, while the 3 shockwaves remained completely intact. Watching the disappearing data streams, Xiaoshu let out a cold snort and sent the 3 shockwaves deeper into the virtual battlefield. As he advanced, Xiaoshu embedded his origin point within the shockwaves, rapidly pushing through the outer area and continuously eliminating any data streams that crossed his path. In this data-laden virtual battlefield, his shockwave stood out prominently, immediately drawing the attention of many other origin points. Whoosh. Soon, after 10 minutes, Xiaoshu reached the end of the virtual battlefield's outskirts, just a step away from the inner sanctum. This was where the true hacking masters resided, and it was also his ultimate destination for sowing chaos. As long as he could lure that perverse pursuer behind him, he would be able to shake them off completely. The reason Xiaoshu was so confident in his ability to lure the pursuer away was simple. If that perverse individual was Chinese, they would drop everything and go all out to eliminate him. Hackers might squabble among themselves, but when facing an external threat, they would unite against it. This instinct was ingrained in every Chinese person. Upon reaching the end of the virtual battlefield's outskirts, Xiaoshu activated his scanning tools to examine the server enveloped by numerous data streams before him. Soon, the scan results indicated that port 9766 had the weakest defenses compared to all the other ports. Without hesitation, Xiaoshu unleashed 3 shockwaves and charged toward port 9766. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of explosions, the data streams surrounding port 9766 diminished significantly, yet there were still no signs of damage. As expected from the Red Hacker Alliance's server, even the easiest port was this challenging to breach. Seeing that his attacks hadn't inflicted any real harm, Xiaoshu couldn't help but sigh. Then, he continued to manipulate his origin point to launch 3 more shockwaves, crashing into the port again. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of 3 or 4 impacts, the data stream surrounding the port dissipated significantly, clearly exposing the port's location. However, the surrounding data flow seemed to be showing signs of recovery. Seeing this, Xiaoshu quickly unleashed 3 circular shockwaves again. This time, he finally broke through the constraints of the port and tore it open. Success at last. That freak is probably on his way, so I need to hurry and make a run for it. Xiaoshu let out a long sigh of relief and directed his source point into the depths of the virtual battlefield. As he connected to the inner part of the virtual battlefield, the data flow at the port began to slowly recover. Just as Xiaoshu entered the inner virtual battlefield, Lin Yu, who had successfully acquired a secondary machine and thousands of bots, finally arrived at the outskirts of the virtual battlefield. Wow, what a grand scene. Standing at the edge of the virtual battlefield, Lin Yu looked at the rain of bullets and the countless data streams swirling in the air, unable to help but exclaim. Analyzing the current situation, this should be the perimeter of a server. The mysterious figure must have already entered this server. However, Lin Yu was curious about why a hacker war would suddenly break out here. Could it be that hacker organizations in the country are fighting among themselves? Chapter 44. Mutation. After some thought, Lin Yu decided to go in and ask what was going on. He connected to the virtual battlefield using his source point and began typing on the keyboard, inputting a message into the data stream before broadcasting it in the virtual war zone. What is going on here? In the midst of an intense battle in the virtual battlefield, a sentence composed of Chinese characters suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It was possible to display text in the virtual arena by embedding it in the data stream, but it required a certain level of skill. Hackers rarely did this. On one hand, it was a technical challenge, and on the other, it was a matter of fear. If someone revealed their identity, they could easily become a target for attack. In the virtual battlefield, showing off often made you a target, as others would see it as provocation. Of course, if you were a top-tier expert, then even if you revealed your name, others wouldn't be able to do anything about it. However, Lin Yu was somewhat astonished when his text appeared in the virtual battlefield, as both sides, who had been fiercely engaged in combat, suddenly paused in unison. For a moment, the atmosphere felt eerily quiet. Yet, after this brief silence, the group on Lin Yu's left, comprising over 300 source points, simultaneously launched an attack against him. Over 40,000 data streams surged toward Lin Yu's source point like a torrential downpour, akin to a carpet bombing. Seeing this scene, Lin Yu remained calm and composed, his fingers dancing on the keyboard as he summoned defensive tools and issued commands. Just as tens of thousands of data streams were about to descend upon him, Lin Yu's source point deployed 4 defensive fortresses and a massive protective canopy in the virtual battlefield. Once the 4 fortresses appeared, they encircled Lin Yu's source point, providing solid protection as they began to rotate slowly, resembling a fiery wheel. Soon, under the watchful eyes of many, the countless data streams crashed against the thick protective canopy. However, to everyone's surprise, the thousands of data streams merely created a few ripples upon impact before dissipating completely. It was as if a bucket of water had been thrown onto a hard stone slab, causing no substantial damage whatsoever. Is that it? Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle, feeling an inexplicable urge to laugh out loud. He had thought that each of these data streams was formidable, yet this level of attack was disappointingly weak. They hadn't even broken through his first line of defense, let alone the rotating defensive fortresses that could continuously reduce the damage from the data streams. While Lin Yu found the situation amusing, the two groups of hackers were left dumbfounded, their minds consumed by a single thought: a master, an absolute expert in hacker defense. To think that an assault involving hundreds of attackers had resulted in no tangible damage was simply absurd. Well, regardless of the circumstances, since you initiated the attack against me, I'll take you all down first. Lin Yu's lips curled into a slight smile as he typed away on the keyboard, bringing up his attack tools. He first controlled 100 virtual machines, then began to fabricate a stream of attack data. Meanwhile, the two bewildered sides snapped back to reality and resumed their intense exchange of fire. However, this time, the RB hackers seemed to have learned their lesson. Realizing Lin Yu was a skilled hacker, they all turned their focus to attack the hackers from the Red Hacker Alliance. In no time, Lin Yu, controlling the 100 virtual machines, generated 100,000 streams of attack data and embedded explosive and acceleration codes within them. Simultaneously, on the virtual battlefield, Lin Yu unleashed 100,000 streams of attack data directly towards the party that had just assaulted him. As these streams surged forward, 20,000 of them merged into a massive attack source, charging like 5 accelerating missiles at high speed. Seeing this, the attacked RB hackers quickly responded by fabricating 40,000 streams of data to counter the impending 5 massive attack sources. However, just as they finished creating these data streams, the 5 massive attack sources were already upon them. The two forces collided violently, and in the instant they made contact, the 5 massive attack sources suddenly exploded. Tens of thousands of accelerated data streams shot out like arrows from the center of the explosion, targeting the surrounding RB hacker source points. At the same time, the 40,000 data streams from the opposing side were instantly nullified to zero upon the explosion of the attack sources. The tens of thousands of data streams that erupted from the explosion wreaked havoc among the RB hacker source points. Seeing this, the hackers from the Red Hacker Alliance seized the opportunity to strike hard, sending streams of data soaring towards the RB hackers. Faced with this two-pronged assault, many inexperienced RB hackers were swiftly taken down without any resistance. Meanwhile, some experienced and powerful intermediate hackers quickly fabricated their own streams of attack data to fend off the incoming threats. However, the unfortunate reality for these intermediate RB hackers was that while they could fend off the attacks from the Red Hacker Alliance, they were utterly helpless against the streams that exploded from the attack sources, which swiftly annihilated their source points. The difference in damage was simply staggering, like the contrast between arrows and rocket launchers. 2 minutes later, the over 300 source points on the RB side were completely wiped out, leaving only 2 remaining source points standing in the virtual battlefield. Those who survived under the combined assault from Lin Yu and the Red Hacker Alliance could be said to possess strong hacking skills, essentially belonging to the veteran level. At that moment, the last 2 source points emitted 2 phrases in Japanese: Baka, You despicable Chinese are actually helping them take us down, the Sakura group. You bastard. As a hacking expert, you shouldn't be here. Could it be that they are RB people? As Lin Yu stared at the analysis tool that had translated Japanese into Chinese, he furrowed his brow. Without hesitation, he manipulated 4 meat chickens to generate 4,000 data streams, merging them into 2 conical shockwaves that were launched directly at the 2 opponents. In response to Lin Yu's attack, the 2 original points quickly activated their own attack modes. One unleashed 5 consecutive circular shockwaves, one after the other, resembling a crescent moon. The other released 10 diamond-shaped data streams, which instantly dispersed, with one stream becoming 10 and 10 becoming 100, slithering like long snakes. Bang, bang, bang. The moment they made contact, Lin Yu's 2 conical shockwaves showed no signs of slowing down. They obliterated all 100 diamond-shaped data streams and the 5 circular shockwaves. The disparity between the 2 sides was evident. In the next second, as Lin Yu's conical shockwaves struck the 2 original points, which had no defensive measures, the 2 RB hackers were instantly annihilated. On the virtual battlefield, the last 2 original points of the RB hackers vanished. Seeing this scene, the hackers from the Red Hacker Alliance nearby couldn't help but gasp in awe. This master was incredibly decisive, not even uttering a word before launching a lethal attack. Impressive. What impressed them even more was Lin Yu's attacking method, which was as fierce as that of their leader, Tiger. Generally, hackers know that the more data streams one manipulates, the harder it becomes to control. Some hackers can manage thousands, even hundreds of thousands of data streams. However, doing so significantly reduces the attack power of each strain. Akin to how a single data stream is like an arrow, its impact is minimal. Therefore, experienced hackers tend to reduce the number of data streams they control and enhance their quality to increase their potency. If the goal is to clear a space quickly, hackers might opt for a large quantity to carpet bomb their targets. In battles between hackers of equal skill, they would choose fewer, more powerful attacks. For instance, some hackers can unleash a single data stream that can instantly destroy 1,000 data streams. This single data stream is like a missile. Although it cannot match the quantity of arrows, its power is incomparable. So, the number of data streams manipulated does not correlate with their strength. Is there anyone in charge here? What's the situation? After dealing with the 2 opponents, Lin Yu controlled the original point to send a message. Upon realizing that the 2 were from RB, he understood what was happening. Faced with this situation, Lin Yu temporarily set aside thoughts of the mysterious figure, intending to handle the RB hackers first. Soon, a point that seemed to be the leader stepped forward and replied in text. The Yada Group and the Sakura Group, 2 major hacker organizations, infiltrated our Red Hacker Alliance's server last night. Currently, our leader Tiger and the leader of the domestic Fumong Group, Dust, are leading internal members in a confrontation within the server core. The situation is unstable, but it should have reached a boiling point by now. Upon seeing this message, Lin Yu didn't hesitate for a moment and directly controlled the source point to charge into the depths of the virtual battlefield. Chapter 45, the end 2 minutes later. Lin Yu maneuvered the origin point to the server's port. Glancing at the port enveloped by multiple streams of data, he decided against using analytical tools. Instead, he directly activated the origin point and unleashed a conical shockwave, aiming it at one of the ports. Boom. The conical shockwave showed no signs of hesitation, shattering the streams of data at the port and tearing it open in an instant. Upon seeing this, Lin Yu didn't rush in right away. Instead, he first embedded his origin point among 4 defensive fortresses before charging inside. Upon entering the virtual battlefield, Lin Yu was greeted by a magnificent sight. Not far ahead, 2 massive datasets, formed by thousands of data streams, loomed like 2 furious dragons facing each other. In front of these 2 factions stood several defensive lines and over a dozen fortresses. Behind them, dense streams of data clustered like 2 camps, and the number of origin points was utterly unclear. Additionally, there were many origin points scattered around Lin Yu as well. Some were grouped in pairs, others in 4s, and some in 10s. The total number of origin points within the virtual battlefield was something Lin Yu couldn't ascertain at the moment. However, the situation appeared to be quite complex, as it seemed that, besides the Japanese hackers, there were others who had entered as well. Could they be part of an international hacker organization? Although the internet knows no borders, hackers often have their roots. For instance, those Chinese hackers who join international hacker groups will rush to support their compatriots if they see Chinese servers being attacked, regardless of where they are. At that moment, a message suddenly flashed from the left side of Lin Yu's position, displaying Chinese subtitles. All hacker friends here to watch the battle, please reveal your identity badges. If you are not here to participate, we hope you can show some respect to the Red Hacker Alliance and move to the left. After the message appeared, the Red Hacker Alliance showcased their emblem along with 2 identity badges. The emblem prominently displayed HK in bold red letters, standing tall like a pillar. One of the identity badges featured a majestic golden tiger roaring at the sky, while the other depicted a silver sword inscribed with the word sharp edge. The identity badge, also known as the showing flag, symbolizes the elite hackers. It's an unwritten rule in the hacker community that if one side reveals their identity during a multi-party engagement, the others must do the same, akin to ancient heroes introducing themselves. Especially in hacker wars, failing to disclose one's identity can easily lead to becoming a target, resulting in being overwhelmed by concentrated attacks. Baka, we're coming for you, Red Hacker Alliance. Chinese hackers are just rookies. Get ready to be crushed, you trash. Seeing the Red Hacker Alliance reveal their identities, the Japanese Yakuzas and Sakura Group retaliated with their own messages and emblems. The emblem of the Yada Group features a black Yamada no Orochi standing tall with its head raised. In contrast, the emblem of the Sakura Group showcases pink cherry blossoms fluttering gracefully in the air. As the two major factions on the virtual battlefield reveal their identities, scattered source points quickly showcase their own identity emblems. The international hacker organization, Anonymous, has come to observe the battle. Two source points display a piece of English text along with an icon of a hacker wearing a strange mask before swiftly moving to the left. Soon after, for more source points display subtitles stating, "Here to observe the battle," along with their emblems, also shifting to the left. Flying Squirrel, here to assist the Red Hacker Alliance. After he Xiaoshu controls his source point to display the subtitle and identity emblem, he moves towards the direction of the Red Hacker Alliance. Snowflake Group, here to observe the battle. 10 source points present an emblem depicting a snow-filled sky before collectively shifting to the left. In less than a minute, the previously scattered source points quickly form into ranks. The only one left standing alone on the virtual battlefield is Lin Yu's source point. Seeing this scene, Lin Yu feels a bit helpless. He had been busy creating various tools and hadn't had time to prepare this so-called identity emblem. Meanwhile, noticing that only Lin Yu's source point hasn't revealed its identity, all eyes in the virtual battlefield turn towards him. After a moment of silence, the Red Hacker Alliance, seeing that Lin Yu hasn't made a move, sends out a message. "This hacker friend, please state your intentions, otherwise, we cannot guarantee that our attacks won't affect you. And you may find yourself at odds with the Red Hacker Alliance." Compared to the Red Hacker Alliance's diplomatic approach, the Japanese hacker organization grows impatient at Lin Yu's silence, sending out messages one after another. Afraid to show your face? Scared? If you're scared, just get out. Someone who won't even show their identity emblem doesn't deserve to be on the same virtual battlefield as us in the Yada Group. Haha. You can tell this coward is from Huaxia at a glance. That's right. A mere Huaxia person thinks they can challenge us in the Sakura Group. Not convinced? Then show your identity emblem, and we'll take you down. Witnessing this, Lin Yu narrows his eyes, a cold smile creeping onto his face as he begins typing on the keyboard, preparing all his auxiliary machines and botnets, then calling up his attack tools. With Lin Yu's current strength, a single high-spec bot can simulate up to 1,000 data streams, but the attack power would be significantly reduced. However, he has a total of 140,000 bots at his disposal. In other words, he can launch an attack as powerful as that of an entire organization all by himself. As Lin Yu furiously types on the keyboard, commands are accurately input, and the 140,000 bots generate a staggering 90 million data streams. Such a massive quantity is already quite taxing for Lin Yu to control, let alone embedding explosive and acceleration codes within. Little Japanese, die for me. After sending out this message, Lin Yu suddenly halts his rapid typing, then forcefully presses the Enter key. Execute attack. Meanwhile, in the virtual battlefield, amidst the astonished gazes of everyone present, 90 million data streams surged into the sky from Lin Yu's origin point. These 90 million data streams appeared to have been meticulously organized, dense, and orderly, stretching out of sight. Although it was a virtual battlefield, the sheer number of streams created a terrifying sense of pressure that left everyone present feeling breathless. What an overwhelming attack. How many data streams were there in total? This was insane. Staring at the now-failed scanning tool in the top left corner of the screen, Xiaoshu was completely shocked and instinctively swore. His scanning tool had a maximum threshold of 10 million, and it had just crashed. Did this mean that the attack launched by that person had exceeded 10 million data streams? My God, where did this monstrous hacker come from? Oh no. This wasn't just monstrous. This was beyond monstrous. This was a freak among freaks. If there were a deity in the hacker world, Xiaoshu believed that besides this individual in front of him, no one could compare. It wasn't just Xiaoshu's analysis tool that failed. Nearly all analysis tools in the virtual battlefield crashed simultaneously after Lin Yu's attack. Soon, before the stunned eyes of everyone, the 90 million data streams descended like a meteor shower, carrying an overwhelming force toward the two major Japanese hacker organizations. Seeing this scene, The previously dazed Japanese hacker organizations quickly reacted. Their defenders began to set up fortifications while their attackers started to devise counterattacks with data streams. Under the command of the Japanese hacker organizations, 12 million data streams also surged into the air, unwilling to back down as they rushed toward the meteor-like assault. Bang! As soon as the two forces collided, Lin Yu's 90 million data streams completely overwhelmed the opposing attack, causing their data streams to instantaneously reset to zero. The disparity was just too great. It was like a small creek crashing into the mighty Yangtze River, instantly obliterated. After the data streams from the Japanese hackers vanished, dozens of circular shockwaves were launched from their ranks, continuously rushing toward the incoming meteor shower. These circular shockwaves were quite formidable, cutting through the remaining 80 million data streams and relentlessly destroying them. Clearly, those controlling these shockwaves were experienced experts from the Japanese hacker organization. Unfortunately, no matter how quickly they struck, they couldn't match the sheer volume of Lin Yu's attack. If you're capable, why don't you just clear all the data streams? Watching the Japanese hackers desperately trying to fend off the data streams on the screen, Lin Yu sneered and glanced at his own analysis tool. His analysis tool had a threshold exceeding 100 million, allowing him to clearly see the current situation. After the recent collision, his tool indicated that he still had over 85 million data streams remaining. Under the relentless resistance of the Japanese hackers, Lin Yu's remaining 85 million data streams continued to bombard their defenses. Bang, 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 bang. Faced with this carpet-bombing attack, the four lines of defense from the Japanese hacker camp were instantly torn apart, and the massive data streams surged forward. On the virtual battlefield, wherever this meteor shower struck, all defenses and fortifications proved utterly ineffective in stopping its advance. It was a complete push forward. As the saying goes, when poor, tactics are interspersed, when rich, firepower covers. In the face of this overwhelming barrage, the feeble counterattacks from the Japanese hacker organizations had no substantial effect whatsoever. If one had to say there was any effect, it was merely that their source points were destroyed a little later than they could have been. Lin Yu glanced at the analysis tools and found that after a series of impacts, the originally 85 million data streams had dwindled to just over 50 million. That barely consumed nearly half. However, against the defenseless Japanese hackers, that should be more than enough. As the last 50 million data streams continued their relentless assault on the Japanese hacker organization, the entire virtual battlefield trembled. Typically, virtual battlefields are hosted on servers, and hacker organizations like the Red Hacker Alliance usually employ dual web load balance servers, which boast absurdly high performance. The result was that even these top-tier servers struggled to withstand such a fierce attack, causing the entire server to become unstable. 3 minutes later, all the data streams vanished, along with a significant number of Japanese hackers. At that moment, the virtual battlefield once dominated by the Japanese hacker organization was completely destroyed, leaving only the last two source points closely huddled together. Clearly, the only ones who survived the recent barrage were the elite hackers of continuous loop levels. However, before these two could even launch any counter moves, Lin Yu's source points unleashed two conical shockwaves, directly crashing into them. In response to Lin Yu's attack, the two source points hastily activated their respective attack modes. One unleashed 3,000 data streams, while the other released a V-shaped shockwave. Of course, the outcome was evident. Under Lin Yu's assault, their counterattack was swiftly obliterated, and their source points were destroyed, vanishing instantly from the virtual battlefield. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction, then unhesitatingly commanded his source point to disappear from the virtual battlefield, leaving the onlookers in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 46. Luck strikes. After exiting the virtual battlefield, Lin Yu deleted all traces he had left online. The recent wave of attacks had rendered several poorly configured bots completely useless, and now his analysis tool displayed only 9 secondary machines and 100,000 bots. However, for Lin Yu, bots were not a concern. He could generate as many as he needed simply by letting his bot-catching tool run automatically. During Lin Yu's time in the virtual battlefield, the Eye of Heaven continued its operation online, destroying 10 cheat platforms and leaving backdoors on their computers. These included platforms for various games, such as King of Glory and Dungeon Dragons. Seeing this, Lin Yu anonymously sent all the information about the machine owners, criminal evidence, IP addresses, and more to the network inspectors. However, realizing he had to personally send the information each time, Lin Yu upgraded the Eye of Heaven, adding a template that allowed it to automatically send the acquired information anonymously, since he was using the IP addresses of the bots. The Eye of Heaven would destroy the backdoors immediately after sending the information, eliminating any worries about the other party tracing it back to his machine. With that, he wrapped things up. Restarting the Eye of Heaven, Lin Yu watched it destroy another cheat platform and then automatically send the information through the bots to the network inspectors. He nodded in satisfaction. Glancing at the time, he noticed it was only around 10:30. Setting his computer to standby mode, Lin Yu planned to use up his check-in opportunities for the day. After a moment's thought, he opened Penguin News and was immediately greeted by an advertisement for the game Three Kingdoms Kill. Without hesitation, Lin Yu completed his first check-in of the day. Ding! You have successfully checked in at the Three Kingdoms Kill advertisement and received all skills of the General Zhao Yun. Ding! The system detected that the skills in the game do not align with the host's real-world environment. The system will initiate an automatic effect change. Automatic effect change has taken effect. You have acquired horsemanship, Phoenix Spear Technique, Dragon Soul, and Energy Particle Datization. Includes the Dragon Dazzling Silver Spear, Knight Illuminated Jade Lion, and Dragon Pattern Armor. Ding! Current check-in opportunities available. 2. Upon seeing this check-in reward, Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Before he could fully process it, he was suddenly enveloped by a familiar white space. Within this white space, Lin Yu transformed into the ancient Zhao Yun, beginning his daily regimen of physical training, cultivation, and spear practice. In no time at all, a second passed. As Lin Yu's consciousness returned, his body began to undergo earth-shattering changes, filling him with an inexplicable sense of power. This was a bit excessively strong. As he moved his body and felt the changes taking place, Lin Yu stared in astonishment at his hands, murmuring to himself. Once he regained his senses, he noticed that the muscle strength, toughness, and resistance to impact in various parts of his body had significantly increased. His body fat percentage was continually decreasing, and his physique was becoming more perfect. His senses, including hearing and vision, had greatly improved, and his muscles reacted with extraordinary sensitivity. It was as if an ordinary person had suddenly transformed into a being with exceptional physical prowess. Not only that, Lin Yu also felt an invisible flow of energy constantly circulating within his body, ultimately converging in his lower abdomen. He had encountered this invisible flow before. It had appeared in his lower abdomen after he acquired his cooking skills, but it was quite weak. Moreover, he had only used this flow once when he made fried rice for the first time, after which it had been completely depleted, and he had yet to recover it until now. At that time, Lin Yu hadn't thought much of it. Looking back now, if he were to define it based on the novels he had read in his previous life, this flow of energy could be considered the so-called inner strength. Indeed, every world has many hidden things lurking in the shadows. As he adjusted to his drastically changed body, Lin Yu couldn't help but exclaim in awe, then turned his attention to the system, which had completed the skill modifications. Horsemanship, perfectly master any horse and achieve a deep mental connection, as if it were an extension of oneself. Dragon Soul passive skill, activated when any emotion reaches a specific threshold. Upon activation, the body self-regulates its neural responses and pain threshold, doubling in strength, becoming more valiant in battle and fearless of death. Energy particle datization, using life and objects as carriers. It loads original mounts, weapons, and armor, virtualizing their data, allowing for attachment or detachment. Note, if the host chooses not to attach, the carrier will undergo internal structural changes while maintaining its external appearance. After finishing reading all the skills, Lin Yu was momentarily stunned, with only one thought in his mind. This sign-up reward is incredibly lavish. After a moment, he snapped back to reality, marveling at the 3 modified skills, especially the second and third ones. The effects described by these 2 skills made him question whether he had crossed over into a fantasy or sci-fi world. According to the system, did that mean he now possessed Zhao Yun's weapon, mount, and armor, but needed a carrier to use them? Lin Yu thoughtfully glanced at his clothes and the broom nearby. After considering it, he couldn't resist the temptation and walked over to grab the broom. With a mental command, he activated the newly acquired Energy Particle Datization skill. As the skill activated, he found a virtual page popping up on his retina, visible only to him. Carrier, broom, load weapon, Dragon S Silver Spear, attach, carrier, casual wear, top and bottom, load armor, Dragon Scale Armor, attach, mount, none. Casting a glance towards the direction of Su Muyun and her sister, Lin Yu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to play it safe. He quickly made his way back to his room with the broom in hand. Once inside, he locked the door, took a deep breath, and selected the attachment option for all the effects on the virtual page. In the next second, the broom in Lin Yu's hand suddenly transformed into a silver-white spear. His casual wear instantly morphed into a fitted white helmet and armor. This technology is incredible. Lin Yu marveled as he held the cold, silver-long spear in his hands, dressed in the white helmet and armor that seemed to fit him automatically. Looking at the Dragon Danteon bright silver spear, he couldn't help but feel a bit restless, itching to practice with it. However, to avoid drawing the attention of Su Muyun and her sister, he reluctantly abandoned the idea. After all, he was currently wearing armor made from a blend of fine steel and gold, with the spear being 2 meters long and weighing around 30 to 40 pounds. Once he started moving, the entire room would surely be in chaos. It could be said that Lin Yu was currently carrying a weight of over 100 pounds. For an adult male who hadn't trained much, just standing still would likely be quite strenuous. Not to mention swinging a metal spear weighing 30 to 40 pounds wildly. To put that weight into perspective, it's akin to carrying a 20-liter bucket of water. After playing around with the spear and armor for a while, Lin Yu put them away and chose not to manifest again. This time, although his clothes and the broom in his hand didn't appear to change, he could feel that there was no difference between the two and when he was manifested. The only difference was the appearance. The weight and effects remained unchanged. To test this, Lin Yu poked the headboard with the non-manifested broom. The result was clear. The headboard was easily punctured. Well, this thing could really come in handy for blocking bullets in a critical moment. Touching his iron-hard clothes, Lin Yu couldn't help but be amazed. Then he canceled the skill and returned the broom to its place. Sitting on the sofa, a bold idea suddenly flashed through Lin Yu's mind. He opened the Penguin News app and searched for a short video about Thanos from the Marvel movies. Soon, the system's sign-in notification chimed again. Without a second thought, Lin Yu chose to sign in. Ding, you have successfully signed in during a short video of Avengers, Infinity War, Reward Skill, Precision Strike. Ding. Current available sign-in attempts. 1. Lin Yu? Does this even relate to Avengers, Infinity War? Seeing this, Lin Yu shook his head with a wry smile. Well, the system's sign-in is indeed full of randomness. He thought he could sign in during a Marvel movie to get a more powerful skill, but instead, he was smacked with reality. However, this clearly proved that the system's sign-in was random and uncertain. That said, the Precision Strike skill was quite good. As an inexplicable sense of intent flowed into Lin Yu, he realized that no matter what it was, as long as he wished for it, he could hit it with 100% accuracy. Seeing that he only had one sign-in attempt left, Lin Yu couldn't be bothered to look for other videos and continued to sign in. Ding, you have successfully signed in during a short video of Avengers, Infinity War. Reward Skill, Unity of Knowledge and Action. Seeing that he had received another skill, Lin Yu was quite surprised. Was his luck really that good today? Soon, another mysterious sense of intent flowed into Lin Yu's body. After coming to his senses, Lin Yu felt like he had undergone some indescribable change. However, he understood one thing. From now on, no matter what knowledge it was, he could learn it at a glance, and once he learned it, he could use it right away. After completing his 3 daily check-ins, Lin Yu glanced at his account balance, 22 billion. Seeing this enormous amount, he suddenly realized that he wouldn't have to wait long before he could quickly break through to 1 trillion. He just wondered if he could continue to push further after reaching that milestone. Setting aside this thought that he couldn't quite grasp for now, Lin Yu began to use up the returns from his 3 check-ins for the day. After the 3 returns, his account balance reached 179.2 billion. The amount he transferred to Li Xian was 156.6 billion. Seeing that string of zeros, even Lin Yu felt a bit speechless. If he continued to accumulate like this, it seemed that tomorrow he could break into the trillion mark. What does a trillion mean? Currently, the city with the highest GDP in China is Shanghai, with an annual GDP of about 30 trillion. Yet tomorrow, Lin Yu's personal assets would be worth about half of that city's annual GDP. Such an exaggerated amount felt almost surreal, even to Lin Yu. Chapter 47. Are you polite? Just as Lin Yu was lost in thought, Su Muxin emerged from her room wearing a loose-fitting pajama, clutching a white notebook, her eyes still bleary with sleep, yawning continuously. She looked like she hadn't fully woken up yet, oblivious even to the occasional glimpse of springtime beauty. Observing her carefree demeanor, Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh in resignation. This girl was truly laid back at home, completely unbothered by any sense of propriety. Glancing at the clock, which showed it was already 11 o'clock, Lin Yu stood up and headed towards the kitchen. Suddenly, a shocked scream from Su Muxin echoed behind him, followed by a classic exclamation. What the heck? At her outburst, Lin Yu instinctively turned his head to look. He saw that the once sleepy Su Muxin was now wide-eyed, her beautiful gaze fixed on the computer screen, her expression full of disbelief. Why are you so surprised? Lin Yu said, rolling his eyes. On the forum, it was reported that not long ago, a mysterious hacker had taken out 2 hacker organizations in an instant on the virtual battlefield of the Red Hacker Alliance. After finishing reading the information on the screen, Su Muxin was visibly excited, her face filled with admiration as she exclaimed, "Oh my gosh. He single-handedly crushed 2 major hacker organizations. This mysterious person is just too strong." Lin Yu. What's so exciting about that? Anyone with hands can do it. Noticing Lin Yu's silence, Su Muxin realized he might not understand what she was talking about. After all, someone who hadn't been exposed to the hacker world wouldn't know the current state of affairs there. Forget it. I won't say anything more. Just go cook, she said, turning back to excitedly browse through the hacker forum without looking back. Seeing this, Lin Yu found it somewhat amusing. He wondered what her expression would be if she knew that he was the mysterious person she was talking about. Shaking his head, he continued to the kitchen to prepare rice and cook. However, just after Lin Yu finished cooking, his phone rang unexpectedly. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was Wang Ling, the head of the Jinshi law firm, calling. He answered the call directly. The familiar voice came through. Mr. Lin, here's the situation. The court in Magic City just notified me regarding Zhang Yi. After contacting the court in Xing City, they found that he has been sentenced to life in prison for intentional homicide. Moreover, according to the information he has provided, he has confessed to everything he did, including his dealings online with another suspect, Cheng. Currently, Xing City is making every effort to apprehend this Cheng suspect, and the filing court in Magic City has withdrawn our lawsuit. Well, that's about the situation now. After digesting all this information, Lin Yu thoughtfully stroked his chin, his gaze flickering. He hadn't expected that Zhang Yi had been so thoroughly dealt with ahead of time. Moreover, according to Wang Ling's information, it can be basically confirmed that his wife's actor incident was orchestrated by him behind the scenes. His guess was not wrong. However, what intrigued Lin Yu was who might be secretly helping Sumu Yun. Soon, Lin Yu suddenly recalled something and hurriedly asked, how was Zhang Yi arrested? And who filed the lawsuit against him? Caught off guard by this sudden question, Wang Ling on the other end of the phone paused for a moment before responding. Please hold on. I'll check now. 2 minutes later, she continued. According to the information from Xingqing, the suspect Zhang Yi was sued by Keping Law Firm. And Keping Law Firm is currently the legal department of Xingyun Software Company, Limited Xingyun Software Company. Lin Yu murmured to himself, then asked, is the legal representative of their company surnamed Su? Yes, the legal representative of Xingyun Software is named Su Jianya. Hearing this expected answer, a faint smile appeared on Lin Yu's face. He had a strong suspicion that this matter was likely orchestrated by his future father-in-law. Based on what Lin Yu had learned from Su Muyun and her sister, his father-in-law had the most motive. After all, he was Su Muyun's biological father. Although he might act tough, he surely couldn't rest easy. Otherwise, he wouldn't be secretly keeping tabs on Su Muyun and arranging for someone like Zhang Yi. Given that Zhang Yi was convicted of intentional homicide, the machinations involved were certainly not as simple as they appeared on the surface. Some underhanded methods had definitely been employed. As for why Lin Yu was so familiar with this, it was naturally because in his previous life, he had also arranged for people to carry out similar tasks. TSK, it seems like his father-in-law is quite a successful businessman. With this thought, Lin Yu couldn't help but exclaim. Given the situation, there were probably quite a few of her father's informants even among Su Muyun's fan group. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to handle Zhang Yi's situation so swiftly. Considering the relationship between Su Muyun and her father, Lin Yu ultimately decided against telling her about this. Although he knew her father meant well, with Su Muyun's personality, they would likely end up in another heated argument. Therefore, to avoid such an occurrence, it was better not to mention it for now. Moreover, to resolve this issue thoroughly, it would be best to wait for an opportunity to discuss it with her father directly. Putting these thoughts aside for the time being, Lin Yu began preparing to cook. With the presence of inner strength, he decided to use it to assist him in cooking to see if it would regenerate after being consumed. As he had expected, the inner strength could indeed recover automatically, albeit at a slow pace. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, after the three of them finished lunch, Sumu Xian went to wash the dishes as usual. Lin Yu then discussed the matters regarding Zhang Yi and Tianin with Su Muyun privately. After learning about these matters, although Su Muyun didn't say anything, the tenderness in Qiu Shui's eyes seemed capable of melting anyone. Faced with such a warm and gentle atmosphere, even Lin Yu felt a bit overwhelmed. For a moment, the two stood facing each other, their eyes filled with each other, creating a somewhat ambiguous ambience. At the same time, the distance between them began to slowly close. Just as they were about to lean in closer, a crisp ringtone suddenly broke the intimate moment. The unexpected sound jolted them awake, especially Su Muyun, who, after regaining her composure, glanced at Lin Yu with a flushed face and then hurriedly ran towards the live streaming room. Seeing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but tug at his mouth, feeling a wave of frustration as he pulled out his phone. Looking at the screen displaying the name Ouyang Lei, he suddenly felt an urge to smash his head. Why did this jerk have to call at this moment, right when he was about to lean in for a kiss? Seriously, is that polite? Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu forced himself to calm down and answer the call. Chairman, our BTK inhibitor completed the preclinical research on animals last night, and the drug safety has been confirmed with excellent results. This morning, we finished the first 3 phases of clinical trials on humans. The safety, efficacy, and dosage of the drug have all been thoroughly evaluated. Just now, The authorities approved the drug's registration and sent someone over to discuss the BTK inhibitor cancer drug with us. We'll soon be able to start mass production and apply for market release. Ouyang Lei on the other end of the line was clearly excited, his voice loud enough to make Lin Yu's ears ring. After hearing this, Lin Yu was momentarily stunned and said in surprise, "You completed the first 3 phases of human clinical trials so quickly." It's important to note that human clinical trials are divided into 4 phases. The first 3 phases test the drug's safety, efficacy, and dosage, while the 4th phase examines adverse reactions and side effects, requiring further adjustments to the drug's dosage. Among other factors, Lin Yu initially thought it was impressive that they managed to complete the animal trials in just one night, but now the progress seemed almost unreal. Hearing Lin Yu's question, Ouyang Lei chuckled and unabashedly praised him. "Isn't it all thanks to you, Chairman, for developing and optimizing the lead compound? The efficacy of the BTK inhibitor you created last night was simply astounding, so much so that even someone like me, who has been in drug manufacturing for years, found it hard to believe. With such an extraordinary efficacy, all our animal test results from last night passed on the first try." Upon hearing this, a smile involuntarily spread across Lin Yu's face. Come on, how could a cancer drug produced by the system be anything less than perfect? If it didn't pass on the first try, that would be truly embarrassing. All right, I understand now. However, thinking about the scene where he just faced a setback, Lin Yu said lightly, "But old Lei, if you only came to tell me this, then you might as well kiss your salary goodbye next month." Huh? Why? Upon hearing this, Ouyang Lei on the other end of the line was clearly taken aback. Lin Yu replied, somewhat annoyed, "Because your recent actions have caused me immeasurable losses, and it's not something that can be quantified in hundreds or thousands of billions." Hearing the keywords hundreds or thousands of billions, Ouyang Lei instinctively thought he had interrupted Lin Yu during some major issue. After hesitating for a moment, he quickly explained, "Well, actually, I wanted to let you know that the people from above are about to arrive at our company, and we need to discuss specific issues in detail. Also, we're planning to hold a press conference tomorrow, and I wanted to see if you could come to host or perhaps help name the BTK inhibitor. Besides that, I couldn't find the gene editing tech team you asked me to locate, but following your suggestion, I went ahead and acquired their company. Just now, Miss Li Xian has already completed the acquisition process for you. It just needs your signature to take effect." Hearing this series of desperate attempts to salvage the situation, Lin Yu sighed and said, "All right, your reasoning is quite solid. I'll head over now." After hanging up the phone, Lin Yu walked towards Su Muyun's streaming room. He briefly informed her that he might be back late that night before heading out. Due to the urgency of the situation, Lin Yu took her car keys and drove her vehicle toward the address of the Baiji company. Chapter 48, Discussion half an hour later. When Lin Yu arrived at Baiji company, Ouyang Lei and Li Xian were already waiting downstairs to greet him. "Mr. Lin, here is the acquisition agreement from Tianjin Technology Company Limited, with a market valuation of around 30 billion, Li Xian said, approaching Lin Yu as he got out of the car, handing him a document and a pen. "All right, thank you for your hard work," Lin Yu replied, taking the agreement without looking at it, signing his name while asking, "Have the representatives from above arrived?" "They're here and currently waiting in the conference room. Just waiting for you, Chairman," Ouyang Lei quickly responded. "What is the purpose of their visit?" Lin Yu handed the agreement to Li Xian and looked at Ouyang Lei. About that." Ouyang Lei hesitated for a moment before saying, "Recently, there's been a lot of public discussion online about the exorbitant prices of cancer drugs. If I'm not mistaken, the purpose of their visit should be related to the pricing of the BTK inhibitor. After all, our Baiji company has taken the lead in cancer drug research among all medical enterprises in Huaxia." He said the last part with a sense of pride. Although he didn't create the BTK inhibitor himself, his strong sense of collective honor as a member of Baiji company was evident. Hearing this, Lin Yu nodded thoughtfully but didn't ask further questions, instead leading the two of them directly to the conference room. Soon, Lin Yu arrived at the conference room. At the spacious round table sat 2 men in suits. Facing Lin Yu in the center was a middle-aged man appearing to be in his 40s, wearing glasses, exuding a scholarly and approachable demeanor. The other was a young man who looked to be around Lin Yu's age. "Mr. Lin, hello, I am Zhang Weigua." Upon seeing Lin Yu enter, Zhang Weigua stood up, smiling and extending his hand, the current director of the Shanghai Drug Supervision Administration. "Hello, Director Zhang." Although Lin Yu was somewhat surprised that the head of the regulatory agency had come in person, he maintained a composed smile and politely shook his hand. Once seated, Lin Yu didn't wait for small talk and directly asked, "Director Zhang, you must be here regarding the price of the BTK inhibitor, correct?" Taken aback by Lin Yu's straightforwardness, Zhang Weigua paused for a moment before quickly responding with a hearty laugh. "Mr. Lin, you really are direct. Since you've already brought it up, I won't beat around the bush. Yes, I am here specifically for your company's newly developed BTK inhibitor. I believe Mr. Lin is aware of the current situation in Huaxia's cancer drug market? Yes, I know. Currently, our country's cancer drugs are only imported and not exported, making us heavily reliant on foreign pharmaceutical companies. Lin Yu replied firmly. That's why I developed the BTK inhibitor. Huaxia must, and absolutely needs, to have its own cancer drug. Upon hearing this, everyone present, except for the informed Ouyang Lei, was taken aback. The BTK inhibitor he developed? Wasn't that created by a specialized team at Baiji Company's R&D Center? Seeing this scene, Ouyang Lei quickly stood up and said, the BTK inhibitor was indeed personally developed by our chairman, and he conducted and completed the in vitro experiments all by himself. By the end of his statement, even Ouyang Lei felt a bit embarrassed and could only clear his throat awkwardly. There was no way around it. Their team of over 100 professionals couldn't compare to the research done by Lin Yu alone, and admitting that felt like a huge loss of face. Hearing this astonishing news, a hint of surprise flashed in Zhang Weigua's eyes, and then he broke into a beaming smile, praising, I see. It seems that Chairman Lin is not only young and capable, but also exceptionally talented. Too kind. It's just luck, Lin Yu replied with a light laugh. No, Chairman Lin is being modest. Given your age and the contributions you've made, calling you a genius wouldn't be an exaggeration, right? Ha ha ha, Zhang Weigua joked. For this flattery, Lin Yu could only smile wryly and say, Director Zhang, let us talk about the pricing of the BTK inhibitor. Upon hearing this, Zhang Weigua, who had been all smiles, quickly sobered up, nodded seriously, and said in a deep voice, due to the recent surge in public discourse about cancer drugs on the internet, many young people have been leaving comments on various official websites. This has not only made US pay attention to the issue of cancer drugs, but has also caught the attention of higher authorities. Therefore, an emergency meeting was held yesterday, and relevant solutions were proposed regarding this significant public welfare issue. Ultimately, it was decided that the prices of foreign cancer drugs would be lowered, and they would all be included in medical insurance, making these exorbitantly priced cancer drugs affordable for the public. As the first domestically developed new cancer drug in Huaxia, the authorities hope that your company can set a more accessible price. Of course, we will ensure that your company's interests are not compromised, so in certain policy aspects, the authorities will prioritize Baiji Company. At the end, Zhang Weigua gave Lin Yu a meaningful glance. He had made the benefits and drawbacks very clear. It could be said that as long as Lin Yu was foolish, he would understand that only by cooperating with the government could the company maximize its profits, especially in certain policy areas. With the support from above, Baiji Company would find it much easier to achieve its goals in the future. The simplest example is that the drug registration submitted by Baiji Company this morning was approved by their bureau immediately, and they even came in the afternoon to verify the situation. Such a special circumstance isn't something every company can have. Generally speaking, the registration and review process for drugs takes at least a year and a half to get through. It's precisely because of the current trend on the internet and the higher-ups needing to take action against foreign cancer drugs that their speed is so remarkable. Of course, speed is one aspect, but the efficacy of Baiji's BTK inhibitors is equally important. It can be said that the reason Baiji was able to complete all the new drug processes so quickly is due to multiple factors. Lin Yu was well aware of the implications behind Zhang Weigua's words. Essentially, this is a mutually beneficial situation for both parties, and he had no reason to refuse. Moreover, Lin Yu's initial intention in developing the BTK inhibitors was to ensure that all cancer patients in the country could afford the exorbitantly priced anti-cancer drugs. Therefore, even if Zhang Weigua didn't come, he would still work to lower the price of the BTK inhibitors himself. After some thought, Lin Yu turned to Ouyang Lei and asked, what is the total cost price of our BTK inhibitors right now? Upon hearing the question, Ouyang Lei hesitated for a moment before replying with a wry smile. In terms of technology, it's impossible to quantify, but regarding costs, our total investment in the research and development of the BTK inhibitors has exceeded 1 billion. Lin Yu nodded slightly, feeling a sense of clarity. The technology was developed solely by him and could be considered priceless. However, the research and development costs were relatively low, only around 1 billion. Of course, this was likely related to his own efforts. Otherwise, if they had invested an additional several billion, it's likely that someone else would have developed it after some time. How about this? Excluding the technology costs, let us add up all the other research, production, packaging, and other costs, and set the domestic price of the BTK inhibitors to be 1 yuan above the cost price, Lin Yu said with a smile, looking at Zhang Weigua. I wonder if Director Zhang is satisfied with this price? Upon hearing this astonishing price, not only was Zhang Weigua taken aback, but Ouyang Lei beside him was also dumbfounded. A profit of just 1 yuan above the cost price? Wouldn't that mean Baiji wouldn't make much money? No, This was beyond just not making a profit. In a sense, they were actually losing money. As a pharmaceutical company, Baiji couldn't simply focus on producing BTK inhibitors without developing new drugs. Each new drug requires substantial funding for research and development. They relied on this to generate profits and continuously cycle through the development of new drugs. Furthermore, Baiji had many employees, all of whom needed to be paid. If this continued long-term, Baiji might face bankruptcy, even if it didn't collapse. Under the constraints of insufficient funding, this strategy would essentially be self-destructive and jeopardize their future. The sacrifice involved was simply too great. As the head of the Pharmaceutical Regulatory Authority, Zhang Weiguo could not stand by and watch a burgeoning anti-cancer drug industry collapse right before his eyes. Realizing this, Zhang Weiguo quickly regained his composure and waved his hand, saying, "Mr. Lin, I know you are thinking of all the cancer patients in the country, but this price is simply too low. Your company will not only fail to make a profit, but will actually incur losses, which is not good for either of us." Seeing this, Lin Yu simply smiled and said nothing. Profit? With his ability to easily obtain hundreds of billions a day, did he really need to care about that? He was here to conduct research precisely because he wanted to operate at a loss. Otherwise, wasting that money every day would be a real shame. Furthermore, spending that money on meaningful endeavors was far better than letting it sit and gather dust in his pocket. To him, money was just a bunch of numbers. How about we both compromise? I'll raise the price to 100 more than the cost price. Would that work? Just as Zhang Weiguo was about to speak, Lin Yu quickly interjected, his tone firm. This is my bottom line. It can't go any higher. Besides, our company, Baiji, is not incapable of making money. While we sell at a lower price to domestic cancer patients, the price for international patients is quite different. At the end of his statement, Lin Yu wore a sly smile. He indeed wasn't focused on profits, but that was only for China. For other countries, he naturally hoped to earn as much as possible, ideally making a substantial profit. After all, to him, making money off his fellow countrymen wasn't much of an accomplishment. Earning from foreigners was far more interesting. Hearing the implications in Lin Yu's words, Zhang Weiguo opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing. Instead, looking at Lin Yu with a complex expression, having worked in pharmaceutical regulation for over 30 years, this was the first time he had encountered such a principled young man. In this fast-paced era driven by material desires, young people like Lin Yu were indeed rare. Putting aside his thoughts, Zhang Weiguo stood up, his expression serious, and said, "Since Director Lin insists, I would like to thank you on behalf of all cancer patients in the country." With that, he even bowed slightly to Lin Yu. Hey, Director Zhang. You're making me uncomfortable." Lin Yu quickly helped him up, a mix of amusement and exasperation on his face. "I'm just doing what I can. There is no need for such formalities." In response, Zhang Weiguo simply smiled faintly and didn't elaborate further. At least in his eyes, Lin Yu was deserving of that respect. His actions and demeanor warranted admiration, regardless of his age. Chapter 49. Vitality. Around 3 in the afternoon, Lin Yu and Zhang Weiguo had finished discussing the specifics of the BTK inhibitor, including the drug's price, name, production, and launch date. In addition, Zhang Weiguo and his colleague also verified the dosage and efficacy of the BTK inhibitor. Once they confirmed everything was accurate, they finally felt at ease to leave. Phew. It's finally over. Standing at the door of the Research and Development Center, watching Zhang Weiguo and the others leave, Lin Yu let out a long breath, lazily stretched his body, and remarked, "Being a chairman is so exhausting." Ouyang Lei, Li Xian. Goodness, is that even a real complaint? They just chatted for an hour or two, and he's saying he's tired? If that is the case, those who deal with matters every day must be exhausted to death. By the way, what business does the Tianjin company we acquired today have? Lin Yu suddenly turned to Ouyang Lei and asked. The main projects of Tianjin company include 4 categories: biopharmaceutical chips, gene editing, artificial intelligence, and nanotechnology, Ouyang Lei replied. All 4 categories seem to be high-tech industries, right? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, looking at Li Xian with a strange expression, and asked, "They weren't short on funds and ended up getting acquired by us, were they?" Hearing this, Li Xian gave him a surprised glance and nodded, calmly responding, "Yes, when I discussed the acquisition with their chairman. He agreed without hesitation when I proposed to take a controlling stake through investment." Upon realizing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but shake his head in amusement. No wonder they agreed to be acquired so readily. It turns out they were eager for the investment. However, it's just as well. The 4 major research projects of Tianjin company are major money pits. Basically, unless you invest a few $100 billion, you won't see any significant results. Especially the biopharmaceutical chips and nanotechnology, which are among the biggest money guzzlers. With their financial demands, only Lin Yu could afford them. After all, aside from Lin Yu, No one else would be foolish enough to spend hundreds of billions just to make a splash. Suddenly, Lin Yu seemed to remember something. He controlled his phone to send a text message to Li Xian and, smiling at her, said, "You've worked hard today. On your way back, could you pick up a package for me? It contains the equity transfer agreement from the Zhongshan Group. Just bring it next time for me to sign." Upon hearing this, Ouyang Lei and Li Xian both appeared calm. There was no way around it. Being with Lin Yu always exposed them to some unconventional matters, especially for Li Xian. When Lin Yu frequently transferred hundreds of billions to her, she had become somewhat numb to the concept of money. Acquiring a company was now a trivial matter for her, basically as routine as shopping. "Okay, I got it." Li Xian nodded and then drove away from the research and development center. As he watched Li Xian leave, Lin Yu turned to Ouyang Lei, smiled slightly, and said, "Let us go, old Lei. Take me to the R&D center of the gene editing team at Tianjin Company. I want to get an early proof of the CAR T-cell technology." "All right," Ouyang Lei instinctively replied, nodding his head. But the next moment, he suddenly woke up. "Wait, proof of CAR T-cell technology? Didn't you just say last time that you wanted to verify an idea? How did it suddenly turn into proving the CAR T-cell technology?" The most important thing was that this technology was still in the theoretical and R&D stages for pharmaceutical companies around the world. Could it be that their chairman had already achieved proof? As if realizing something unbelievable, Ouyang Lei gulped hard, his eyes widening in disbelief as he looked at Lin Yu. Seeing his expression, Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "Why are you so surprised? We haven't even started the verification yet. What if it doesn't succeed? Chairman, if this really gets proven, then our Baiji company would be the first pharmaceutical company in the world to develop CAR T-cell technology," Ouyang Lei said, his voice trembling slightly. "That would be no joke. If their chairman truly succeeded in verification, then it could be said without exaggeration that Baiji company would be like a new lease on life for cancer patients worldwide. Because whether it was early stage or late stage cancer, all patients could be given an additional 3 years of life. He believed that with such an extraordinary medical outcome, no cancer patient would be able to resist the temptation. Just think about how many cancer patients there are globally. How many influential people among them? Even those high-tech talents who developed cancer due to research and scientific pursuits. How many of them are there? And let's not forget, even if they themselves don't have cancer, what about their loved ones who might? There are simply too many people to count. A stark example is that in China, an average of 55 people die from cancer every 10 minutes. And now, if those people found out that they could live for another 3 years, what kind of mindset would they have? Therefore, whether it's the obvious benefits or the hidden ones, the implications are just too vast. The thought alone made Ouyang Lei feel a chill run down his spine. Lin Yu was well aware of the underlying meaning in Ouyang Lei's words. He understood what success in CAR T-cell technology would signify. It meant that whoever mastered the CAR T technology would hold the key to the lives of cancer patients. "I know what you're worried about," Lin Yu said, looking directly at Ouyang Lei with a determined expression. "But what I want to say is, we can't let our fear of technology hold us back. We are not as fragile as we imagine ourselves to be. Moreover, if we fear technology and shy away from progress, then one day, when this technology is developed by other pharmaceutical companies and they impose export restrictions on our country, I believe we will surely regret it." Lin Yu's words instantly enlightened Ouyang Lei, evoking a sense of clarity as if the clouds had parted. Indeed, if they abandon the research on this technology, what will they do in a few years when leading healthcare companies in the United States have developed it and impose export restrictions on China? Isn't the reasoning behind this similar to how China's top high-tech industries are currently facing export restrictions from others? With this thought in mind, Ouyang Lei couldn't help but nod seriously. The chairman is right. Since this technology will eventually be developed, why shouldn't we be the first to achieve it? Once the chairman proves successful today, we will show those foreigners what export restrictions really mean. By the end of his words, Ouyang Lei's tone was filled with excitement. In the past, and even now, they have been suppressed by foreign medical companies in cancer drug research. Some foreign medical companies have even deliberately imposed export restrictions on China's cancer drugs. However, today, as long as the chairman can validate the success of CAR T-cell technology, their Baiji company will also be able to impose export restrictions on foreign medical companies. With CAR T-cell technology, Baiji company can lead the way in cancer drug research among all pharmaceutical companies globally. How could this exhilarating feeling of turning the tables not excite him? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but smile. "I haven't even started the validation yet, and you already believe I can develop it?" Ouyang Lei chuckled at this, not offering an explanation. He knew that the chairman had said the same when developing the BTK inhibitor. Well, it was just a matter of validating an idea. And then the chairman accurately identified the lead compound for the BTK inhibitor and optimized it completely. Isn't that a clear indication of 100% confidence? Thus, In Ouyang Lei's mind, Lin Yu's validation of a certain technology was already seen as a successful development. Soon, under Ouyang Lei's lead, the two took a half-hour ride and arrived at the Gene Editing Research Center of Tianjin Technology Company. Since Ouyang Lei had already called the CEO of Tianjin Company on the way and asked him to notify the Gene Editing Research Center to prepare for a series of arrangements. When Lin Yu arrived at the center, the CEO of Tianjin Company was already there waiting with the head of the research center. "Welcome, Director Lin, to Tianjin Company for an inspection. I am Zhou Yang, the current CEO of Tianjin Company." As soon as Lin Yu stepped out of the car, Zhou Yang, the CEO of Tianjin Company, approached with a smile and extended his hand for a handshake. Seeing this energetic and spirited middle-aged man who looked around 30, Lin Yu instinctively smiled and nodded, shaking his hand. "Hello, Mr. Zhou. You are too kind. Mr. Lin, it's an honor for our Tianjin Company to have you here." Zhou Yang smiled and gestured with his right hand toward a middle-aged woman standing nearby, introducing her to Lin Yu. "This is Jiao Hong, the head of our Gene Editing Research and Development Center. She oversees all current projects, so if you need anything, feel free to let her know." Lin Yu followed Zhou Yang's gaze, smiled, and nodded. "Hello, Ms. Jiao. I appreciate your help in advance. It's no trouble at all. As long as Mr. Lin's ideas prove useful for CAR T-cell technology, we're more than happy to assist," Jiao Hong replied warmly. Hearing this, Lin Yu simply smiled and got straight to the point. "In that case, let us start the validation right away. We'll know soon enough if it works." Under Jiao Hong's guidance, the group headed towards the RD center. Thanks to Ouyang Lei's prior notice, Jiao Hong had arranged for a specialized gene editing team. 5 minutes later, they stopped outside a GMP laboratory. Jiao Hong looked at Lin Yu with an expression that seemed to say, "Please, go ahead," which made him chuckle softly. "Please prepare a set of work clothes for me, and randomly select a cancer patient. I need to collect 60 to 100 milliliters of peripheral venous blood from the patient," Lin Yu instructed. Upon hearing this request, Jiao Hong was momentarily taken aback, her face showing confusion. "Wasn't it agreed that we would validate the ideas in the lab? Why are we drawing blood from a patient right at the start? There are samples available in the lab." Though puzzled, she hesitated for a moment before quickly arranging for what was needed. Chapter 50, Success. Under Jiao Hong's arrangements, Lin Yu soon entered the GMP laboratory wearing a white mask and a white lab coat, accompanied by her. Ouyang Lei and Zhou Yang, the two non-professionals, stayed outside and did not come in. Once inside, Lin Yu noticed that a gene editing team of 20 people was already waiting for him. Without wasting any time, Lin Yu got straight to the point. "I won't say much. You all know why I'm here today, so please follow my instructions from now on. From this moment, you will form teams of 5. Team 1, you will use the blood cell separator to isolate about 50 milliliters of mononuclear cell suspension from the freshly delivered venous blood. Team 2, you will enrich T cells, which can be done using density gradient centrifugation. The separation of T-cell subsets should be performed using CD4 CD8 specific antibodies or surface marker conjugated magnetic beads, and stimulate the cells with antibodies like CD3 and CD28 for activation. Team 3, prepare the lentiviral vectors, cells, culture media, and other necessary tools, ensuring that all water used in the experiment is ultra-pure. Team 4, you will fill in any gaps wherever needed." As Lin Yu issued these commands, the previously confused researchers began to spring into action. Each person took on their responsibilities, and under Lin Yu's leadership, the entire team functioned like a well-oiled machine, operating efficiently. Jiao Hong, who was observing from the side, was astonished to see Lin Yu command each group with such proficiency. Was he the chairman or the head of a large professional team? The level of expertise and command he displayed was quite remarkable. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would find it hard to believe that this was their company's chairman. Seeing the entire laboratory starting to operate, Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction. The CAR T-cell technology is divided into 3 parts. The first step is to isolate T-cells and activate them. The second step involves gene editing these isolated T-cells to upgrade them, enabling them to accurately target and kill cancer cells. The third step is to culture a large number of the upgraded T-cells and then inject them into the cancer patient whose blood was initially drawn. Finally, we just need to monitor for any adverse reactions. Although it sounds simple, the second step is the most critical and important, especially the gene editing process, which involves core technologies that only Lin Yu can develop. Others simply cannot. Suddenly recalling something important, Lin Yu quickly turned to Jiao Hong and asked, "Can our laboratory's ultra-pure water meet the sterility and endotoxin requirements as per the pharmacopoeia standards?" Without hesitation, Jiao Hong, coming back to her senses, replied, "The high-quality ultra-pure water we are currently using not only meets the data requirements, but also exceeds them." "Good, that's reassuring." Lin Yu nodded and continued to monitor the entire experiment process. 3 hours later, The tasks of groups 1 and 2 were completed one after another, with no mistakes occurring. Seeing this, Lin Yu let out a sigh of relief, as the next step was the crucial preparation of CAR T cells. This step was the most critical in the core technology of the experiment. Lin Yu approached the lab table, and with the assistance of groups 3 and 4, picked up the tools in his hands, immersing himself fully in the preparation of CAR T cells. The preparation of CAR T cells involves using genetic engineering techniques to add a chimeric receptor to T cells that can recognize tumor cells, activate the T cells, and ultimately kill the tumor cells. The relevant genetic engineering techniques include lentivirus, retrovirus, the Sleeping Beauty transposon system, or mRNA transfection and electroporation. Lin Yu was using lentivirus. With it, he could effectively integrate exogenous genes or exogenous shRNA into the host chromosomes, achieving the goal of persistent expression of the target sequence. In simple terms, it means using genetic technology to deliver the sequences that can produce CAR into the T cells. As Lin Yu conducted gene editing, all the researchers' eyes were fixed on him, who was deeply focused, and they watched with great fascination. In such an intensely focused state, time flew by, and the sky had long since darkened. Meanwhile, outside the laboratory, the two executives, Ouyang Lei and Zhou Yang, were leaning against the wall, each holding a bowl of spicy instant noodles. Soon, the aroma became more intense as they began slurping their noodles while occasionally glancing into the lab and chatting with each other. Hey, Lei, how much longer do you think Lin and the team will need to finish? Zhou Yang blew on the steaming noodles and impatiently shoved a mouthful into his mouth, speaking somewhat unclearly. Hearing this question, Ouyang Lei, who had just finished the last bite of his noodles, glanced at his watch. It was already around midnight. It should be soon. I remember Lin finished developing the BTK inhibitor around this time yesterday. After placing the empty bowl in the trash can, Ouyang Lei hesitated, somewhat uncertain, and said, but this time the CAR T cell technology might be a bit more challenging. I estimate it will take a few more hours. It had been a whole half day since they started waiting, and they had done nothing but wait for news, making them quite hungry. So they resorted to instant noodles to stave off their hunger. Meanwhile, inside the laboratory, Lin Yu and the researchers hadn't eaten for half a day and were still focused on developing the CAR T cell technology. This made the two executives feel a sense of admiration for the dedication of these individuals, but they also felt a bit embarrassed, especially considering their chairman, Lin Yu, a high-ranking figure, was working tirelessly on the front lines while hungry. This comparison left them feeling somewhat awkward. However, as the saying goes, man is iron, food is steel, and they knew they had to eat something to sustain themselves. As time passed, it soon became 1 a.m. Inside the laboratory, Lin Yu was busy cloning CAR components into a lentiviral vector he had artificially synthesized, packaging the fake virus. He then used these fake viruses to infect T cells isolated from a patient, gradually producing CAR T cells. Once he completed this final step, Lin Yu looked at the CAR T cells in the petri dish, and a radiant smile broke out on his face. Seeing Lin Yu pause in his work, all the researchers present seemed to awaken from a dream, coming back to their senses one by one. I have good news to share with everyone. Placing his tools down on the lab bench, Lin Yu turned around, his face beaming as he surveyed the surrounding researchers, and slowly said, about the CAR T cell technology. We did it. His voice rose from a low murmur to a triumphant shout, punctuated by sudden pauses and culminated in an explosive finale. The rhythm of his speech instantly ignited the emotions of everyone present. Boom. Upon hearing this news, the researchers in the entire laboratory felt their minds go blank. After a brief silence, an eruption of cheers broke out, shaking the lab as if it were about to be turned upside down. We did it. We actually did it. Ha ha ha, this feels like a dream. They couldn't believe it. They had truly achieved success in developing the CAR T cell technology. Tears of joy flowed as they realized that their patients were finally going to be saved. Some young male researchers were practically overflowing with excitement and joy, hugging each other and cheering. Meanwhile, some emotional female researchers were reminded of sad thoughts and broke down in tears. Even the more composed middle-aged researchers were quietly murmuring to themselves, clearly shaken. The impossible had happened to them, making it feel like a daydream. The CAR T cell technology, a challenge that had troubled medical companies worldwide, had been developed by them. No, it hadn't just been them. It was their chairman who had made it happen. This was something everyone in the lab understood implicitly. They had merely been assisting, observing their chairman's gene editing techniques throughout the process, essentially acting as support. Such achievements could be accomplished by any professional team, but even so, their chairman was willing to share the research results with them. They had effortlessly gained an honor that would make the world as top gene editing teams envious. Thinking about this, all the researchers felt a mix of disbelief and immense gratitude toward their chairman. Outside the lab, Ouyang Lei and Zhou Yang, who had been closely monitoring the situation inside, were equally ecstatic upon witnessing the jubilant celebration of the researchers within. Fantastic. They really did develop it. Thinking about the impact of CAR T-cell technology. Even though Ouyang Lei had prepared himself mentally, he still felt his face flush with excitement as he fiercely waved his clenched right fist. The challenges that even the top gene teams in the U.S. couldn't overcome have been cracked by our chairman, Zhou Yang exclaimed in awe. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have found it hard to believe that such a thing could happen. It was simply unbelievable. And one could even call it a miracle. What surprised Zhou Yang the most was that this miracle was created by their newly appointed chairman at Tianjin Company, just today. In the laboratory, after a brief moment of excitement, everyone began to quiet down, their eager gazes fixed on Lin Yu, who stood at the center. Noticing their attention, Lin Yu smiled slightly, picked up the petri dish from the experimental table, and said, "Please look. The cells in this petri dish are the CAR T cells that I've embedded with receptors. Currently, their numbers are still too few to effectively kill the large amount of cancer cells in the patient's body. Therefore, we need to culture these CAR T cells in vitro to increase their quantity to a therapeutic level, ideally to several hundred million. Once that is achieved, we can reinfuse the cultured CAR T cells back into the patient's body, where they will perform their function. For instance, once they detect cancer cells, the CAR T cells will not only kill them but will also begin to proliferate, creating a massive army to eliminate the cancer cells together. Of course, the CAR T cells I have can only specifically treat the patient from whom the blood was drawn. For other cancer patients, we will need to prepare new CAR T cells." After briefly introducing some details, Lin Yu handed the petri dish to Jiao Hong, smiling as he said, "I've said everything I needed to say. The rest is up to you." "Don't worry, Chairman Lin, I will handle everything carefully," Jiao Hong replied, taking the petri dish with both hands, her tone filled with confidence. In response, Lin Yu simply nodded with a smile. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he quickly added, "Right, before reinfusing the CAR T cells into the patient. If we can perform chemotherapy to kill a significant number of cancer cells in advance, the treatment effect will be maximized." "Got it," Jiao Hong said eagerly, holding the petri dish that had captured the attention of all the researchers. "If there are no other questions, I'll take the team to begin the in vitro culture of the CAR T cells." Seeing her impatient demeanor, Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle and waved his hand, signaling her to go ahead. Jiao Hong, holding the petri dish, led all the researchers to the designated cell culture area. Soon, the group was once again immersed in the in vitro cultivation of the CAR T cells. Chapter 51. Frustration. Watching the team bustling around again, Lin Yu shook his head helplessly. This is how researchers are. Once they make a breakthrough or encounter something significant, they immerse themselves in their work, often neglecting food and sleep. It must be said that the achievements of China today owe much to the tireless efforts of countless grassroots researchers. Coming back to his senses, Lin Yu suddenly felt hungry. He quickly walked to the designated area to change out of his work clothes and grab his personal belongings. Wow, it's already 1:30. Seeing the time on his phone, Lin Yu realized something and cursed inwardly before hastily leaving the lab. As soon as he stepped outside, Ouyang Lei and Zhou Yang, who had been waiting for a while, greeted him with broad smiles. However, before they could celebrate, Lin Yu cut them off, saying, "I have urgent business, I'm heading back." Without looking back, he briskly walked away, leaving the two of them standing there with frozen expressions, utterly bewildered. Once outside the research center, Lin Yu drove straight home without stopping. Around 2 a.m., he finally arrived at the bottom of his building. After parking, he stood at the entrance and looked up at the white lights still on in the living room, feeling a bit helpless. It's so late. Why is that idiot still waiting there? Lin Yu sighed and quickly ascended the stairs to his apartment. Once home, he gently closed the door, turned around, and saw Su Muyun sleeping soundly with her head resting on the table. He couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. He had specifically told her not to wait for him and to go to bed early. Yet here she was, waiting for him in the living room until she fell asleep. Ah, what a little fool. He walked over to the table and, looking at the deeply sleeping Su Muyun, Lin Yu sighed with a mix of tenderness and helplessness. Then, with a princess carry, he gently lifted her into his arms, being extremely cautious not to wake her. Although Lin Yu was very gentle, Su Muyun seemed to sense something in her sleep. Her brows furrowed slightly, and her delicate face showed signs of discomfort, as if she might wake up any moment. Fortunately, once Lin Yu held her close, she seemed to find a familiar comfort. Her previously furrowed brows slowly relaxed, and a faint smile appeared on her exquisite face. In fact, she nestled her little head even closer to Lin Yu's broad chest, resembling a tiny kitten curled up in his embrace, which was utterly adorable. Seeing this scene, a soft smile appeared on Lin Yu's face as he held her even tighter. To him, Su Muyun felt incredibly light, almost as if she could float. Yet, When he embraced her, he felt a delightful fullness, a comforting and wonderful sensation. Although he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, based on his experiences from his past life, Su Muyun's figure should be quite impressive. She basically falls into the category of being voluptuous and sexy, with a lot to offer, coupled with her exquisite looks and cool demeanor. It's undeniable that Su Muyun is truly beautiful, especially now, curled up adorably in Lin Yu's arms. Even he, with his mindset, found it hard to resist after looking for a while. Just imagine, a girl who excels in every aspect: looks, figure, temperament, family background, education, snuggling up to you like this. How could anyone withstand that? Even a guy would find it hard to cope. Lin Yu's gaze was fixed on Su Muyun's delicate features, and he felt an inexplicable heat rising within him. He stood frozen in place for quite a while, but ultimately resisted a certain temptation. Instead, he gently kissed her forehead before making his way towards the room. He thought it would be better to do some things when both parties were sober. It would be more beautiful and also more interesting. With the intention of not waking Su Muyun, Lin Yu exerted considerable effort to quietly open each door one by one. After a while, he finally carried her back to the bedroom. He carefully placed her on the bed, took off her shoes, and tucked her in with the blanket before standing up and letting out a long breath. Feeling his stomach growl from hunger, Lin Yu glanced at the air conditioner that was still running, then at the sleeping Su Muyun, and nodded in satisfaction before turning to leave the bedroom. After a long day, he needed to take a shower and grab a bite to eat. However, what Lin Yu didn't know was that shortly after he left, the previously soundly sleeping Su Muyun furrowed her brows, as if sensing something was missing. She turned her body, instinctively reaching out with her right hand to touch the empty space beside her. After a few seconds, a sense of emptiness washed over her, and Su Muyun suddenly woke up with a start, her eyes hazy as she looked around. Quickly, as her memories came flooding back, she realized that Lin Yu must have carried her back to bed. Sitting on the edge of the bed in a daze, she glanced at the clock on the wall and was surprised to find it was already past 3 in the morning. At this hour, Lin Yu still hadn't come to bed. What was he doing? Showering? Or having a late-night snack? Never mind, she could just go check. Tilting her head in thought, Su Muyun looked at the empty space beside her, instantly losing all sense of sleepiness. She got up and walked out of the bedroom. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, after finishing his meal and shower, Lin Yu opened the door to let some air in, looking at himself in the mirror with a smile creeping onto his face. In the reflection, he was bare-chested, tall and upright. Especially his muscular upper body, the lines of his muscles were defined, as if sculpted, exuding strength while retaining a sense of aesthetic appeal. His chest wasn't overly massive but looked just right, giving off a sense of safety without being uncomfortable. His 8-pack abs were chiseled, their lines sharply outlined on his abdomen. Lin Yu turned slightly, curling his upper body just enough to reveal the clearly defined V-lines beside his abs, known as mermaid lines. These refer to the 2 V-shaped lines that appear on a man's abdomen, just above the pelvis. They resemble the tapered shape of a fish, hence the name. The mermaid lines are a prominent indicator of fitness and sensuality. Turning around, Lin Yu presented his back in front of the mirror, exerting a bit of effort to showcase his back muscles, which formed a shape reminiscent of a Christmas tree. The muscle striations from the lower half of his back created this distinctive appearance. This Christmas tree back is a coveted ideal among fitness enthusiasts, as it is notoriously difficult to achieve and requires stringent personal conditions. It typically takes at least 3 years to develop, and even among professional bodybuilders, it's quite rare. Yet, Lin Yu had achieved it effortlessly. Wow, the system's transformation is truly perfect, he thought, admiring his flawless physique in the mirror. In reality, very few people possess a body like his. Even if they did, it would take inhuman levels of training and maintenance to reach such a state. The system has truly delivered. After enjoying his reflection for a moment, Lin Yu stepped outside in high spirits. Just as he was about to reach the door, he noticed Su Muyun stepping out of the bedroom, instinctively walking toward him, drawn by the light still shining from the bathroom. In the next moment, they collided. However, Lin Yu reacted quickly. Realizing he had bumped into someone, he instinctively braced himself and managed to steady his forward-leaning body, then quickly stepped back. Unfortunately, Su Muyun wasn't as fortunate. After hitting Lin Yu, her foot slipped, and she began to fall backward as if weightless. In a reflexive response, she raised her hands to protect her head, adopting a standard defensive posture. "Careful," Lin Yu exclaimed, surprised but quick to act. He stepped forward and grabbed Su Muyun's hand, pulling her into his embrace with force. Hearing Lin Yu's voice snapped Su Muyun back to reality, and her initial instinct to elbow him subsided. In an instant, they were tightly wrapped in each other's arms, completely entwined. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Feeling the hardness of his muscles and the proximity of Lin Yu's handsome face, Su Muyun's cheeks flushed a deep red, as if they might catch fire. "Are you okay?" Lin Yu asked softly, looking down at her with concern. I'm fine. I'm fine, Su Muyin stammered, her voice barely audible as her face burned with embarrassment. At that moment, as Lin Yu spoke, she felt a warm breath against her sensitive ears, sending a tingling sensation racing from her spine to the top of her head. This unprecedented, wonderful feeling made her feel completely weak, her body leaning entirely against Lin Yu. The two shared a deep gaze, and between them, it seemed that an inexplicable affection was blossoming. In this atmosphere filled with ambiguity, their faces inched closer together. Su Muyin seemed to sense something, shyly closing her eyes, waiting for that moment to arrive. Seeing this, Lin Yu's lips curled into a charming smile. However, just as their lips were about to meet, the sudden sound of something falling broke the moment. In the next instant, a familiar voice rang out. A classic exclamation that startled the atmosphere. What the hell? Su Muxian had just finished grabbing some snacks from the fridge and was on her way back to her room when she stood dazed at the bathroom door, dropping the snacks from her hands without realizing it. When she saw the two in the bathroom tightly embracing, about to kiss, she was completely stunned, her mind going blank. And she instinctively cursed. This sudden interruption jolted Su Muyin back to reality. She hurriedly stood up from Lin Yu, muttering, I'm going back. As she quickly passed by the bewildered Su Muxian and ran back to her room without looking back. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yu's expression instantly froze. He mechanically lifted his head, his gaze fixed on Su Muxian, who was wearing pajamas at the bathroom door, and the snacks scattered on the floor, instantly understanding everything. This little kid was up late at night snacking. Damn it, this is the second time I've been interrupted. Now the opportunity was lost. And the ambiguous atmosphere vanished without a trace. Lin Yu knew he probably wouldn't get a second chance tonight. The thought made him grit his teeth in frustration. He was so annoyed. All he wanted was a kiss. Was that too much to ask? Why did things always fall apart at the crucial moment? It was infuriating. As Lin Yu shot her a murderous glare, Su Muxian snapped back to reality, her eyes scanning his bare upper body before she awkwardly swallowed and forced a smile. I was just passing by. Haha, just passing by. After saying that, she quickly picked up the snacks that had fallen on the floor, stole a glance at Lin Yu's chiseled abs, and then hurried back to her room. Once back in her room, she closed the door and leaned against it. The snacks scattered at her feet. Images of Lin Yu's perfect physique kept flashing in her mind as she muttered to herself, so the uncle has such a good body. After a moment, as if recalling something indescribable, her face turned bright red, and she dashed back to bed, covering herself with the blanket. Chapter 52. Revenge. After watching Su Muxian disappear from view, Lin Yu snorted softly, turned off the bathroom light, and walked towards Su Muyun's bedroom. As he entered the room and saw Su Muyun sleeping on her side, Lin Yu smiled faintly, switched off the lights, and climbed into bed. In the darkness, Lin Yu effortlessly found his familiar position. This time, however, he moved a little closer to Su Muyun. They were now almost touching. So close that it felt like they were about to merge into one. Feeling Lin Yu's warm breath against her neck, Su Muyun's heart raced with a mix of anticipation and anxiety, her thoughts swirling chaotically. What if something happens? But I've been visiting relatives these past few days. Should I tell him in advance? But if I say something first, will it seem like I'm hinting at something? While Su Muyun was lost in her thoughts, Lin Yu's right arm suddenly wrapped around her waist, pulling her into his embrace. The unexpected move made Su Muyun freeze, her mind going blank for a moment, all her jumbled thoughts vanishing. Once she regained her senses, her heart raced, her face flushed, and she whispered, "What are you doing? What am I doing?" Lin Yu smirked mischievously, enjoying the softness of Su Muyun in his arms. It's time to sleep. With that, Lin Yu ignored what Su Muyun was thinking, lowered his head, and inhaled the faint fragrance coming from her. After a tiring day, he comfortably sank into a peaceful slumber in this intoxicating warmth. In contrast to Lin Yu's comfort, Su Muyun was in turmoil. As she leaned against his solid chest, her mind involuntarily conjured up images of Lin Yu's perfect physique. She had expected that beneath his seemingly frail exterior lay such a well-defined body, especially as she thought about his looks, charm, career, cooking skills, and more. Even her typically calm demeanor felt a bit giddy. How wonderful it is to have such a treasure of a husband. With that thought, Su Muyun's previously tense feelings began to ease. In truth, there is a connection between men and women. When encountering an exceptional and attractive member of the opposite sex, women often have bolder and more daring thoughts in private than men realize. While men might still be contemplating how to make a move, women may have already imagined the final outcomes, complete with various scenarios and ideas about the origins of life and the meaning of love. After a while, feeling Lin Yu's breathing stabilize behind her, Su Muyun gently turned around to face him. As she gazed at the peacefully sleeping Lin Yu, a lovely smile curved her lips. After a moment of hesitation, She clumsily pressed her lips against his in a brief, delicate kiss, like a dragonfly skimming the water, before quickly pulling back. Strange. Why doesn't it feel as wonderful as described in the book? It seems like even the sensation from just now in the bathroom is missing. After stealing a kiss, Su Mu Yun felt a bit puzzled, and then recalled the electrifying, tingling sensation from the bathroom earlier. After a moment's thought, she glanced at the sleeping Lin Yu and ultimately decided to temporarily abandon a bold idea. Forget it, I'll save that for later. It wouldn't be good to wake Lin Yu up. As if thinking of something indescribable, Su Mu Yun shyly buried her head in Lin Yu's embrace. Feeling his faint, refreshing scent in the strong masculine aura, a long-lost sense of security washed over her. She blissfully closed her eyes, ready to sleep. The night passed without a word. Having gotten some sleep, Su Mu Yun woke up early, around 7 in the morning. She carefully slipped out of Lin Yu's arms, moving slowly to avoid waking him. After a quick wash, she took a glance at the still sleeping Lin Yu and smiled sweetly, deciding not to wake him. Remembering something, she headed towards Su Mu Xian's room. In the midst of a complaint-laden annoyance, Su Mu Xian, who had only fallen asleep around 4 in the morning, was abruptly roused by Su Mu Yun. Looking utterly dejected and speechless. Sister, I'm sorry. I promise I'll be more careful next time and definitely won't disturb you, and brother-in-law's good moments. Please forgive me. Sitting on her bed with dark circles under her eyes, Su Mu Xian half opened her eyes in a sleepy haze. Her hands clasped together in a pleading gesture, looking quite pitiful. After all, it was just that she had stumbled upon their private world last night. Was it really necessary to come and take revenge this early in the morning? Whoa, that's just too cruel. You're such a terrible sister. That's irrelevant. Get up for breakfast by 8:30. You must eat 3 meals a day. Glancing lightly at her sister, who was playing the pity card, Su Mu Yun added. And starting today, you need to go to bed early and wake up early. If you're not in bed by 1, I'll cut off the internet. With that, she left the room without looking back. Well, this was revenge for last night. It was for her sister's health. After all, poor habits can lead to all sorts of problems later on. Yes, that's right, just like that. Su Mu Yun felt quite satisfied with the reasoning she had come up with, in stark contrast to Su Mu Yun's satisfaction upon hearing this disheartening news. Su Mu Xian let out a wail and collapsed back onto her bed, looking utterly lifeless. However, fatigue washed over her like a tidal wave, and she decided to push those thoughts aside for now and continue sleeping. At 8:45, Su Mu Xian sat at the dining table, looking drowsy as she ate a sandwich and drank milk. Why didn't brother-in-law come for breakfast? Glancing at the empty seat next to her sister, she yawned and casually asked, Well, he was busy at the company until late last night, so I didn't wake him. I let him sleep a bit longer. Su Mu Yun said elegantly, taking a small bite of her sandwich. Su Mu Xin, I was busy until late last night too. Why didn't I let myself sleep a bit longer? This is just blatant revenge. Thinking of this, Su Mu Xin couldn't help but feel indignant and shot her sister a resentful glance. Seeing this, Su Mu Yun seemed to understand what she was thinking and leisurely said, You two are in different situations. He's at work while you're just playing at home. Upon hearing her sister say she was playing at home, Su Mu Xin reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, for bristling with anger as she retorted, Who says I'm just playing at home? I've been developing a library management software. Once I succeed, I'll enter it in a software competition, and winning first place could earn me millions easily. Su Mu Yun looked at her in surprise, thought for a moment, and then encouraged her, Well, then you should work hard on it. Develop a few thousand of such software, and you might catch up with your brother-in-law. Upon hearing this, Su Mu Xin was left utterly stunned. A few thousand of such software? That would be hundreds of billions. No way. Is that really true? That uncle is that rich? After processing this shocking news, Su Mu Xin quickly shut her mouth and quietly resumed eating her breakfast. Well, if that's the case, it's better to let the big shot keep sleeping. With just a few million, I'm afraid it wouldn't even be enough for him to use as pocket change. Seeing this, Su Mu Yun couldn't help but smile, a charming curve appearing at the corner of her mouth. Chapter 53. Exaggerated high-tech. Lin Yu woke up naturally from his sleep. Glancing at the clock, which read 11:30 a.m., he sat up in bed and stretched comfortably, feeling quite content. After his stretch, he lay back down on the soft bed, inhaling the lingering fragrance in the air, and couldn't help but sigh. This is what life is all about. Unknowingly, he seemed to have achieved the dream that people often talk about, waking up naturally after a good night's sleep and counting money until his hands cramp. Honestly, this feeling was indeed quite pleasant. After lounging in bed for a bit, Lin Yu got up to wash up. He didn't have much planned for the day, so he intended to complete his 3 sign-ins and rebate opportunities, while also taking the chance to code a bit in red, especially with the rebate feature. After using it 3 times, today's rebate should break 1 trillion. He wondered if there would be any changes in the system by then. While pondering these questions, Lin Yu quickly finished his morning routine. When he arrived in the living room, he found Su Mushin unusually not coding but watching anime. Lin Yu glanced over and was surprised to see she was watching Naruto. It was hard to believe that this little kid actually watched this, and it seemed she was quite engrossed in it. Shaking his head, Lin Yu decided not to disturb her and headed towards the kitchen. At this hour, Su Mushin's sister, Su Muyu, should be live streaming, so lunch was up to him to prepare. Soon, around 12:30 p.m., with the aid of his internal energy, a simple yet wholesome spread of 4 dishes and a soup was slowly being plated. The rich aroma wafted through the air, instantly catching Su Mushin's attention, who was still glued to her anime. Wow, I smell the familiar aroma of Kung Pao chicken. Upon catching the scent, Su Mushin's eyes sparkled, and she abandoned her beloved computer, barely taking the time to put on her shoes, and dashed over. Looking at the table set with Kung Pao chicken, sweet and sour ribs, fish-flavored shredded pork, mushu pork, and seaweed egg soup, Su Mushin couldn't help but swallow hard. Just as she was about to reach for a bigger piece of sweet and sour rib, Lin Yu swiftly slapped her hand. Go wash your hands first, and call your sister over for lunch. Lin Yu shot her a casual glance, giving her a look. Oh, got it. Su Mushin pouted but obediently agreed. There was no way she could resist the temptation of such delicious food. Around 1:30 p.m., after the 3 of them finished lunch, Su Mushin habitually went to wash the dishes. Su Muyu continued her live stream of Honor of Kings, while Lin Yu took his laptop to the study, ready to sign in, apply for rebates, write code, and read. However, just as he sat down in the study, the phone rang suddenly. Checking the caller ID, Lin Yu saw it was Yang Lei calling. Without a second thought, he picked up the call. The next moment, a familiar yet slightly excited voice came through. Chairman, I have good news for you. The CAR T cells you prepared last night have completed in vitro culture this morning, and we've already rain-fused them into the patient. What is most exciting is that the treatment effects of CAR T cells are almost as astonishing as those of BTK inhibitors, completely eliminating all leukemia cells from that acute leukemia patient's body. Upon hearing this good news, Lin Yu couldn't help but smile and calmly said, well, that's quite normal, it was to be expected. Then, as if he remembered something, Lin Yu quickly added, by the way, make sure to monitor any changes in the cancer cells within the patient's body. Although the likelihood of relapse is low if everything goes smoothly, we should still remain vigilant. Let us observe for 2 weeks and see if there are any adverse reactions. Got it, Yang Lei promptly replied. He continued, by the way, Chairman, our company will hold a press conference at 3 this afternoon. We're preparing to announce the discussions we had yesterday with Director Zhang regarding the BTK inhibitors, as well as the latest successful case of CAR T-cell technology. Do you want to come and host it yourself? No, I want to go. Lin Yu replied without a second thought. Don't bother me with such troublesome matters. You handle it. But seeing that Yang Lei wanted to say something else, Lin Yu decisively interrupted him. All right, that's enough. You all can take care of it yourself. I'm going to read. With that, Lin Yu hung up the phone. What a joke. He had nothing better to do than to deal with the media at a press conference. He preferred to stay at home, read, code, and do things he enjoyed that were meaningful. Wasn't he that much more appealing? On the other side, Yang Lei looked at his phone, which had already been hung up, feeling a mix of amusement and frustration. He didn't know what to say for a moment. His chairman was too low-key. His approach to handling matters didn't resemble that of a young and passionate person at all. Instead, he felt more like a mature and steady middle-aged man who had entered midlife early and didn't care much for the limelight. If he personally hosted this press conference, which could drive medical companies around the world to frenzy, it would be fair to say that Lin Yu would become a rising star in the field of cancer research. And the most dazzling one at that. Of course, what made Yang Lei feel somewhat embarrassed was that both of those technologies had been developed solely by their chairman. That was indeed awkward. Their professional team of over 100 people had somehow been outperformed by Lin Yu alone, especially with the CAR T-cell technology. Aside from the initial supportive work, their team had mostly just been watching Lin Yu operate. It was embarrassing for him to think that their biggest boss was personally fighting on the front lines and achieving such significant success. If this got out, he would feel ashamed for those professional teams. Shaking his head helplessly, Yang Lei put those thoughts aside for the time being and began arranging for the afternoon press conference. Meanwhile, Lin Yu placed his phone on the table, opened his computer, searched for the movie Revenge 3, and started today's check-in. Ding! You have successfully checked in at the movie Revenge 3 and have been rewarded with the skill for arts of the study. Ding! The current number of check-ins available. 2. The 4 arts of the study. Music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. As Lin Yu pondered, the familiar white space reappeared. This time, he felt as if he had transformed into a refined gentleman from ancient times, continuously playing the lute, engaging in chess, writing, and painting within the white space. A second later, The white space shattered. As memories flooded in and his body underwent transformation, Lin Yu gradually regained his awareness, his inherent scholarly aura becoming even more pronounced. If he were to change his hairstyle to that of an ancient man, he would look just like a gentleman stepping out from the pages of a book. Another skill acquired. It feels pretty good. Sensing the memories in his mind and a certain reflex in his muscles, Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction and proceeded to check in for the second time. Ding! You have successfully checked in at the movie Revenge 3 and have been rewarded with the skill 6 Arts of Ancient China. Lin Yu. Goodness, did I choose the wrong check-in video today? It seems like all I'm getting are the specialized skills of ancient Chinese literati. How powerful can this be? Just as Lin Yu sighed in resignation, the white space surged again. A second later, Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes and let out a long breath. The 6 arts refer to 6 skills: rites, music, archery, charioteering, calligraphy, and mathematics. Rites pertain to etiquette, music to melodies, archery to bow skills, charioteering to driving. Calligraphy includes writing, literacy, and composition, while mathematics involves numerical reasoning and calculations. Among the 6 arts, everything except charioteering is applicable in real life. For instance, Lin Yu can now effortlessly perform a 4-shot sequence. Here, a 4-shot sequence means he can either align 4 arrows in a row or shoot 4 arrows in quick succession, all hitting the target. Overall, this check-in was quite fruitful, directly netting him 6 skills. Looking at the last available check-in, Lin Yu contemplated but ultimately resisted the urge to switch to a different video and continued with the check-in. Ding! You have successfully checked in at the movie Revenge 3 and have been rewarded with a particle storage chip, 1 PB. A particle storage chip? It seemed like a term he had never heard before, leaving Lin Yu somewhat puzzled. However, the next second, as relevant information appeared in his mind, a tiny white dot of light suddenly appeared on the back of his hand. If it weren't for the faint glow it emitted, Lin Yu wouldn't have noticed its presence at all. Isn't this the legendary space ring? Watching the white dot of light integrate into his hand and disappear, Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. The function of this item is quite simple. Its principle is to utilize dark energy to digitize the material particle data, remember its coding and energy structure, and then convert it into data for storage. When the item is retrieved again, the data is reorganized, and it transforms back into a physical object. Of course, each time something is stored, the particle storage chip consumes a small amount of dark energy to decompose and digitize the material. However, it's not a big deal. It will automatically collect dark energy at all times, essentially balancing income and expenditure. Therefore, it can maintain a state of abundant dark energy indefinitely, effectively having no limit on usage. As for the 1 PB, that's the data storage capacity of this particle storage chip. Of course, different sized items will occupy different amounts of space when converted into data. As for how many items can be stored in 1 PB, Lin Yu wasn't sure. He only knew that the item from this last sign-in was incredibly impressive, almost like a piece of black technology from science fiction. With technology that was far ahead of its time. Faced with something that only existed in novels, Lin Yu couldn't resist experimenting. He picked up the phone from the table, and with a thought, it vanished in the blink of an eye, as if it had never existed, truly magical. Seeing this, Lin Yu's playful spirit was ignited, and he proceeded to store the phone, computer, teapot, and even the entire table. After a brief experiment, he thoroughly grasped the functions of this particle storage chip. He discovered that this device was akin to a space ring from a fantasy world. Aside from not knowing whether living objects could be stored, everything else looked the same when placed inside and taken out. Even steaming hot tea remained steaming hot after being stored. Even more astonishingly, Lin Yu found that he could control the position where objects would appear once taken out. Of course, this was limited to his small area around his right hand. This discovery instantly sparked countless creative ideas in Lin Yu's mind. For example, he could store large amounts of magma, sand, seawater, and even bombs, among other things. At critical moments, he could simply extend his right hand and throw all of these items out. This fantastical ability was simply too cool. Just thinking about it made Lin Yu feel excited. Wouldn't that mean he had a superpower? This was completely an alternative fantasy, with effects that were exaggerated and absurd. Indeed, black technology is forever divine. Chapter 54, Super Brain. After a moment, Lin Yu finally managed to calm his excited heart. There was no way around it. This black technology was simply too powerful, giving him an unprecedented sensation. After using up all his sign-in opportunities, Lin Yu began today as 3 rounds of rebates. His account balance was at 179.2 billion, and after the 3 rebates, it soared to an astonishing 1,336 trillion. The amount transferred to Li Xian reached 2,544 trillion. Just as Lin Yu's funds broke the trillion mark, a notification sound from the system suddenly rang out. Ding! Detected that the host account balance has reached 1 trillion. Would you like to activate the lottery function? Note, once the lottery function is activated, the rebate function will automatically sign in for 10 billion daily, and the 3 rebate opportunities will convert into lottery chances. If the lottery function is not activated, the system will automatically activate it once the host account balance exceeds 100 trillion. Lottery function? Hearing this good news, Lin Yu, who had already tasted the sweetness of black technology, agreed to activate it without a second thought. Why would he miss out on such a good opportunity? The system's rebate function and lottery function didn't conflict at all. By activating the lottery function, while he could no longer receive 3 rebates daily, he would still automatically gain 10 billion every day, which was already quite impressive. Moreover, the lottery function provided 3 chances to draw, which effectively meant he had 2 functions at once. Simply perfect. Besides, even if he didn't activate the lottery function, the system would activate it once his account balance exceeded 100 trillion anyway. So what difference did it make if it was sooner or later? As soon as Lin Yu agreed, the system's notification continued to sound. Ding. Detecting the host's current reality, detection complete, activating the sci-fi lottery function. Ding. The sci-fi lottery function has been activated, with lottery items encompassing a wide range of categories, primarily consisting of daily life items, skills, technologies, etc. Note, the 3 daily lottery chances cannot be carried over to the next day, but they can be combined into a single lottery chance, significantly increasing the likelihood of winning high-quality items. Ding. Current lottery chances available to the host, 3, can be combined. After a moment, Lin Yu finally digested all the system's information. He realized that the lottery function was based on his current reality. Sci-fi items, like the black technology he had just acquired, should fall under this category. However, Lin Yu felt a bit disappointed that the lottery function wasn't fantasy-based. But then again, if it were, wouldn't that mean the world would be on the brink of a spiritual awakening? Thinking about the consequences and impacts of such a scenario, Lin Yu decisively dismissed that thought. After all, a spiritual awakening would mean unpredictable changes globally, with too many variables at play. Moreover, in a sense, this would not be a good thing for humanity as a whole. After all, it is better to be a peaceful dog than a talon in chaotic times. Shaking his head, Lin Yu pushed those thoughts aside and looked at the new lottery function with a sense of eager anticipation. After some thought, Lin Yu decided to forego the opportunity to draw 3 times in a row and instead try his luck by stacking the 3 chances into one draw to see what he could get. Let us take a gamble, turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. With this determination, Lin Yu combined all 3 lottery chances into one and immediately started the draw without hesitation. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a god-level skill, Super Brain. Super Brain, active skill. After use, the host's intelligence increases tenfold and mental power increases tenfold. This manifests as the brain entering an overclocked state under the influence of dark energy, activating all dormant brain cells to operate at high frequency, leading to death and rebirth. Note, this skill has no cooldown, but depends on physical condition. Prolonged use may cause mental fatigue, requiring time to recover. With no side effects, after reading the details of Super Brain, Lin Yu immediately felt the terrifying nature of this god-level skill. Based on what he knew, a normal human has about 14 to 15 billion brain cells, but less than 10 are utilized, while the majority remain dormant. Although different areas of the human brain are responsible for different functions and do not activate simultaneously, with the help of Super Brain, all brain cells would be completely activated. Although Lin Yu had yet to try out this skill, the thought of having 10 times the intelligence and mental power was already mind-boggling. Given that he had already attained a high level of intelligence through various skills imparted by the system, he belonged to that small group of people at the pinnacle of human capability. Frankly speaking, he could understand anything at a glance, grasp it immediately, and execute it perfectly within no time. What would it mean to increase this level of intelligence tenfold? It was simply outrageous. Well, this was an experience that penetrated the soul. As Lin Yu marveled at this, he sensed a vague, indescribable feeling in his brain, something quite mystical. It felt as if he was always in command of a key to unlock the doors to new worlds, which was incredibly magical. To test just how terrifying this god-level skill was, Lin Yu opened his computer and searched for some of the world's most challenging problems. The results led him directly to the 7 unsolved problems in mathematics. These 7 problems were proposed by the Clay Mathematics Institute, and solving any one of them would earn a reward of $1 million. After carefully reviewing the 7 problems, Lin Yu ultimately chose the Riemann hypothesis. The reason for this choice was that he realized that if he could solve it, he would derive a method to attack the RSA public key encryption algorithm. The value of this knowledge was beyond monetary measure. It was extremely, extremely, extremely precious. It could even potentially trigger economic turmoil across countries worldwide. Recently, Lin Yu had read many advanced mathematics books, and he found that he could effortlessly derive answers to various patterns and intricacies at a glance. However, he had never attempted to tackle a global challenge like the Riemann hypothesis before. He decided to give it a try and see if he could solve the hypothesis after acquiring the superbrain. If he couldn't figure it out, then it was likely that no one ever would. At least for the next few hundred years, it seemed impossible for anyone to crack it. Unless humanity underwent another evolution and produced individuals who were 100 times more formidable than him. Without hesitation, Lin Yu first gathered 3 large notebooks and a stack of 20-centimeter-high white draft paper from his study. Fortunately, Su Muyun had thoughtfully placed plenty of notebooks, draft paper, fountain pens, and ink in the study. Otherwise, Lin Yu would have struggled to find so many supplies. In addition, he found a pile of rice paper, brushes, and an inkstone, among other calligraphy-related items, indicating that Su Muyun must have spent considerable time studying and practicing in this room. Once everything was prepared, Lin Yu let out a long sigh of relief, sat down in a chair, picked up a pen, and activated his unique god-level skill, Superbrain. As Superbrain kicked in, Lin Yu felt as if his brain had come alive. His analytical abilities, thinking capacity, logical reasoning, and various neural response skills all increased tenfold. In fact, he realized that with just a thought, his brain could automatically control the relevant nerves in his retina, transforming his eyes into something akin to binoculars. He could clearly see any book on the farthest shelf in the room, along with its related data, such as its length, width, height, and how many centimeters it was off the ground. He could even calculate how long it would take for a book to fall to the ground from a height, which was truly remarkable. Moreover, he discovered that he could stimulate adrenaline at will, unleashing potential beyond his usual limits. In this state, he could perfectly control every part of his body. Yes, perfect control. Everything felt divine. He could dominate his own body at any moment. The mystical sensation continued as Lin Yu focused his energy on the Riemann hypothesis. Simultaneously, his brain operated at a terrifying speed, with billions of brain cells burning, dying, regenerating, and then repeating the cycle. The only sound in the room was the continuous scratching of the pen against paper as time ticked away. Chapter 55, Press Conference. As Lin Yu initiated the superbrain to verify the Riemann hypothesis, time slowly passed. Following discussions with the Drug Regulatory Bureau yesterday, Baiji Company found that they didn't need to spend a fortune on advertising or promotions. Ouyang Lei merely released a bit of information about the BTK inhibitor and CAR T-cell immunotherapy, and the media flocked to them like sharks sensing blood. Even the authorities made a special effort to pave the way for Baiji Company, arranging a dedicated live broadcast on Yangsher TV. Moreover, the government went all out to promote Baiji Company, flooding the internet with the latest news about their cancer-fighting drugs. Various online platforms were buzzing with discussions among countless netizens about Baiji Company and their newly developed cancer treatments. With the government personally involved, it was hard for anyone online to miss the news. Wow, our first domestically developed cancer drug has come out? Seriously, is it that powerful? Just a few days ago, I saw netizens discussing the exorbitant prices of foreign cancer drugs, and now our country has developed its own. I may not be well educated, but I can only say, China is amazing. Goodness, even the People's Daily has made a special video. How much did Baiji Company spend on this? I don't know. But wasn't Baiji Company supposed to be low-key? Why are they so high-profile this time? With this level of advertising investment, it must be in the hundreds of millions. Hundreds of millions at least. I spent the whole afternoon scrolling through short videos, and everywhere I looked, there was an ad for this press conference. The investment is astonishing. Is the person upstairs an idiot? The national team is involved. Do they still need to spend money? By the way, can someone enlighten us about what Baiji Company is all about? Countless netizens were discussing fervently. The latest announcement about Baiji Company's cancer drug was the hot topic of debate, centered around CAR T-cell immunotherapy. Some knowledgeable individuals, even mysterious experts, were claiming online that Baiji Company could not possibly succeed in developing CAR T-cell technology. They argued that this was merely a publicity stunt to hype another cancer drug. After all, the leading medical companies in America haven't succeeded with this technology yet, so there's no way a Chinese medical company could pull it off. While their arguments seemed reasonable, the general public was still quite upset and directed their anger towards them. The two sides engaged in fierce online arguments. I laughed. I admit that our country has developed rapidly in recent years, but we must also face the gap between the two sides. Nationalists. There's really no need to boast so much. If we can't do it, we can't do it. Admitting it isn't shameful. Our current medical technology in developing cancer drugs indeed lags behind that of America, and we have to acknowledge that. That's right. Let's just say it. We cannot be the first to successfully develop CAR T-cell technology, alright? Anyone who argues otherwise is just foolish. If this really gets developed successfully, He Chong will live-stream the 5-speed electric fan in front of the whole country. What nonsense are you talking about? Who says it can only be the Americans who release it first? Can't we, as a nation, take the lead in research for once? Haha. You people just can't stand to see your own country do well. You think everyone else must be better than us. If that's the case, then you might as well get out of our country and go find your foreign daddy. No matter how good something is from abroad, it's still something that sanctions us. And even if our own products are behind, at least they're protecting us. So if you can't stand to see our country improve, then just change your nationality and leave. Brothers, I see a few people upstairs who look like walking liabilities. I won't waste any more time. I'm reporting this right away. Yes, there are all kinds of people involved, and they love to stir up conflict. It's clear, they're definitely walking liabilities. All right. Enough bickering. Why are you all so worked up? We'll know everything by 3 o'clock this afternoon, right? It's really ridiculous to be this excited. The incident continued to escalate, and amidst countless online arguments and expectations, the time finally reached 2:50 in the afternoon. At this moment, at the International Conference Center in Shanghai, there were still 10 minutes until the press conference, but invited reporters, representatives from other medical companies, and various guests had started to arrive. Outside the conference center, a female reporter was live-streaming to introduce the situation to countless viewers. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm reporter Lu Rue, and I'm currently at the International Conference Center in Shanghai, which can accommodate between 50 to 800 people. Everyone has now started to enter the venue. This time, Baijia Company has invited a large number of industry professionals and relevant experts to verify our country's first independently developed anti-cancer drug. All right, let us turn the camera to the inside of the conference hall. Not only is Yangsher broadcasting, but all major mainstream media are also streaming online. The live stream on Douyin has even exceeded 10 million viewers. Wow, what a grand event. Even Yangsher is broadcasting it. This is really impressive. Goodness. I've never seen the International Conference Center in Shanghai in my life. Today is truly an eye-opener. Thank you, country. Thank you, Yangsher. Front row, front row. I'm the first one. I wonder how expensive our domestically developed anti-cancer drug will be. If it's the same as foreign ones, then it won't make much difference. Don't worry, this time the national team is personally involved. I feel like there will definitely be significant developments. In the live stream, many netizens were discussing, including some family members of cancer patients who were quite worried about this. Meanwhile, inside the conference hall, someone asked, "Is there any insider information?" Don't even think about it. Baijia Company is making such a big deal out of this, with even the higher-ups personally involved. So there's no way any insider info could leak out. It turns out that Baijia Company has released news about not just one, but 2 cancer drugs. And the second one seems to be the latest in cell immunotherapy from the medical field. Do you really think they've succeeded? How is that even possible? We still don't know the full background of Baijia Company. Even in America, they haven't developed anything like this yet. There's no way they could have succeeded. They probably just made some groundbreaking progress. You're right. The main focus should be on their first cancer drug. As for the cell immunotherapy, it might just be a side note to enhance their presentation. With support from above, it's only natural to make the most of available resources. Familiar reporters are whispering and discussing amongst themselves. They, too, find it hard to believe that Baijia Company has truly developed the latest cell immunotherapy. In their eyes, the fact that Baijia Company has emerged as a leader among so many top medical companies in China, achieving the first independently developed cancer drug, is already impressive. As for the second drug related to cell immunotherapy, they don't even dare to entertain the thought that it might actually be successful. That would be beyond their understanding of Baijia Company. Soon enough, the clock strikes 3, and the press conference begins on time. Baijia Company's press conferences are usually straightforward, without much embellishment. The presenter today is Ouyang Lei. Dressed in a sharp suit, Ouyang Lei walks up to the stage with a smile under the gaze of the audience. He first briefly announces the progress Baijia Company has made in cancer drug research during the first half of the year, then continues. I'm sure you're all aware of the latest news regarding our cancer drugs. Yes, I can now seriously tell everyone that both our first cancer drug, the BTK inhibitor, and our second cancer drug, the CAR T-cell immunotherapy, have been fully developed by Baijia Company. Boom. Upon hearing this news, the atmosphere in the room explodes, and the audience is in an uproar. Ouyang Lei's words hit like a bomb, leaving everyone's minds blank. Even the live streams across all platforms fall silent in shock. Everyone is in disbelief. Yet, Ouyang Lei seems to want to amplify the impact even further as he continues to reveal more information. As of now, our first cancer drug, the BTK inhibitor, has passed all the necessary reviews and registrations and will soon be available for production and market release. Furthermore, just this morning, a patient with acute leukemia had their cancer cells completely eradicated after receiving the CAR T-cell immunotherapy, and they have been successfully cured. In the audience, many reporters are left dumbfounded. The news is simply too shocking. Not only has Baijiu Company truly developed the latest immunotherapy, but they also already have a success story. But just a moment ago, they had mentioned that there hadn't been any breakthroughs in the progress of their cancer drugs during the first half of the year. How did they suddenly manage to achieve success and have a successful case to report? This is unbelievable. At the press conference, experts, representatives from medical companies, and various guests began to discuss the news excitedly. Meanwhile, netizens on major live streaming platforms were also in an uproar upon hearing the news. What? Did I just imagine that? Cancer cells have been completely eradicated, and the patient was successfully cured. This can't be real. When did cancer become so easy to treat? Wow. Doesn't this cell therapy mean that cancer can be cured directly in the future, and we won't have to keep spending so much on expensive anti-cancer drugs? Damn. Where are those naysayers who said that Baijiu Company could never succeed in developing CAR T-cell technology? Come out and face us now. And that person who talked about a fan in the live stream, hurry up and show us something. I've got the proof. But seriously, could this be fake? How could cancer cells be completely eliminated? Aren't they made up of DNA and keep replicating themselves? To the person above, you should have spent more time studying instead of raising pigs. With your IQ, you couldn't even get a job at the factory through connections. Ha ha ha, that is hilarious. Those are viruses. Cancer cells are just your own cells that have undergone mutations, proliferating endlessly and dividing. Seriously, even a pig would know that in such a serious context. People wouldn't lie. Ahem, please don't insult pigs. They are very intelligent animals. It seems that person just now is a primary school student who hasn't even learned biology yet. Chapter 56, Astonishing Healing Effects. Mr. Lei. Are the success stories of the cell therapy you mentioned real? It's not that we don't believe you, but you just said that there were no groundbreaking advancements in the first half of the year, and now you're saying it's been successfully developed. A reporter couldn't help but shout loudly. This question echoed the sentiments of everyone present. It was hard to blame them for their skepticism. The abrupt turnaround was simply unbelievable. Upon hearing the question, Ouyang Lei coughed lightly and replied without missing a beat. This is indeed true. We didn't make any significant breakthroughs in the first half of the year, but just a few days ago, our chairman single-handedly overcame both of these technologies. Chairman? One person broke through two technologies. The reporters immediately seized on the key point in Ouyang Lei's statement. As soon as he finished speaking, a young female reporter quickly raised her hand to ask a question. Seeing this, other reporters also reacted swiftly, all raising their hands. Ouyang Lei pointed to the first reporter who raised her hand. She was quite young, appearing to be in her 20s, vibrant and full of energy. Hello, Mr. Lei. I would like to ask, wasn't the chairman of Baijiu Company you? How could it suddenly be someone else? And as the chairman, how did he manage to develop these two cancer-fighting drugs all by himself? The female reporter inquired. Her questions were indeed critical, immediately capturing the attention of everyone present, as well as millions of viewers online. Noticing this, Ouyang Lei smiled slightly and said, not long ago, our Baijiu Company and Tianjin Technology Company, Limited, were both acquired by our current chairman. Shortly after the acquisition, he personally visited the research center to discuss with the frontline researchers and ultimately broke through the technologies for the BTK inhibitor and CAR T-cell immunotherapy all on his own. As he spoke, Ouyang Lei turned to look at the large screen and gestured with his right hand. With his motion, a previously blank screen instantly displayed a PowerPoint presentation filled with 5 photos. The largest photo in the center showed Lin Yu wearing a white mask and a white lab coat in a GMP laboratory, discussing something with the researchers around him while holding a petri dish. The surrounding photos depicted Lin Yu conducting experiments, developing the BTK inhibitor, and signing the acquisition agreement. Out of the 5 photos, 4 were taken in the research facility, with only the one showing Lin Yu signing the acquisition agreement being particularly clear. However, when Lin Yu's face appeared on the screen, everyone was momentarily stunned. The chairman who acquired Baijiu Company and Tianjin Technology was surprisingly young. Shouldn't he be a middle-aged man or an old scholar? And most importantly, how could such a young person have developed 2 cancer-fighting drug technologies all by himself? This was simply too hard to believe. However, compared to the dazed reactions of most people, some viewers in the live stream room experienced an electrifying sensation coursing through their spines when they saw Lin Yu's strikingly handsome face. Instantly, their entire scalp tingled. The barrage of comments went completely wild. What the hell? Is this really the Emperor Yu? OMG, OMG, OMG. When Lin Yu's face appeared before the eyes of those who recognized him, after a brief moment of shock, Every single comment in the live stream erupted with the words OMG. They never imagined that Lin Yu, a high roller dominating the dosha platform, was also a researcher. What is even more astonishing is that this guy developed 2 cancer treatment technologies all by himself. It's worth noting that prior to this, there had never been a domestically developed cancer drug in China. And now, suddenly, 2 have popped up, both developed by the same person. This is simply outrageous. For some older viewers who weren't familiar with Lin Yu, seeing this left them utterly amazed, and they began discussing it fervently in the live stream. Could someone explain who this Emperor Yu is? I may not know him, but he is so handsome, and to have developed cancer drugs at such a young age. He is definitely a prodigy. That's right, he is so young and has already acquired 2 major companies, plus developed cell immunotherapy. Calling him a genius is an understatement. I just want to know how much their cancer drugs cost, and if we can afford them. For those who don't know, you can check it out on Douyin. The more you look, the more you'll understand. All I can say is that the recent online discussions about the Susu incident and the exorbitantly priced cancer drugs are all related to him. Wow. I really didn't expect Emperor Yu to have acquired Baiji Company and Tianjin Technology Company. The combined market valuation of these 2 companies is over 100 billion. He is definitely a business magnate. By the way, have you thought about how the Susu incident just came out, and now, just a few days later, Emperor Yu has developed 2 cancer drugs? I have a strong feeling there is a connection between the 2. If not, I'll live stream and chop my head off to kick it like a ball. Oh man, saying that gives me chills, serious chills. Haha. I need to rush and tell Sumu Yun, who is still playing Honor of Kings. Her confused expression will be priceless. TSK, let us all join in. Those upstairs, add me in, I want to join the fun too. Hee hee, the newbies are still making noise here. The veterans have already moved on. Indeed. As soon as the fans of the Yun family in various live stream rooms recognized Lin Yu's familiar face, they quickly regained their composure and excitedly began tagging Sumu Yun in the group chats and the Dosha platform's live stream. This news was simply too shocking for them, compared to the excitement and frenzy of the viewers in various live streaming rooms. The journalists and representatives from medical companies at the press conference quickly regained their composure after a brief moment of surprise. Mr. Lei, may I ask if there are any samples of these 2 anti-cancer drugs available for us to see? A female reporter inquired after gathering her thoughts. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Lei smiled slightly and waved his hand. A staff member hurriedly brought a medicine box from below the stage. Ouyang Lei held the box up high and said, "Due to technical limitations, we can't demonstrate the cell therapy here, but what I have in my hand is the finished product of the first anti-cancer drug, a BTK inhibitor. This drug comes in tablet form. Now, discussing its potency with all the technical jargon might be hard for many to understand, so let us keep it simple. I can responsibly tell you that this anti-cancer drug has an extraordinarily effective treatment outcome. For early-stage cancer patients, taking this drug gives a 99% chance of complete tumor disappearance. For those with advanced cancer, there is a 99% chance of controlling the cancer from growing or worsening, significantly improving the patient's quality of life and extending their lifespan." Upon hearing such seemingly impossible treatment results, everyone present at the press conference widened their eyes in shock. Their earlier calmness completely vanished. My God. How can such treatment results be possible? This is outrageous. A 99% chance of complete tumor disappearance? A 99% chance of completely controlling cancer progression? Are you serious? This has to be a joke. After regaining their senses, everyone in attendance felt like they were going crazy. The treatment effects sounded too good to be true. It's important to note that even the top medical companies globally report their anti-cancer drug data with complete response rates, partial response rates, and disease stability rates rarely exceeding 90%. Yet now, the data from Baiji Company's anti-cancer drug astonishingly claims a 99% efficacy? Were they dreaming? Or was the presenter dreaming? If this weren't a press conference at the International Conference Center in Shanghai, they might have thought the person on stage was the head of a pharmaceutical pyramid scheme. The efficacy of this anti-cancer drug was simply unbelievable. As the atmosphere shifted from quiet to chaotic, Ouyang Lei remained calm and waved his hand. Dozens of prepared staff members quickly distributed several data sheets to everyone. I understand that you might be skeptical about the treatment effects of this anti-cancer drug, but here is the relevant data. You can see for yourselves. Finally, Ouyang Lei added, I solemnly promise that Baiji Company will not fabricate any information. All the data is genuine and can withstand any scientific scrutiny. Soon, as the data table for the BTK inhibitors was released, the entire conference room fell silent, with everyone intently examining the information. In stark contrast to the quietness of the live event, the atmosphere in the online chat rooms exploded after Ouyang Lei discussed the effects of the cancer drug. Countless comments flooded in. Wow, a 99% chance? What kind of miraculous treatment is this? Report to the King of Hell, someone in the mortal realm is cheating. And it seems like they're doing it en masse. What should we do? King of Hell? Handle it? I'm worried that someone will stomp their feet up there and come to demand souls from me. Ha ha ha, brilliant. The two up there are true talents. Brothers. I feel like we're in the wrong place. This definitely isn't just a large-scale pyramid scheme, right? Goodness, this anti-cancer drug from Baiji Company is insane. Just the fact that it claims a 99% chance of completely alleviating tumors means it could easily outperform all other cancer drugs worldwide. As a layperson, let me ask. If the tumor disappears, does that mean the cancer is cured? Same question. I want to know too. If that's the case, does it mean cancer can be solved? Hey, science guy, get to work. Even the donkeys in the production team don't rest as much as you. Don't even think about it. I can tell without even looking that it's impossible. If cancer could be solved that easily, it wouldn't be cancer. I'm a medical student. And let me clarify, complete alleviation doesn't mean a cure. With current medical advancements, doctors can hardly assure patients that cancer cells will be completely eradicated and won't recur. There are still cancer patients who find their cancer returning after 1 or 2 decades. We can only say that there are no signs of cancer at this stage. Whoa. 1 or 2 decades. Doesn't that mean I could live a bit longer? That's a huge win. So if I get cancer again in 20 years and take the medication, wouldn't that mean I could live even longer? Dude, are you just endlessly stacking layers of loopholes here? Chapter 57. Outrageous pricing at the press conference. 3 minutes later. Everyone present had nearly finished reviewing all the experimental data related to the BTK inhibitor. After digesting the data, a profound silence fell over the room. It was impossible to react otherwise. The data was simply astonishing, so extraordinary that they believed it must be false. It shattered their understanding of cancer treatments entirely. They were convinced that once this BTK inhibitor from Baiji Company was released, it would undoubtedly reign at the pinnacle of therapies for hematologic malignancies. Like a king sitting on a throne, it would oversee all other cancer treatments for blood cancers. And no pharmaceutical company or medical team worldwide would dare to challenge its supremacy. The treatment efficacy was intimidating enough to make all challengers think twice. Noticing the silence, Ouyang Lei smiled slightly and said, "Our BTK inhibitor is primarily aimed at B-cell lymphoma, with approved indications including chronic lymphocytic leukemia and small lymphocytic lymphoma, among others. In other words, for cancers related to lymphoma, our BTK inhibitor can be applied with a treatment success rate of 99%. Everyone at the press conference knew this was an expected outcome. Meanwhile, viewers in the live stream were equally ecstatic upon hearing the news, especially the family members of lymphoma patients, who were moved to tears in front of their phones and televisions, unable to contain their excitement. The arrival of the BTK inhibitor had given them newfound hope. In their eyes, even if the price of the BTK inhibitor was similar to that of foreign cancer drugs, the extraordinary treatment efficacy made it worth every penny. After all, for patients with lymphoma, it was akin to being given a second chance at life. Mr. Lei, since the treatment efficacy of the BTK inhibitor is so powerful, how does your company plan to price it? A female reporter asked after a moment of silence. With this crucial question, everyone present, including countless viewers at home, perked up. Indeed, given the remarkable efficacy of the BTK inhibitor, wouldn't its price be higher than that of foreign cancer drugs? After all, with such treatment results, it was truly one of a kind. Anyone in their right mind would think to set a higher price, and the higher, the better. Because rarity commands value, for something sold exclusively. Even if you think it's too expensive and choose not to buy, there will certainly be people willing to pay. Moreover, this is a cancer drug. One might even call it a miracle cure, a life-saving treatment. How could the price possibly be low? We will unveil that mystery a little later. But first, let me share with you the financial investment Baiji Company has made in the BTK inhibitor. Ouyang Lei smiled and continued, so far, our company has invested around $1.85 billion in BTK inhibitors, and that's just the research costs. As for the more critical technological costs, those are invaluable and cannot be measured in monetary terms. Hearing this, everyone at the press conference nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of his point. A hen that lays golden eggs truly cannot be measured by money. Moreover, Baiji Company needs to make a profit. With such significant research costs and technological investments, it's only reasonable for the price to be high. However, just as Ouyang Lei finished speaking, the family members of cancer patients in the various live streams suddenly felt a chill. If the price was set too high, given the financial capabilities of most, it would indeed be difficult to bear. If they had to purchase it, they would likely need to sell their houses or cars to afford the drug. Yet, Ouyang Lei's next words instantly shocked everyone. Although we have invested heavily in research and development under the directive of our chairman, we have decided to set the price of the BTK inhibitor at just $100 above the cost price. $100 more than the cost. The price was only $100 more than the cost price. Upon hearing the shocking news, the press conference and all the live stream platforms erupted. No way. Am I hearing things? A cancer treatment with such incredible efficacy is only $100 more than the cost. My God, is this for real? Is Baiji a company going bankrupt with such a low price? Other companies charge dozens or even hundreds of times the cost for their cancer drugs. And here is Baiji with this amazing medication, only marking it up by $100. Is this true? Are we all dreaming? Damn it. This price made me smack my brother in disbelief, and judging by his pained expression, it must be real. The various live stream platforms buzzed with discussions, and all the netizens were incredulous at the pricing. Mr. Lei, could you clarify the exact price? Won't your company incur losses? Finally, a male reporter at the press conference couldn't hold back and voiced the crowd's concerns. This question immediately silenced the previously noisy venue. Even the netizens in the live streams held their breath, eagerly awaiting the final answer. In an instant, the atmosphere became tense. Since you asked, I'll tell you, Ouyang Lei said, scanning the room and deliberately prolonging his words, delaying the announcement of the final price. Seeing this suspenseful moment, everyone present felt an urge to jump up and give him a good smack out of impatience. Viewers on various live streaming platforms were anxiously waiting, with some more irritable users frantically typing comments in the chat. Messages like, "What kind of son is this?" and "Please, be a decent person," kept scrolling through the live stream. As everyone's attention peaked at that moment, Ouyang Lei smiled and announced, "Our final price is 300 yuan. Boom. When this final answer was revealed, everyone felt a chill run down their spine. 300 yuan. This is only 300 yuan. You're selling the most expensive cancer drug, not just some ordinary medicine. Is such a low price really appropriate? In the various live streams, the atmosphere among viewers exploded. You're telling me this incredible cancer drug is only 300 yuan? No way. How could it possibly be so cheap? Just 300 yuan. Even if you said it was 3,000 yuan, I'd still think that's too little. I beg Baiji Company to charge more. I can't believe I can buy such an amazing cancer drug for just 300 yuan. It feels unreal just holding it. Selling it for 300 yuan means the cost is only 200 yuan. Isn't that practically giving it away? Come on, I'm begging you. Sell it for a higher price. 300 yuan is practically a loss. If it really comes down to it, let us sell it for 3,000 yuan. If you go bankrupt, we'll lose a conscientious medical company in our country. That's right, you're not making any profit at all. If you're not making money, how are you going to develop even more effective cancer drugs? Other cancer patients are waiting for your company to release new treatments. After hearing this shocking price, countless viewers snapped back to reality and began suggesting that Baiji Company raise the price of the cancer drug. After all, such a low price was hard for them to accept. Just look at the cancer drugs from other medical companies. Aren't they all priced at tens of thousands? Who would expect to buy a cancer drug for just a few hundred yuan? Then a female reporter, the first to stand up, couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Lei, won't such a low price for your cancer drug be detrimental to your company's future development?" Hearing this, Ouyang Lei just smiled and waved his hand, saying, "While it's true that such a low price might impact our company's long-term development, I just want to say that these two technologies were developed solely by our chairman. So whatever price he wants to set, that is what we have to go with. After all, he is not just the developer, he is also our largest boss. And since it's a decision made personally by our chairman, we have to abide by it. As a mere employee, even if I wanted to raise the price, I wouldn't have the authority to do so." As the conversation came to an end, Ouyang Lei deliberately put on a helpless expression, which made everyone present burst into laughter. Seeing this, Ouyang Lei continued with a smile. "By the way, let me share a little secret with you all. Our chairman initially set the price to be just $1 more than the cost price. Yes, you heard it right, just $1. If it weren't for Director Zhang from the Drug Supervision Bureau opposing it, our final price today might have been $201. Upon hearing this unbelievable news, everyone was taken aback. Wow, $1. Is there anything more outrageous than this? For your company, Baiji, this isn't just a loss. It sounds like you're planning to declare bankruptcy. The viewers in various live streaming rooms were equally shocked by this price. Seriously? So, being $100 above cost is considered a good deal? Once they regained their composure, and with someone leading the charge, the comments section across all live streams flooded with 6 big characters. Yu Huang, the Eternal God. Chapter 58, the end at the podium of the press conference. Ouyang Lei seemed to recall something and smiled as he said, "Actually, everyone need not worry about whether our Baiji Company will incur losses, because the group we are targeting is not just domestic cancer patients. Our chairman has stated that the price of the BTK inhibitors is specifically for our Chinese cancer patients. For our foreign friends, the price will naturally be much higher." Upon hearing the underlying meaning of this announcement, everyone at the press conference exchanged knowing smiles. They were well aware of what Ouyang Lei was implying. Baiji Company wouldn't profit from the money of domestic cancer patients, They intended to profit solely from foreign customers. It must be said, this newly appointed young chairman of Baiji Company has quite a unique personality. He also seems to be very patriotic, even exhibiting a sense of high moral integrity. This is quite rare. If it were them, faced with the temptation of hundreds of millions, they might not be able to resist significantly raising the price. At the very least, they would set the price at just 100 yuan or even 1 yuan above the cost, because that would be a huge loss. It's important to know that in this world, being a good person is quite difficult and often doesn't lead to a good outcome. After all, everyone in the world is driven by profit. In adulthood, interests are eternal, and as for lofty moral qualities, they are often seen as abstract notions by ordinary people. After all, if average individuals cannot even secure their basic material needs, they certainly won't harm their own interests to do good for others. Heroes are heroes because they can sacrifice themselves to provide for the many and pave the way for freedom. But most people are just ordinary. In contrast to the calm at the press conference, the viewers in various live streaming rooms appeared excited and exhilarated. Haha, damn. It's finally our turn to impose sanctions on other countries. Just thinking about the fact that we can buy cancer drugs for 300 yuan while foreigners have to pay tens of thousands makes me so thrilled. Exactly. It feels like drinking an ice-cold Coke on a hot summer day. Refreshing and uplifting. Absolutely exhilarating. Hey upstairs, how much did Coke pay you? I'll pay you double for Sprite. Hehe, I just want to say, as a Chinese person, encountering such a conscientious medical company is truly a blessing for us. Nonsense. It was clearly Yu Huang who developed the cancer drug all by himself, and he set the price personally. If anyone deserves thanks, it's Yu Huang. It's all the same, it's all the same. Anyway, Baiji Company is Yu Huang's, so it makes no difference. Just for the fact that Yu Huang doesn't profit off our own people, but only from foreigners, I'm a fan. Thanks to the nation. Thanks to Yu Huang. And I'm grateful to be born in China. All the netizens were cheering for Ouyang Lei's announcement, with some even moved to tears, unable to contain their emotions. Just a few days ago, the entire cancer medication market in China was heavily reliant on foreign medical companies, essentially functioning on a one-way street of imports with little to no exports. At times, certain foreign medical companies even imposed various restrictions on cancer drugs intended for China. Not only were the prices exorbitant, but the attitude was often one of indifference, as if they were saying, take it or leave it. This condescending stance left many in China feeling frustrated and powerless. If these were ordinary products, people might have already taken to the streets in protest. Yet, when it comes to life-saving medications like cancer drugs, regardless of how high the prices were or how harsh the conditions, everyone had no choice but to endure silently. However, that has changed now. Chinese medical companies have developed their own cancer drugs. Our first cancer drug has shown such remarkable efficacy that it can almost be said to overshadow global competitors in the field of hematologic tumors. This means that in the future, when it comes to cancer medications for blood-related tumors, global medical companies will look up to China's BTK inhibitors with respect. Such exhilarating news is bound to stir excitement among all Chinese people. At the press conference, a male journalist who had been quiet for a while suddenly asked, Mr. Ouyang, since the efficacy of your company's first cancer drug is so impressive, does that mean the second cancer drug, which utilizes the latest cell immunotherapy, will also be just as effective? Upon hearing this question, everyone perked up, eyes shining as they looked at Ouyang Lei on stage. Indeed, if the first cancer drug is already so exceptional, wouldn't the second cell immunotherapy be even more astonishing? Ouyang Lei hesitated for a moment before responding. To be honest, I don't know much about the latest cell immunotherapy. I only know that the technology is quite complex and is custom designed, with only our chairman fully understanding the current technology. However, based on our professional team's predictions, its efficacy will certainly be much stronger than that of the first cancer drug. For instance, it could potentially extend the lifespan of cancer patients by at least 3 years, although we are still observing more data. This anticipated information was met with understanding from everyone at the press conference. After all, they were well aware of the basic effects of cell immunotherapy. In contrast, viewers in various live streams may not know the specifics, but they were thrilled to learn that the second cancer drug would be even more powerful than the first. Once all the details about the two cancer drugs were announced, the next steps were straightforward. Ouyang Lei first followed the agreement made with Lin Yu and Director Zhang to officially name the first cancer drug, the BTK inhibitor, Baizai. Then, Baiji Company led by example by being the first to include Baizai in China's health insurance system. After a brief negotiation with the representatives sent from the authorities, Baizai, as China's first cancer drug, would be incorporated into the universal health insurance plan, and its price would be reduced from 300 yuan to just 99 yuan. Such shocking news instantly left everyone present, as well as viewers in various live streams, in disbelief. After the announcement, the press conference concluded amidst thunderous applause. However, everyone in attendance understood that the real competition, hidden in the shadows, was only just beginning. Sure enough, shortly after the conference ended, significant actions were already being prepared by those in charge. Almost simultaneously, a flood of identical notifications and messages appeared online. The gist of the content was that the national team would hold a negotiation meeting regarding drug prices at 7:30 p.m. tonight at the International Conference Center in Shanghai. Virtually all medical companies selling drugs in China received invitations from the authorities, and the implications were clear. This was especially true given that a leading company had set a precedent. Almost all medical companies were acutely aware that this time, the authorities were determined to bring down the prices of relevant drugs. This confrontation, which concerns the interests of countless individuals, has become unavoidable. Chapter 59. Explosion. After the press conference concluded, viewers in various live stream rooms, spurred on by some, spontaneously flocked to the Dosha platform. In particular, the family members of patients with hematological cancers were the first to charge into Su Muyun's live stream, energized and rushing in like they were on a caffeine high. In an instant, hundreds of millions of people began to surge towards Su Muyun's live stream on the Dosha platform. Meanwhile, in her live stream, Su Muyun had just finished a match in honor of Kings and was about to open her QQ fan group to check on the incessantly ringing notifications. As she opened the QQ fan group, her gaze instinctively landed on the barrage of comments on her computer screen. However, the next moment, under Su Muyun's stunned gaze, the popularity and viewer count of her live stream skyrocketed at a terrifying rate. Almost simultaneously, as millions of viewers flooded into Su Muyun's live stream, the entire Dosha platform's servers crashed. The live stream, which had been displaying the honor of King's interface, went completely dark and all web pages became inaccessible. This blackout wasn't limited to Su Muyun's live stream. Nearly all live streams on the Dosha platform were affected, resulting in a complete shutdown of features like the fish bar and comment sections. Seeing this sudden turn of events, Su Muyun was left in shock. What on earth had happened? Why did her live stream suddenly go dark? Could it be that the Dosha platform's servers had crashed? While Su Muyun was in a daze, another notification pinged in her QQ fan group. Coming back to her senses, she quickly began scrolling through the messages in the group. Just 3 minutes later, having figured out the situation, Su Muyun was utterly astonished. She had realized that her husband had quietly accomplished something monumental. Not only had he acquired a company worth over 100 billion, but he had also developed 2 cancer-fighting drugs all on his own in such a short time. My goodness, as the chairman of the company, he was capable of this too. How unbelievable. Before this, Su Muyun hadn't even known that Lin Yu was a researcher, let alone that she only just discovered how lowly positioned China's cancer drug market was internationally. Yet, in just a few days, her husband had single-handedly transformed the international standing of China's cancer drug market. Such exhilarating news left even someone as composed as Su Muyun deeply shaken. One thought dominated her mind. Her husband was simply incredible. Although Su Muyun didn't know how difficult it was to develop cancer drugs, she was acutely aware that countless medical companies in China had poured resources into researching cancer drugs without making any significant progress. Just from this, she could clearly understand that the difficulty of developing cancer drugs was absolutely top tier. It was such a difficult problem. Yet her husband solved it so effortlessly and in such a short time. In that moment, Su Muyun's heart was filled with an overwhelming sense of pride and joy. Thinking about Lin Yu's other qualities, her radiant smile was practically beaming. The feeling of having stumbled upon a treasure of a husband was beyond her ability to express in words. While Su Muyun was caught up in her happiness, her fan group was buzzing with notifications. Yuner, the server on the Dosha platform has been overwhelmed by users. We've reported it to customer service, and they said they are working on it. Wah, we want to see what Yu Huang is up to. We haven't seen him in ages. Though the previous comment is valid. Dude, can you be a bit more normal? I'm crying over here. Haha, speaking of which, Yu Huang is truly exceptional. Not only is he a business mogul, but he is also a researcher. The best part is, he developed 2 cancer treatment technologies all by himself. How impressive is that? Seriously, Yu Huang is amazing, handsome, wealthy, and with a voice that is so nice to listen to. He has developed cancer drugs that even medical companies haven't managed to. It's just incredible. Stop talking about it. The more I hear, the more envious I get. I'm so jealous of Yuner. If I had such an amazing husband, I'd sell a kidney to support him. Count me in. I'd go work construction just to support him. Oh, I'll go move bricks to support him. The fans were filled with envy and jealousy, practically feeling like they had just bitten into a dozen lemon trees. Some female fans jokingly asked if they could be Yu Huang's lover, sparking a frenzy among the other fans. Soon, when someone suggested that Su Muyun go live on Douyin to show what Yu Huang was doing, all the fans unanimously raised their hands in agreement. They began to frantically tag Su Muyun. As the notifications kept ringing, Su Muyun snapped back to reality, glancing at the myriad of chat messages and suggestions from her fans. Feeling both amused and exasperated. After some thought, she decided to go ahead and fulfill their small request by going live on Douyin. After a few simple steps, Su Muyun opened a live stream. Just as her stream began, the number of online viewers skyrocketed almost exponentially. In the blink of an eye, the count surpassed 1,000, then quickly climbed to over 10,000. Then, as the news of her live stream spread through the backend, her millions of Douyin followers received the notification almost simultaneously. Every fan who was online instinctively clicked to join. In the next moment, the number of viewers surged even higher, skyrocketing. Not only that, but as the Douyin platform's servers crashed, millions of viewers flooding out of various live streams reacted like sharks sensing blood, rushing in frenzy upon hearing the news. 10 minutes later, when Su Muyun saw that the live stream had reached an astonishing 18 million viewers, she was completely taken aback. Such eye-popping numbers. Even though Su Muyun had mentally prepared herself, left her utterly speechless. What does it mean to have 18 million people watching live? It's simply outrageous. In the entire Douyin platform, only the national team has ever achieved such a scale of online viewers during a live stream. No individual streamer has ever come close to this level. It's just that unbelievable. Of course, this also underscores just how monumental Lin Yu's actions have been. Chapter 60. Be a little rational in the Douyin live stream room. Countless comments were refreshing frantically, with many appearing and disappearing in just a second. The refresh rate astonishingly fast. Ha ha ha, front row. Brothers, we VE overloaded the Douyin platform servers. I wonder if Douyin can hold up. Don't worry. Douyin should be fine. I heard the programmers at Douyin are working overtime like crazy. Came here because I heard the host is the wife of Yu Huang. Can we get a glimpse of Yu Huang? Wow, just a passerby, but this host is really pretty. Gonna quietly hit that follow button, hee. Oh, I want to see Yu Huang. I can't stand your repetitive whines. Hurry up and leave. Torian, here on a mission. Where's the leader of the Tauren tribe? I want to join the organization. Damn, where there S.A. Tauren, there S my pure love warrior. Where's our pure love god? Come on, let us suppress them. Roar, brave Tauren. Fear not the pure love god. Thanks to Yu Huang for developing the Bai cancer drug, and at such a low price too. I sincerely thank Yu Huang for my brother, who has lymphocytic leukemia. I'm not cultured, but I can only say one thing. Yu Huang is amazing. I want to take Yu Huang home. I really want him. Something S off upstairs. Can't get through. As millions of viewers flooded into the live stream, waves of comments and gifts surged like a reservoir bursting its dam. Particularly notable were the older relatives of cancer patients who, upon learning that the Bai cancer medication was priced at just 99 yuan, began showering the stream with gifts. Those from less affluent backgrounds contributed a few hundred yuan, while families of moderate means directly sent gifts worth thousands. When recharging, they typed in their passwords without hesitation or reluctance. After all, the hundreds or thousands of yuan they spent on gifts were nothing compared to the life-saving cancer medication that should have cost tens of thousands per box. Given that Lin Yu was treating them with such integrity, they felt compelled to reciprocate, even if their contributions were small. They didn't want to let those who helped them feel unappreciated. Lin Yu might not need it, but they could not hold back. Those who gather wood for the people must not let them freeze in the snow. This reflects the simple yet valuable values of the Chinese people, as well as the important connotation of the cultural heritage of promoting virtue and kindness passed down over thousands of years. Because of this, the gifts in the live stream had never ceased since it started. And it wasn't just the relatives of cancer patients. Many passers-by and fans of Su Muyun were also swept up by the lively atmosphere and joined the gifting frenzy. Soon, as more and more people recharged, countless gifts bloomed in the live stream, exploding with dazzling effects. Faced with such an overwhelming influx of traffic, Douyin's recharge system nearly crashed on the spot, causing noticeable lag and delays across the entire platform. Almost simultaneously, the programmers from Douyin and the Douyin platform were inwardly lamenting their fate as they worked tirelessly to fix the servers. Witnessing such a chaotic scene, Su Muyun snapped out of her daze and quickly addressed her viewers in the live stream. Thank you all for the gifts, but please, let us be a bit more rational. Stop sending gifts, really please stop. Especially for those family members of cancer patients. I appreciate your kindness on behalf of my husband, but you really don't need to send gifts. You have many other ways to spend your money, so there is no need to waste it here. Once again, thank you for your goodwill, but I truly don't need you to send gifts. By the end of her plea, she noticed that the gifts not only didn't stop, but were coming in even more fiercely. Su Muyun could only helplessly rub her forehead, wearing a wry smile. These fans were just too wild. They were sending gifts like crazy, and she felt a bit intimidated by them. As they saw Su Muyun's exasperated expression on screen, countless viewers in the live stream burst into laughter. The rapidly refreshing comments section was filled with humorous remarks. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Looking at Yun Er's never-before-seen helpless expression, I bet she has never been this speechless in her life. Stop. You all stop. Don't send any more gifts, please. I'm begging you. Haha. The upstairs comment reminds me of that infamous scene from The Source of All Evil. Stop sending gifts. Are you trying to teach us how to do things? Send it. Send it hard. Even if we don't need it, you've got to send it. Haha. No problem. Even though the Emperor of the Universe is loaded, we still gotta send gifts. What? The streamer wants us to be rational? I'm not listening. I'm sending gifts today. Cough if the gift sending momentum stops today. Then everyone here is guilty. Su Muyun's attempts to dissuade her millions of viewers from sending gifts did nothing to halt the frenzy. In fact, it only intensified the situation. Ultimately, she had no choice but to pull out her trump card, smiling at the live stream and saying, please, don't send any more gifts. Or I can't guarantee this live stream will still be here later. Upon hearing this rather threatening ultimatum, the viewers were left amused and helplessly ceased their gift sending, inundating the chat with comments and jokes about Su Muyun. Particularly witty viewers began to call her names like the most powerful coercion queen and gift-sending queen, which left many others in stitches. Some even started a trend in the comments, urging everyone to flood the chat with these nicknames. Seeing the frenzy of gift-sending finally subside, Su Muyun sighed in relief, feeling both exasperated and amused by her adorable fans coming up with these nicknames for her. However, this situation did not last long. As soon fans of Su Muyun quickly started to stir things up. Most of these fans were female, all clamoring to see what Yu Huang was doing during Su Muyun's live stream. Once this suggestion was made, it instantly energized all the viewers in the live chat, and they began to rally together, flooding the screen with messages. Soon, the chat was dominated by the phrase "Watch Yu Huang." Faced with this situation, Su Muyun had no choice but to accept it with resignation. Therefore, after agreeing to this small request from everyone, she took her phone and selfie stick, adjusted the phone to a stable position, and made her way to the study where Lin Yu was. Chapter 61. Success. Standing at the door of the study, Su Muyun hesitated for a moment before gently knocking. The expected response didn't come. After thinking for a bit, she guessed that Lin Yu was likely in a flow state inside. So, she decided to put away the selfie stick, took her phone, quietly opened the door, and tiptoed in. As soon as the viewers in the live stream saw her cautious demeanor, they burst into laughter. Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Quick, everyone. Type Family Emperor in the comments. TSK. I can only say that Yu Huang is our role model. There is no one like him as a family emperor. Sigh. I'm so tired of saying I envy them. I want a wife like the streamer too. Oh no. Yun has completely fallen into the role of a devoted wife. What is this? If I had a husband like Yu Huang, not only would I support him, but I'd also ensure he experiences both heaven and hell with my 18 skills. Ahem, is this dance skill serious? I have a friend who wants to give it a try. Wow, you guys are still gathering to drive on the highway? You're all getting arrested. Amidst the viewers' chatter, Su Muyun had already entered the study and gently closed the door behind her. However, when she stood at the threshold and looked at the scene before her, she couldn't help but be taken aback. At the desk, Lin Yu was bent over, deeply focused, and seriously scribbling quickly on a notebook with a fountain pen. Just watching the swift motion of the pen, Su Muyun could guess that Lin Yu was intensely concentrating on writing something important. Moreover, she noticed that around the desk, there were scattered sheets of white draft paper, covered with various hasty yet clear notes. What surprised Su Muyun even more was that the number of draft papers, if not in the hundreds, must at least be in the dozens. After considering for a moment, Su Muyun decided not to disturb him. Instead, she curiously picked up a white draft paper that was lying not far from her. S112s 13s 14s. Looking at the white draft paper, which seemed to contain some kind of mathematical formula, Su Muyun frowned. She began to recall any relevant mathematical information. However, after thinking for a long time, she couldn't remember which advanced math textbook this knowledge point came from, or any mathematical formula she had seen before. Meanwhile, as Su Muyun was puzzled, millions of viewers in the live stream also caught sight of this mysterious mathematical formula. But when everyone saw this series of chaotic mathematical expressions, they immediately began to groan. Oh my god, being a student is so frustrating. Why does math even exist? It's torturous. What kind of ridiculous formula is this? I honestly can't understand it. What is that thing that looks like a 2? Having learned advanced math, I'm completely baffled by this formula. For someone like me who struggles with math, it's like we don't know each other. We just stare at each other in confusion. Well, is this what the life of a big shot looks like? Usually just sitting in a study solving math problems that we can't even understand. TSK. It's no wonder that Yu Huang is a big deal. Look at others. Even their daily lives are spent learning. And then look at us, who isn't just eating, sleeping, and playing around? Clearly, there's a difference between people. Ahem, if I may speak frankly, compared to you Huang, everyone here is a waste of space. Haha. I'm proud to be a slacker. It's actually pretty nice to be a waste, unlike you Huang, who is thinking about complex math problems in his everyday life. By the way, have you noticed how beautiful Yu Huang's handwriting is? Even his rough drafts look amazing. The online community was buzzing with discussion. Although most people didn't understand the bizarre string of mathematical formulas, as the saying goes, nothing can stop the insatiable curiosity of the internet. Moments later, many users began copying the formulas and searching for information online, quickly discovering that this string of equations was related to one of the 7 great unsolved problems in mathematics, the Riemann hypothesis. Whoa, guys, I just Googled this. And it turns out it's the Riemann function. Wait, are you talking about the Riemann function that is part of the Riemann hypothesis? One of the 7 Millennium Prize problems proposed by the Clay Mathematics Institute? As a self-proclaimed academic underachiever, I have to ask, what are the 7 Millennium Prize problems? What are you big shots talking about? Even though I don't know what it is. I know it must be something impressive. Let me grab a little stool and sit closer, ready to watch the show as the experts explain. The 7 Millennium Prize problems, also known as the world's 7 great mathematical challenges, were announced by the Clay Mathematics Institute on May 24, 2000. $1 million is awarded for each problem solved. As a graduate student, I have to say, I'm shocked by my own thoughts. I suspect Yu Huang might be trying to prove the Riemann hypothesis. I mean, come on, how is it only $1 million for a global mathematical problem? That seems way too low. Wow, the audacity. This is a symbol of honor. Anyone in the math community takes pride in solving these problems. Ahem, I have to interject here. The person who proved the Poincare conjecture didn't even take the $1 million, and they didn't even bother to claim their field's medal. While the online community was in heated discussion, Su Muyan also came back to her senses and glanced at the livestream chat. Seeing all the comments about the Riemann function and the 7 mathematical problems flashing by, she suddenly had an epiphany. As an international student at Stanford University majoring in business management, she had only heard of the Riemann hypothesis as a world-renowned mathematical challenge, but had never paid much attention to it. Today was the first time she was actually seeing the Riemann function. Just looking at her made it seem incredibly difficult. At least to her, it was completely incomprehensible. So, I have to say my husband is truly exceptional, as he can dive into solving such a global mathematical problem with great enthusiasm. Moreover, he seems utterly absorbed in it, to the point of being unable to extricate himself. I wonder if my presence here might disturb him while he continues to tackle the problems? As Su Muyun was lost in her thoughts, Lin Yu, who had been passionately jotting down notes, suddenly paused. He then slammed his pen onto the notebook, took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and leaned back in his chair, deflating like a punctured balloon. Upon witnessing this, not only Su Muyun but everyone in the live stream was captivated by his actions, and the comments suddenly quieted down. What was happening? Had he failed to solve the problem? Or was he feeling overwhelmed by one of the 7 great problems, the Riemann hypothesis? Seeing Lin Yu sitting in his chair, seemingly exhausted and resting his eyes, Su Muyun didn't hesitate to put her phone down on the table and walked over to him. She gently massaged his temples with both hands and softly asked, "What's wrong? Are you hitting a wall with the Riemann function?" Having spent a lot of time with Lin Yu, Su Muyun knew just how brilliant her husband was, especially when she heard that he had developed 2 cancer-fighting drugs in a short period of time. She was well aware that her husband was a genius, and geniuses often relish the challenge of tackling high-difficulty problems. In any field, if something is particularly tough, they tend to eagerly take it on, as it brings them unparalleled achievement and satisfaction. Right now, Lin Yu seemed to be encountering difficulties on the towering mountain of the Riemann hypothesis. Just as Su Muyun was about to comfort him, Lin Yu, with his eyes still closed, enjoying her massage, calmly said, "No, I've solved the Riemann function. And I've also discovered the pattern for asymmetric encryption algorithms for large prime factorization." Upon hearing this, Su Muyun's massage came to an abrupt halt, and she stared at him in shock and disbelief. Was this some kind of mix-up? How could her husband solve such a monumental global mathematical problem so effortlessly? Wasn't that a bit surreal? In stark contrast to Su Muyun's astonishment, the millions of viewers in the live stream fell into complete silence after hearing the shocking news. In a span of just 1 or 2 seconds, not a single comment appeared in the chat of millions. Almost everyone was left completely stunned by the announcement. It's important to note that this was a global mathematical problem that had troubled humanity for nearly a century. Countless mathematicians had climbed the heights of these 7 towering mountains. But aside from one person who managed to conquer the Poincare conjecture, hardly anyone had reached the summit of the other 6. Just now, Lin Yu claimed that he has reached the pinnacle of the towering mountain that is the Riemann hypothesis. Such shocking news left countless netizens in disbelief. If what he says is true, I feel like the entire world is about to go haywire. No way. Could it be that Yu has actually proven the Riemann hypothesis and discovered the patterns in asymmetric encryption algorithms? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could the patterns of asymmetric encryption algorithms ever be found? It's simply unthinkable. But Yu has no reason to lie if he didn't have proof. How could he make such a statement? I admit Yu is indeed impressive. But I really find it hard to believe that he has uncovered the patterns in asymmetric encryption algorithms. Honestly, if what Yu says is true, then everyone here is a witness to history. I can't even comprehend what the big shots are talking about. What does this encryption pattern mean? Why is everyone so excited? I don't know. For those of us lacking knowledge, we just need to quietly shout awesome. Haha. The big shots upstairs are having a debate. We can just sit back and watch. By the way, is there anyone knowledgeable who can step in and explain this to us? Well, let me put it simply. If what Yu says is true, I can responsibly tell everyone that as long as the proof method is made public, there's no need for supercomputers. Based on its principles, we could even crack the security password systems of modern banks, which means keeping money in banks would no longer be safe. Whoa. Chapter 62. Overthinking. As the countless onlookers in the live stream learned about the implications of the Riemann hypothesis being proven, they were all left stunned. Wow. The proof of this math problem could potentially break the security systems of all the banks in the world. That's just too terrifying. They initially thought it was just a tough math problem that had been cracked by the emperor of mathematics, and didn't think much of it. The thought of how this mathematical breakthrough could impact their real lives never crossed their minds. It wasn't until now that they realized just how terrifying the ramifications of proving the Riemann hypothesis could be. Oh my gosh, if what the emperor said is true, doesn't that mean my money in the bank is no longer safe? Hearing this news, I quickly checked my bank account, relieved to see that my single-digit savings were still intact. This is hilarious. Who among us doesn't have a 6-digit password protecting a 1 or 2-digit fortune? Cough. That is quite insightful. But I believe that with something this significant happening, there will definitely be someone in charge to handle it. We, the onlookers, can just sit back and watch the drama unfold. I'll grab a small stool and wait for further updates. No doubt about it. Let us wait for more news. If the emperor truly succeeded, then I dare say everyone here will be witnesses to history. By the way, could this possibly trigger a global financial crisis? If money depreciates and inflation hits, we all be in deep trouble? I need to stock up on supplies quickly, just in case prices soar and money loses its value. I suggest everyone else do the same, just to be prepared. Exactly, everyone should hurry and stock up. When the financial crisis hits, we won't even know what hit us. Oh man, this feels serious. Things are getting more intense by the minute. The crime of deliberately spreading false, terrifying information carries a prison sentence of 3 years or less. Just saying, no offense intended. Just as netizens were buzzing with discussions, Su Mu-yun snapped out of her shock. Suddenly, it seemed she remembered something, glancing at Lin Yu, who was leaning back in his chair with his eyes closed, and then at her phone on the table that was still live streaming. After a moment of hesitation, Su Mu-yun nervously said, honey, I forgot to tell you, my phone has been live streaming this whole time. What you just said was probably heard by the viewers. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu, who had been enjoying the moment, abruptly opened his eyes, sitting up straight in shock, staring at Su Mu-yun with a bewildered expression. What the heck? Did what he just said about finding the patterns in asymmetric encryption algorithms get broadcasted? Seeing Lin Yu's intense reaction, Su Mu-yun realized she might have just caused a major disaster. After a brief moment of shock, Lin Yu quickly gathered his thoughts, his expression turning contemplative. Since the situation had already occurred, he needed to find a way to resolve it. Complaining and being anxious would only add to his worries without being of any real help. The situation is now quite clear. I only have 2 choices. The first option is to quickly deny that I have proven the Riemann hypothesis and claim to the viewers in the live stream that it was just a joke. Whether others believe it or not is their concern. The second option is to acknowledge that I have proven the Riemann hypothesis, but instead of using the original manuscript, I would prove it again from a different angle and then publish it. As for the patterns I just discovered in asymmetric encryption algorithms, I would have to downplay them in the new manuscript proving the Riemann hypothesis. After all, the final interpretation is in my hands. It doesn't matter if others believe it, as long as I do. Besides, the pattern I just decrypted in the asymmetric encryption algorithm is something I need to keep to myself. And I must destroy the original manuscript immediately. The stakes are simply too high. If a terrorist were to learn this pattern, it could lead to global chaos. After hesitating for a second or two, Lin Yu ultimately decided to go with the second option. The things I've researched are meant to be shared. Holding them in would only make me uncomfortable. Having made up his mind, Lin Yu picked up his phone from the table and, after glancing at the screen, was astonished to find that the number of viewers in the live stream had reached a staggering over 10 million. That's just absurd. Lin Yu couldn't help but scoff internally, but then smiled and addressed the live stream, saying, "Hello everyone, I have just successfully proven the Riemann hypothesis. I will be publishing the relevant content on Weibo soon, so feel free to check it out if you're interested. Alright, that's it for today's live stream. Thank you all for your support, goodbye." After finishing his statement, Lin Yu ignored the barrage of comments from the viewers and decisively controlled his phone to close the Douyin live stream. Throwing the phone onto the desk, Lin Yu let out a sigh of relief, closed his eyes, and pinched the bridge of his nose. He had now written out the entire process of the Riemann hypothesis, using up almost 2 notebooks and hundreds of sheets of draft paper. However, he now needed to revalidate the Riemann hypothesis from another field. But after using the super brain skill for an extended period, he felt mentally and physically exhausted. Seeing Lin Yu in such distress, Sumuyun felt a pang of regret in her heart, wishing she could turn back time to just moments ago. But there was nothing she could do. The event had already transpired, and it seemed that besides apologizing, she had no other options. After a moment of silence, Sumuyun lowered her head. Her gaze cast down, burying herself in shadows, and said softly, "I'm sorry." Hearing this, Lin Yu, who had been with his eyes closed and rubbing his forehead, was instantly jolted awake. He quickly turned to look at Sumuyun, who stood there with her head down, looking like a little girl who had made a mistake. A tender smile unconsciously spread across Lin Yu's face. Her way of admitting her fault was quite endearing. Lin Yu suddenly reached out and pulled Sumuyun into his arms, causing her to sit down on him as she gasped in surprise. This unexpected moment left Sumuyun momentarily blank, her mind going completely blank and her body frozen in shock. After a brief pause, she finally came to her senses. Feeling Lin Yu's breath so close behind her that her face turned bright red, even the tips of her delicate ears flushed. "Fool, there's no need to apologize. What we discover is meant to be shared. It doesn't matter if it's early or late," Lin Yu said softly, tightening his embrace around her waist and drawing her graceful figure closer to him, feeling the warm breath by her ear. Sumuyun was suddenly overwhelmed by a familiar tingling sensation, her body going weak as she melted against Lin Yu, unable to muster a single word of protest. While Lin Yu understood her reaction, he was too mentally exhausted to tease her at that moment. Holding her soft body and inhaling her faint, pleasant fragrance, he felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, desperately wanting to sleep. It was clear that his mental fatigue was a result of overexertion. "Alright, silly. Don't dwell on this little matter. Even if you were to cause trouble, I'd be right there to support you," he said, fighting off the urge to sleep as he gently flicked her nose, smiling softly. "So, don't overthink it. Just go cook for me, and I'll be out as soon as I tidy things up." Sumuyun froze at his words, her beautiful, gentle eyes gazing at him filled with deep affection. In that moment, the ripples in her heart swelled like a tidal wave, emotions swirling within her. A warm feeling flooded her heart, stronger than any sensation she had ever felt before, almost intoxicating. Snapping back to reality, she noticed Lin Yu's unwavering gaze on her, and her cheeks flushed crimson. Shyly lowering her head, she replied, "Okay, I'll go make dinner." With that, she quickly stood up from Lin Yu's lap. However, just as she was about to leave his embrace, she seemed to suddenly remember something. After a brief hesitation, Sumuyun leaned down and gave Lin Yu a quick peck on the lips, like a dragonfly touching the water, before she dashed out of the study at lightning speed, leaving Lin Yu wide-eyed and stunned in his chair. Once he regained his senses, Lin Yu instinctively pressed his thin lips together, and as he recalled the wonderful moment, a smile curved at the corners of his mouth. "Well, just as I expected," he thought, envisioning the sight of her stunning figure. Shaking his head, Lin Yu temporarily set aside these thoughts and organized the entire proof process of the Riemann hypothesis on the table, especially the patterns of asymmetric encryption algorithms. Only then did he take out a stack of white draft paper and activate his superbrain skill once more, preparing for a new round of validation. Thanks to his experience from the first validation process, he managed to write a trimmed version of the proof for the Riemann hypothesis in just an hour this time. In this validation process, Lin Yu utilized the dimensionless constant from quantum mechanics to address the Riemann hypothesis over the complex domain. In simple terms, the mathematical methods developed during the understanding of the fine structure constant can validate the Riemann hypothesis. During the proof, Lin Yu referenced a weak analytic function, which only addressed the Riemann hypothesis over the complex domain, without resolving it for the rational number domain. This can be understood as Lin Yu's first version of the proof being the most complete. However, the second version he just wrote was a partial breakdown of the first proof, focusing solely on proving that specific part of the Riemann hypothesis. Finally, it was over. After organizing the validation process of this second version, Lin Yu quickly deactivated his superbrain skill and let out a long sigh of relief. Completely drained, he slumped over the table, feeling dizzy and as if his head were filled with lead. He knew this was a sign of extreme mental fatigue, and he needed to sleep urgently to recharge. In the next moment, as the wave of drowsiness washed over him, Lin Yu finally let go of his resistance to this fatigue, his eyes slowly closing as he gradually drifted off to sleep. Chapter 63. The meeting. While Lin Yu was fast asleep, his recent remarks had stirred up a massive uproar across the internet. Particularly impressive was the ability of some resourceful netizens to quickly record what Lin Yu had said and turn it into a short video. When this video was released, it instantly ignited a frenzy online, leading to countless discussions among users. After all, Lin Yu had become the center of attention in the public eye. Consequently, any video or information related to Lin Yu that surfaced on short video platforms attracted throngs of people eager to follow and share. In this era where traffic reigns supreme, staying on top of trending topics is a given. As a result, millions of netizens on Weibo and various short video platforms were frantically liking, commenting, and reposting. Just moments after the news broke that Lin Yu was the chairman of Baiji Company, another bombshell dropped. Haha. I just want to say that Lin Yu's knack for stirring up trouble is impressive. He managed to drop 2 major bombshells in a single day. TSK. The Riemann hypothesis has been proven? I truly don't believe it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could the Riemann hypothesis be proven? That would mean that nearly all encryption methods used on the internet would no longer be secure, leading to a world laid bare. As far as I know, there are over 1,000 mathematical propositions in the literature that hinge on the validity of the Riemann hypothesis. If it were proven, all those propositions could be elevated to the status of theorems. Conversely, at least some of them would become a casualty. So, did Lin Yu really succeed in proving it? Hehe. Whether or not the Riemann hypothesis has been successfully proven would have far-reaching implications, directly affecting the entire mathematical framework built upon it. I sincerely hope this is true because witnessing the proof of the Riemann hypothesis would be a privilege. Let me give the onlookers a brief overview. If the Riemann hypothesis were truly proven by Lin Yu, he would become one of the greatest mathematicians since Gauss and Riemann. This prime number mystery is the toughest problem in mathematics, so now you can appreciate its significance. Attention all departments, attention all departments. This is not a drill. This is not a drill. The big shots upstairs are engaged in a battle of gods. Mortals should quickly steer clear to avoid collateral damage. Wow. The upstairs crew is really something. It seems like your future is looking brighter. Front row, front row. Onlookers, quickly bring your little stools over here. I brought sunflower seeds, peanuts, bottled water, barbecued snacks, and spicy crayfish. If you need anything, just let me know. Prices are fair, and I accept WeChat Pay. Countless netizens were buzzing with excitement. As evening approached, most people in real life had finished work and were enjoying their leisure time by playing on their phones and watching videos. Consequently, many stumbled upon the live broadcast of the Baiji Company's press conference today, as well as the video of Lin Yu announcing the proof of the Riemann hypothesis. After learning about these 2 major events, more and more people joined in the heated discussions. These incidents gained significant traction online, becoming widely known across the internet. In particular, some enthusiastic netizens rushed to Weibo, continuously leaving comments and tagging the Huaxia Academy of Mathematics, urging them to verify the news promptly. As this situation escalated and became a hot topic across the web, a special meeting was taking place in a conference room in the capital. Known for its high security and strict confidentiality, a long conference table was flanked by over 10 people, many of whom were familiar faces often seen on the 7 p.m. news. 2/3 of them were in military uniforms. At this moment, their attention was focused on a photo displayed on the large screen. The young man in the photo was strikingly handsome, yet exuded an air of aloofness, giving off a do not disturb vibe. If Lin Yu were present, he would immediately recognize this as a picture taken at his university graduation. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Zhao Yu, the director of the Special Operations Bureau in the Magic City. Zhao Yu, who had just disembarked from a flight and hadn't even had a sip of water, stood beside the screen. Despite having seen many significant events, he felt a wave of nervousness and began to sweat in front of this assembly. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Yu saluted and then pointed to the screen, speaking in a serious tone. This is Lin Yu, male, 26 years old, a local from the Magic City. He grew up in an orphanage, has an introverted and reclusive personality, and prefers solitude. Our intelligence personnel verified from declassified confidential files that both of his parents were military experts under a weapons group. However, when Lin Yu was very young, his parents perished in an explosion with their kidnappers, leaving baby Lin Yu alone in the orphanage. From a young age, Lin Yu exhibited astonishing talent, easily achieving top scores in both his academic career and other fields of expertise. This was consistent throughout his schooling, with each of his teachers praising him as a genius. During the college entrance examination, He achieved the highest score in the Central South Province and was admitted to Qing University, choosing to major in energy and power engineering, with Professor Yi Changyu as his research advisor. After graduating with a master's degree, Lin Yu began working at a research institute established in collaboration between Qing University and Hongyuan Group. He was diligent and hardworking, but his contributions were often overshadowed by higher-ups. In July of this year, he abruptly resigned from the research institute and registered for an online marriage with the streamer Su Myun on July 15th at 5:46 p.m. at the Magic City Civil Affairs Bureau. Not long after, Lin Yu, a towering figure in the American financial world, passed away, and all of his assets amounting to trillions were inherited by Lin Yu. In the conference room, everyone held a meticulously detailed dossier. The dossier included not only Lin Yu's trajectory over the past 26 years, but also information gathered from his former teachers, neighbors, classmates, and colleagues over the last 10 hours. This information had been carefully and repeatedly verified before making its way into the conference room. Zhao Yu emphasized, at 7:05 p.m. this afternoon. Millions of viewers in a Douyin live stream heard Lin Yu mention in a casual chat with his wife, Su Myun, that he had successfully proven the Riemann hypothesis and discovered the of asymmetric encryption algorithms. Lin Yu himself also announced in the live stream that he had proven the Riemann hypothesis and would soon publish the proof process on Weibo. Prior to this, according to investigation results and what CEO Ouyang Lei of Baija Company stated, all the anti-cancer drugs available in our Huaxia market are the result of a single night of research conducted by Lin Yu. In my conversation with Comrade Zhang Weiguo from the Shanghai Drug Regulatory Bureau, he mentioned that after a brief interaction with Lin Yu, he found him to be honest and selfless, with a strong sense of patriotism. Moreover, based on our analysis group's assessment of his personality traits, behavioral habits, and way of dealing with people, we estimate that the likelihood of Lin Yu proving the Riemann hypothesis is very high. With Zhao Yu's introduction concluding, the conference room fell into silence, broken only by the sound of papers rustling. Everyone's expressions varied. Some appeared serious, others looked incredulous, some grew increasingly excited. And one person couldn't help but smile broadly, unable to contain his joy. That person was in military uniform. After a moment, the leader sitting at the other end of the conference table put down the document in his hand, tapped the table twice, and decisively stated, "We must ensure his protection." Chapter 64. Reaction time slowly passed. This special high-level meeting, convened because of one person, was coming to an end. The person in the main seat made a decisive judgment and, amidst the discussions of the crowd, finalized the next 3 actions. The first and most important task was to center everything around Lin Yu's safety, ensuring his personal security at all costs. This responsibility was assigned to the Domestic Security Protection and Investigation Bureau, Special Operations Bureau, under the Ministry of National Security. The second task was to ensure the safety of the data, immediately arranging for special operatives to make covert contact with Lin Yu and securely transport the proof of the Riemann hypothesis to the Mathematics Institute through confidential channels. The third task was to have the personnel at the Mathematics Institute verify the proof of the Riemann hypothesis, and based on that, prepare a replica of the proof to be published online by Lin Yu, creating confusion and stirring the waters. Soon, with the national team personally involved, the relevant departments quickly sprang into action, sending orders from the capital to various locations in an instant. In Magic City, around 6:30 p.m., near Su Myun's home, a scruffy middle-aged man squatted not far from the entrance of a convenience store. Holding a bowl of instant red braised beef noodles, he squinted around as if assessing something, resembling a disheveled street wanderer. As this middle-aged man was eating his noodles, a regular young man, wearing black over-ear headphones and casually playing with his phone, walked out of the convenience store and strolled ahead. Hearing the footsteps behind him, the middle-aged man instinctively glanced back, quickly scanning the ordinary young man. His gaze lingered for a second on the young man's phone, which was playing Naruto, before he returned his attention to his noodles, seemingly unbothered. However, just as the young man was about to pass by him, he suddenly crouched down quickly and leaned in, feeling an unusual sound coming from behind him. The middle-aged man's reaction was swift. He turned around ready to smash the bowl of noodles, soup and all, into the face of the approaching person. But in the next second, a familiar cold object was suddenly pressed against him. "Don't move. This is the Security Bureau. It's a critical time. Please cooperate. If you resist in any way, I have the authority to shoot you on the spot," the young man said, one hand firmly gripping the middle-aged man's shoulder while the other discreetly pointed a gun at him, his tone low and serious. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's pupils constricted, and he instinctively looked down. Noticing the situation, the young man revealed a small section of a black pistol equipped with a silencer for him to see. Seeing this, the middle-aged man immediately complied, silently abandoning his plan to throw the noodles in the young man's face. After a moment, he regained his composure and calmly said, "I'm with the Magic City Security Company, employed by Su Jianya, the chairman of Xingyun Software, to covertly protect his daughter, Su Muyun." Upon hearing this, the young man remained expressionless and said, "This is not related to me. My superior has ordered me to eliminate all uncontrollable factors in the vicinity. Please come with me." Although the middle-aged man nodded calmly in response, his heart was stirred with overwhelming waves of confusion. What major event could have occurred to warrant the involvement of the National Security Department? With deep uncertainty in his heart, the middle-aged man obediently followed the young man to a secluded location and got into a van filled with people. The individuals inside were all masked, armed, and part of a combat team. Similar incidents occurred repeatedly throughout the night. Within just a few minutes, all suspicious individuals within a 2-kilometer radius of Su Muyun's home had been cleared by undercover agents. Meanwhile, not far from Su Muyun's residence, in a seemingly ordinary vehicle that had been specially modified, a rather handsome middle-aged man was intently staring at a display screen, his face filled with determination. This was the temporary command center for the Special Operations Bureau. The space inside the vehicle was small, but it housed 4 computers, with 4 young operators busy at work. The sound of rapid keyboard typing filled the air. "Report to Team Leader Jiang. All suspicious individuals in the target area have been dealt with," a young man, seemingly around 25 or 26, said as he removed his earpiece and spoke loudly. Jiang Feng, the team leader of the Special Operations Bureau, was primarily responsible for counter-espionage against foreign entities and monitoring domestic subversive organizations and foreign agencies. However, at this moment, his main duty was to ensure the safety of Lin Yu. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng nodded seriously and said, "Call the director, inform him of the current situation, and notify all personnel to remain vigilant and await further instructions." "Yes," the young man replied loudly, then quickly put his earpiece back on and began to follow orders. Soon, a specially encrypted call was made directly to Zhao Yu's phone, who had just returned from the capital and had just disembarked from a helicopter. After understanding the situation from the other end of the line, Zhao Yu instructed them to remain alert and that he would arrive shortly. After hanging up, Zhao Yu thought for a moment and made an encrypted call to the headquarters of the Security Bureau in the capital, requesting them to send someone to the headquarters of the telecommunications company. Once everything was arranged, Zhao Yu hurried towards Su Muyun's house. Around 7:20 p.m., after preparing dinner, Su Muyun approached the study door and knocked. However, the expected voice of Lin Yu did not come. After a moment of thought, she guessed that Lin Yu might have fallen asleep after a long day, so she gently opened the door and walked in. Sure enough, as soon as she entered, Su Muyun saw Lin Yu slumped over the desk, fast asleep. Seeing this scene, a faint smile involuntarily appeared on Su Muyun's face. Since he fell asleep from exhaustion, let him continue sleeping. When he wakes up later, he can have his meal. After all, I'm not really that hungry myself. As for Xiner, she just had a lot of snacks, so she should be fine too. With this decision made, Su Muyun prepared to sneak out quietly. However, just as she was about to close the door, the phone on Lin Yu's desk suddenly rang. Seeing this, Su Muyun furrowed her brows and walked over. Looking at the string of unfamiliar numbers on the phone, she hesitated, unsure whether to wake him up or let the call go to voicemail so he could continue sleeping. Just as Su Muyun was in doubt, Lin Yu was stirred awake by the loud ring-on and slowly opened his eyes to look at Su Muyun beside him. Seeing Lin Yu awake, Su Muyun quickly connected the call and handed the phone to him, whispering a reminder, "It's an unknown number, no contact saved." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu raised an eyebrow but instinctively took the call, asking hello. The next moment, a deep and serious voice came from the other end. "Mr. Lin, hello. This is the National Security Bureau. We would like to discuss a series of recent events with you in person, if you're available right now." Hearing this, Lin Yu's first reaction was to think he might be dealing with a scam. However, he quickly realized that this was likely a result of his online announcement regarding the proof of the Riemann hypothesis. Well, this was to be expected. After a moment's thought, Lin Yu glanced at his phone and replied, "I'm available now, but I think discussing this over the phone may not be appropriate." "Understood. Please hold on." The caller responded briefly before hanging up. Seeing this, Lin Yu hesitated for a moment but quickly gathered his thoughts. He hurriedly organized the 2 proofs of the Riemann hypothesis on his desk and dashed toward the living room. Noticing this, Su Muyun followed him out, looking puzzled. Just as Lin Yu reached the living room, a sudden knock sounded from the door. He quickly walked to the door and looked through the peephole, discovering a middle-aged man in a black suit with a serious expression knocking. Behind him were 2 other men in black suits with cold expressions. After a moment's hesitation, countless thoughts flashed through Lin Yu's mind. Although some of them seemed unlikely, he decided it was better to be safe. So, under Su Muyun's stunned gaze, he went to the kitchen, grabbed a fruit knife, and hid it in his sleeve. Returning to the door, Lin Yu took a deep breath, prepared himself mentally, and calmly opened the door. "Mr. Lin, hello, I'm from the Security Bureau. Here is my identification." As soon as the door opened, Zhao Yu, the familiar young man standing there, revealed his credentials. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu didn't hesitate for a moment. He instantly activated his super brain and quickly scanned the other person's credentials, particularly pausing for a moment on the embossed national emblem. Soon, after confirming that the document was genuine, Lin Yu nodded and silently deactivated the skill. The emblem was highly recognizable, and with his memory bank and the powerful data analysis and processing capabilities of the superbrain, he could easily identify any discrepancies. For instance, using a humanoid camera method to photograph the emblem from different angles and overlay the images would produce varying color effects, which is one of the simplest anti-counterfeiting techniques. Once he confirmed that this individual was sent from above, Lin Yu felt a sense of relief and directly asked, "Hello, Director Zhao. You must be here regarding the proof of the Riemann hypothesis, right?" "Yes, but it seems this isn't the right place for a discussion," Zhao Yu replied with a nod. Hearing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle softly, then quickly invited the three of them inside and led them toward his study. Chapter 65. Disguised identity in the capital city. At the headquarters of China Unicom, the bustling office suddenly welcomed an unexpected visitor. This was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man, dressed simply and carrying a briefcase, resembling an average office worker. Approaching the front desk, the man, with a stoic expression, directly stated, "Hello. I need to see the head of your data center." The receptionist was taken aback for a moment before regaining her composure and responding, "May I have your name, sir? Do you have an appointment?" "Appointment? No," the man replied coldly, pulling out an identification card from his jacket and handing it over. The receptionist instinctively took it, but as she glanced at the gold-embossed national emblem on the front of the card, she momentarily lost her focus. As if recalling something, she trembled slightly as she opened the ID. The next second, when she saw the contents of the card, she froze in place. It was a representative from the National Security Bureau. After a brief moment, the receptionist snapped back to reality, nervously stammering, "Oh, okay. I will contact you right away. Please hold on." She hurriedly returned the ID to the middle-aged man and, with trembling hands, dialed a number to inform the company executives about the situation. A few minutes later, the middle-aged man met with the head of the data center. Not only was the data center head present, but also a vice president of the company, Liang Xinghua. While police visits were not unheard of in the capital, they were rare, which made this situation somewhat normal. However, a visit from the Special Operations Department of the Security Bureau was unprecedented. For a moment, the head of the data center wondered if the government was planning to take action against China Unicom. Hello. My name is Zhong Gang, and I am the head of the data center. This is our vice president, Liang Xinghua." The data center head introduced himself. The middle-aged man nodded and again pulled out his ID along with a special document for their review. After both men examined the documents nervously, they handed them back. This was unlikely to be a forgery. No one would dare to counterfeit someone from the Special Operations Department. Once the two men showed no objections, the middle-aged man got straight to the point. "According to higher orders, we need to access your database and delete certain data. I hope you can grant me the necessary permissions to proceed." Telecommunications companies have the capability to record user call content, but they typically do not do so due to the massive volume of data and the lack of practical significance. However, for specific users, telecom companies can conduct full call recordings, usually for criminal investigations in cooperation with law enforcement. Regular users, on the other hand, do not have their calls recorded. Of course, every telecom company maintains call records for ordinary users, and it is possible to intercept relevant call content. However, this information is automatically deleted after a certain period because the sheer volume of call records and intercepted data is enormous, making it impossible to retain indefinitely. Hence, these records are deleted within a specified time frame. Upon hearing the request, the two senior executives at the telecom company exchanged glances, their eyes conveying a surprising level of agreement. Although accessing the database and deleting data was no trivial matter, the individuals on the other side were sent by the government, and they naturally had no objections. Furthermore, even if something went wrong with the data, it would be the higher-ups who would take responsibility, not them. "All right, no problem." Liang Xinghua nodded and then turned to Zhong Gang, saying, "You take him to the data center first. I'll report to the higher-ups and follow the necessary procedures." Upon hearing this, Zhong Gang quickly agreed and led the middle-aged man toward the data center. At 7:30 p.m., at Su Muyun's home, Su Muxin, lounging on the sofa with her laptop, had spent the entire day binge-watching Naruto. She stretched lazily. But just as she was about to get up to wash her hands and eat, she saw Lin Yu walking toward the study, accompanied by three sharply dressed, cold-looking men in black suits. Stunned, Su Muxin froze in place, her mind racing with bizarre thoughts. Cosplay? The Matrix? After a moment, she finally snapped back to reality and came up with a reasonable guess. Turning to Su Muyun, she asked curiously, "Are those my brother-in-law's bodyguards?" Su Muyun glanced at her and replied coolly, "They're from the security bureau, looking for your brother-in-law about something." With that, she headed toward the kitchen to prepare some dishes. Just as she seemed to remember something important, she paused and turned to the still-dazed Su Mushin, warning her, "Stay away from the study." At her words, Su Mushin quickly regained her focus and instinctively looked toward the study, her eyes filled with intense curiosity. What kind of big deal was her uncle involved in that even the National Security Bureau was mobilized? As Su Mushin watched, Lin Yu entered the study with Zhao Yu, leaving two men in black to stand guard at the door, one on each side. Sensing Su Mushin's gaze, the agent on the left turned slightly, his expression unchanged, and shot her a cold glance. In the next moment, a powerful aura and sense of pressure washed over her like a tidal wave, causing Su Mushin's body to stiffen. Her heart seemingly pausing in that instant, and she instinctively held her breath. After a while, her rigid body finally relaxed, and she quickly forced a sheepish smile at him, trying to appear harmless. Seeing this, the agent averted his gaze, coldly turning back to stare straight ahead as if nothing had happened. Wow, no wonder they're from the National Security Bureau. That pressure was intense. I almost freaked out, Su Mushin thought to herself, sticking out her little pink tongue. Just as she was curious about why the Security Bureau was looking for Lin Yu, the television, which had been airing the 7 p.m. news, conveniently provided her with the answer. Recently, Lin Yu, the newly appointed chairman of Baiji Company, has developed 2 cancer-fighting drugs that fill a significant gap in Huaxia's research on cancer treatments, completely transforming the situation where our country only imported cancer medications without producing any of its own. When Su Mushin heard this shocking news being broadcasted on the Yang video channel, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning, her face frozen in disbelief. With only one thought racing through her mind, wow, is this uncle really that amazing? Meanwhile, in the study, Lin Yu and Zhao Yu sat across from each other at a desk, neither of them willing to break the silence, creating a somewhat tense atmosphere. After a moment of quiet, Zhao Yu fixed his gaze on Lin Yu, his expression serious, and said in a low voice, "Mr. Lin, before we begin our discussion today, I would like to ask you a question." "Sure, go ahead. Are you willing to live your life in anonymity?" Chapter 66, The Choice. Upon hearing this serious question, Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. After giving it some thought, he ultimately shook his head and replied, "I don't want to." At this, Zhao Yu's gaze fell slightly, and he fell silent. He had asked many people this question before, and the answers had varied widely. Some were willing, some were not. Some nodded immediately without hesitation, others hesitated, struggling for a long time before choosing to refuse. Perhaps many would believe that most people lean towards the latter. But in reality, the vast majority chose the former. They opted to live in anonymity, severing ties with family, relatives, and friends for decades to come. They chose to do unknown things in places that remained hidden from the public eye. They chose to serve their country, dedicating their lifelong knowledge to the revival and growth of a nation, despite their names being unknown and their deeds hidden in darkness. Only a select few among them were fortunate enough to have their contributions recognized and honored during their lifetimes. The majority, however, could only keep their secrets forever, bearing the misunderstanding of family, friends, and loved ones. Even many years after their deaths, no one would know how glorious and brilliant their lives had been, nor would they be aware of their remarkable achievements. Yet, despite all this, they resolutely embarked on this path, which was destined to be fraught with thorns, and they continued forward unwaveringly. In fact, not everyone is qualified to be asked this question. Each person questioned possesses extraordinary talent in a specific industry or field and undergoes scrutiny that is many times more rigorous than a standard political review. As for Lin Yu, his review could be said to have gone through the fastest. Furthermore, in the analysis team's assessment, he had a high probability of choosing the former option. However, Lin Yu's answer caught Zhao Yu off guard. He hesitated for a moment, as if wanting to say something more. "Mr. Lin Yu, stop. I don't need to reconsider. I don't want to." Lin Yu waved his hand, directly interrupting Zhao Yu's next words, and said firmly, "I extend my highest respect to those who answered yes. I admire their noble qualities and thank them for their selfless dedication. I have always looked up to them as role models. But I'm sorry, I cannot be like them. My political awareness and ideological development have not reached that level. In this lifetime, I just want to help my country within my capabilities while living my own life well. Thank you." For Lin Yu, who had lived a second life, he had become indifferent to certain things. He simply wanted to find someone he loved, to grow old together, to support each other, and to live a happy life. Yes, it may seem unambitious, but to Lin Yu, a simple and ordinary life is the true essence of happiness. After all, only those who have wandered for a long time will truly understand how wonderful it is to have a place to call home. Right now, Lin Yu feels like he is standing at a crossroads, facing two paths that, while different, ultimately lead to the same destination. If Lin Yu chooses to live in obscurity, it means that his future life will no longer be in his own hands. Invisible constraints will form invisible shackles around him. To put it simply, with Lin Yu's current abilities, it can be said without hesitation that no matter where the country places him, given some time, he would achieve extraordinary accomplishments that others could hardly imagine. If hostile forces were aware of this, would they allow Lin Yu to continue his development and then watch China grow even stronger? The answer is a resounding no. It's obvious what would happen next. Continuing down this path would mean that Lin Yu's future life would be completely detached from that of an ordinary person. Everything around him, including family and loved ones, would be meticulously arranged and protected by the state. However, this kind of life, devoid of freedom, is not what Lin Yu desires. Nor is it what Su Muyun and the others want. Of course, Lin Yu could forcefully live as he did before, but the consequences of such actions would often mean sacrificing many special personnel who should not have to pay the price for his whims. Lin Yu cannot bring himself to let others' lives be jeopardized for his own desires. Yet, he also does not want to give up the life of an ordinary person. Therefore, compared to the outcomes and impacts of living in hiding, Lin Yu feels that it is better to live a peaceful life as an ordinary person. After hearing Lin Yu's response, Zhao Yu remained silent for a long while before slowly nodding and saying, "All right, I respect your choice." Given Lin Yu's identity and background, even if he was unwilling to live in obscurity, no one would object to his decision. Seeing this, Lin Yu smiled slightly and handed over a black notebook from the table, saying, "This is what you wanted. I've found the patterns for the asymmetric encryption algorithm. How to handle it is all in this notebook. In addition, I've rewritten a modified version of the proof process that will only demonstrate the existence of the Riemann hypothesis in a specific field. It's essentially a portion of the complete proof process and won't affect anything, so you can rest assured." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yu's expression became serious. He quickly stood up, attentively listening to Lin Yu's instructions while retrieving a confidential bag from his suit. He carefully placed the black notebook into the bag, sealing it tightly, and then tucked it close to his chest. The importance of this item is self-evident. Even if he were to lose everything else, this could not be lost. After completing all this, Zhao Yu let out a sigh of relief, feeling greatly impressed by Lin Yu's foresight and preparation. It must be said that Lin Yu is indeed very clever, especially in handling matters with meticulous thoughtfulness and a cautious demeanor. However, as if recalling something, Zhao Yu hesitated for a rare moment, but ultimately reached into his pocket and pulled out a sealed file. With a complex expression, he looked at Lin Yu, handed over the file, and said, "Actually, when you made your choice, I didn't want to give you this because it would seem intentional on my part and might disrupt your decision again. However, I think it's unfair to you. And some things you will eventually find out." Hearing these perplexing words, Lin Yu furrowed his brow, instinctively taking the sealed file, his mind filled with curiosity and confusion. What could possibly be inside that could change his choice? Just as Lin Yu was about to open the file to take a look, Zhao Yu suddenly said, "All right, Mr. Lin, we'll take it from here. Remember to publish that censored version of the proof for the Riemann hypothesis as soon as possible. The sooner the better." "Okay, I will," Lin Yu replied. The motion of unsealing came to an abrupt halt as he looked up at him and said, "Director Zhao, take care. I want to see you off." Zhao Yu nodded, then quickly left the study without looking back. Once Zhao Yu had left, Lin Yu could hardly contain his eagerness to open the sealed file. Driven by curiosity, he took out the two documents inside and began to read them carefully. However, after finishing both documents, Lin Yu fell into a deep silence. Chapter 67. Proof. After leaving Su Muyun's home, Zhao Yu took out a secure encrypted phone and called Zhang Feng. As soon as the call connected, Zhao Yu straightforwardly issued two instructions. First, arrange for a helicopter to take me to the Wuxi Supercomputing Center immediately. The sooner the better. Second, send Mr. Lin a dedicated encrypted phone. If he changes his mind or has any requests, fulfill them without hesitation. Understood. The voice on the other end replied promptly before hanging up. Putting away the phone, Zhao Yu turned around and cast a complex glance back at Lin Yu's study. In a moment of distraction, it seemed as if his gaze pierced through the barriers of space, landing directly on the silent Lin Yu in the study. With a barely noticeable sigh, Zhao Yu resolutely turned and left, getting into a car. Before long, a helicopter took off from a location in Magic City, heading straight for Wuxi. The distance from Magic City to Wuxi was quite short, just over 100 kilometers. Even by car, it would take only about an hour, let alone by helicopter. Meanwhile, at the Wuxi Supercomputing Center, preparations for verifying the Riemann hypothesis had already begun when the orders came down. 10 minutes prior to Zhao Yu's arrival at the Supercomputing Center, they received a notification from above. As a result, the team was already anxiously waiting on the rooftop helipad for the arrival of the Riemann hypothesis. Especially the mathematicians from the Mathematics Institute, who were pacing back and forth, clearly anxious. How long has it been? Why has T arrived yet? A white-haired elder, appearing to be in his 50s, gazed into the dark night, and finally couldn't hold back his impatience. Old Xiao, it's only been 3 minutes. The head of the supercomputing center, Fu Ping, glanced at his watch and said helplessly. The elder referred to as Old Xiao was named Xiao Chengdong. He was not only the only level 5 mathematician at the Mathematics Institute, but also an academician of the Academy of Sciences. With countless honors and accolades in mathematics and physics, he was a prominent figure. The first Chinese to win the Fields Medal and the second to receive the Wolf Prize in mathematics. Why are you so anxious? What is meant to come will come in due time. Your impatience won't change that. After Fu Ping finished speaking, another white-haired elder, appearing to be in his 60s or 70s, stood up and said calmly. Upon seeing the elder's demeanor, Fu Ping silently closed his mouth. This elder was named Qin Xingxin, and his accolades were no less than those of the previous elder. In some respects, the former could only be considered a junior in the presence of this elder. As the discussions continued among the group, time trickled by. Look, the helicopter is coming. Suddenly, someone seemed to spot something and excitedly shouted. At this, all eyes instinctively turned toward the dark night sky. Under the gaze of the crowd, a helicopter with a bright white spotlight quickly flew in from the dark horizon. Upon seeing this scene, the group from the School of Mathematics was filled with excitement. Soon, as the helicopter came to a gentle stop, a gust of turbulent air rushed towards them, causing everyone to instinctively step back a few paces. The cabin door opened, and Zhao Yu was the first to step out briskly. The crowd immediately surged forward. Upon seeing Zhao Yu, the elderly Qiu Chengtong was the first to rush up. His expression filled with excitement as he asked, Director Zhao, where is it? Hurry up and show it to me. I want to see if it's real. Seeing this, Zhao Yu, who had initially worn a serious expression, couldn't help but smile wryly. He understood the feelings of these scholars, who had dedicated their lives to the study of mathematics. Therefore, without hesitation, he meticulously took out a sealed document bag from his chest in front of everyone and said, This is the proof of the Riemann hypothesis that Mr. Lin entrusted to me. He claims to have found the asymmetric encryption algorithm. So I ask everyone to verify it promptly. Just as Zhao Yu was solemnly handing the document bag to the excited Qiu Chengtong, the elderly Qin Shengxin, who had been standing aside, suddenly stepped forward and smiled as he took the document bag. Don't worry, we'll organize people to prepare for verification right away. Old Qin, what are you doing? Qiu Chengtong exploded with anger as someone swooped in on what he thought was his prize, glaring at him with outrage. Taking the document. Isn't that obvious? Qin Shengxin replied with an innocent face. You me, I clearly asked first. Just asking doesn't mean you get to take it first. Looking at these two elderly gentlemen, both over 50, bickering like children over the proof of the Riemann hypothesis, the crowd coughed awkwardly and collectively looked up at the sky. Well, both of them are big shots. We can't afford to offend either of them. Zhao Yu shook his head helplessly and turned to the head of the supercomputing center, asking, Director Fu, the supercomputer should have some idle computing power available, right? Upon hearing this, Fu Ping immediately replied without hesitation, yes, after the notice came from above. We have been ready to halt all computational projects at any moment. The Dahu Light Supercomputing Center is the most powerful supercomputer in the country. Since its establishment, it has been handling the computational tasks for national scientific research. Generally speaking, idle computing power is virtually non-existent. Modern scientific research often requires heavy data processing that ordinary computers cannot handle. Only supercomputers can do the job. Moreover, the more complex the research, the higher the requirements for computing power. Ordinary supercomputers might not be up to the task. Hence, the unique Dahu Light supercomputer has so many tasks lined up that it could take years to get through them. However, when faced with one of the 7 great mathematical problems of the world, the Riemann hypothesis, every other task and research project must make way. Due to this global challenge, each issue represents a crucial point impacting the advancement of science worldwide and has been a theoretical dilemma troubling humanity for centuries. In other words, solving one of these problems could lead a nation to achieve a groundbreaking breakthrough in a particular field. While the two elderly gentlemen were chatting casually, they, like mischievous children, finally reached a consensus. Together, they opened the sealed file, and as they each held half of the notebook, they began to read carefully, quickly becoming engrossed in the proof of the Riemann hypothesis. Seeing this scene, though the onlookers felt a mix of amusement and disbelief, they were filled with deep respect for the two scholars. It is precisely because of individuals like them that the nation has been able to develop so rapidly in certain fields. Any breakthrough in technological applications is inseparable from breakthroughs in theory, and those theoretical breakthroughs all begin with mathematics. After a while, the two gentlemen reluctantly shifted their gaze from the black notebook. We've taken a preliminary look at the proof process for the Riemann hypothesis, which details the entire proof and offers a general solution. However, we need to verify whether this general solution is indeed a true general solution or just a particular solution using supercomputers, Sir Chun Shengxin said slowly. Sir Chiu Chengtong nodded in agreement, his expression one of approval. In that case, let us immediately use the supercomputer for verification at all costs. We must confirm the final result tonight. At this point, Zhao Yu glanced around with determination and said, I leave everything to you all. Everyone present here has undergone rigorous scrutiny regarding confidentiality and other aspects. There is absolutely no risk of leaks. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded solemnly in agreement. Chapter 68, The First-Class Mathematician in the Study. Lin Yu stared blankly at the two documents on the table. It was only now that he understood why Director Zhao had said that this information could potentially influence his choices. It turned out that this matter was related to his own background. To be honest, Lin Yu realized that he had only just learned what his parents looked like in this life, and the way he found out was through these two cold documents, which contained their photographs and life stories. It felt somewhat ironic, as it made Lin Yu ponder that if he hadn't proven the Riemann hypothesis and had lived like an ordinary person, would these documents ever have appeared before him? Of course, this line of thinking was akin to S.C. Chardinger's cat, embodying both possibility and impossibility. Moreover, although these two individuals were his biological parents, Lin Yu felt no emotional connection to them, viewing them as complete strangers. It was understandable. Anyone would feel the same in such a situation. However, for some reason, Lin Yu felt an inexplicable discomfort in his heart. This strange feeling was hard to articulate. It was simply unsettling and even irritating. After some contemplation, Lin Yu decided to take things as they came. Whatever would happen in the future could wait. At least his choices wouldn't change for now, and that was enough. Once he had sorted through these peculiar feelings and thoughts, Lin Yu pushed them aside and focused on more pressing matters. He picked up his notebook and phone, took a photo of the condensed version of the proof of the Riemann hypothesis he had organized, and after quickly registering an account on Weibo, prepared to upload them one by one. Although it was a condensed version, Lin Yu had managed to distill the content down to its essence, making it rich in substance. Therefore, compared to the full version, the condensed proof was only a little over 30 pages long. However, even with just over 30 pages, taking photos and gradually uploading them on the computer took Lin Yu nearly 10 minutes. Just as Lin Yu was about to publish the last 9 photos, a crisp knock sounded at the door. Come in, he said, not looking up from the computer. Soon, after successfully posting the final update, he had published all the content of the condensed version on Weibo. This is a call from the Security Bureau. They said if you change your mind or have any needs, you can let them know. Su Muyin said softly as she gently closed the door behind her and walked over to Lin Yu, placing a special black phone on the table. It's already past 8. Why don't you eat something first before getting back to work? Yeah, I just finished up, Lin Yu replied, glancing at the black phone on his desk. He nodded and then looked at Su Muyin, smiling as he said, You two go ahead and eat first. I'll come over once I tidy up the study. Maybe I should take over. You've been busy all day. Why don't you take a shower first and get ready for dinner? You might feel a bit more comfortable that way, suggested Su Muyin hesitantly. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu thought for a moment and ultimately agreed. However, just as he reached the door, he seemed to remember something and quickly returned with an awkward smile, slipping the black phone from the desk into his pocket. Seeing this, Su Muyin couldn't help but smile and shooed him out of the study, beginning to tidy up the white scrap paper scattered on the floor and the messy desk. Just as she was skillfully organizing the study, she happened to notice a file folder on the desk along with 2 documents on top of it. At first, she didn't pay much attention, just glanced at it quickly. However, when she inadvertently caught sight of a photo on one of the documents that bore a striking resemblance to Lin Yu, she instinctively picked it up to take a closer look. After reading the contents of the document, her heart trembled violently. After a moment of silence, she picked up the other document to read it as well. Once she had finished reviewing both documents, Su Muyin quietly sealed them in a yellow envelope and locked them away in a drawer of the desk. Finally, she acted as if nothing had happened and finished tidying up the study before heading to the dining room. Dinner was quite simple, just 2 dishes and a soup. However, Lin Yu felt a bit puzzled when he sat down after his shower, as the atmosphere at the dining table seemed a bit strange. Su Muyin, who usually chatted with him, was completely silent throughout the meal. Meanwhile, the usually carefree Su Muxin appeared somewhat cautious, avoiding eye contact and focusing intently on her food. Yet, from the corner of her eye, she kept glancing back and forth between Su Muyin and Lin Yu, as the 3 of them ate dinner. Each lost in their own thoughts, the photos Lin Yu had posted on Weibo were quickly spotted by vigilant netizens, who began to share them wildly. Instantly, these photos stirred up a massive uproar online, with countless users discussing it and the atmosphere exploding with excitement. Especially on Weibo, when news of Lin Yu registering for an account spread, his follower count skyrocketed at a terrifying pace. In less than 10 minutes, his newly created Weibo account amassed over 50 million followers. Such an exaggerated ability to attract fans left many minor celebrities and bloggers green with envy. Under the 4 posts Lin Yu had made, countless fans flooded the comments section. Wow, news came out so quickly. The efficiency of the Emperor Yu is comparable to that of a production team as donkey. By the way, can someone explain what the heck you just wrote? I can't understand it at all. Laughing so hard. Even if I tried to copy the answers, I wouldn't understand. Taking a glance, they decisively gave up and sat back to wait for the experts to decode it. TSK, this thing is kind of like a nuclear bomb. The principles of its creation are all written in the physics textbook, but can anyone actually make one? While that's true, I still have to push back a bit. Even if the principles are written down, the nuclear reaction equations need to be derived, and that's the real challenge. Ahem. Let me counter that. Even if you were kind enough to write out the equations, without a centrifuge or uranium, you still couldn't do anything. And to push back even further, even if you had everything handed to you, including a nuclear bomb right in front of you, you wouldn't know how to use it. Haha, let us not get into a nested argument here. Speaking of which, where exactly is the page that outlines the rules for asymmetric encryption algorithms? Or could some kind-hearted person please tell me how to go about it? I'm begging here. Huaxia Academy of Mathematics, hurry up and get to the point. Well, the guys above are really something. They're practically role models for us all. As more and more people commented and shared, Lin Yu's published proof of the Riemann hypothesis attracted many talented individuals and experts. Some people from the Mathematics Academy also came to Lin Yu's updates to verify this proof. Soon, a flurry of incomprehensible responses appeared in the comments, quickly pushed to the top by countless netizens. Among them, the comment from the Mathematics Academy was the first. After our verification, this proof of the Riemann hypothesis explained the dimensionless constant known as the fine structure constant in quantum mechanics, which is approximately equal to 1/137 and characterizes the strength of electromagnetic interactions. Moreover, during the derivation of the fine structure constant, a weak analytic function was referenced, and a simple proof by contradiction was employed in an attempt to prove the Riemann hypothesis. Unfortunately, even with this unconventional method, it only addressed the Riemann hypothesis in the complex number domain, leaving the rational number domain unsolved. However, the fact that it reached such a level of sophistication is already impressive, so after our discussions, we unanimously decided to recognize Mr. Lin Yu as a first-level mathematician. When the Mathematics Academy's comment topped the list and publicly announced the news that this proof of the Riemann hypothesis was incomplete, countless netizens began to discuss. Wow, guys. A first-level mathematician. I'm feeling a bit envious here. Ugh, after all that, it's just an incomplete proof process, and I got all worked up for nothing. What bad luck. I can't help but laugh. With this incomplete proof, how does Lin Yu have the audacity to boast about discovering the rules for asymmetric encryption algorithms? If you're that great, why not show it to me? All right, let's disperse. Everyone can go home now. This gossip is half good and half bad. And it's just not satisfying to chew on. I can't help but laugh at how many keyboard warriors are here talking big. At least Emperor Yu has proven something. What about you? Besides typing away, what can you actually do? To the ones above, if you're so bold, send me your address. I have some things I want to ship over. Haha, no matter how you put it, Yu Huang is still stronger than everyone present. Those nitpickers really don't know where they get the audacity to criticize here. If you have what it takes, why not create a complete version yourself and show us? Seriously, I'm begging you, you keyboard warriors, hurry up and send over a full proof process to slap me in the face, okay? As for the final result announced by the School of Mathematics, while most onlookers feel a bit disappointed, they still believe Lin Yu has done quite well. Of course, there are some keyboard warriors and trolls who are not satisfied, throwing sarcastic comments in the comment section. However, without exception, these people have all been roasted by Lin Yu's fans. Thankfully, this parallel universe Weibo doesn't require real name verification like some live streaming platforms. Otherwise, we might see all kinds of offline vendettas happening tonight. What can you do? Lin Yu's recent actions have been so sensational that they've attracted a lot of fans, especially the families of cancer patients. They can almost be considered the backbone of Lin Yu's fanbase, and their unity is downright frightening. Chapter 69, Confession at 9 o'clock in the evening. After dinner, Lin Yu was somewhat surprised to find that Su Muyun was not doing a live stream as usual. Instead, she had called Su Muxin to help wash the dishes. Not only that, but they also took the kitchen's glass door with them, as if they were about to share some secret. Although Lin Yu was curious about this unusual scene, he quickly pushed those thoughts aside. Relaxing on the living room sofa, Lin Yu took out his phone and logged on to Weibo to check the updates he had just posted. To his astonishment, during the short time he spent eating dinner, his follower count had skyrocketed to an impressive 60 million. Seeing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but marvel at the power of the internet, and he began to scroll through the top comments on his posts. As he expected, his edited version of the Riemann hypothesis proof had attracted a lot of talented individuals, all actively discussing and debating in the comments. Of course, he also noticed the brilliant comments from the Mathematics Institute among the many responses. The mention of the Mathematics Institute brought back memories of what he knew about it. In this parallel world, there are 3 officially recognized institutions in Huaxia: the Literature Institute, the Mathematics Institute, and the Science Institute. These 3 institutions have the same hierarchical structure, but the differences in certain aspects are quite pronounced. For instance, when it comes to funding, the Literature Institute is the wealthiest. A top-tier writer can earn much more in copyright fees each year than what the 3rd or 4th-tier figures at the Mathematics Institute make in a year. There's no denying that writers are in high demand these days. The primary reason they can earn so much is that their works can be commercialized. The articles and copy they write can be used for profit. In contrast, the Mathematics Institute and the Science Institute operate differently. One focuses on theoretical research, while the other specializes in scientific application. It is nearly impossible for these 2 institutions to connect with society, especially the Science Institute, which, due to confidentiality agreements, keeps all its information under wraps, only releasing what they want the public to see. A top-tier mathematician sounds impressive. Lin Yu mused to himself after reading through the comments from the Mathematics Institute. Although a top-tier mathematician may not earn as much as a top-tier writer, it is more a symbol of honor. Moreover, for Lin Yu, making money was not something he needed to worry about. As time passed, Lin Yu continued to refresh the comments under his post. During this time, he noticed something that made him chuckle. In the comments section, there were quite a few haters mocking him, but many fans were also engaging in heated exchanges with these detractors. The haters were relentless in their sarcasm, throwing harsh insults at Lin Yu. His fans, following the same pattern, retaliated fiercely against the haters. It's important to note that the majority of Lin Yu's fans are primarily composed of beauty enthusiasts, voice admirers, and many family members of cancer patients. Furthermore, apart from the casual viewers, most of them are female fans. Especially those who are in their teenage years, they can be quite fierce when it comes to criticizing others, leaving the casual fans in awe. Additionally, Lin Yu's fan base is significantly larger than that of his detractors. As a result, the initial balance of power began to shift, and the black fans' combat effectiveness clearly dwindled. Ultimately, under the overwhelming verbal offense from the fans, the black fans had no choice but to retreat in embarrassment, making a hasty exit. As more and more black fans dropped out, this led to the collapse of the battle, culminating in a rather dramatic conclusion. This absurd outcome made some bloggers and minor celebrities, who were merely watching the show, quite envious. Who would love such a united and formidable fan group? Before long, Lin Yu found himself engrossed in the comments section for about an hour. Glancing at the clock, which had already passed 10, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him after a long day. This fatigue was not physical, but rather mental, stemming from the prolonged use of his superbrain skill, leaving him still not fully recovered. Without much thought, Lin Yu headed towards Su Muyun's room, intending to go to bed. Just as he lay down, Su Muyun returned to her room, freshly showered, her hair still damp, and wearing loose pajamas. Seeing Lin Yu lying in bed, she said nothing but simply turned off the light and quietly climbed onto the bed. In the darkness, to Lin Yu's surprise, Su Muyun leaned over and hugged him tightly. Suddenly, they were pressed closely together, inseparable. What's wrong with you? Feeling her soft body against him, Lin Yu snapped back to reality, his mouth dry and heart racing, experiencing an unprecedented sense of nervousness. Yes, nervousness. He never expected to be so defenseless in front of Su Muyun. After all, he had been quite the player in his previous life. This was just too embarrassing. No, I'm fine. I just want to hold you while I sleep, Su Muyun said softly, lifting her head from Lin Yu's chest to gaze at him in the dark. Upon hearing this classic response and reflecting on everything that had happened that day, Lin Yu's brow furrowed, sensing something was off. Consequently, he quickly began to retrace all the events of the day in his mind. Based on his understanding of Su Muyun's personality, speech patterns, and psychological tendencies, he started to deduce the reason behind her statement. Before long, Lin Yu found the answer he was looking for. However, after grasping the reason, he fell silent for a moment, allowing his emotions to settle before calmly asking, "Did you finish reading the documents on the table?" Su Muyun lowered her head and softly replied after a moment of silence, "Honey, no matter what choice you make, I will always support you from behind and walk with you." By the end of her words, she lifted her head, her gaze steady as she looked at Lin Yu. Her eyes filled with sincerity and passion that even in the darkness, Lin Yu felt he could sense it. Hearing this, Lin Yu felt warmth in his heart and couldn't help but smile as he ruffled her hair gently, saying tenderly, "Silly girl. My choice right now is simply to be with you and enjoy each day together. That's enough for me." Lin Yu's words, akin to a confession, instantly made Su Mu Yun's face flush, and her heart felt sweet as if she had just tasted honey. Unfortunately, with the lights off, Lin Yu couldn't see her shy demeanor in the dark. If he could, he wasn't sure he would be able to handle the tension of the moment. No matter what the future holds, living in the present is what matters. At least after meeting you. I would rather trade my grand ambitions and passionate dreams for the simple wish of walking home with you at dusk along a small path. Lin Yu lowered his head and gently kissed Su Mu Yun's smooth forehead, saying, "I cherish this moment." As he whispered his confession, Su Mu Yun felt a lump in her throat, and her eyes misted over. Unable to resist, she leaned in and kissed him. When their lips first met, Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, but then he tenderly wrapped his arms around her waist and kissed her back with deep affection. Chapter 70, Verification Results. Meanwhile, at the supercomputing center, Zhao Yu and Qin Xingxin were anxiously waiting in a room for the verification results from the supercomputer. Lin Yu had provided a very comprehensive proof of the Riemann hypothesis, even presenting a general solution. However, it remained to be seen whether this general solution was truly universal or just a specific solution. The supercomputer needed to run multiple simulations to address different scenarios of the Riemann hypothesis. Furthermore, even if one scenario yielded results consistent with Lin Yu's verification process, it would still require repeated recalculations. Only after 9 recalculations, and if the results remain consistent, could it be considered a true proof of success. Therefore, the entire verification process involved an immense amount of computation and required astonishing computing power. Fortunately, prior notifications had been issued from above, prompting Fu Ping to halt all ongoing calculation projects and utilize the Lake of Light supercomputer, which boasted nearly 1 quintillion calculations per second for the verification. Compared to other supercomputers, the computations on the Lake of Light were relatively quick. As he glanced at the clock, which read 10:30 p.m., Fu Ping looked at the elderly Chen Xingshan, hesitating for a moment before quietly suggesting, "Old Chen, why don't you take a break while we wait here?" Upon hearing this, Chen Xingshan immediately and resolutely rejected the idea without a second thought. "Rest? How can I rest during such a crucial moment? You should understand what solving the Riemann hypothesis represents. It means that our country, China, will be the first to uncover the patterns of asymmetric encryption algorithms. Which country in today's world doesn't need this? Whether it's for encrypted communications, banking security systems, or various fields of research, everything is interconnected with this. At such a critical time, how can I leave?" As he spoke, Chen Xingshan seemed to recall something and glanced at the elderly Qiu Chengtong beside him, casually adding, "Besides, my health is far better than some people's. If he isn't resting, how could I?" This subtle jab was immediately met with a retort from Qiu Chengtong. "Humph. With your old bones, you should really take a break, lest you faint here and cause trouble for others." "Huh. If you faint, I certainly want tea." Qiu shot back. "Give it a rest. Your age is no better than mine." "Bah. Nonsense." Watching the two old rascals bicker again, Fu Ping couldn't help but chuckle wryly and quietly step back. The others were already accustomed to this dynamic, nonchalantly looking up at the ceiling. Zhao Yu shook his head helplessly. For these two scholars, both over 50, they essentially did whatever they pleased, unrestricted and free-spirited. Having lived through much of life, they had gained clarity about the world and a detachment from fame and fortune, often exhibiting great wisdom. They always loved to crack little jokes to draw attention, often displaying a duality of wisdom and playfulness. This is essentially a common trait among all the elderly. Soon, as time passed, the two old men seemed to tire of their banter and, in a surprisingly harmonious manner, found a bench to sit on, waiting together for the supercomputer's verification results. Seeing this, everyone else quickly followed suit, finding seats and waiting in silence. However, they ended up waiting the entire night. Around 6:30 in the morning at a certain moment, the alert tone indicating the completion of the program rang out, and everyone present suddenly felt a jolt of energy, all thoughts of sleep vanishing in an instant. Especially Chen Xingshan and Qiu Chengtong, who both sprang to their feet and eagerly asked, "So, what is the result? Is it consistent with the initial findings?" The researchers said nothing, only reddening their eyes, trembling hands bringing up 2 results, which were displayed side by side on the machine's screen. The 2 old men glanced at them and instantly froze in place. The same reaction spread among the crowd. At that moment, everyone's minds went momentarily blank. They had succeeded. It had really been verified successfully. After a long pause, one of the heads of the supercomputing center couldn't help but shout out excitedly. His face flushed. No one criticized him, and at that moment, everyone present felt an overwhelming urge to shed tears of joy. The Riemann hypothesis, one of the world's millennium problems, had actually been proven before their eyes. It's worth noting that since the Riemann hypothesis was proposed in 1859, over 150 years have passed. During this time, it has loomed like a towering mountain, attracting countless mathematicians to attempt its summit, yet none had succeeded. And now, they were witnessing a young person's proof successfully reaching the peak. For many mathematicians, this was an incredible honor. One could even say that the moment the Riemann hypothesis was proven would be etched in the annals of mathematical history. Old Chun, it's real, it's real. Looking at the two identical verification results before him, Qiu Qingtong was as excited as if he had proven the Riemann hypothesis himself. I saw it. The Riemann hypothesis has really been proven. Chen Shengxian was equally thrilled, his vision blurred by tears he hadn't realized were forming. He never thought he would live to see the day the Riemann hypothesis was proven. This was simply an immense stroke of luck. Zhao Yu raised his fist vigorously, the excitement on his face evident. After a moment, he finally calmed down and said to the two elderly gentlemen, "I'll leave the manuscript of the proof process to you two. I need to go report this good news to the higher-ups." Upon hearing this, Chen Shengxian's expression turned serious, and although his voice was aged, it was firm as he said, "Don't worry, Director Zhao, even if I'm no longer here, this manuscript will definitely remain. That's right, this is far more important than the two of us old codgers." Elder Qiu Qingtong firmly agreed from the side. When it comes to the proof manuscript of such a world-class problem, they would rather die than let it suffer even the slightest damage. Because the successful verification of the Riemann hypothesis will set off a chain reaction, directly affecting the entire mathematical system that is based on it. In fact, it can be said without exaggeration that whoever possesses this manuscript holds the key to unlocking the treasure of the mystery of prime numbers. And once this news is made public, it will shake the entire world. Hearing the responses from the two elders, Zhao Yu could only smile wryly, saying nothing more as he quickly walked outside. Soon, a helicopter took off from the supercomputing center, heading straight for the nearest military district in the Magic City. Half an hour later, Zhao Yu arrived at the military district, identified himself, and was taken to a red telephone. This red landline could disrupt sound, edit codes, and rebroadcast them. The other phone would receive the code, downgrade it to sound, and transmit it to the receiver, making it impossible to intercept. This was a military-grade secure communication with very strict confidentiality. "Director Zhao, please," the colonel who brought Zhao Yu said solemnly before exiting the room decisively. Zhao Yu said nothing further. He picked up the red phone and dialed a number. The call was quickly connected, and a steady voice came through. "Hello? Reporting to the leader. Just now, the Riemann hypothesis has been successfully verified." Zhao Yu articulated clearly, speaking word by word with about a 0.3-second pause between each word due to the limitations of the red landline. Upon hearing this exhilarating news, there was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. After a while, the originally calm voice carried a hint of a smile as it replied, "Good. Well done." Seeing this, a smile unconsciously spread across Zhao Yu's face. However, as if remembering something, he hesitated for a moment and then recounted his conversation with Lin Yu and the choices he made. After listening to this, there was once again a moment of silence on the other end, followed by a barely perceptible sigh as the voice said, "His family has already sacrificed so much for the country. Since he has made his choice, we will respect it. Of course, even so, we must do everything possible to ensure his personal safety without disturbing his normal life." Finally, the voice on the other end didn't forget to remind him, "Understood."